It's the greatest spectacle in racing, and it all starts right here in April. Good morning, everybody, wherever you are watching in the world, and welcome to coverage of the IndyCar Open Test for the Indy 500 practice sessions as well. Today we'll have the Oval veterans out there for 2 hours. Then for another 2 hours, we'll have the rookie orientation and refreshers out there. And then from 2 till 6:30 p.m. Eastern time as well. That's around about 7 p.m. until 11:30 p.m. GMT. We will have all the cars out on the track. Tomorrow will be a normal day of refreshers practice as well. From 10 a.m. Eastern until 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll have all the cars out on the track. Now, let's say good morning over as well to our commentators for the first couple of hours, Lee Diffie and James Hinchcliffe.
James Hinchcliffe. Hinch, we're ready to go. It's pretty special just even being on the grounds of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, let alone when we have cars roll.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Anytime you drive through that tunnel, it's such a special feeling. And for each and every one of these 33 drivers here today, they had that feeling when they came in this morning. Everything is about Indy when you get to this time of year. I almost feel bad for Barber and the GP because everyone's mind is already on Indy, and they're on this trophy right here, the Borg-Warner Trophy. We got a chance to see all 9 of the previous winners of the Indy 500 that are going to be taking going to be participating in the race this year, getting their photo taken with the Borg-Warner Trophy. You see Ryan Hunter-Reay returning to the grid, Tony Kanaan making another start. He claims his final start here in the greatest spectacle in racing, but I'll believe that when I see it, Lee.
That was just a few moments ago, by the way, here at Indy, earlier this morning, out in the Pagoda Plaza. So a really nice moment for those Indianapolis 500 winners. Here, the racing capital of the world. So we've got 33 cars and drivers, as I mentioned earlier, Hinch. We will get to 34. We'll talk about that later. But of the 33 who are here today, who's kind of grabbing your attention, and who are you particularly? Because we'll get a look at everybody. Who's got your attention?
Well, there's a few drivers that I'm going to be paying extra close attention to. I mean, let's start at the top. Let's start with the domination we saw last year from Chip Ganassi Racing, and what I think was an incredibly impressive drive from this man right here, Alex Palou, the number 10 car for Chip Ganassi Racing. He has a second place at the Indy 500 already. His 2021 efforts were absolutely incredible. One of the cars to beat in 2022 before circumstances beyond his control really eliminated him from contention. He's just had what I think was his best oval race at Texas Motor Speedway a few weeks ago, and this is a driver I think is very hungry to add a 500 to his championship resume. And I've got my eye on him. He is very hungry. His teammate Marcus Ericsson has won a 500. His teammate Scott Dixon has won a 500. His teammate for this month, Takuma Sato, has won 2 500s. He's the only one in the Ganassi camp without his face on the Borg-Warner Trophy. And I know this driver has the ability and has the equipment to do it. And I think he's going to start making his claim for that 500 title right here today.
Even in his rookie year, this place, I mean, it is daunting, as you can speak to at great length. But this place hasn't really scared him. He looks very comfortable here, doesn't he?
He really does. And I think back to that 2021 event where he had that massive qualifying crash. He had already been comfortably in the Fast 9 at the time. Wanted to try and improve on it, went out in the heat of the day against the advice of his more experienced teammates, had a big crash. Didn't phase him. He goes out in the Fast 9 shootout the following day, does an incredible job, starts within the first 2 rows, and in the race, the only man that beat him to the checkered is a now 4-time Indy 500 winner in Helio Castroneves. So that just shows how quickly he got comfortable at this place.
Cars are going to roll here any moment. Let's get down and say good morning to Kevin Lee. Kevo.
Good morning, Lee. Welcome to my hometown. We are ready for the greatest spectacle in racing. Yes, 2 more events to go, but it kind of feels like the month of May is almost here. It's perfect right now, upper 60s. We'll see some teams get a chance to deal with a little bit of heat today in the lower 80s, and I'm not responsible for what happens tomorrow, but we'll see a lot of time. Hey, one of the big questions coming in to this season is, what is Team Penske going to have? We talk about those that we feel very confident that are going to be strong, like Ganassi, like Arrow McLaren. Ed Carpenter Racing is always good. But Team Penske, winner of 18 Indianapolis 500s, the last 3 years, their best starting position with champion drivers is 11th. Remember, Will Power almost missed the race, almost didn't qualify 2 years ago. They've only got 2 finishes in the last 3 years in the top 10. That was a 5th by Joseph Newgarden 3 years ago. And I talked with Joseph at Long Beach heading into that weekend about what he thought they might have. Everyone wonders, is Team Penske going to be Team Penske-like? And Joseph admitted we've lost our way since 20. It has been a struggle. We were a little better last year in some ways. It may not have shown an outright pace, but we've been hammering at it. And he said, I can't really tell you what it is or pinpoint it. Certainly, I'm not going to share it with you, but I feel really good about where we're at. So, does that change the complexity of things? If Team Penske is back, now you have 3 more cars that are strong candidates to win.
All right, you hear cars fire up in the background and launch again. Could it be Will Power's year is another question. Hasn't been the greatest start to this 2023 season. However, Hinch, I'm sure you'll agree, he was pretty resilient last week at Long Beach. Of the Penske 3, he kind of had a different strategy and kind of just hung around. He was kind of the under-the-radar guy last weekend.
He really was, but that's kind of what he built his 2022 championship on, Lee, was days like that. Didn't have the best qualifying, didn't have the fastest car in the race, but stayed out of trouble, made good decisions, and brought home a solid finish. You know, Townsend talks a lot about how Will had the best worst finish of 2022, and that was part of his trick to getting that championship, and he's already starting that here by having, you know, a few races under his belt this year. Not on the podium yet, but he's been, you know, 7th in St. Pete, had some problems in Texas, was 16th, but then top 6 in Long Beach. It's those kind of finishes that really help buffer you, you know, on those bad days. He's going to have those podiums. He's going to have those wins. We know that. And so this is just a great opportunity for him to keep bringing home those decent results. As we look at Alex Palou, the driver we were just talking about, like I said, he wants to stake his claim for this Indy 500 title early.
Led almost a quarter, led almost a quarter of the Indianapolis 500 last year. He and Scott Dixon were the ultimate teammates last year, where they were sharing the lead, they were swapping responsibilities at the front, helping each other with their respective fuel burn, and it was just so, it was rhythmic. It was so methodical, the way that they just swapped, exchanged, maneuvered, and they just looked so comfortable at the front.
It was like an orchestrated dance almost. I mean, they knew exactly what they were doing. They were choreographed in their movements, and that's what you need to do at that phase of the race, and they executed it beautifully. I'm sure to the frustration of many of the drivers behind them, but they were in control for the first 100 laps of that race, no doubt.
Wherever you are watching on Peacock, thank you for tuning in. If you're at work, if you're at home in the garage, or wherever you're at, if you're in the gym, thanks for watching. I want to give a special shout out to all of our very faithful and loyal viewers in the UK on Sky Sports F1. We're live all day long with you. So thanks for joining us from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. All leads up to Memorial Day weekend, the end of May, for the greatest day in racing. Of course, Monaco Grand Prix kicks it off, followed by us, the Indy 500, and then the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So we're really excited about that. A lot to get done between now and then, and Alex Palou is leading the charge by being the first out to turn some laps.
And it's interesting to watch. Oh, I think we may have just claimed a bird. Might have to get a replay. I have a bad feeling.
Do we want a replay? No.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I remember when Fernando Alonso famously took out 2 simultaneously at this test some years ago. But you know, as you watch, you know, the 10 car go around, you can see the trail of dust coming up. You know, this facility has not been used in this configuration for quite some time. It's been through an entire winter. And now, you know, they've got to just get some cars out there to pull up some of that dirt and debris that just naturally settles on the track.
When you see that, and say, for instance, you don't necessarily have to be in a group, it could be a 2-car affair. When you're the trailing car, how much of that visceral experience of smell and feel and etc. has the aero screen taken away? Is it a totally different experience?
Yes and no. It's a great question, because as you can imagine, driving around this place 230, 240 miles an hour with the wind hitting just your helmet, it is certainly one feeling and one experience. And then you enclose the drivers with the aero screen, it does change it quite a bit. Now, the feeling through the seat, through the pedals, through the steering wheel, that obviously is not changing, but not having that buffeting on your helmet, not having the wind noise, that's one of the biggest things, is how much quieter the wind is in the cockpit, and as a result, how much louder you hear the engine in the cockpit. So it does change the experience, but I wouldn't say it numbs it at all. It's still a pretty impressive thing to do.
Speaking of impressive, this guy was impressive last year, David Malukas, in his rookie appearance. We'll talk more about David in a moment. Let's talk about somebody now who is far from a rookie, and that is the driver with arguably the most famous last name in motor racing, Andretti, Marco Andretti. And this is 2020, in that bizarre year, the global pandemic, and Marco put it on pole to his father's delight. There's Michael, and the whole team were thrilled. And look at everyone. There's Hinch. He's there to congratulate his then teammate and dear friend. That was one of the most magical moments, to see Marco put the Andretti name at the front of the field, the Indianapolis 500. Marco is back, I'm pleased to say, and he's with Kev.
And this is a session for veterans, the first 2 hours, so it seems kind of odd that someone with 17 Indy 500 starts is not allowed to participate the first couple of hours. But you'll have a more empty track coming up at noon, right?
Yeah, and a more windy track, it looks like. But, yeah, it would have been nice to knock out those laps in decent conditions, but it looks like the wind will pick up, which is the same for everybody. But yeah, it's a little strange watching.
So you've been doing this now for 3 years now, coming back for a one-off. What is the challenge? What's the first day like to get reacclimated to IndyCar racing?
I don't know. I mean, last year it was like riding a bike, so we'll see what it's like this time. I mean, you know, them making me go through the you know, the slow laps, it kind of makes it a little easier to get up to speed than usual. But last year they wanted a car compare, so I was flat out of the pits. It's a little easier this year.
I know you haven't been in yet. We'll get a better feel on this answer later on. But the car is a little bit different this year. There are more downforce options. Does that mean that who was good last year may not necessarily be as good this year, and vice versa, with some slight changes?
Well, we have to see. You know, I think we're going to start and then do an ABA, you know, back-to-back on the new stuff and see which is the most efficient and what's usable downforce. Because sometimes it might, on paper for these guys, it might be more downforce, but for me it might not feel as friendly. So that's the answers I think we need to get, which is going to be hard to do some aero testing with 40-mile-an-hour winds, so we'll see.
We just played the clip of your pole from a few years ago, but I've even seen comments on Twitter. You're not interested in pole, you're interested in developing a race car.
I'm not uninterested in pole.
Okay, good.
Let me get that straight. But no, I mean, you know, I've started from the front row a couple times here. Been on the podium 4 or 5 times, but there's one thing eluding me.
And he's led a lot of laps here. Maybe this is the year for Marco Andretti. Thanks, Marco.
Look at the season opener at St. Pete. We had some time to chat and spend with Marco away from the racetrack, and even in a relaxed social scene, his level of determination was pretty catching. Like, this isn't a oh, I'm coming out here just for a giggle and I'm coming out here because of who I am and who my family is. This guy is driven, even though he's not full-time anymore, he is driven to succeed at this event.
Well, you got to remember, Lee, it's his only race of the year in the IndyCar series. So 100% of his focus is on winning this race. And it does make a difference. You know, yes, there's a disadvantage to not being in the car all season, working with the same crew, the engineer, all that sort of stuff. But you are free to not worry about any other event. You don't have to prep for another event. You don't have to think points. You don't have to do any of that. You just have to think about winning the race. And as he said, he's had a pole, he's had a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth. The only thing left pretty much for Marco Andretti at this track is the victory. And so there's 100% focus, you know, 360 days of the year outside of qualifying weekend and the race weekend of Marco Andretti just thinking, what can I do to be better at the Speedway?
The Yellow Submarine is back at the Speedway. That is the Thirsty 3 team, Scott McLaughlin and this Pennzoil Chevrolet. Last year was his first year in these colors. He was thrilled to be honored with this responsibility of driving this famed color scheme with the Pennzoil principal sponsorship. he ran an online poll to see what kind of design and color his visor would be, and it was unanimous to go with the gold visor. So he's got his helmet designed, the gold visor in the yellow Submarine. Maybe all the colors will combine for him to be successful enough to drink the milk on Memorial Day weekend. We'll see. He made tremendous progress last year until a massive and scary crash on lap 152 last year, where he hit the wall in turn 3, ricocheted so fast, the speed, the velocity carried him over into turn 4, and he hit the wall again. His family were here. It was meant to be such a celebratory day for Scott McLaughlin. Didn't go that way, but if you take the positive from last year, the progress that he made was unbelievable.
Yeah, it really was. And this is another driver. As we take a look back at what happened to him in the 500 last year, wind changed a little bit into turn 3, pinches the nose down, causes the oversteer. He actually corrects the spin, but unfortunately sends him into the turn 3 wall and then hits again in the turn 4 wall. That second hit is never fun, but this was another guy who I thought did a really good job at Texas for someone that's coming from comparatively less oval experience and hasn't been in the series that long, getting more and more comfortable at these oval tracks every time we visit. And if Penske does have their stuff together the way Joseph Newgarden was telling Kevin Lee that they did, absolutely he can be a shot for the win here.
So from one to another, one Team Penske Chevy to another. Here is Joseph Newgarden in the Shell liveried number 2. And what kind of a 500 is it going to be for Joseph this year? You talk about, we heard the words of Marco Andretti saying, one big thing eludes him. Well, it's the same theme for Joseph Newgarden. He's done 11 Indianapolis 500 campaigns. He has come close with a third, but for him, being a 2-time champion, and what's he won now, 16 or 17 races? No, 26, I think, races, 27 races. That's not close enough.
I mean, 5 alone last year. He's adding to that tally pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, this is sort of, again, the unchecked box in Joseph Newgarden's career as an Indy 500 winner. We see a bit of debris on the track that was just run over. That's in turn 1. That's a helmet hose, it looks like. Yeah, so the hose that connects the ram air system outside the cockpit to the driver's helmet, as we understandably see the yellow flag come out, that's popped off one of the cars and was collected by another one. I think that might have been Joseph that went through it there, but
let's have a look. Who was that? I think Jack Harvey there ran over it. And the caution is out, understandably, as Hinch mentioned. There it is. Got effectively snapped in half.
it has seen better days, to be sure.
Yeah, just to describe it quickly for our radio listeners as well, as I'll interject, it is a broken bit of the side rods as well that you see on the car on the underneath. It is snapped in half and it's lying in the middle of the racetrack. Ergo, we've put out the caution flag. That's effectively a red flag situation out there on the track right now. Newgarden's top at the moment, though, on 221.701 miles per hour as well. Let's head back to Lee Diffie.
2014 Indianapolis 500 winner not being out there because he's with us. Captain America has come to the 9th floor of the Pagoda for a chat because he'll go out with that refresher program a little bit later today. RHR, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here. I'd rather be out there, but thank you for having me.
You will be soon enough. You will be soon enough. For both of you to be sitting shoulder to shoulder, it's so appropriate to say congrats to both of you because last week at Long Beach, both you and Hinch were inducted into the Long Beach Walk of Fame. That's a tremendous honor. Feels good. It's all coming together, mate.
Thank you.
Hey?
No, I appreciate it.
Walk
It was
of
great.
Fame, Indy back at the Speedway. Life's good again.
Absolutely. I missed the ceremony, but James...
Yeah, you decided not to show up.
Right.
You just left me hanging there. Lee came. Lee was there.
Townsend was there.
Yeah,
But you
little
couldn't
turnout.
couldn't even be bothered to show
No,
up
I had a
to
tea
your
time.
own induction. I had a tea time.
I got stuck in those Fort Lauderdale floods at the time, but yeah, we made it out. In the long run, we got there, so the whole family.
All right, let's get this campaign off to the right start. Let's rewind the clock. Let's go back to 2014. Take a look at this, Ryan, because this is one of the moves, the best moves. Not for Helio Castro Neves, it's not, but for you What do you think when you see that, when you look at that?
It was just an unbelievable run to the finish, right? It was a red flag, and it was 7 laps to go. It was kind of like over death, sudden time,
Sudden death
over time. And it was just the pressure, everything that came down to it. And that was kind of the first year where you saw those lines being run between Elio and myself, entering the corners from the bottom, taking those huge risks.
How, I ask this because I always think back to a fascinating thing where I saw somebody sit down with a couple of college quarterbacks and ask them to break down a play. And it took them something like, I'm making this up now, but it took them something like, 90 seconds or 2 minutes to talk through a 5-second play.
All the reads, right?
All the reads, but it took them so long to explain something that happened in seconds. So when did you make the decision to make that pass? Is it just instinctive?
It's a great question. I had it in mind. I was like, I want to try this.
Lap 163, roughly. You started playing it out.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I tell everyone. I had the idea coming out of the corner, and I thought I'd get a bigger run on him. So the move ended up coming much later than what was ideal. And we looked at the data after, and when I made that big juke to the right, then left, we actually spun up the rears. We had a big traction moment there, so that's why you see the car wiggle. We spun up the rears at whatever it is, 220 miles an hour at that point. So it was pretty hairy.
That's crazy to think you can spin the tires up at that speed. But at the same time, that's also, never at any point during the month do you turn in from the white line into turn 3.
Right.
So you hadn't done it in the race, I assume, up to that point from quite that low.
No.
You're going essentially for the pass that could be for the win. You don't know yet, but how confident are you in your car to do that for the first time, X number of laps into a stint, only a handful of laps to go in the race? At any point did you think, man, this might not work, but I got to go for it?
At that point, I was like, I had to go for it, and I had never seen those sight lines before, right? So when I went through that corner that time, I had some confidence in my car, but I was literally touching, I was full throttle, my foot was almost numb, I was pushing it so hard, and my back was contacting the seat, but my rear end was not.
Pushing up in the seat.
Standing straight up in the seat, yeah, just here it goes. It's one of those, hero to zero moves ended up being a hero move.
Because at those speeds, you got to remember that the distance you're traveling, like you say, you talk about your sight lines, your reference points. So how different is it? This track's about 60 feet wide. You're turning in normally all the way from driver's right, getting a nice sweeping entry into the corner. Now you're all the way driver's left. It's about a 40-foot difference, call it, from your turning point. Visually, how different is it? How different is your initial input on the steering wheel? How do you kind of manage those things in that moment?
Yeah, it all happens so fast. Like Lee was saying, when you ask a quarterback to break down a play, there's so many reads that you're doing in split seconds, right, in the moment. You're just kind of going with your instinct, and it's something where you know how it feels in that corner. You don't want to add a lot of wheel, right? And I had to add more wheel earlier than I would have liked, but it just stuck with it, went with it, and it's one of those leap of faith moments where you're just going to be like, all right, this is the Indy 500. Either we're going for this thing or we're going to sit here and wait for what's comfortable.
So instead of us, which we will be soon enough, we'll be talking about you on track. Make the most of this opportunity, Ryan. If you would tell all of our listeners and viewers about your program, your sponsors. Tell everybody about this campaign this year.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. I've been discussing with several teams the opportunity for the 2023 500. Obviously, ended up going with Brian Reinbold, and I've known Dennis for some time. The really good thing about it is that this sport's all about people, right? It's a team. It's about people. It's about personalities. It's about those who really, that you have the faith in. And everybody that was there, I had known from the past. There were really good guys from Andretti, Ganassi, that really didn't want to do the full season grind of the Indy 500. They have families at home in the IndyCar series. They have families at home, and they opt for this lighter schedule where they race with Brian Reinbold either in their Rallycross series, and then obviously the 500 being the highlight of that. And when the people were coming together, Todd Bolin, the engineer, very established engineer in IndyCar and NASCAR, guys on the engineering staff I've worked with in sports cars, crew I've worked with in the past. my crew chief from Andretti Autosport from just a few years ago will be on my car for the 500 as well.
And one important note is that you've never driven for Ryan Bolt. You've driven for Bobby Rahal, David Letterman, Mike Lanigan. You've driven for Tony George, AJ Foyt, Mike Landretti. That's a pretty nice list, by the way, mate. So now you get to drive for Dreyer Reinbold. By the way, Kevin Lee has a question for you from the pits. Kevo, take it away.
I do. Hey, Ryan. A lot of us suspected last year you were on call, not only running sports cars for Cadillac and Chip Ganassi Racing, but also ready for the IndyCar program. And you confirmed some of that to the Indianapolis Star this week. Kind of tell us what that was like last year, knowing that you might get in, and how close did you come?
It was close. I mean, everybody saw the Palou situation was something that no one could predict. Week in and week out, it was like you had no idea where it was going to go. And yeah, I was on call for that situation. So the unknown was killing me at times. It was just like, let me know if I'm doing this or not. But it was good because I had to get ready for be physically fit, mentally fit, ready to go at a moment's notice. That was our deal, and I was going to be ready for it when it came. But no, I'm glad they worked everything out. They did a great job, all considering all of the distractions that were going on there. You know, the team and the driver did a great job there.
What have you been doing? Because even our mate here is not driving anymore, but he still goes to pit fit every morning. I know that you're a big free diver. Have you kept going with your racing physical regimen, or what have you been doing just to stay race fit ready? Or, you know, like where are you at in comparison to where you were driving full time, or are you still equally as fit?
No, I think I'm actually in better shape than I was when I was racing full time. I think you're car fit, race fit in a certain way, right? Where you get mid season in IndyCar, and it's just you are so ingrained in the process that you're car fit, right? Whereas now I'm doing a whole bunch of other different training, martial arts and stuff like that I really enjoy. And
that's just to handle your kids.
That's just to handle the kids. Absolutely. It's a bit of a subject that's debatable if you can practice that on your kids, but yeah.
No, I'm talking about them ganging up on you.
And I use martial arts on them.
Like my boys do on me. I'm always walking around with a sore leg or a half-broken thumb or something.
Oh, it's brutal.
It's always gang up on Daddy Day.
Absolutely. And they're getting so big they jump on your back now, and it'll throw your back out of whack for sure.
So, Hinch, at this stage of the morning, you know, we were talking about, you can see the dust flying from the surface. It's fresh. Track, you know, these cars are bringing up so much on the surface. Not that there's a lot, but at this early stage, what are these guys? We're looking at Dixon out there, Malukas out there. What are you wanting from this very early stage?
What you're wanting is a fast race car. I mean, it's
even at this stage.
Even at this stage, what is so interesting about this place, and Ryan can attest to this, even the Indy tests. I mean, never mind the fact that we're going to take a couple weeks not off. We're going to be racing at Barber obviously next weekend, but off from the Speedway. This test really does set the tone for your month. The speed of your race car. This is going to be everybody's Indy 500 car. The speed that you have off the truck is going to be a very good indicator of the inherent speed you're going to have all year long. So you're going to be starting with a pretty safe downforce level. So you want to see a pretty comfortable balance, but you want to see a decent lap time, a decent speed for the amount of downforce that you're running. I think that's something that gives the teams in each individual car a lot of confidence that they can tune on, you know, the balance a little bit, work through all the aero configurations they need to, but that the inherent speed is just built into these race cars.
Absolutely. You know, at Andretti, I mean, we would call this, my engineer Ray Gosselin and I would call this Judgment Day.
Right.
This morning right here, because we'd all start as team cars. We'd start very similar. We'd all go out, try and get a similar type of tow, which is lack of tow, ideally, where you don't have a car in front of you, and you can really tell the inherent speed in the car at that point. You can tell what you're dealing with, whether you're off a half a mile an hour to your teammate, 0.7 of a mile an hour, whether you're up on them. This first hour actually was a huge part of the 500 for us.
Yeah, I think a lot of the big multi-car teams at this stage are trying to get their cars out one at a time on track in some clean air. You know, when we're watching Scott Dixon, he's got David Malukas right in his wheel tracks. A little bit of traffic in front of him, but we've seen Palou go out. We know that Sato was on track, or is on track still. So what you're doing is you're going out, like you say, similar downforce levels, identical setup ideally, just getting one kind of clean run out front, and that sort of sets the tone for where each of your cars is within the team from a speed perspective. So I expect the Ganassi's to be doing this, the Andretti's to be doing this, the McLarens to be doing this, and then obviously the Ray Halls, Carpenters. All these multi-car teams are going to be on a similar program at this early stage.
For those of you with us, we're spoilt at the moment. We've got IndyCar champion and Indy 500 winner Ryan Hunter-Reay with us, who will have to partake in the refresher program, as Scott Dixon signifies that he's probably coming in. Indeed, he is. RHR, when you do your refresher program, there's several phases you have to go through for IndyCar to say, yes, check that box, you're good. In phase 2, you're going to have to do 15 laps between 210 and 215 miles an hour. We're seeing Ericsson with a top speed of 224.3 at the moment. And then phase 3 is 15 laps at 215 plus. Is that difficult for you to hold yourself back and to meet those guidelines, or is it not too bad at all?
Absolutely. I mean, I find it sketchiest driving these cars at around 205 to 210 is the worst, because
Okay.
they're not designed to do it.
Right.
The downforce isn't there. The car's kind of, the ride height's sitting up because it's not loaded as much. So not ideal. I actually found it kind of humorous a couple years ago when I saw Elio doing the refresher when he came back. And yeah, here I am. But I'm happy I don't have to do the first part of it, which the rookies have to do, right? Which is what speed?
205 to
205 to
210.
Yeah, that's not nice.
It's the worst.
I don't like
the
that.
car's not built for it.
You mentioned downforce, and Hinch alerted everybody earlier, and we spoke about this a lot at Texas Motor Speedway. There are some new aero pieces on the cars to give a little bit more downforce. Texas was universally applauded, one of the most fun, interesting Texas editions or oval races in quite a long time. I know you're at home watching with your family. What did you make of it, and were you encouraged by what you saw at Texas for this Indianapolis 500?
I was. It was almost like it was two different races in one, right? You saw Pato just absolutely stretch it, which we haven't seen that type of domination in a long time. So you thought the race was going one way, and then all of a sudden there was that nice big surprise at the end where everybody was going for it. So it was great TV to watch, great racing. You know, it was a tale of two different races, and had it gone green the whole way, I think, you know, Pato would have just stretched that thing. It would have been boring. He would have sailed off into the distance.
So we talked a lot about the added downforce at Texas. More downforce being added for 2023 here at the Speedway as well. Your last race year was 21, 22. There was no difference between the cars, so essentially last year was the same as 21. How are you feeling about this added downforce with the way the race has run the last few years? Are you excited at the prospect of having, you know, a little more juice to throw at the grip knob?
Yeah, I like the idea of it, right? How it kind of shakes out in reality, we'll see. But you know, if you're third or fourth in line, you're just kind of sitting there because the car just doesn't have, right, the center of pressure, doesn't have the front grip to come through. Even if you're a better car, you could be the fastest car out here by far. If you're 10th buried in it, it's going to take you a very long time to come through it. You almost need to rely on pit stops to get you up into the mix. And yeah, so hopefully we can have, you know, we can make a dent on that situation as we saw at Texas.
There are 4 Arrow McLaren Chevrolets in this year's Indianapolis 500. Pato O'Ward, Felix Rosenquist, the man on screen, Alexander Rossi, the new man to Arrow McLaren organization, and Tony Kanaan, the veteran in his, let me double check, I think it's TK's 22nd campaign, which is just awesome. How do you see them, Hinch?
I mean, after last year, it's he's done 21, so this is his 22nd.
There we go.
But yeah, after last year, you got to have a lot of attention being paid to this group. You know, they were running second and third right at the end of that race. They ended up second and fourth. Had a great shot to win with Pato O'Ward. Now all you've done is you've added Indy 500 winner Alexander Rossi full-time to the mix, and Indy 500 winner and series champion Tony Kanaan as a May-only program. And it just shows you, you know, here we go, Rossi back in 2016 coasting across the line, engine dead sick out of fuel. But the experience that he has at the Speedway, you know, and the competitiveness, it wasn't just this one race. He's had other top 5 series, led a lot of laps. He's run very competitively. So adding that experience out of an organization like Andretti that always runs well here to this group, only going to strengthen them. TK, again, only going to strengthen them. And they've had a very strong start to the year. Pato O'Ward, you know, led the championship until last weekend. And so it's this is going to be one to watch.
Thank goodness the cars don't look like that anymore.
I know it. I know it.
Looked like it had office furniture on the back of
They
it.
weren't the prettiest. They weren't the prettiest.
We knew they were ugly at the time.
We
too.
did.
Yeah.
We did. But look, as long as it's fast, you don't care how ugly it is.
But we had a great time racing.
I'll tell you what's not ugly, though, is these Indy 500 liveries for McLaren. This one right here, Felix Rosenqvist, throwback livery. Very cool looking.
This is a tribute to McLaren's. This is independent to the McLaren Racing organization. So the different liveries on 3 of the cars is a tribute to McLaren Racing's Triple Crown of Motorsport. So it starts with Johnny Rutherford's win here in 1974. Then you go forward a decade to 1984 and Alain Prost's win at the Monaco Grand Prix. That's what this car's about for Felix Rosenqvist, and he is absolutely delighted and honored to be having this color scheme on his car. And then you have Alexander Rossi's car, which is a tribute to the 1995 24 Hours of Le Mans victory in a McLaren. So pretty cool for that organization celebrating its 60th birthday to have this kind of cool scheme. And you being an IndyCar driver and sports car driver, in fact, both of you guys, but it's pretty neat, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, like you said, the McLaren liveries are just awesome. They're definitely striking. It's hard to miss them on track.
Hard to miss on track, and it's just cool when you, like, the organization, I think, in general, has done a great job kind of bringing attention to things like this and thinking outside the box, really utilizing social media in a cool way and getting more attention. But this is just a cool initiative, as Lee said, the Triple Crown of the organization itself, paying homage to these 3 iconic cars, and it's an honor for those guys to get to wheel. I think that's the best looking of the group itself.
I agree.
And how is Rosenqvist doing? He's 20th right now, but he seems to be pretty much alone on track. It's he's solidly outside the tow filter that you would put in. Normally it's about an 8-second filter on timing and scoring. The engineers want about 11 seconds to say absolutely nothing. Let's take a quick look at some of these other McLarens. This is the number 5 of Pato Award.
Is that all black?
It is all black.
It's like a grayish almost up close. It's kind of got a bit of a metallic sheen to it when you see it up close. It looks a little better in person than it does sitting there on pit lane, but it'll look racy on track for sure.
Did 26 laps last year, was one of the contenders in the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500. Loves this place. In his very first outing here, it bit him as a rookie. It bit him hard in a practice session where he hit the wall, got airborne. That kind of got his attention and his respect. Callum Ilott here in the 77 Juncos Hollinger Chevrolet. It also bit him last year in his maiden Indianapolis 500. Turn 2 seemed to claim so many last year. It was vicious.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have a following wind, especially off of 2, right? You lose all that downforce. The front takes off. It's tough. It's tough to really predict, especially in traffic when you have a tough wind. I think we're going to have a pretty tough wind direction later today. You know, we're going to have that following wind off of the wind to our back coming off of 2. So it'll make traffic running a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, south to north wind. One of the worst combos I think you can have here. And so, Ryan, the drivers have the ability to check the wind socks. There's one up on the pylon on the front straight here heading into turn 1. There's one on the grandstands at the top of turn 3 for the back straight. How often are you checking these as a driver? I know certainly conditions are going to kind of affect how often you're. If it's perfectly calm, you're not worried about it too much. But on a day like today where we're expecting it to be a little bit windier when you get out there, is this a every lap, each corner you're checking it?
Yeah, not really every lap. No, I mean I check it constantly before I go out every time as I'm coming down pit lane. You know, I really remember qualifying. I would always look at the flags on the top of the grandstands on the inside of turn 1 here, because that gives you a better feel for what's going on down closer to the track surface. You know, it's not a great feeling when you see it in qualifying. Those things are all stood up.
Yeah, because you're sitting in line in qualifying. You can see them perfectly, and they're just straight out.
Right. Yeah, every time you would go out, they'd all just die down.
Something like that.
Yeah, I don't know how that works for
That's
you.
what happened in 2016.
Clearly.
Yes. Yes.
So are you saying you would look at the wind socks while you were driving or before you went out?
I do occasionally look at it while I'm driving. You know, especially if it's big wind gusts.
Right.
But no, I would look at it most of the time prior to going out. You know, you're constantly monitoring the flags at the top of the pagoda as well from the garages. That just gives you an idea of how strong from what direction. But yeah, for qualifying, I just always remember fixating on those flags, the smaller flags at the top of the small grandstand on the inside of turn 1.
We love it when you guys send us questions via Twitter. You can do that at IndyCar on NBC. You can do it at Hinch's Twitter handle, mine, Kevin Lee, Marty Snyder. Anything you like. There's some good questions. One's already come in, Hinch. Do the teams take their cars and equipment back to the shops between now and May, or are the garages pretty much set as they'll be for the 500?
It is a good question, valid question for sure. But no, they'll tear all this stuff down. They're not full setups in there right now. You know, for May, a lot of teams do very elaborate, you know, pit wall sort of covers and setups and build-outs. Right now, it's just sort of setup pads and toolboxes. So we'll need to pack all that stuff up, go down to Barber, and when we come back for the GP, we'll see it all. But another one that I'm seeing on Twitter, which is something we can ask our guests here. We were asked to ask former winners if they regretted dumping the milk over their heads later in the day.
Yes, absolutely. It was a horrible smell, especially towards the end of the TV interviews. You know, the satellite media tour, basically hours after the race. Yeah, that dairy product starts to set in a bit, but I would love to have that stink again. Absolutely.
I think I remember you telling me the worst was actually the following morning, doing the winners' pictures at 7 a.m. after what I'm sure was an early night, in the suit that you'd been sweating for 500 miles in, and then coated in milk. This is it. This is the moment you've ruined your Monday morning.
Yes, Monday morning, that suit was standing up for sure.
Oh my goodness. Hey, I want to say thanks to Dan Gallagher for his question about the teams taking their equipment, etc. I've got one for you. People think that, you know, people wonder what you guys think about on track, maybe during a caution when you're coming down the front or back straight. What's the craziest thought you've ever had while you're out there? What about a family vacation?
No.
What about where are we going for dinner tonight?
It's the beautiful thing about racing is
you don't think
you're so in that moment. You're in your own universe. You know, especially around this place. I hope you're not thinking about anything else, because you should be thinking about the balance, what you're doing with your tools, your weight jacker, you know, what you felt the last time through, how you can make it better, that whole thing. I mean, under yellow, yeah, maybe sometimes I'm thinking I wish I would have taken a leak before the race. But
all he's thinking about how lucky he was so many times in his career to have a teammate as great as James Hinchcliffe helping him out to all his success. And I get it's cool, man. I get that. As well, yellow has hit the track for track inspection.
The silence to that
now
statement was deafening.
I'll think about that later today.
He had a very confused look on his face. He's like, no, that thought's never crossed my mind.
This caution, by the way, is for track inspection, which is totally regular, totally normal, just to see what the conditions are. We are in the midst of this veterans segment from 10:05 through to noon Eastern, noon local and noon Eastern. For the veterans out on track. And if you're saying, hang on a second, Ryan Hunter-Reay's a veteran, why is he in the booth and not out there? Because Ryan didn't race last year, he's got to do a refresher program, which is coming up after the veterans go. And then this afternoon, we've got between 2 and 6:30. There's 4.5 hours wide open for everybody. Once the rookies have done their orientation program, once the refresher program has been completed, and IndyCar Race Control and IndyCar is satisfied with it, everybody has checked all of the boxes. RHR, you've got to go shortly. Leave us with something. What can we look for? And by the way, are you excited?
Oh, yeah, it's great to be back here, absolutely. You know, and I always said that I wanted it to be the right situation, and I feel like I'm really working with the right people. And it's kind of got an old school vibe to it, right? I've been in the same very large team for 12 years. It was nice last year to take a step back, get some perspective, see it from the outside looking in, kind of get an understanding of how other teams work, and just approaches that I had never seen before. And now here I am back at it. Missed one, and it has me energized, enthused, ready to go. Really looking forward to it. You know, there's no feeling quite like what this place can bring you to, and that's something we're just cracking it right now, right? This is the beginning of it. This is just a preemptive test to the 500, the week of the 500, but it's an important one, you know, especially for a team that's a one-off like this. for myself, having not been there before, working with some new people, some old faces as well, some old friends. It's definitely useful, and I think today is going to be might be all the running we get. So it's definitely an important day.
By the way, do you know at the beginning of last year, do you know how many times all of us, when we saw the 28 DHL Honda, we almost said, there's our HR. It was just, it just rolls off the tongue. We had to stop ourselves and say, oh, that's Romain Grosjean,
Yeah,
Anyway.
absolutely. I had been with the team for 12 years. I'd been in that car for 11, having that exact scheme probably, 10. So, yeah, I mean, it's a decade of Colin looking for that yellow, so I could see how that mistake would be had.
Well, there's only one Captain America. There he is, Ryan Hunter-Reay, RHR. Have a great day, mate. Thanks for joining us. You enjoy it. Go be fast. Well, actually, you can't be until you got to meet those speed categories. Then you can go really fast.
Controlled speed.
Controlled speed. There he is. All right, Kevin Lee, who you got?
Gavin Ward, the racing director for Arrow McLaren, superstar engineer, formerly in Formula One. He's won a championship with Joseph Newgarden over here. We're going to talk about the Arrow options in a moment, but let's just kind of talk about big picture. What are you trying to get done on a day like this, which is still 2 races away from where you're really focused on Indy?
We're starting with the basics here. Our priorities is shake down our 500 cars. We put a lot of work into these in the off season. We're trying to take care of them. Kind of step through a pretty basic and simple program, but if we come out of here with a good feel of balance, good feel of where we want to start the month of May prep, and happy drivers, then I think we call it a success.
Before we go green, let's walk around the car, kind of start from front to back, and just show me the different areas on the car where you have options. What about another 250 pounds of downforce is available? Nathan, come on in front of us, and we'll kind of do this on the fly. So what do you got here on the front wing?
On the front wing, we've got there's a whole host of different ways you can set up the front wing of these cars. So you see this main plane extension, as we call it, this a black piece of carbon there. That's what we're running there, but you can run that on either side. You can run extra wickers, gurney flaps, which, inboard or outboard, which will add extra aero balance. You can tweak the angle of that wing, and you can play with the angles of the end plates, as we call them, so the bits on the end of the front wing. So there's a whole matrix there of, literally like thousands of ways you could set this thing up, and they all have pros and cons in traffic, in clean air, and what balance you want to run.
All right, let's go around. Let's go to the outside of the car so we stay out of everybody's way. So right side of the car, I think right behind the right front wheel, you see some options there underneath the floorboard.
That's right. So we have the barge board there, the turning vane at the front of the floor. This year we have an extra option of running an additional barge board there, another inboard option, not on the car right now, as you can see. And then moving back from there, you got the hole on the front of the underwing. There's a wicker there at the back end of that forward arm, and that's this year a change from the rules is that's now an optional part. So you'll see teams playing with whether they run that or not.
You can essentially make that hole bigger or smaller.
Yeah, and it unloads or loads up the forward part of the floor. It actually shifts the balance of front and rear downforce rearwards if you take it off. So that's an interesting thing that we have to consider. But it also has drag offset and downforce offset to it.
This wicker on the side here is new this year that does a couple of different things.
Yeah, you'll see those have sprouted up on every car. Mandatory part. They're a safety feature to help reduce the chances of a car taken off in an incident. Pretty benign though, really, for the running of the car.
Anything else on the side before we go back to the back and look at the diffuser?
That's about everything on the side, yeah.
Let's go to the back and check out the diffuser, and I know there are some options there, including with the size of the strake. So that's how would we describe that? The middle piece of carbon there below the diffuser.
Yeah, that middle turning vane in the diffuser. This year we've got a taller option to that, and pretty powerful part for adding downforce to the floor. And then we've got different options of the strakes, and then you've got the sidewalls, the outboard part of the diffuser. You've got different options for those as well. You can choose to run. Changes your downforce level, changes your drag level, and again, the more you load up that part of the floor, the more you move that balance of downforce, sometimes you call it center of pressure, rearwards.
And wing angle. There are more options in the wing angle. Plus, you could see there could be a wicker there. Right now, there is no wicker on this rear wing.
That's right. So this year, we also have a different rear wing pillar option, which can allow you to go more nose down on the rear wing element. which you see teams may experiment with to add more downforce. So you can play with the angle of that wing, and then you can add. Right now, we're not running any wickers on the rear wing, but there's multiple options you can add there. And again, it's going to be a downforce drag trade-off here.
By the way, I told you this last weekend at Long Beach. On behalf of fans, broadcasters, spotters, thank you for all 4 cars looking very different. Spin around. Let's take a look back here at the NTT data car back there, how different they are. That's awesome that we've got a different look. This is a really cool part of history. McLaren loves to celebrate history.
That's it. I mean, this team's got a lot of history, and it's our 60th anniversary year. So, to do something special like this for the fans and frankly for everybody. I mean, I get goosebumps just looking at these cars. They look awesome. Just excited to get them on track.
So one more thing about what we're working on is I was talking to some people about maybe what's different from last year to this year. A lot of prep before we get to Fast Friday is on race running. There's been some conversation that, hey, maybe even before we get the extra boost, we might just work on pure speed. Qualifying is maybe more important than it was, say, 5 years ago, and we need to make sure we're starting up front. You agree with that?
Well, it's a tricky one because I think, with the added boost you get for Fast Friday, it changes the game a little bit. Yeah. So in truth, you can't really work on qualifying properly till Friday. But I think, you'll see teams doing a combination of clean air running, trying to get data. So one thing, when you're running in traffic, it's hard to use the data to measure how your tests are performing. Too much noise, basically. So you'll see teams doing a bit of trying to find a gap and get some clean runs just to learn some things from a data point of view, but the real work is done in traffic, trying to get the cars to handle well and perform well.
Question from the booth. I'll translate. Lee Diffie, go ahead.
Kevo, ask Gavin when he was at Red Bull Racing, what was it like in the team? How tense was it with multi-21 between Vettel and Webber in Malaysia?
He's asking about Vettel and Webber, Malaysia.
Multi-21.
How tense was it when multi-21 came up when you were at the Red Bull F1?
Yeah, that was one of the frostier days I had at the track, for sure. That's racing, that's drivers. It was a funny one. I was on Webber's car at that particular moment, and we thought we were going to win that one. It didn't quite pan out. Drivers will be drivers, I think, is the end result of that one.
I think we're going to go green again about a minute and a half, and I would like to not be in the way of race cars. Gavin would too. Thank you, Gavin.
Hey, no worries. Thanks
awesome to hear from the racing director there at McLaren, Gavin Ward, who, when he decides his time in racing is up, when he looks back and says that he got to work at Red Bull Racing in F1, Team Penske in IndyCar, McLaren in IndyCar, what a terrific career he's had. When Kevin was doing the walk around there, we were talking offline about one of the new components this year, which has been amended or changed or whatever you want to say, massaged, is the attenuator at the back of the car. You can see the rain light on the back of it, you can see, etc. But it is considerably longer and slightly different in shape this year.
Yeah, it's a new design for 2023. IndyCar always looking to improve safety. We talk about it all the time at the cutting edge of safety. There's the attenuator right there. It's this section. It's a carbon fiber section, and this year it is quite a bit longer. It's about 6 inches longer. It used to end about there. The rain light's been increased in size. You see it go off as the track goes green. That's also a way to signal to drivers that the track conditions are yellow. But they've changed the shape of the attenuator a little bit, and that's just to help with those rearward impacts. It's just to absorb that energy when the car goes backwards into the wall, because it attaches right onto the gearbox, very solid metal piece. You don't want the energy getting all the way to the gearbox,
right,
or else it comes straight through into the driver's back. So the attenuator, one of the big safety designs that really helped that exact type of injury. We used to see a lot of IndyCar drivers have back fractures or back breaks when they would go backwards into the wall, but it was just a hard metal gearbox into a hard concrete wall. Now we have carbon attenuators into a safer barrier. It's a much smoother ride for drivers. Don't get me wrong, it still hurts.
It's still gonna hurt.
It still sucks. But it is so much better to be racing on an oval in this generation of IndyCar than, say, 20 years ago.
How about this guy? Marcus Ericsson in the Husky Chocolate Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing. He is the championship leader and comes back to the racing capital, where he is the reigning Indianapolis 500 winner. The feeling could not be any better. And look, the amount of the race last year where he sat in 4th, in the top 10, but when it was go time, this guy drove like we have never seen him drive, and he had to deliver in the most tense and pressure cooker situation. Right at the end after a stoppage, he had to sit there and think about it, go back to ostensibly almost like a NASCAR green-white checker. It could not have been more intense, and Marcus Ericsson prevailed.
It was truly incredible. I mean, that sort of, as you say, the pressure cooker situation of the red flag late in the race. In fact, Ryan Hunter-Reay went through something almost identical when he won his 500 back in 2014. But Marcus Ericsson just absolutely doing what needs to be done in the right moment. It's so challenging as a driver. You're leading the race. He had a very healthy lead by Indy 500 standards before the yellow came out and eventually the red came out for that wreck for his teammate Jimmy Johnson. And you got to be sitting in the car just stewing in how could this happen. I had a 3+ second lead coming up to 2 laps to go, and now we're sitting here with a 2-lap shootout. But kept his composure, had a great voice in his ears. Engineer Brad Goldberg's been a huge help for Marcus as a driver, as a person, getting his head in the right spot at the right times, and brought himself not just another win, an Indy 500 win.
And only the second Swedish driver to ever win the Indianapolis 500, and the first, Kenny Brack, happened to be here last year to watch his countrymen go on and win. Hey, speaking about other countries, I want to say thanks to Dan Mullen for his note. He said, Lee, when you say hello to everybody on Sky Sports UK, don't forget to say Ireland. So, all right, Dan, sorry about that, mate. Hello to everybody watching in Ireland via Sky Sports F1 as well. And for everybody watching on Peacock, we're pleased that you're with us on this opening day of running. Here's Ed Carpenter in the bit aisle number 33. We got to see Ed run at Texas Motor Speedway. Do you know what? This guy never, at the age of 42, never ceases to amaze us, particularly at this racetrack, his home racetrack. This Indiana, this boy of Indiana, Butler University, grew up at this place, really, literally grew up at this place, and feels right at home here, performs each and every year, has come so close to winning it, has had pole, I don't know, I'm guessing 3 times or something, 2 or 3 times. Yeah. And he is just awesome. And, you know, the only owner driver in the field. Don't be surprised to see this Bitnall Chevy and Ed Carpenter feature again. For the limited amount of driving that he does each and every year, he comes to life at this place.
It really does. I mean, he was a thorn in my side in qualifying numerous times over the years. And, yeah, he knows his way around this place. And, you know, he runs all the oval races for Ed Carpenter Racing in that 33 Bitnall cars. We check out his onboard telemetry, trying to keep his foot buried in it as he follows, I believe that's Takuma Sato right in front of him in that Chip Ganassi racing machine, number 11. But yeah, it's super impressive that year after year he, you know, dusts off the helmet, gets back behind the wheel, and is consistently fast. Quick look there at the spotter stand at top turn 3 with the windsock. It's getting a little more straight than what we saw earlier.
So we have some data here in the booth that gives us ambient temperature, track temperature, gives us down to the specific all 4 corners, the track temp in each of the 4 corners, and then it gives us wind. Now at the moment, wind speed says 5 miles an hour. It's predicted to be a lot more than that today, but of course you have the gusts, and it's not always exactly what our data says.
Well, and that's exactly, you know, why those socks are there, because, you know, as Ryan alluded to when he was up here, you can sit and look at the flags while you're, you know, in pit lane and get a general sense of the conditions, but gusts can they can pop up here at the Speedway, and that's why those wind socks are so important to keep an eye on, you know, while you're running on the racetrack. The weather prediction is so good these days. These teams have very elaborate programs that will tell you not only what direction the wind's coming, when the wind's, or how hard the wind's blowing, what it'll gust to, but it also as the wind shifts throughout the day. So they'll know that at 1 o'clock in the afternoon it's coming this direction at this speed with these gusts, and then at 4 o'clock in the afternoon it's actually going to shift to this direction with these speeds and these gusts. So drivers today have a huge advantage over drivers 20 years ago that didn't have those sorts of tools, and they had to be checking those wind socks almost every lap.
All right, here's your first tip to disseminate and distinguish between the Meyer Shank Hondas of Elio Castroneves and Simon Pagenaud. Here's Simon with the center spine of the car being all pink and the outside being white. Elio is reversed, with the center being white and the side pods and the flanks of the car being predominantly pink. So when we've got those long shots and you're looking, you're saying, is that Elio or is that Simon? And I'm saying this for you guys as much as I'm saying it for us, because this is the game we play each and every year at the Speedway with the multiple cars of the respective teams, where you've got the Ganassi cars, the McLaren cars, the Penske cars, the Andretti cars, the Meyer Shank cars, whatever, all the multi-car teams, you've got to pick between them.
But what's extra frustrating at the Speedway is you have obviously a handful more cars running up to 33, but then you have some regular season drivers like Pato Award on screen running unique liveries. So we're having to learn all sorts of new stuff. And speaking of learning stuff, we're going to go to some of the Twitter questions. One of the questions that was asked was basically, does the data accumulated at the Texas Motor Speedway, being the only other super speedway on the calendar, does that translate over to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway? And the long story is not really. There are certainly things that do translate, but Texas is such a different layout, requires such a different setup mechanically, and nobody brings all their best Indy 500 bits to Texas just for fear of breaking something. So at the end of the day, just because you're fast at Texas, it does not guarantee that you're going to have that same sort of speed at Indy and vice versa. We've seen how quick Penske's been at Texas the last 2 seasons, Joseph Newgarden winning both those races. But we just talked about it at the top of the show. It really hasn't been their time at the Speedway for about 3 or 4 years now. So to answer that question, not specifically, no.
As Pato Award in that easily recognizable Arrow McLaren Chevy dives to pit road. Here is Graham Rahal. Boy, Graham has come close on multiple occasions. He too just performs so special at this place. He feels, well, nobody feels like they're owed, because this place doesn't owe anybody anything. You have to really earn it. But if anybody can step up here, it's the driver of the United Rentals Honda for sure. And is this going to be the event? Keep in mind, we've got 2 others before we get to the Indianapolis 500. Barber Motorsports Park next weekend, by the way, for the first permanent road course of the year.
I mean, he's had some strong ones, like you said. It was, 2 third-place finishes are his best here. I want to say it was 2021 when he had a really strong car and a really great strategy forming before a wheel nut did not get secured on one of the rear tires. I believe it was the left rear, spun coming out of pit lane, hit the wall. It was a heartbreaking moment for Graham Rahal. Just after a set of green flag stops, you look there, inside rear tire changer, you can see that hesitation. He was not quite convinced, and look at him. He knows right then and there, and then on the warm-up lane, tire falls off. Graham's so lucky not to be collected by one of the race cars on track.
Watch this, boing.
Connor Daly gets into it, another win for the aero screen, but just look at the dejection in Graham Rahal. By far his best chance to win the race. It was coming together nicely late in the going. And that's Indy. You just see the emotion behind this place. Packed grandstands all around you, and in that moment, all you can think about is how bad luck can one person have at the race here.
You know this guy so well. You've gone wheel to wheel with him many times. The bravery factor is never in question with Graham Rahal. He's ready to go. He's ready to win his first Indianapolis 500. The question begs, will it be this year? Actually, let me correct myself, one of 4 Rahal Letterman Lanigan cars, Catherine Legg being the 4th. Welcome back to the Speedway, Catherine. We'll talk more about her in a moment. Talking about coming back to the Speedway, Stefan Wilson is back. And with more on Steph, and let's hear from him, is Kevin Lee.
Yeah, thank you. In a combined effort with Dreyer and Reinbold, Cusick Motorsports, the Carekeepers number 24, will be on track here in a little bit. Welcome back to Indianapolis.
Thank you, Kevin. It's great to be back. It's April, but it feels like May already, and I just wish we weren't going home at the weekend. We were just staying here and just doing multiple weeks of practice. I can't wait to get up to speed. We've done an install check this morning. Everything was perfect with the car, and just looking to get out there, get through that refresher program, and start mixing up with these boys. I'm jealous just sitting here and seeing everyone out on track.
So let's talk about the program this year. You're joining Dreyer and Reinbold, who's always had good cars. They were really strong. We heard Ryan Hunter-Reay earlier saying, I kind of looked at what some other teams were doing and what they were doing, and I was sold. How about you?
Absolutely. I mean, they did a really good job last year. They're known for showing up and being and executing. The crew, the guys that work on the cars back at the shop, they're just really passionate. They're passionate about this place, about this race, and they want to execute. And you can see that in every aspect of the team and everything they're doing. They're dedicated, they're passionate, and they're not leaving any stone unturned. So I love that. I love this race as well. So it just drives really well with what I want to achieve and the rest of the Cusick Motorsports group as well. Like, we're all committed and dedicated to this race.
You've kind of run the gamut in situations like last year where it was multiple crews pieced together. It took a lot of work, and at this time last year, I know you didn't think it was going to happen. You've been with big teams like Andretti before. What's this situation like? What's the lead and the prep time been for this car to get ready?
It feels like the best opportunity I've ever had, and even being able to be part of teams like Andretti Autosport, which they do a phenomenal job, but being that additional car, you're sort of a little bit compromised a little bit, and I've never been able to do this test in April, so we just showed up in that practice week and had to get thrown in the deep end and get up to speed as quick as I can, and it always feels like I'm rushed, so this having the program done so early, we had it done I think in November, just gave us so much more time to be prepared and just be ready for this, and I feel ready right now. So I feel as good as I've ever been at the start of the Indy 500 event. So yeah, very thankful, very grateful for the opportunities that I've had. I mean, I've been on the outside looking in at this time of year a couple of times, missing, led laps in 2018. It was the best month I've had, and it was really, really strong. And at the end of it, it was just, there was nothing, there was no, I had no prospects to come back, and missed 2019. I tried and missed again in 2020, and even though I was trying all year to be part of this event. So really in 2021, I sort of thought it was over, this whole journey of the Indy 500. So I've been in that situation, and being back here, having this opportunity, I just super grateful.
Well, we probably need to tell the story again of how it did get resurrected, and just a chance meeting and conversation with Don Cusick, who is now a co-entrant of your car.
That's right, yeah. I mean, I owe it all to Don Cusick, meeting him, and just, we had, like-for-like passions. He was a big Indy 500 fan, had a huge passion for Indy 500, and met me, and met someone that had led it, and we just hit it off, and the rest is history, so can't thank Don enough, and I know he's probably watching at home, so he wishes he was here, but he'll be here in May. Can't wait to have him with us, and thankful to all the Cusick Motorsports partners, Carekeepers coming on board this year, and Sierra Pacific, who's been with us for 3 years, so very thankful to the whole group of partners that made this all happen.
Hey, Steph, it's Hinch up in the booth. Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
All right, buddy. Well, hey, welcome back to the Speedway. So great to see you here again, back in a race car, back in a competitive ride. But I got to ask, with a new team, but also with a new teammate, talk to me about how cool it is to get to work alongside a guy with the amount of experience here at the Indianapolis 500 as Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, it's hugely exciting. I know there was a couple of good drivers that Ryan Reinbold was talking to for that second seat. And, I got down to the final two, and I was happy either way. I knew they were going to be good guys. But, having worked with Ryan at Andretti in 2018 and in 2021, I felt like we have very similar wants from the car, just from that time working together. So I feel like we're going to work really well together this month. And so far, it's been really good to, spend a little bit more time with him. At Andretti, there's so many cars, I think 6 at the time, and then there was the 2 Shank cars that we never actually got to spend any time with each other as teammates. So this year, I think I've already spent more time with him than I did those entire 2 years at Andretti. So yeah, really, what he says is you know, when he gets out the car is gospel. I mean, he's won this race, you know, so you just a lot of respect there from me to him, and you know, hope to earn that respect from him as well over the course of the month.
Steph, Lee Diffie here. How are you, mate?
Yeah, doing good, thanks. How you doing, Diff?
Very well, very well. Terrific to see you back. I echo Hinch and Kevin's sentiments. Quick question, because we got to see our dear friend and teammate Townsend Bell do it for a long time. But in addition to that, he was racing sports cars. How difficult is the challenge to do the one-off? To come back because you're not a full-time racer anymore? How much of a challenge is that? Because it's twofold, right? You've got to be a businessman, you've got to put this deal together with Don Cusick and all of your sponsors, and you've got to manage that kind of business side of it, financial side of it, but then you've got to put your helmet and your hands device and your driving suit on, and then you've got to actually go out there and do the job. So how difficult is that to do it just once a year?
It's another challenge to the whole journey, but you know, you've got to learn as a driver very early in your career. You've got to compartmentalize. You know, you've got to have all those aspects, and I think the challenges that I've faced in my career to get to here has really set me up quite well to be able to cover all those different aspects of being an IndyCar driver these days. So you know, you've just got to learn to compartmentalize and be able to trust the rest of the group around you. I'm very fortunate to be able to work with the Cusick Motorsports group. They've got you know, Anders Krohn, who I've worked with him for years anyway. So it feels like a very close-knit group, and I can trust all of those guys to do what they need to do to get the rest of the program to be successful. And when it gets down to April, I can sort of just turn my attention and fully focus on May. You know, it's difficult. I mean, I haven't been in IndyCar in a whole year, so today it was nice to just get the dust off and just get out there and at least do the install and get through refresher, and I'll feel even better and even more comfortable. But you know, it's definitely not super ideal, but fortunately at Indy there's so many days of practice that we have a good opportunity to get up to speed, more so than if I was jumping in at Long Beach, for instance, where it's, you know, 2 practice sessions and then we're qualifying. So you know, it's another challenge, but I'm ready to handle it.
By the way, you mentioned Anders Krohn, our former co-worker here at NBC Sports. He and I did a lot of airtime on these days in the past. Where's Anderson? We can use him. We've got 8.5 hours today.
He's here.
Then he's going to be on later today.
He's working.
Okay, we'll get him on. All right, so you mentioned that you normally don't get these 2 days to get prepared. So what's kind of the basic run plan? How focused are you on speed? Is it handling? What's the to-do list for today?
I think we need to get through refresher and, you know, try and get that done as quickly as we can. So then we can get into the group, and I think the main focus today is just handling and being in race running. So race trim, getting as much traffic as possible and seeing how our car is handling in the dirty air. So that's really the focus for this afternoon. And you know, with the weather looking like it is for tomorrow, we've got to make use of all the track time that we can today. So it's going to be busy. I've just eaten lunch and I'm ready to be in the car the whole afternoon. So, you know, yeah, so I can't thank all the Dry and Reinbold crew, you know, Dennis and Chase. They've just, Dennis, Chase, and Brett, they've just welcomed me into their group, and very appreciative of how much dedication and how much preparation they've put into this.
It's great to have you back in a proper effort this year that has a real chance. 5th Indy 500 appearance for Stefan Wilson, Dreyer and Reinbold, Cusick Motorsports. We'll see him on track here in a little bit, guys.
Again, welcome back, Steph. Good stuff. And caution comes out. Is this for further track inspection? My guess would be that's what it's for. And we have had that confirmed. There's a good question, and this isn't on Twitter, but Stefan just mentioned, hey, I've had lunch already, I'm ready to go for the full afternoon. How did you manage your food throughout the day, or throughout, say, a day like this?
Yeah, you didn't. It's a challenging day. I mean, normally days at the Speedway start at 11 or noon, and you can be in the car almost the entire time, so you're normally scheduled to have one major back in the garage, you know, change done at some point during the afternoon, and that's kind of when you would have your lunch. You would plan for a big breakfast kind of maybe a bit later in the day, just because you knew you were getting into the car and going to spend a couple hours there.
But you don't eat breakfast.
I don't eat breakfast, so I'd have an early lunch that was usually not appropriate for 10:30 in the morning. But yeah, it can be a huge challenge actually, and same thing for the crews as well, right?
Sure.
I mean, all the crew members are busting getting these cars ready in the morning and then towing them out and standing all day in pit lane. So it's sometimes if the engineers have their way, we'd run all day, but they realize sometimes you gotta pit for lunch.
All right, we'll make a pit stop while everybody else does as well. And during this caution period for track inspection, let's hit the rewind button. Let's have a look in the rear view mirror at Texas Motor Speedway. This is a very demanding race. 28 cars in this field. That's the biggest field in more than a decade.
Pace car is off. You have the field.
Felix Rosenquist, who was on the pole a year ago for Arrow McLaren, will lead the field of green here in the PPG 375.
Clear by 1. Dixon's run half a lane higher. Clear by 1.
Looking outside. 2-car big run.
Inside. Clear.
Oh, someone's into the wall. I think that's Sato.
Hold on. We're in the wall. You okay, buddy? Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry, boys. Hey, watch the 10. Here we are. 10's coming out. Here we go. Oh, get up. Okay. What the am I supposed to do then?
Yeah, we did good. We said stay inside. He's coming across you. He should have waited.
That's not our fault, right? Nope, not at all. They sent the 10 out right into the side of you, bud. You did fine. They're saying drive through car 7. I'm sorry, what?
You hear him jump on the gas. Green. Here we go. Racing again in Texas.
Mate, no one is saving fuel.
We do think Newgarden is in a slightly leaner map, so we can try grade 3 or 7.
Hit this lap.
Newgarden is pitted. We are trying to stretch this as far as we can. This is good for us at the moment, so just keep plugging along here.
Still there.
Newgarden does not want to relinquish that lead. O'Ward has something more to say about it.
Wow, that was a forceful demonstration from Pato O'Ward.
No pressure behind. Big lead on the 28th third.
You're crushing it right now, man. Our strategy right now is to get through these guys as quick as possible. Doing a great job. Just for reference, Dixon is P5. That's who you're starting to lap.
Big. Keep working at it, Scott. We got a long way to go. Still 98 laps. Fuel!
Yep, copy that. You'll pit this lap. We have an absolute rocket ship, so just nice and easy on the marks right now.
Stay on the top here. Oh, he's wrecking behind you. Yellow's out.
You all right, bud?
Yeah, should I bring it back or stop?
Nah, it's pretty jacked.
I saw the Penskes went in to get a splash, so they'll be full push.
We don't actually quite get that, because with the full tank right now, you can't add a ton. I don't really know what that gained them. It's a pretty big save as well. It's not going to be a huge help to them.
Here we go. The PPG 375 fires back into life. David Malukas went on the grass there on the inside as Pato O'Ward streaks away. Here comes Newgarden in that blue and white PPG Chevy.
You're saving fuel right now. Let him lead.
Looking inside. Clear. We are happy to sit here in the draft and get our fuel.
Easy. We're in the wall. Just hold it up there.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Got my bell rung a little bit.
All right, so what's happening here? You have Palau, Grosjean, Herta, Scott Dixon, who stayed out. They are leading the field.
Watch this 5.
It's going to get racy, guys.
This is it. The 5 of the 2 are going to be so aggressive here.
Let's go back to racing here in Texas. Who is going to win this one is the big question to be answered.
Still there, 5's on the box. With you, going to split you here, middle of three, all clear.
That took about 2 laps for Pato O'Ward to go to the front.
2 cars in the wall. Graham Rahal.
Devlin DiFrancesco, I believe, as well.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go, man. I mean, literally nowhere to go.
Now we go again.
3 back, 2 back to the 10, and a 2, and a 26.
You're back in your mirrors. You're going to have a little run here. In your mirrors. Looking outside. 3 to go. Still there, bud. 2 to go.
2 to go.
Even with the 18. Clear.
Looks like Grosjean crashed.
Grosjean.
Caution's out.
Come on, man. Low. All clear.
Oh,
For the leader, my man.
You are the leader.
That will be the day. Checkered flag is out. The PPG 375 at Texas Motor Speedway is won by Joseph Newgarden.
All you. All you guys. Great job. I'm torn on these donuts. I kind of want to save this thing. Be smart. I agree. I'm going to go to victory lane. You know the way. I was one on the board for this year.
Tell you what, if that's any indication of what we're in for oval competition after the only oval so far this year, we're in for a fantastic month of May and the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. That is for sure. What's this guy going to give us? Connor Daly led 7 laps last year, led 40 laps the year before. He, like his team owner and teammate, Ed Carpenter, he seems to find another gear, so to speak, here at the Speedway.
Yeah, I mean, this obviously, like you say, his owner and fellow Hoosier, Ed Carpenter. So Connor Daly he was literally raised at this place, grew up just down the street. This event means more to him than anything else in the world. He's done 9 of them so far. I think the footage of Mother Beth celebrating every lap of his first qualifying attempt back in 2013 is still one of my favorite bits of footage. Just, you can see the passion, the enthusiasm that this family has for this race. And this man, Ed Carpenter, giving Connor an opportunity to get behind the wheel of the number 20 machine. It's a huge deal. And as you say, Connor's run well here in the past. This team always shows up in a big way to the Speedway. So it's going to be exciting to see what all 3 of them can do. Their teammate on the team, Rinus VeeKay, one of the most impressive qualifying runs, resumes of any driver here. He's done 3 Indy 500s with a worst start of 4th. So that just shows the pace that Ed Carpenter Racing brings to the track, and the fact that Rinus VeeKay year after year is able to just extract that out of the car. It's always an organization to watch.
Hey, here's an interesting question that's come in, Hinch, and not that we want to talk about weather, but it is a very valid question because the drivers and teams have to deal with it frequently throughout the month of May with all of the practice sessions, etc. Is how different is this surface once it has rained?
It's a great question, and the short answer is it depends on 2 different things. One, how long since it's last rained, which really means how much rubber's down on the track.
Yep.
And how long did it rain for? And so, if we're talking, Friday, if we're at Fast Friday already and we have a complete washout and it rains, then by Saturday morning, it's a very different racetrack. You've had 4 days of a lot of practice, a lot of rubber down, and a heavy rain. You go back to sort of these, we call them green track conditions, which is essentially what everybody showed up here this morning to. If it's a light rain, we lose the track for an hour or 2, and we're only in the first day of practice, it doesn't actually feel that much different. The safety team does a great job of getting the track dried up, and the track group here at Indianapolis does a great job of getting everything ready to go. So yeah, like I said, it really just sort of depends on a few of those factors.
I want to thank Tim Ship, and that's with 2 P's for Peter. Tim Ship for that question. I want to go through some of the circuit updates that IndyCar shared with us this morning on a bulletin that went across for everybody. Minor crack repair has taken place in some corners. The yard of bricks has been replaced and reprofiled. There they are, the most famous finish line in all of motorsports, and it has a fresh look. From where we look on the from the pagoda on the 9th floor, it seems just on the track, not carrying through to pit lane and beyond. There are 22 new safer wall panels installed primarily in turns 1 and 2, and after turn 2 last year, I'm not surprised, because here's the rundown. Rinus VeeKay, turn 2 wall accident. Callum Ilott, turn 2 wall accident. Romain Grosjean, turn 2 wall accident. Scott McLaughlin, he was down in turn 3. Jimmy Johnson, turn 2. And at the end of the race, Sage Karam was turn 2. So there's been 22 new safer wall panels replaced there. And then this is an interesting one, Hinch. Dashed line added for reference purposes on the exit of turn 4 to the pit lane attenuator? Just help with guidance.
Yeah, so when you come off of 4, you know, we in the race obviously we pit off of 4, and you see there that dash line. The diagonal solid line's always been there. That's sort of a reference point for drivers to funnel themselves into pit lane, but that dash line just giving you a little bit more reference as to where the actual width of the race surface goes. And I imagine some of that comes from Marcus Ericsson doing the newly coined dragon move down the front straightaway there, as he unleashed the dragon, so to speak, coming off of 4, running to the white flag, going all the way sort of head on with the attenuator. My suspicion is at some point in the month it might be discussed between race control and the drivers that they don't want drivers not pitting to cross that line. That's just speculation. That's just my thinking as to why they maybe put that dotted line there.
By the way, no track treatment applied since the RPE treatment last applied to the racing surface pit lane and the warm-up and decel lanes on November 1/21. Hey, in a moment, we're going to hear from Kevin Lee and Augustine Canapino, but we do need to address something that is very, very serious. In the aftermath of the Long Beach Grand Prix, IndyCar released a statement that said, over the last 24 hours, some of our drivers have been the target of disrespectful and inappropriate online abuse. There is no place for this behavior in our sport. While fierce competition and rivalry will always be a mainstay of IndyCar racing, it is important to showcase and celebrate these attributes with ultimate respect and concern for the well-being of our competitors. IndyCar is a community that should always strive to build upward with support and appreciation for one another. There was a lot of online abuse centered and targeted to Callum Ilott from Augustine Canapino supporters from Argentina. It was pretty terrible stuff. I believe Pato Award received a little bit as well. There is no place for that in this sport. We're here to celebrate everybody, no matter where you come from around the world, because IndyCar, while it is an American sport at heart, it is international in its flavor and in its appeal. And so for Callum, everybody feels for him that he was the target of that. But reiterating IndyCar's statement and stance on this, that there is no place for that. And we have to say too that Augustine Canapino echoed those sentiments and said this is not cool, right? So please do not do this. I know I've got a lot of fans, but this is not the way to celebrate me racing in IndyCar. Kevin Lee with more.
And while we have Augustine, I think there's a lot of things we can talk about. I think fans are really going to enjoy getting to know him, especially with a lot of time on Peacock in the month of May. But I know that's something after Long Beach you wanted to get across. You posted on social media. Whatever happened is not to blame of your teammate Callum Ilott.
Yes, of course. It's clear. These things always can happen. It's part of racing. We have bad luck, not more than that. It's not new. The problem is in social media. It's a world problem with the social media. It's really good for some things, of course, but for some moment it's really bad, and it's good to send a clear message, because it's important to understand. Maybe behind the phone it's really easy to talk, but for two people it's hard. So it's important to send that message, but honestly, it's part of unfortunately, it's part of the social media, and the bad part of the social media. So that's it. And now I am focused on the rookie test here in Indy.
We'll get to that next, but you have been one of the great stories this year. 12th in your first 2 races. You've never done, you're a champion in touring cars, a multi-time champion, but IndyCar racing is totally new. How much have you surprised yourself with the results you've gotten to start this season? What did you expect?
No, honestly, much better than I expected. The first 2 races were really well. Long Beach too, I had a good pace to finish and in a good position, but I had a problem in the second stint of the race, and that's it. But the pace were there, and now I am doing a dream. It's like a dream come true, because I always watch Indy 500 on TV my whole life, and I can't believe it be here. Honestly, for me, I am come from very far from here in another country in South America. So for us, everything is it's really difficult for us. Being here with this opportunity, I am really grateful and I'm really happy.
You're a racing driver, so I'm sure even in Argentina, people ask you about the Indy 500. Was that ever a specific goal? Did you ever think there was any chance that you would do this race?
Honestly, not. I didn't expect that, so thank you to Ricardo, Brad Hollinger, the whole sponsors, because it's a big opportunity for me, and honestly, I'm really focused. I am working a lot for that. Texas race was really, really great. Much better than I never expected. I feel so well. My second open wheel race, battling with Pasena, Power, Ericsson, Castroneves. So an amazing experience, and now we see what's happened here. Of course, the goal is the same: finish the race, try to learn, and grow in step by step.
Did you really not know any English 4 or 5 months ago?
Never in my life.
That's amazing.
Never in my life. Yes. I never speak English anywhere, in any moment. So when Ricardo told me, okay, I have the chance for you, at the moment I talked with Ricardo, I started to learn with a teacher, with the apps, watching movies, watching series. So I haven't the best English, but at least I can talk.
All right, we'll look forward to talking to you after you've been in the car today and see what you think about this place for more than an install op. Thank you, Augustine.
Thank you.
This guy's going to be fun, guys. I can't wait to get to know him a little bit more throughout the season, and certainly here in the month of May.
We talk to Augustine each and every weekend, but I especially remember speaking with him and his girlfriend before Texas Motor Speedway, and he told me about his rookie orientation test there, and he said, oh boy, this place, like nothing else, massive respect. And he was talking about Texas Motor Speedway. What's it going to be like when he gets out on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway here shortly for the very first time?
Yeah, well, it is a different experience. There's no doubt about that. I mean, Texas Motor Speedway, obviously a full mile shorter than Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but not that much slower in terms of average speed. So you get those really, really big top speeds here into turn 1, into turn 3. The feeling of the car is so much different because there's so much less banking here. So it's almost more intimidating in some ways, a little less predictable than Texas, but both tracks very unique, very challenging, and yeah, he's going to have a lot of fun. I look forward to when he gets his first run on Fast Friday, when we get the boost turned up and you're really hitting those big speeds, 230 mile an hour averages. That's when I think it's going to be a big eye-opening experience for all the rookies.
How big a deal is it? And this is something that here we're looking at 2 of the youngest drivers in the field, in Rinus VK at the front and then David Malukas behind. What is the bigger obstacle or hurdle? Is it you just getting your mind around this track, or is it in addition to how you behave in traffic and how your car behaves?
It's that, it's more.
It's all of the above.
It's all of the above and then some. You know, the one of the biggest things here at the Speedway is training your body and training your mind to feel the tiny little things that are making a difference to this race car. When you're on a road course or a street circuit, you feel every bump, you feel all the movement in the car because they're much bigger. As you get to these high-speed ovals, those movements, those differences are so much smaller. You have to recalibrate all your senses. That's what you're feeling through your hands, what you're feeling through your seat, through your back. So that way when you make these small changes, you know that actually is like a pretty decent change in feeling in the car. So once you sort of tuned yourself into that, that's I think when you can really start making the big progress. The traffic running, that comes. We have a lot of practice here over May. We get a lot of time to run in traffic. So it seems like the last 2 hours of every practice day are just group running, everybody out there. And so that sort of comes with experience. That tuning of the senses is a little bit of a tougher thing because you can't just watch video and learn that. You can watch video of old races, of practice sessions in group running and maybe pick up some tips. Nobody can teach you how to feel the car. It's something you just have to naturally do.
25 minutes left in this veteran session. All of these cars went out for an installation lap right at 10 o'clock local and Eastern this morning. They came back in, did a check, and then at 10:05 everybody was released through, and now until noon for the veteran session. Then they'll take a break, they'll take a pause, they'll maybe go and grab some lunch and debrief with their respective teams. And then we move in to the rookie orientation program and refresher program, which we had Ryan Hunter-Ray, we heard from Steph Wilson, they'll be both part of that refresher program. So too will Catherine Legg. We've got 3 rookies, we just heard from one of them in Augustine Canapino. So there are various speed segments that they must adhere to as they go from a set speed to faster. And you have to show your consistency and your ability to hold the car at those speeds for a set and a prescribed period of time. I'll walk you through those when we get to that phase. But here is the remainder of the day. We're with you live all the way through on Peacock. Wherever you're watching us, thanks for being with us. By the way, thanks for your questions on Twitter. IndyCar on NBC or Hinch's Twitter handle, mine, Kevin Lee's. Marty Snyder's going to join us a little later in the day, working all the way through. Happy birthday to our teammate Townsend Bell for yesterday. The Slacker's probably swimming in the Pacific Ocean right now off Malibu.
You know what? I've got a feeling you might be watching. I got a feeling you might be tuning in.
Maybe.
Well, he just texted me about something we said on air, so I know for a fact that he's tuning in.
While he's walking along the beach?
Well, yeah, he's definitely laying on a beach with a pina colada, enjoying the Malibu surf, which I imagine is very similar conditions, Kevin Lee, to what you've got down there in pit lane.
I was chatting, so I haven't heard all the conversation, getting some intel, but, you know, it's gone from sunny to overcast. It's kind of breezy now. Not super windy. It's just really a nice day right now. One of the things I've kind of been looking into about I was going to say an hour ago, I walked by the 27, the most recent winter pit with Kyle Kirkwood, and I saw him out of the car looking just like he's looking right now, sitting there with his helmet on. And I asked Brian Herta, anything going on? And he said, no, we got plenty of time. We really don't need all this time today, so we're going to pace ourselves. I came back again, still the same look. He's still done nothing more than an install lap. So I checked in with Brian again, and he said, okay, now we do have an issue. We have a telemetry issue, and they thought it was going to be sorted very quickly, no problem, but they can't monitor the car, so not only could that be a safety issue, they wouldn't know if a tire is going down or anything else, and they just wouldn't learn a whole lot. So that's why you've seen mechanics inside the cockpit trying to sort that out, but they're not going to run the car, and Hinch, you can explain that a little bit more, without basically the pit being able, the computers, to communicate and know what the car is doing.
Yeah, I mean, this is really what testing is all about. If you don't have telemetry, you know, the cars are equipped with hundreds of sensors that beam information back to the pit stand in real time. They also log it in a central computer in the car itself. And if that's not working, the telemetry, the remote telemetry is what the issue seems to be. You wouldn't be able to see anything until the car gets back to pit lane and downloaded. And that's certainly not ideal. And as Brian says, when you have this much time, there's no need to rush it. There's no need to go out unless you have absolutely everything sorted on your end. So, you know, frustrating for the driver sitting there with his helmet on, really eager to get out there. But you want to make sure you go through all these processes and get everything sorted, so that way when you show up for first practice in May, everything's dialed in.
And it's fortunate that it's happened now. Last year in the race, I remember Alex Palou and Chip Ganassi Racing suffered it mid-race, like during the race, and it went on for a prolonged period of time. Speaking of Ganassi, Marcus Ericsson on track, reigning Indy 500 champ, and is the top speed setter at the moment. I want to take you back just a few days ago to the streets of Long Beach in the Acura Grand Prix, and appropriately a Honda driver won in a Honda sweep. He also won the pole. That is the driver we were just talking about, Kyle Kirkwood, second-year driver, got out of the pits ahead of his teammate Romain Grosjean. That's only part of the story. He had to survive an earlier skirmish and dominated the race to get his maiden NTT IndyCar Series win. He has said in the subsequent days, this is a day I will remember for my entire life.
And he will. That is absolutely true.
Well, you know, you've done it. He enjoyed watching that. It was special. Got to speak with him after the event, and he was buzzing. He was inundated with messages of congratulations, and just what a mature race he was the architect of.
Oh, I mean, it was a brilliant weekend, really, from start to finish for Kyle. He was strong in practice. That call in Q2 and qualifying to save those sticker reds for the Firestone Fast Six was brilliant. And then his execution on Sunday, even when he lost the lead to Joseph, got nearly caught up in a couple different situations on track, but kept his head, kept his composure, saved fuel when he had to, pushed when he had to. It was a brilliant drive.
Here he is, the driver we like to call Santucci. Santino Ferrucci. Paul Tracy nicknamed him that. Have to give PT credit. Four races, as you've seen on that graphic on screen, but Santino has just the most incredible record. He's never been out of the top 10 in the Indianapolis 500. Got Rookie of the Year back in 2019. He's had a 7th, a 4th, a 6th, and a 10th. Let's take you back to 2019. We've shown you this umpteen times. Huge crash. And then check this out. Somehow he finds the magical open gate, gassed it up across the grass. Let's go for that ride. Went down 2 gears and then got stuck into the throttle.
On the gas, across the grass. I shudder every time I watch that on board. Just such a crazy call to go across the grass on an oval like that. But man, thread the needle, got it done. And like you say, the track record here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway speaks for itself. And no doubt that was a huge factor in Larry Foyt and the AJ Foyt operation in considering, you know, Santino for a full season ride.
So I've got a question here from journalist, PR man, author, and all-round good guy, Jade Gers. And he wants to talk about kind of traditions, so to speak. I'll give you an example. At the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Mr. Le Mans, Tom Christensen, had a pre-race ritual where he had to be interviewed by Calvin Fish, our IMSA buddy,
Yes.
Calvin Fish, right? Tom would not, it wasn't complete if Calvin didn't interview him live on the grid or at least live on the broadcast. So Jade Gers says here, loving the coverage on Peacock. I've got a question for Mr. Hinchtown. During my days at Andretti Autosport, I know that James always scheduled a pre-race interview with the famous Canadian journalist, Mr. Sandman. Now that you're on TV, Hinch, do you still schedule a pre-race visit with Mr. Sandman?
No, Mr. Sandman is retired, Jade, but yeah, that was the story there was, you know, my first day in the shop at Andretti Autosport back in the winter, early months of 2012. I sat down with the then head of PR, then Ryan Rigsby, now Ryan Weatherford, and she said, okay, well, let's just go through a race weekend. Is there anything I need to know? Any special requests you have? Anything dietary? Anything like that? And I told her that, you know, my only thing that I really sort of bank on is I need about a 30-minute window before any afternoon session, somewhere in between the morning and afternoon session, where I could just go and I would nap. That was sort of my thing in between sessions. It's kind of a way to reset, and some drivers meditate, whatever it is. For me, it was just close my eyes and try to clear my head. And she immediately started laughing at me and said, it's adorable that you think you're going to have a 30-minute window on a race day to do that. So the only way we could get around it was by putting on the schedule that's dispersed and distributed to the entire race team that I had an interview with Mr. Sandman. And so for the longest time, nobody really caught on to it. And then eventually someone was like, who is this Mr. Sandman? What kind of piece are they doing on James that they're interviewing him every day? And how come I've never seen anything? So eventually I was outed, but that was, yes, that was my thing for a long time.
You gonna try that with NBC?
I'm probably going to let that one go. I don't think I'm going to call anybody from PR up and say, hey, I need you to throw this in the weekend calendar.
Exactly. Well, guess what? It is terrific to see Catherine Legg back at the Speedway. She's going to drive for Rahal Letterman Lanigan, and she's with our Kevin Lee. Kevo?
And we've seen a lot of Catherine over the last decade in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, winning races, oftentimes in an Acura in the Honda family. But it's been a decade since you've been in an IndyCar. You got a taste at Texas a couple of weeks ago. What was that like?
I love how everybody makes me even more nervous by telling me how long I haven't been in the car. Thanks for that. No, it was great. It was good to shake off the cobwebs and kind of get to gel with the team and just doing a low pressure situation, you know, like figure a lot of things out. I'm still figuring them out, honestly. You know, it's all the auxiliary things, the weight jacket strategy, like how you come into pit lane exit, and all those kind of things that I'm working on more than actually driving the car. Like actually when you're on track and you're just driving the car and it's just you, it's peaceful. You don't have any of the other things going on. So I can't wait to get back out there and just get rid of the nerves and just go fast again.
One of the reasons we're all optimistic for you is you've got a real chance. You're not just coming in, well, in some case, on weekend of qualifying, but you're going to get these 2 days. How big is this before you actually get into the month of May?
Yeah, it's huge. You know, the team have been phenomenal. I've had time in the simulator. I've had time watching video. I did Texas, and now we got these 2 days. We've got the test, obviously, in the month coming up. So there's a lot, and they're very, very well prepared, and they're very organized and uber professional. Like, even in the decade since I did it before, they're like Formula One teams now, you know. So there's a level of comfort that comes with that. But there's also pressure. You know, they don't give me any time to acclimatize. They expect that I'm on it straight away. So I guess at least doing the rookie orientation refresher thing, I get some laps to kind of chill at my own pace.
So while we all make a big deal about it's been a while for an IndyCar, one example is Townsend Bell did this race every year and drove the exact same type of sports car that you're doing, a GTD, a GT3 car. So racing is racing. How much does still being in the seat regularly prepare you to do this event?
Oh, I think it's huge. I'm not sure that you could do it very easily without being racing, because it keeps everything sharp and it keeps you in the zone, and you keep fit, you keep training, you keep, like, it's everything. It's just a little change in the kind of cars and the kind of racing. It's not absolutely everything that I have to learn again, you know, like get my eye back in, get my reaction time down or anything like that. So
I think it's almost go time, so I'm going to let you get ready to go to work in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Catherine, welcome back. Even though we see you all the time at the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, terrific to see you back here at the Speedway. And so too, Devlin DiFrancesco. Here he is, the young Canadian for Andretti Steinbrenner Autosport in this capstone entry. He learned a lot last year, like everybody does in their first experience in the month of May. Not just the Indianapolis 500, the month of May, because it is it's a learning experience in totality, right? Holistically, everything. And you'll hear us refer to the cadence of the month, because it's not just about the race, and it's not just about qualifying and the elongated process that is qualifying, but it's about building your binder of experience starting from today.
Yeah, and there are just so many different elements of the month that the driver has to go through for the first time as a rookie. You know, you go through this open test, you learn a lot about the racetrack, about the race car, about the details of driving in Indianapolis. Then you get in to the practice week after the GP, and then you're on a much stricter schedule when it comes to the engineering side of things, what test items you have to knock off the list for your team, etc. Every afternoon you're normally going to get into your race running, like we've talked about, start to get a comfort for traffic. Then you've got your first Fast Friday, really getting into qualifying prep for the first time. Then you go into your first qualifying weekend as a rookie, and that is probably the most stressful and scary part of the year, really. Not just from a sense of, am I going to make the race or not? It's also the scariest in terms of being in the race car. Those 4 laps at qualifying speeds with minimal downforce on the car is about as terrifying as it gets when wheeling an IndyCar for a season. Then you have to go through your first carb day, your first race day, all the ancillary events that are tied to this event, whether it's media commitments, things at night for certain sponsors, the parade, all these, you know, all the pomp and circumstance, all the tradition behind this thing. When you experience it for the first time as a rookie, it can be incredibly overwhelming. And so for a driver like Devlin DiFrancesco here, it's great to have that year under your belt. You've done it all. You know what to expect. You can prepare in an entirely different way. And I think we're going to see, you know, all these second-year drivers, guys like Kyle Kirkwood himself, David Malukas right in front there, having much stronger months all around.
You will hear, as you have in years gone by, but you'll hear this year, Townsend and Hinch in particular, and you'll hear this. You'll hear the engineering crews. You'll hear the strategists. You'll hear whatever voice is in the driver's head and in their ears, whether it's the spotters, it doesn't matter. You'll hear those voices, and you'll hear James and Townsend mention about using the tools. If it looks like they're just driving through 4 corners and this looks easy, you could not be more mistaken. I want to get you to yet another question, and this is, how many tools do the drivers have at their disposal while in the car, and what do they do?
Right, so while on track, you have roughly 3 tools in the cockpit that you can make adjustments to. The first one we'll talk about are the roll bars. You have a front anti-roll bar and a rear anti-roll bar. And essentially, that is either stiffening or softening the roll across the front or rear axis. So there's a little lever in the car. On the right-hand side is your front bar, on the left-hand side is your rear bar, and you can stiffen or soften that bar as needed for new tires, full fuel, old tires, low fuel, running out in clean air, running behind 1 car, behind 3 cars, behind 10 cars. All of those things will be adjusted given those conditions. Wind conditions changing can also make you want to jump on the bars and make adjustments. The other things the drivers have inside the cockpit is 2 buttons on the steering wheel that control the weight jacker. The weight jacker is a motorized extension piece on the right rear corner that essentially extends and raises the right rear ride height or lowers the right rear ride height. And what that essentially is doing is either putting more weight on the left front or on the right front tire, which has a massive effect on the handling of the car. So you can tune all 3 of those tools in combination. Sometimes you'll try to use a weight jacker to put more left front weight on, get more front end in the corner, make the front end a little sharper, but that might start upsetting the rear. So one thing you can do to counteract that is go a little bit softer on the rear roll bar. So finding the combination of weight jacker position, front bar position, rear bar position that's perfect for the car in those conditions is a huge challenge, and something you have to think about and calculate while you're driving 240 miles an hour with 32 other cars on track. But then, like I said, as soon as your circumstances change, you have to then change the tools. If you pass a car and all of a sudden you're out front in clean air, you're going to want to dial some of that front grip back because it can be really sharp. If you've been in traffic for a while, you're adding front grip, and then when you get out in front air, you need to take a bit of front grip away. So these drivers are not just positioning their car, trying to be perfect with their inputs, precise with the minute details of what you're doing, just with the steering wheel and the throttle. On top of that, they're trying to think, how's the car working? How can I make it work better? What tools do I have to adjust, and when to achieve that?
That is I think the most profound thing that you mentioned there. It's not just about yourself, it's with 32 other cars out on track. But we're not going to have 32 or 33 cars in qualifying, Kevin Lee. We're going to have 34. Tell us about that 34th entry.
So there are 33 here today. I've had, I think, pretty good sourcing. And we've seen some reports. TrackSideOnline.com was the firmest that said it's going to happen, that Able Motorsports is going to have R.C. Enerson in the car. And one of my sources, by the way, that this was going to happen was not R.C. Enerson, but look who I have right here. I have R.C. Enerson. So let's see if now he will be a source. I hear you're running the Indy 500 again. What can you tell us?
At the moment, that's the plan, and hopefully it's with Able Motorsports, and we got a veteran crew lined up, and of course I'd like to be out here, but car prep has been in the works and in the talks for the past month, and we've been prepping for this for a long time, and it's with a veteran crew. They got everything lined up, so it's car prep, and hopefully we can be out here May 16th.
And we'll look for an official release, because there are always things that you want to announce in the proper channels as far as partners and sponsors and everything, so that's coming soon. So you talked about the veteran crew. You had a chance to do this a couple of years ago with Top Gun, and we loved that story, but we knew it was going to be a challenge. Why is this year going to be different?
Well, it's just we have the time all the time to prepare. I mean, this has been in the works and been in the talks since probably January, February, and then the car prep's been there, so I expect us to come out with a good showing. It's just going to be with getting the refresher out of the way. I know it would have been great to get it done here and get some time under our belt, but I don't think it'll hinder us too much, and I think we'll come out swinging here in May.
You've had 5 IndyCar races, and you impressed us at the time, a top 10 at Watkins Glen a few years ago. Now you've had a chance to be at the Speedway, though, a couple of years ago. How much more prepared are you this time around?
Much more prepared. I mean, I know it's definitely going to take a couple laps to get the feeling back, but I've done it a couple times already, come back after X amount of months out of the car. So it just takes a few laps to get that feeling back, and I think we'll we'll be right there on pace.
Can you learn anything today walking around? Will you try to find some drivers you know and ask them what feels different in the car or anything else?
Well, I think the most interesting thing that we're going to find out is what's the deal with the new aero upgrades, with the wickers running up the cars, and all the new stuff they've put in place is going to be really the big teller. But besides that, it's going to be figuring it out on the fly. But I think we're going to find out a lot of information. There's a lot of friends throughout the paddock, so we're going to be very well prepared.
Now, when you're not driving, your full-time job now is you are a chief instructor at the Lucas Oil School of Racing. So I'm wondering, as you teach people how to drive formula cars, does that deep thinking help you at all as a driver when you get a chance again to kind of analyze things?
Oh, especially. I mean, after coaching for so long now, I find myself coaching myself in the car way more, and it's been really a good experience. I've just been involved in racing and being at these events, 2-3 events a month. I mean, I get to drive those cars constantly, so I mean, I'm not driving anything. And yeah, it's prepared us well, and it opens up a lot of doors in this kind of racing as well. You meet a lot of people that come through the schools. I mean, even your son Jackson came through the schools, and we get to see a lot of our alumni come up through the ladder series, and it's been really reassuring and really encouraging.
It's great to have you back. We'll see you in the car soon. So that's the plan. Able Motorsports, R.C. Enerson, the 34th entry in a Chevy coming up when we get to May.
Good stuff, Kev. Well done, RC, and we're going to have a legitimate bump. That's going to make it very tense. Hey, speaking of tense, with 3.5 minutes to go, check out the Ridgeline Lubricants Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing. The Spaniard, Alex Palou, just went 235.17 miles an hour into turn 3. My goodness. Now, that is not the fastest we've ever seen, of course, but in the first session leading up to the 107th Indianapolis 500 to go, 235 on morning one. That's awesome.
Yeah, big old draft for Alex Palou there. He had about 3 cars in front of him when he did it, but why that's so impressive is you think about the fact that this car is not running in a qualifying spec right now. There's lots of downforce on it. This engine is not being turned up. We don't, have the big boost that we get for qualifying, but it's probably not even turned up to normal race power at this point. So for the cars to still be able to reach that sort of top speed, it just shows you how powerful the draft is. And that's still, it'll be an average lap at that point at 224. So it's, 11 miles an hour slower than his top speed. It just shows you how much extra top speed you're getting and how much you got to scrub in the corners when you're approaching it at 235.
Been a bit of movement at the top, you may have noticed, while we were in that RC Enerson interview just before we went to RC. Scott McLaughlin jumped up to second before being leapfrogged by Palou, and now Elio Castro Neves, the 4-time champ, here he is on screen. He has gone up to P2. Ericsson, Castro Neves, Palou, McLaughlin, Carpenter, Pagano. So 2 Meyer Shank cars in the top 6. Dixon, Herder, Malukas, and Connor Daly in the top 10.
But here's what I'm really looking at, Lee. I'm looking at the non-tow times. So essentially, you have 2 bits of information on the timing and scoring screen that you care about. Who's going fastest and who's going fastest with non-tow. That means an 8-second filter. Any lap that you've done with a car at least less than 8 seconds in front of you gets thrown out because that car's affecting.
Do you see anything similar about those 3 cars?
Well, I think Joseph Newgarden might be onto something because the top 3, Newgarden, Power, McLaughlin, all Team Penske. There is a chance they went out early with more of a qualifying run in mind, maybe trying to get a little bit of a better sense of what their true car speed is because they have done a lot of development over the winter. They haven't been the quickest cars here in the last few years, but still, for this early time, not too much to read into it, but not a terrible thing to see. What I'm really impressed with is how close those top 2 are in speed, both at the 221.3. That's very impressive to get 2 cars running that close together on a no-tow. McLaughlin a little bit further back, missing a little over half a mile an hour. Hopefully that's not indicative of the true car speed, because like we talked about with Ryan Hunter-Reay when he was up here, your first run can often tell you what the competitive order within a single team is going to be. So if I'm Scott McLaughlin, I'm a little bit worried about that unless he knows something we don't, which I'm sure he does.
Meyer Shank Racing has had a bit of a rugged start to the NTT IndyCar Series for 2023. Do you see the Speedway being a turnaround point? I mean, we've still got 2 more races before we get to the 500, but that's Barber and then the Grand Prix, of course, here on the road course. But where do you see the turning point for these guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think it needs to come ASAP. This group has so much potential. Obviously, they've won this race recently. But for both those drivers, they really want to get some strong results up on the board for their seasons. And yeah, like you say, we have 2 races to go. So I think for Simon Pagenaud, he's really hoping it's Barber Motorsports Park to get that car inside the top 5, maybe fighting for a podium, and then again at the GP as the checkered flag waves on the veterans session, which means momentarily we'll see the green drop on the ROP session.
So that was the best part of a 2-hour session for the veterans, and some really good productive running. You see the sun come out more than it has been so far this morning on a 61-degree day here in Indianapolis. Track is at 89, and we're up and running, so to speak. Still got the rookies and refreshers to come before a really big chunk of the day this afternoon.
Okay, so it's Marcus Ericsson then who tops the first part of the open test as well, from Helio Castroneves, Alex Palou, Scott McLaughlin, Ed Carpenter. Then we get Simon Pagenaud, Scott Dixon, Colton Herter, David Malukas, Connor Daly, Joseph Newgarden rounding out the next 11. Then we get Will Power, Felix Rosenquist, Pato O'Ward, Venus VK, Takuma Sato, Devlin Di Francesco, Callum Ilott, Santino Ferrucci, Christian Lundgaard, Jack Harvey and Graham Rahal as well added to the list. Now we got 33, so looking further down the field as well with the next page of practice results, it's Alexander Rossi, Carl Kirkwood and Romain Grosjean, the next along the field to round out. Well, the second part of the session is already underway, as you can see here as well. The green light is going to go on shortly as well. This now, the warm-up lap is out, so technically it's the purple flag, a new flag this year for your warm-up laps. So everyone just getting off pit road. This next 2-hour session is going to be for the rookie returns, so everybody coming back into the oval this year, and then also the rookies, so it's rookies and veterans returning to the series as well, rookies and refresher course as well. It's going to be very fun to see. Let's return over to NBC and the commentary team as well.
There's Graham Rahal, and of course we heard from Catherine Legg. Let's hear from the man who topped that session, the reigning Indy 500 champ, Marcus Ericsson.
So the top of the pylon today looks the same way it did the way we finished May, with the number 8 on top. That's okay, right?
Yeah, we can keep it like that. That's all right.
So that's one of the questions from year to year. Cars are essentially the same, a few changes, but we always wonder, is a car that was great last year still going to be great? It's only 2 hours in, but are the Ganassi cars still great?
It's not bad, for sure not. It's you know, testing is testing, but it's always a good sign when you roll out and just straight away go to the top of the speed chart. So that's a good sign. And we've run through some dampers here in the morning. Wanted to do some data gathering, but yeah, the car is fast. The number 8 car is fast, and that's what we need to have for the month.
I'm not sure at the end of the day that we will know who's best. Can you guys tell at the end of the day who is the best or who is really strong?
It is tough to say, but I think we can see trends. You know, you can see what cars are looking strong, what cars are looking to struggle a bit. So, you know, you can see those trends when you dig a bit deeper into the data and times that people are doing. But as always, you know, it's a lot about who gets a big toe and who's running what ending modes and stuff like that. So you can't read too much into it. But again, if you roll out with a car and you straight away feel like car is good, the car is fast, is a good sign.
Do you want to run with traffic today or spend as much time by yourself?
No, I think this morning we wanted to run a bit on our own to get through our program, and then this afternoon we want to do some more changes and see how they work in traffic. So I'm hoping there's going to be some packs, you know, out there on track, so we can get into some traffic running and see how the car feels out there.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. That's the reigning winner, Marcus Ericsson,
who was also.
Yeah, absolutely. And now just to inform you who's coming up in this refreshers course as well, the IOP session. This is going to be Ryan Hunter-Reay returning as well, along with Stefan Wilson, Catherine Legg, Stingray Robb, he's a rookie, Benjamin Pedersen as well, Tony Kanaan, Augustin Canapinto, and Marcus Ericsson as well will be the 8 cars that will take part over the next 2 hours of running. The clock hasn't actually started yet as well here for the 107th Indianapolis 500 Open Day. It doesn't, I bet everybody thought, oh, it started in May. No, it starts here in April with the Open Test. Then in May, we have more runs as well with the official practice session starting. All of it is live here on YouTube as well for the Indy 500 in 2023. So some of the cars now being taken back. Let's go back and take a look at what happened last year in the 500.
We saw it right away. We saw the tires lock up on the front there. He thought he was good.
Looked pretty innocuous, right? But that's 1 mile an hour.
It's 1 mile an hour, and there are things that happen inside the car. There's an automated tone. There's a tone in your ear to let you know when you've hit that speed. Scott was convinced he hit it and heard that tone before he got to the line. But again, at those speeds, you're coming from 220 plus, 230 miles an hour down to 60. That difference of 1 mile an hour from inside the cockpit is completely immeasurable. And so it's heartbreaking to see that that was what undid it. But it set up the great showdown for the win that we saw. And I know that Scott is hungrier than ever to get 500 number 2 as the green flag waves for the ROP session.
So we've got rookies and refreshers in this session. So this will be interesting. What an experience. We heard from Augustin Canapino before, and just going to remind you for this session. Phase 1 is 10 laps at 205 to 210 miles an hour. And then phase 2 is 15 laps at 210 to 215 miles an hour. Phase 3 is 15 laps at 215 plus. So you've got to show that discipline. And as you and Ryan were alluding to earlier, it's especially for people like Tony Kanaan and Ryan Hunter-Reay and guys who have an abundance of experience, it's kind of harder to do that than to really go for it, right?
It's harder than you think, certainly, because as we were discussing, the cars are not built to go 205 miles an hour. They are built to generate downforce as the car goes faster, the more downforce you have, and it's built to operate in a certain window, as you see the phases there on the bottom left of your screen. So at that lower speed, the car's ride height is not where it needs to be. It's not generating the downforce that you want it to at 220 for it to really feel comfortable, and it slides around a lot. So for a rookie, it's sometimes a little bit of a mental barrier, because at 205, 210, the car feels pretty sketchy. And then all of a sudden, like, all right, we want you to bump up to 215. And you're thinking, I don't know if I want to go any faster right now. This thing's pretty uncomfortable. But they're going to pile on the downforce for these drivers. You have a section on your dash that's a predictive lap time or lap speed. So you can see how fast you're projected to go to keep yourself within that range. Because like you say, they are looking at your discipline. Are you able to follow instructions and keep the car going around at a certain level? So it'll be tons of downforce. You'll have the number on the dash to use as a reference as we look at Catherine Legg here in that RLL car, turning her first laps at the Speedway since 2013.
Hendrickson is the naming right sponsor on this entry, which is a leading global manufacturer and supplier of suspension systems and components for the commercial transportation industry. And it's an easily recognizable design for Catherine Legg. Now, we treated you earlier to Ryan Hunter-Reay, IndyCar champ, Indianapolis 500 winner here at the Speedway. And when you talk about the Speedway, this place is synonymous with the guy who lives and breathes the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That is none other than its president, Mr. Doug Bowles. Doug joins us now. Hey, you're the busiest man here, maybe busier than any of these drivers. Thanks for carving out a little bit of time for us today, Doug.
Happy to do it. I've been out with the fans really since 8 o'clock this morning, taking some Long's Donuts around and having some fun. There's a ton of kids out there. I can't believe how many people are here today outside the Turn 2 mound. So it's been a lot of fun. You know, when you get a chance to get these NTT IndyCar Series cars on the oval, you just know May's around the corner. So we got 38 days until race day, but it feels like it's about around the corner right now.
I know that there are multiple races because we've got the Grand Prix, we've got the crossover weekend with NASCAR. The focus is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What is it like when you have to base your entire year around one event, albeit the greatest spectacle in racing? You know, it is the biggest race in the world, but what's it like when you're solely focused on that?
Well, you know, I think probably not unlike what's going on with the drivers and teams right now. The NTT IndyCar Series is fantastic, right? But at the end of the day, it's the Indianapolis 500 that holds us all up, and that's the same thing here at the Speedway. We have a lot of great events, whether it's the NASCAR weekend where we doublehead it with IndyCar, or the sports car race we're going to have in the fall this year. But it really is about the oval. Built in 1909, the history, the tradition of the oval, that's what drives us every morning. And when we get a chance to see NTT IndyCar Series cars on the oval, that's a big deal.
There's so many different events that go on throughout the month of May. So much activity. This whole city really gets behind it. Is there one in particular that's a favorite of yours? There's traditions that go back decades, all century even. But is there one that kind of stands out to you as your personal favorite for the month?
Well, for me, and it's probably like a lot of folks, that pre-race time is just unbelievable, right? And when you talk to drivers who've never gone through it before, and you try and explain it, and then you get to talk to them after they've gone through it, you know how it is. It's like, oh, wow, this is amazing. For me, it's this is the 90 seconds of back home again in Indiana, because for those 90 seconds, you realize you've finally gotten to race day. The race is about to start, and for that moment, all 325,000 people in the venue, no matter where they're from, they're Hoosiers at that point. And you know you're on this global stage, and you have a chance to represent the NTT IndyCar Series, the Speedway and its history. But being a Hoosier, you get a chance to represent Indiana. So that for me is the moment every year. And at some level, as soon as that ends, and then you know the race is coming, it's like, man, I got to wait 365 days to get to that point again. It's a really special moment. But otherwise, like this morning, when I get to see smiling faces of fans and people that love the Speedway, that come here and make an effort, and generational, introducing their grandkids, that to me is the best part. When I get to hear a story from somebody already this morning, the dozens of fans who would say to me, this is my 35th, this is my 62nd, this is that's what makes it special.
So, talking about special, look in front of the 66 of Tony Kanaan. That's Stingray Robb, one of 3 rookies in this year's NTT IndyCar Series Championship. He's out on track with a legend like TK. What a moment for young Stingray Robb.
I do want to just point out, one of the things we didn't mention, the rookies have to go through all 3 segments, 3 phases of the ROP. The veterans only have to do 2 and 3. But if you look at the top of your screen, both Marco Andretti and Tony Kanaan have blown straight through. Marco's even gone past the 3rd tier already, and they're now doing what they're supposed to be doing. But I saw Tony go out there and do that 218 and thought that was a little naughty, a little bit faster than you're supposed to go. And I know Marco drove by the pylon, saw that number 66 was up top, and said, "Not today, old man," and put his foot down just to do 1 lap over 220. Now they're all falling back in line and following the rules.
Yeah, so this would be Tony's 22nd Indianapolis 500. So the idea that in your 22nd Indianapolis 500 they want to put a little governor on you for a little bit is pretty crazy. And obviously Marco, who sat on the pole here at the Speedway in 2020, which maybe is one of my biggest disappointments, because our crowd so loves the Andrettis and to have them have success here. I was standing outside of the gates, outside with the fans across the street on 16th Street, and the place in that parking lot went crazy for Marco. So you're right, Marco did not want to be second on that pole.
No, that was a phenomenal day. He said it was such a shame that we didn't have the fans all in the stands to cheer him on. But to your point, Doug, I had our Senior Vice President of Global Analytics, Russ Thompson, do a little digging for me. The top 3 on the pylon right now: Marco Andretti, Tony Kanaan, Ryan Hunter-Ray. Certainly none of them strangers to the Speedway. And to your point, they have logged a combined 9,422 race laps here. That's no testing, that's no practice, that's no qualifying. Just in race conditions, the 3 of them have almost 10,000 laps combined, and still
Doesn't matter. There are rules here at the 500. You got to go do your refresher course.
There is Benjamin Peterson, all in red for AJ Foyt Racing in the Sexton Properties Chevrolet, and he's being shadowed there by Stefan Wilson. Doug, you mentioned crowd, and you mentioned 2020. It was the most eerie and bizarre feeling being here at the Speedway with no fans here, but at least thanks to you, thanks to Penske Entertainment, thanks to Roger Penske himself and all of the staff, we got to have an Indianapolis 500 that year. But then we move on to 2021, where there was a capped crowd.
Yes, sir.
Then we come to last year, where it felt like old, where we could open up the gates and welcome everybody in. How much of a relief was that?
It was really a relief, and to see the numbers of people who came, it was the largest crowd that we've had in recent memory, with the exception of the 100th running. And we were, to have that many people back in the facility, to see it, the excitement around it. And we were a little worried that 2022 was going to be the year that everybody said, okay, I can finally go back. Our ticket sales are even better for 2023.
Oh, wow.
So if you were here last year and you come in this year, it's going to feel even better. And I can't wait for the race car drivers as they're going around on those couple of laps where they can sort of peek up at the grandstands. I think that'll be a really special moment for them.
So I've got a family question to ask.
Uh-oh.
Your stepson is in this field.
Yes.
Again, Connor Daly. It happened last year. It happened the year before. Whenever it happens, whenever the Ed Carpenter racing driver takes the lead of this race, this crowd goes bananas. What's that like for you?
It's a pretty special moment for sure, and I know how special it is for Connor, and I think that's why the fans love it so much, because they know his dad raced here. He was born in Central Indiana. He's grown up here. I mean, this is his home, right? He is the only driver in the field that was born and raised in Indianapolis. Obviously, Ed Carpenter's adopted Indy, and a lot of our drivers have moved here. But for him, that was pretty special, and in 2021, he led that first time, and I try and work. I go out and help solve problems. I'm wandering around, and when the pit cycle was working the way it was, I thought he might have a chance to lead again. And I said to my team, look, I'm taking my business hat off, my president hat off. I'm going to put my stepdad hat on. And I ended up going up in the grandstands. I found my wife sitting in the grandstands and sat with her and got there a couple laps before he took the lead again the second time, which was really cool. And then last year, one of the times he took the lead last year, I was actually up talking to Roger and some others on the roof of the pagoda, and when he passed Scott Dixon going down the front stretch. So just to see that was really, really cool. And for him, I mean, he loves this place, right? It's what he gets up every day to do, is run at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And for him to lead here is really, really special.
Well, guess what? He's listening. He's in our green room with Marty Snyder. We say hello to Marty. Welcome back to the Speedway, mate, and take it away with Connor.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys, and glad to have Connor Daly here. That's kind of cool to hear your stepdad recap the last couple of years. What's that like for you behind the wheel? I know I've heard you say before, you can almost feel the cheers from the crowd when you're leading here at IMS as the new favorite son. I think you're replacing Tony Kanaan as that guy.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that. I think doing it the first time was obviously like really cool, and like we led a lot, and like I legitimately thought that we had a chance to win that race, and it was such a shame the way that ended. But then to do it, I guess, again last year kind of solidified the fact that we could run up front and like we could do this, because I hadn't really had that chance before, and so this team gave me a great opportunity to do that. So now, like, we always show up here to win. We always show up here to be the best that we can be, but like, we legitimately have no other reason to be here than to try to win. So, we know it's our best track as a team as well, both the Indy GP and here. So, we'll just see what happens. I love coming here, and, right out the gate when you get out there this morning, it's like, yep, this is still the greatest place ever.
I got to ask you about, you mentioned how the year has gone and you got nothing to lose right now. How frustrating has this year been with the street and road course performance so far?
Oh, I mean, it's been awful. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. But we thought that we had a good race pace in St. Pete, actually, and we were kind of going the right way before our most recent winner decided to wreck me, but that's fine. Kyle, he's a winner and he's a great driver. But yeah, I think that was our only. That was a time where we thought was good. Texas, we just missed completely. That was tough. My teammates had a better day, which is nice, but we just, for some reason, were completely out of the window there. So it's been hard for sure, and no one wants to be at the back. But we know that Renus has been really good at Barber, so that's good for us. We know that we've been good at the Indy GP. We know that we've been good at the Indy 500. So hopefully we can kind of restart our season and kind of get some momentum going again, because we know that we've been good at these places. But I don't think there's anyone who's super happy with what we've done so far. So we just have to keep working and just focus on just being the best we can be every time, because this field is so good and every team is really good.
As good as Ed Carpenter Racing is at the ovals, how much did the Texas performance surprise you, especially when Joseph Newgarden and Pata were flying by you, putting you down a few laps?
Yeah, no, thank you. That sucked. I mean, well, we had an issue in qualifying that we thought was, we should have been much faster single car speed, but we had an issue that was holding us back quite a lot, so we thought it was going to be a bit better. But with so little practice, I'm kind of convinced that we just didn't really get the chance to run exactly what we wanted to run, and I don't know why exactly, it was bad. I can't necessarily, we as a team have to accept that it was a tough day. And, there were a lot of other cars also having tough days.
Yeah.
All the Rahal cars were right in front of me the whole time, and those guys are pretty good drivers as well. So it's everyone kind of has their ups and downs, but, that's just how competitive this series is.
So does that put pressure when you come to the Speedway to say, hey, this is our place, we have to make it happen here? Or does it make you happier when you get to the Speedway knowing, hey, I know when we go there, we'll have a better performance?
Well, I mean, I think there's always pressure because you just want to do well here, but it's enjoyable, but you only have one race day. So, the Indy 500, you could have a great practice week, you could have a great qualifying weekend, but if, something happens in the race, a tire falls off and hits you in the face, like, all of a sudden, all that work is
That's
kind
happened
of
before
which
you,
has
by the way,
happened.
for the
So
reference.
it could all be for nothing. So you just have to execute every day. It doesn't put more pressure on us. We always want to win no matter what. This team wants to win no matter what. Our sponsors, BitNow.com, they want to win. So I just enjoy it much more here because we've always been in the window. We've always been a little bit closer. And for me, my goal is personally just qualify a little bit better. That's kind of where I've struggled in the past, and we've had a few things that have affected that. But I definitely want to do better on that in that arena.
Catherine Legg slow on the track. You see her trying to get back to pit road there. There's a caution on the racetrack. So I believe you've been known to be one of the instigators of all the practical jokes that happen here at Indy. Since we're starting practice here, day one, anything in the works for you? Is there a hot tub in the offing this year behind the motorhome? What's happening this year?
It's funny. My manager actually texted me this morning. He's like, hey, because we did a deal locally with a Michelob Ultra, I think, and they're like, hey, what if they sponsored your hot tub for this month of May? And I was like, look, I don't really want to go through the whole program of setting it up and taking it down, and a lot of maintenance to do with a hot tub.
I mean,
so
it was entertainment
who knows?
for everybody.
Yeah, we could do something, but I've got a little bit of something in the works, I think, because I was very victimized last year, I would say. So I think there's got to be something else to happen to a few other folks. I know Colton has a mind that is literally limitless, and I have no idea what goes on in his head. So we'll see. I think there's a lot of exciting potential thoughts. I know Alex Rossi has been masterminding a few things. So it actually could be wild because now we have a television program as well that's following us around all the time. So who knows?
Yeah. Who knows what could happen, Hinch, right?
It remains to be seen. I do admire how Colton Herta seems to be the architect of most of these pranks recently, but has absolutely no culpability. No one knows that he's part of it. He sort of just pawns it off on other people. But getting back to the on-track side, Connor, you mentioned something that I want you to explain a little bit and kind of tell the people how you can kind of approach this topic. You talked about how qualifying is something that you want to do better at the Speedway here. What does that entail from the driver's perspective? We all know the car plays a huge part of it, but qualifying here at the Speedway is so unique, it's so challenging, 4 laps, slowed down for us. So in the off season, you're working with your engineer, you're working with your team. What are you focused on personally as a driver to try and improve in that particular part of this event?
Well, I think there's a couple different things. I think me and Ed and Renus differ a little bit in the way we drive. I think Renus and Ed are a little bit more comfortable with that freer rear end of the car, which is, free as fast, as they say. But last year, for our first run in qualifying, we went from having a car that was tight in the NASCAR terms or a little bit pushy in the morning practice run to like extremely loose on our first qualifying run, which is really the only thing that prevented us from being, we were on track to be towards the top 10 in qualifying, but like the last lap, you have to have every lap perfect. So when I had the old rear end slide out from underneath me, that kind of prevented us from being up there. So it's one of those things that I struggle to, I guess, be confident enough in the rear of the car on when the downforce is taken off. So me and my engineer have obviously worked on a few different things to help us secure that without gaining a bunch of drag. And so there's a couple different things, obviously, Hinch, that can be done mechanically to help stabilize the car, but it might add drag. So we'll see. I'm going to be working a lot on just hoping and praying I can understand the rear and it just stays underneath me for 4 laps.
Connor, hi, Diff here. A little bit of hypothetical. Well, it's not hypothetical. You've done it. You're leading the Indianapolis 500, right? Coming down into turn 3. Talk us through the rest into a pit stop. So you enter turn 3, you got the short shoot to 4, and then you're into pit lane. Talk us through the rest of what that's like, that pressure cooker moment, how precise you and your team have to be, just everything that goes through your mind in that situation.
Well, I mean, honestly, just don't do what Scott Dixon did. That's essentially it. I mean, our car was great on the brakes, which is weird to say for the Indianapolis 500, but our car was great on the brakes last year entering pit lane, and so like I felt very confident coming off of turn 4 because you want to be as quick as you can off of 4 and then try to brake in a straight line, and the cars aren't really set up to go in a straight line. So for me, you find a break point, you hit that break point, and just get below the limit before coming right back up to it. That's usually how I've done it. And last year, I would say there was one stop where you're like, oh, I really hope I wasn't speeding. But other than that, I haven't really, had an issue. But again, if you lose half a second on pit entry, like that's huge. So you have to be perfect. And I mean, I've seen several times in this race where I look where I come into the pits, where we all stop, and you have time a little bit doing 60 miles an hour to see kind of what other people are doing. But when you release that pit speed limiter like half a second after another car in front of you, you're like, wow, they can really accelerate much more than I can leaving that pit lane. So you have to be perfect in every way, and it's all these things matter.
If you've been with us on Peacock all day long, Kevin Lee earlier did a great job of walking around the car with Gavin Ward as we go back green on the racetrack and kind of showing us all the new downforce pieces. How will this race maybe play out differently, you think, with the extra downforce that's available to teams?
Well, I mean, honestly, we just hope it's better, right? Like, that's the goal of the series. Works hard to try to make sure we put on a good product, especially here. And there are a lot of pieces. We spent all morning just running through aero pieces, right? Just running through things, getting numbers on things. And we hope...
To give you a feel or to give the engineer numbers
both.
On? Okay.
Yeah, because I want to get a feel for things because you can kind of immediately eliminate some of the things. Like, I think some of the things that we were able to run at Texas made me more uncomfortable maybe than my teammates. And so some of those options we can run here as well. But also with the strakes on the floor, I think that'll help us race a little bit better. I thought those were a bit better of a change right out the gate. And that's what it's all about, is can we run closer? Because these cars, I think the balance is so different from clean air to dirty air. You have to set up the car to turn so much more in dirty air that when you get to, like, when I took the lead last year, I mean, we would go from an extreme on the anti-roll bars that we have in the car, like from one end to try to make it turn to try to not make it spin once you took the lead, because it's such a difficult challenge in the dirty air with whatever this car does, whether it's the aeroscreen, the weight of the car, the whole program in general. It's been tough, and the racing, I would say, has definitely been not as good as we've seen it, but I think it's got better every year. So hopefully this year is kind of the year where we really nail it. And we certainly have plenty of options. So you're going to show up on race day, and you're going to have people with different wickers, different wing angles, different things in the floor. I mean, you could pick whatever you wanted, and I bet there's a car that has a little bit of everything.
Real quick, one thing on the wind today. I know it's going to pick up this afternoon. A lot of teams saying, hey, if it's too much, we may not run. What are you guys going to do?
Yeah, the wind sucks. It's just so annoying, especially for your first day here.
Yeah.
But I mean, we have to run because obviously tomorrow looks like it's very Indiana weathery. So we're gonna try to run as much as possible. But I think there's running and then running to where like you might do damage to yourself. So we don't want to get a misread on anything, because that's, we'd like to try to eliminate some things that we don't want to come back to during practice week. But for us, I think it's still important to run. I mean, I want to run, and hopefully we can get some running in traffic, because actually the dirty air might be better than the clean air with the way the wind is. So you spend time in traffic all afternoon.
Indiana weathery. I think that's an official term, by the way, for the weather here at IMS.
We'll keep that. And by the way, the two gentlemen beside me have both shared a house with Connor Daly. They both agree he didn't pick up his clothes from the bedroom floor. But anyway, he has led 47 laps over the last 2 years here at the greatest spectacle in racing. Here's Steph Wilson as we get back to it. Still waiting on a report on Catherine Legg, and we'll update you on what brought her to a halt. We've got President Doug Bowles with Hinch and myself at the moment. Doug, quick question. Last year, do you remember we saw some spins coming off pit road?
Yep.
What was the result of the investigation into that, and are we not expecting that this year, or tell us more?
Well, we certainly aren't expecting that this year, but yeah, last year when we actually put that RPE onto the racetrack, which sinks into the racetrack and helps seal some of the cracks that are below the racing surface, and we put it on the warm-up lane last year, and over time, UV rays get rid of most of it, but also cars and activity on the track, so tour buses and other things. So the track was generally fine, but we hadn't put anything at all on those warm-up lanes, and we think that caused an issue. So along with Firestone, we did some friction testing literally that day to figure out where we were.
Yep.
And the racetrack was the warm-up lane was about 30% less friction than on the racetrack, because for whatever reason that RPE hadn't totally gone away. So we've monitored that. So we had an awful lot of work that night actually to get ready for the next day, and then between, we had about 10 or 12 days between the open test and the time we got back on the oval, where we were dragging tires and doing everything we could to get there. At the end of the Indianapolis 500 last year, the friction level in warm-up lane and on the racetrack was identical.
Nice.
And we've monitored it with the same machine. We bought a machine with our partners at Milestone who do our asphalt work that Firestone uses everywhere they go. And so we monitored it every month since May. And we, in fact, did it last week, and then Firestone did it last night. And the friction level on the racetrack and the warm-up lane is almost identical to what it was at the end of the Indianapolis 500 last year. So we feel very confident that we've been able to solve that problem. But that was one of those moments. I think the first spin was Rossi's, right? And you think,
yes,
well, maybe he just cold and whatever. And then when you start seeing the next, I think we had a willpower and an LEO issue, and at that point in time, we knew we had an issue, and that was a long night. We were out here late that night trying to solve the issue. We called our real good asphalt expert who lives in Illinois, and he said, "Can I come tomorrow?" I said, "No, you got to come tonight." So we literally spent most of the night trying to figure that out. Jason Penix and his team did a fantastic job of getting things rolling, and hopefully that is not an issue we have to deal with this year.
Did the drivers and teams ask about that, by the way, prior to today?
No, but they get a report from, and the engineers and the drivers get a report from Firestone at every racetrack based on the compound, the tire they're going to use, and what the surface is like, so they get that here. So I'm sure when they looked at that, that may have been one of the first things they looked at, but they will see that number compares to where it was last year at the end of the race, and also compares to normal when you would come to the Speedway. So I feel like we're in pretty good shape there.
Want to make the most of while we got you, because I know you got to go, but give our viewers and listeners, give them a quick rundown on what they can expect during the month of May, and especially on Carb Day and on race weekend and on qualifying weekend, on pole day. Give us the rundown.
Well, I think the biggest thing is that Roger Penske still continues to invest in the customer experience. He absolutely loves the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indy 500. He's here once a week, and we walk the entire facility. So when they come here, they're going to see a new spectator mound down inside turn 4. It'll be great for the road course, but it'll also help on race day. So when you have, for the 500 race day, if you've got a GA ticket, you can bring kids 15 and under. Those are the mounds where you can sit on. One of the things we heard a lot last year is the driver's left as you go through the chicane on the road course. There's a spectator mound there. There was no video board for those spectators to keep up with the race, so Roger had us put a big video board up on the back of that video board that's inside turn 4. So for those fans will be able to see what's going on. We've got a new video board right across from where we're sitting right now on the front stretch. You think about in qualifying, when people are standing down in front of the pagoda and you have to watch the board behind you to see what's going on. There's a board right across us now that allow folks that are in pit lane to really keep up with what's going on the racetrack. New asphalt in a lot of places. We got a great new camping area inside turn 4 that'll be used for the IMSA race. Again, it moved the TV compound outside, which will allow for better parking inside. And Roger
is the TV compound's been moved. What?
Well, so the TV compound, the guys are happy because it was dusty and filled with water when it rained. So now we've moved everybody to a better spot. So, you know what? I couldn't be happier. I love my job, and I've always loved my job. But when you get to love your job and you work for a guy that loves this place more than you love it, it's pretty special, and we're all really fortunate to get to work alongside Roger Penske, and he loves this place and loves our fans, and I'm sure he'll keep investing in it.
I'm sure you're right. And so are there any tidbits you can give us on what to maybe expect in 24, 25, 26, some cool things in the works?
So we've got a lot of things in the work, and I think we'll start announcing some of those hopefully in the summer, some of the changes that we'll make here that we can continue to make the facility better. But it's always about the fans. It's really, really impressive. And then he obviously loves the racing, so it's fun too. I made some comment to him at some point and asked him, hey, are you going to go to whatever? And he said, I don't work this hard not to go to the racetracks. I mean, he is a fan, and I think about how much our 325,000 people are such a fan of this place. We couldn't have a bigger fan who's got one of the best business minds ever helping us run this place.
There he is, Doug Bowles, the president of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Doug, thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of the next day and a half, the rest of today, and let's knock on wood and cross our fingers for good weather tomorrow. Thanks so much, Doug.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys, and appreciate all the Peacock viewers paying attention to the NTT IndyCar Series. It's really important. And don't forget, 100 Days to Indy show starts next week, so we want people to be watching that too. It's a lot of fun.
So many fans have had the pleasure of being in Doug's company because he is truly a man of the people. He gets out there and he wants to make sure each and every fan has the best experience here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's all about that fan experience, and you know, he gets out there. He hustles, he works, and we are really lucky to have had Doug come and spend a few minutes with us.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no better person for the job, I don't think, than Doug Bowles as president of IMS. You could hear the passion in his voice. He said the only guy that loves this place more than him is Roger Penske, so for the two of them to be in charge is great. As we watch on screen, Marco Andretti, you notice his rain light is on, which it should not be. That normally comes on solid if it's raining conditions, which obviously we do not run under in oval tracks, in oval races, or it flashes during a full course caution to alert drivers behind. So I'm not sure why that light is on. We'll have to get someone to take a look into that, but that is not normal for anyone at home that was noticing that light on. The number 98 cooler Honda for Andretti Autosport, making another crack at the Indy 500. Hour and a half in. It's funny, they seem to have deleted Marco's 2:21 lap off the timing and scoring charts. So we see also just in front of him on track, Catherine Legg back on the circuit. So whatever issues she had, they were minor enough that they were able to get it sorted. The 3 rookies and 4 refresher cars. 5 refresher cars.
Look, I enjoy this session because it gives you a chance to look down the timing order, and they're going through the various phases that they have to for this rookie and refresher program. But it gives you a chance to look at a shorter list and the respective stories that they have to tell. Like here, front and center, Catherine Legg. She spoke with Kevin earlier before getting aboard the Hendrickson Honda for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, and although being very active over the past decade in sports car racing, hasn't been here since 2013 and is really excited at the opportunity. Congrats to Bobby Rahal and David Letterman and Mike Lanigan for giving Catherine this opportunity. Huge for her to start her 3rd Indianapolis 500. Well, hopefully she will. There is going to be a legitimate bump, so there is going to be big pressure on qualifying weekend because there will be a 34th entry. We heard from RC Enison and Able Motorsports earlier. So you've got Catherine's story. You've got Kanan Andretti and Hunter Ray returning as, you know, 2 winners and a pole winner right there amongst those 3. Steph Wilson, who we heard from earlier today, Stefan is back. Stingray Robb and fellow rookies Benjamin Peterson and Augustin Canapino. And Canapino is slowly building to speed. So his fastest is 213 at the moment, but remember they're going through those phases. Phase 1 is 10 laps at 205 to 210. Phase 2 is 15 laps at 210 to 215 miles an hour. And phase 3, 15 laps at 215 plus.
Some great questions coming in from everyone on Twitter. First of all, thank you so much for watching. the test coverage on Peacock. And one of the questions from Fifth Gear is, with the Indy 500 now being a normal points race, do teams prepare a bit less and maybe try to focus on the bigger championship picture? No, absolutely not. There could be no points for this race, and the amount of preparation would be just as much. This one is really about the glory. It's about being a 500 champion. It's about having your name on the Borg-Warner Trophy, your face on the Borg-Warner Trophy. It isn't really about points as much as it is, you know, just as important a race from a championship perspective as others. It used to be more so, as it was double points the last few years. Now it's gone back to just normal points. But no, you're not going to invest any less time, energy, effort, money, resource into being competitive here at the Speedway, because this is still the granddaddy of them all, the one that they all want to win. And while we're sitting up here, now just under an hour and a half to go in the rookie and refreshers session, unfortunately, I did take a quick look at the weather lead.
Don't.
And there may or may not be a small cloud. It's not a big one. A small cloud heading in our general direction that could bring a tiny bit of precipitation, but it might just miss us. You can see it. It's kind of just... it's tough to forecast rain, especially here in the Midwest, but we're crossing our fingers that it doesn't happen, because guys like this, Augustine Canapino right here on your screen, they only have an hour and a half left to get those phases done.
Look, here's an incredible story. You know, we often talk about whomever. It could be the Marcus Ericssons of the world, or the Will Powers of the world, or, you know, drivers who have come from abroad. Never in his life did Argentine driver Augustine Canapino, a 15-time national touring car champion, ever think that he'd be living in Indianapolis, Indiana, and racing in IndyCar and racing at the Indianapolis 500. Well, he has to qualify first, so we're not going to grant him that start straight away, but like, it's just beautiful. And his eyes at the age of 32 or 33, his eyes are so wide open. He can't believe that he's experiencing what he's experiencing this racing season. And it's just a fabulous story. And to Ricardo Juncos and Brad Hollinger, the co-team owners at Juncos Hollinger Racing, to give a guy like this opportunity for the team to go to Argentina and to have kind of like a Roush-style gong show, you know, like a runoff, like a Williams Formula One runoff. That's how Jenson Button got his drive in Formula One against Bruno Junqueira all those years ago. To have that kind of sort of a talent show, so to speak, as to show us what you got. I need to talk to Ricardo offline about that, whether they already had this guy earmarked before that actually happened. I think that was the case.
I think they may have known about him. You know, they may have heard a thing or two throughout his 15 championships in the touring car series. But what I've been so impressed with, Lee, is just his professionalism. You know, his maturity, obviously not coming in as a 21-year-old, coming in as a 32-year-old. You know, he's got a level of maturity and professionalism and a work ethic that has allowed him to show up to this completely different form of motorsport and immediately be pumping out very competitive performances. The fact that he taught himself English, or learned English, I should say. Didn't know he had a teacher and a whole team of people, I'm sure, helping him prepare for this move, not just physically to the United States, but also in terms of switching disciplines in motorsports. But his approach has just been so impressive, and I think the results are showing as a result.
Somebody with massive appreciation for this Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the greatest spectacle in racing is somebody who has experienced it multiple times. That is Sarah Fisher. Let's hear from Sarah.
Diff, and I want to show you where she's at. So this is Ryan Hunter-Reay's Ryan Reinbold racing car, and walk down, and I see Sarah's husband, Andy O'Gara, up on the pit box. He has been full-time in this sport for many years and always comes in and helps, usually with Dreyer and Reinbold in the month of May. So that's good for that program, and it's great to see you here. You'll have official duties coming up during GP weekend and a race day in the pace car, but now you get to what, just kind of be a fan like us?
I'm just a wife today. So it's fun to come out, and you know, we brought Elliot out, he drives our USF 2000 car, and so he gets to kind of listen and watch what Andy's doing on the radio and just have fun. And it's such nice weather. How could you not miss a day here at the Speedway.
So we'll tell that story. That's Elliot Cox, young driver here locally. And Sarah, you and Andy have a USF 2000 program, which is part of the ladder series. So you've been a team owner in this series. What's it like at the junior level?
It's all the same. You know, you're competitive. It's a competitive series no matter what level it seems like. So it's a lot of fun. You know, we really enjoy raising, you know, developing drivers. And we have the sprint car program too with Kyle. They just won up at Anderson. So we're excited about the little 500 the night before the race. We're just in all different forms of it.
I got to help you with last names because not everybody is on a first name basis. Kyle O'Gara is who you're speaking of as well. Any aspirations to move back to the IndyCar level in ownership again at some point?
Oh, I don't know. You know, we love Dennis. We love helping his team come in just for the month of May. Our son Danny's been racing pretty seriously, you know, lately in karting, so a lot of focus is on that.
Plug your go-kart track too, by the way.
I was getting ready to say, we just started to finish a really big expansion at Whiteland Raceway Park on the karting side, which is really only a half an hour from here. So we've just really enjoyed that development side and, you know, going back to our grassroots.
So you can speak for just fans out there listening, because you say you're a fan now and you're a wife, but you've done what people are doing right now. What is this like, especially the first day of the month when you haven't gone 235 miles per hour for a year?
Oh, you're always nervous, right? I'm nervous for Ryan, and I'm not even a part of the team. Just, you know, it's the Speedway. It's something that is just a very traditional place to be at, and, you know, you either have it or you don't.
And you had it a lot of times. Thank you, Sarah. It's great to see you. Enjoy the month, and we'll see you in the race car or the pace car coming up on. It's still sort of a race car. It goes faster than most. Thanks, Sarah.
Awesome to hear from Sarah Fisher. Thanks for that, Kevin. Can update you that the 23 of Ryan Hunter-Reay and the 66 of Tony Kanaan have completed phase 2 of their refresher program, which is 15 laps at 210 to 215 miles an hour. Can tell you that car 51, Stingray Rob, has completed phases 1 and 2. Good work from the rookie. And the 55 of Benjamin Peterson has completed phases 1 and 2 as well. So Hinch, they're getting through the phases in a satisfactory manner. They are doing as IndyCar has asked and showing that discipline that they can meet those speed and lap requirements. And then they move through. I just need to guide you gently to just over an hour's time at 2 p.m. local, 2 p.m. Eastern is when the floodgates open, so to speak, meaning that everybody can be on track, and it's a solid 4.5 hour block of time for everybody to go on track. So, which is going to be really good. Good running, knock on wood, cross your fingers, weather permitting. And that's why, by the way, IndyCar moved up. Today we weren't meant to start until 11 a.m. Eastern. IndyCar moved it ahead 1 hour to 10 a.m. Eastern, and also extended the back end by half an hour because of the threat of not such great weather tomorrow. And so IndyCar said, well, listen, we need to get the most running we can get today. So that's why the expanded windows, both front end of the day, back end of the day, to give an 8.5 hour window.
Tony Kanaan still running up top there. 30 laps logged for Tony. He's done the most run. Oh, I take that back. Now, Benjamin Peterson and Stingray Robb have both logged 31 to Tony's 30, getting through their programs. That rain light you see on the back of Marco Andretti's car, that's an electrical issue with the car itself. That's on the team side. That's not being triggered by the series, which, again, can have those lights be triggered for yellow flags. But it's not harming anyone at the moment, so they're letting Marco carry on with his refresher laps before they sort that problem out. You'll notice on the back of the attenuators that don't have their lights on, which is everyone else, there's a slight coloration. There's for drivers that are rookies. So on Canapino, on Stingray Robb, and on Benjamin Peterson, you will see a sort of highlighted neon sticker around the rain light on the attenuator, just to identify them as a true rookie. This, of course, is Steph Wilson, not a rookie to the 500 by any stretch. He's run the race several times, has led laps here in the past. Running for the first time with Dreyer Reinbold Racing, and his teammate Ryan Hunter-Reay, also part of this session, doing his refresher course. And it's a cool organization, Dreyer Reinbold, just focusing on the 500. They do not run any other IndyCar races throughout the year, so everything that these engineers, mechanics, drivers are focused on when it comes to IndyCar competition is just this event. And that can give you a lot of extra focus and prep time. Right here, we're just getting that 2-box to show you the yellow around the rain light on the back of Augustine Canapino's car. So that indicates true rookies, and they'll have that on their cars all season long. So that's certainly something you're paying attention to, Lee, as you're driving around the group running that we're going to see maybe a bit later today. It's like, okay, all you can see when you're right up the tail of a car is maybe what color the engine cover is and that attenuator. So that just gives you a little bit of an indication of who's behind.
By the way, if Stefan Wilson is to qualify for this year's Indianapolis 500, it'll be Steph's 5th start in the greatest spectacle in racing. Let's get an update from Kevin Lee. What you got, Kevo?
So I heard that Catherine Legg's car rolled to a stop early on a little while ago, and I checked in with the team. No kind of mechanical. They had tried to call her into the pits, and she ran out of fuel. So you don't always fuel the car all the way up. You fuel it for however many laps you plan to run, and just missed the call. So all is good. And she's been back out on track, and she'll be heading back out again in just a moment. And that really cool-looking Hendrickson, Rahal Letterman Lanigan Honda. By the way, the wind is picking up a little bit. It's off and on. So at the moment, I feel nothing, but every once in a while, it is a really strong headwind going into turn number 1. So I'm going to guess that's even worse. It's one thing to have a steady, strong wind, but at times when it feels like there's nothing, and at other times when it feels like it's 25 miles per hour, is probably even worse.
It's what we call nightmare fuel as an IndyCar driver.
Okay, yeah.
It's the worst possible scenario, and so that is why you do, gusts of wind are gusts of wind. You can't even use the wind socks to really see that coming. If it hits you just at the wrong time, it can really be devastating. And so, as you said, I've been looking out of the window at that sock on the pylon there, and it is certainly picking up. It's a headwind into 1, which is where we're seeing Ryan Hunter-Reay go through right now. So what a headwind into 1 is going to do is it puts extra pressure on the front wing, so it moves the center of pressure forwards, essentially giving you more front grip aerodynamically. But then conversely, once you get through 1 and 2, you're coming down the back straight, that wind's pushing you, you're going to have a higher top speed, a higher trap speed into 3, but also less downforce overall and a further rearward center of pressure, creating a lot of understeer, a lot of push in the front of that car. So that's why drivers have to be tuned into what the wind's doing, because you can make adjustments in how you approach the corner, how you turn in, where you turn in to counteract for that, as well as playing with those tools in the car that we spoke about earlier. So sometimes in very strong wind conditions, you will see adjustments from the north end of the racetrack to the south end of the racetrack and vice versa. But it is those gusts that you're talking about, Kev, that really can throw you for a loop, because if in the middle of the corner, the air going over the car changes by 15 miles an hour, that can have a huge effect on the balance of the car.
And you hear Hinch and Townsend and the drivers always talk about the 4 very different turns here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and how they drive different. How about how they are different simply because of the enormity of this racing venue? Temperature-wise, track temp, by the way, the average track temp is 101 degrees at the moment. But corner by corner, turn 1 is 104 degrees, turn 2 is 93 degrees, turn 4 is 101 degrees, and turn 3 rather, and turn 4 is 106 degrees. All 4 corners of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, totally different temperatures.
Yeah, and that's a spread of, about 13 degrees from the highest temperature to the lowest temperature. And you can feel that in the race car. There have been times lapping around this track where I could get on the radio and tell my team that the track temp had gone over a certain temperature in a certain corner because the handling of the car would change that much. So again, another reason that these tools come into effect for these drivers is the track conditions in terms of track temperature, in terms of wind speed, wind direction. All these things can change just over the course of a single lap. And we did hear that Stefan Wilson, the 24, has completed phase 2. So just 15 laps above 215 miles an hour left for Stefan Wilson. And that is the most fun phase, because now you can finally just go flat out, really push it, see what the car has, and not have to worry about modulating the throttle to hit that target lap speed, because that's how you do it essentially. There's a predictive lap time on the dash. It'll show you what you're about to complete as the lap goes on, and you back off the throttle a little bit on the straightaways to make sure you control it and keep it in that window. For those last 15 laps, however, you put the downforce on, put your foot to the floor, and just let it ride.
23-year-old Dane, Benjamin Peterson on screen. Hinch, tell the viewers what it's like for this young guy. What is it like in your first 500 campaign, coming to the big track, coming to the Speedway? You are trying to be part of the big show in your first year as an IndyCar driver. How nerve-rattling and just generally nervous is that?
Well, it's super intimidating. You know, the size and scale of this racetrack, it's so hard to explain without seeing it in person. You can look at pictures, you can look at, you know, what we're showing you on screen here, and you think you understand it, but until you get here, you don't understand the true gravity of this place. And for a driver like Benjamin Peterson, you got to think the Indy Next Series, it hasn't raced at the Speedway for a few seasons, so Benjamin's probably doing his first ever laps around these ovals. Back in the day when we had the Freedom 100 racing on Carb Day, the Indy Lights race, if you were coming up through the road to Indy, you would at least have that experience around the track in a different car. Now for a lot of these rookies, especially, you know, Canapino is coming from a completely different path to IndyCar than the other rookies. This could be your first laps around this place that you've heard so many drivers talk about. You've heard about the magnitude of it. You've heard about the importance of it. And now all eyes are on you as you're behind the wheel in the car.
I'll tell you a story. I don't think I've ever told you this. What does the two-seater get up to? 185?
Yeah, probably 190, yeah.
About 190. So I'm not you. I'm a professional broadcaster. I'm not a driver. I got, you know, it was a day of my life. Got to do the two-seater with our dear friend Mario Andretti. So lifetime experience. So we're not even doing 200. And I got out of that car totally mesmerized and totally, as often as I've been here and everything I've seen and enjoyed and experienced, there is nothing like that, and it's actually quite difficult to articulate. The first time into turn one at speed, mind blown.
Yeah.
Absolutely blown.
That's one of the absolute coolest things about that two-seater program is giving people a sense of what that feeling truly is like. And that's just hanging on as a passenger. You're not having to focus on the wind, your turn-in points, your apex points, fuel, any of that stuff. All you have to focus on is you know, making sure you catch a breath or two around the 2.5 miles. And still, every time you see someone get out of the car, the look on their face is just one of, I think, complete amazement. Just astonishment at what they've just done. And you tack on 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour in some cases, and that's what these drivers are experiencing out here.
And then do it 200 times against 32 other people.
32 other lunatics out there doing the same thing. As we see Ryan Hunter-Reay jump to the top with a 221, so he's clearly in phase 3.
Yep.
Having a little bit of fun. And you know what, that was a bit of a tow time. I take that back. I was going to say for a non-tow time, that's even competitive for what we saw in that first practice with the veterans, but a little bit of a tow there for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Good to see the sparkle back in his eye too when he came up here earlier. If you weren't with us, folks, wherever you're watching on Peacock or on Sky Sports F1 in the UK and Ireland, lovely to have you with us across the pond. Ryan Hunter-Reay, Captain America, back behind the wheel, and just thrilled to do so. He actually told us last year when he was spotting here and actually being a team advisor, he just said, I won't jump back into a car unless it's the right opportunity, unless I feel comfortable. I'm not just going to jump at anything. And so, you know, the stars aligned, opportunity there with Dreyer Reinbold Racing, and he feels good. This is Augustine Canapino, by the way, for Junko's Hollinger Racing. Canapino has now turned 32 laps. That's good. He's starting to log. It was a little bit of a slow start. I'm not sure if he had an issue or they were just taking their time at getting the Argentinian driver out there, but now he's up to 32 laps and he's building to speed as well. He's got to go through those necessary phases, all 3 of them, and so he's getting valuable time on track in his rookie campaign. And we just got notification that he has completed phase 1. And now he goes into phase 2, and again, that's on your screen. 15 laps between 210 and 215 miles an hour. We say it, those words just roll off our tongue hinge, but you got to take that into consideration. Some people in their lives will never do 200 miles an hour, and shouldn't. They shouldn't.
I was going to say, I've certainly never done it outside of an IndyCar.
Exactly.
So yes, you're absolutely right.
I shouldn't say some people, most people.
Yeah, you would hope almost all people, and you know, that's almost 350 kilometers an hour for anybody listening that's running the metric numbers, which is just, I mean, it's absolutely mind-blowing. Most highways in the U.S., you're looking at 55 to 70 miles an hour. That's your speed limit. These drivers are averaging 215 plus miles an hour right now. And we saw earlier the top speed going into turn 3 in that first session was 235 miles an hour. It's mind-boggling what these cars and drivers are capable of at this facility.
So we just got notification too that both Catherine Legg and Marco Andretti have completed phase 2, and they move on to the third and final phase of this rookie and refresher program.
It's great to see Catherine Legg kind of just right back up
straight into it.
Yeah, she's comfortably going through those phases again, having not driven an IndyCar at the Speedway for better part of a decade. Yeah, I mean, she did get a test at Texas Motor Speedway a few weeks back, so that was probably a welcome, a welcome opportunity to jump back into an IndyCar on an oval.
Did you hear what she did last weekend at Long Beach? Of course, she was participating in the Acura Grand Prix for the IMSA WeatherTech Series. The day before her race, she took her teammate, her Gradient Acura NSX teammate, for a ride in the IndyCar 2-seater, Sheena Monk. She took Sheena Monk around the Long Beach Grand Prix circuit.
I didn't know that.
And Sheena had never been in an open wheel car. And she just said that was mind-blowing. So Catherine gave her teammate a bit of a thrill, which was pretty cool.
Oh, that's very cool. That's very cool.
Sheena is here today, and I asked her, would you like to have a go? And she said, yeah, I'm game. Hey, a race car driver is a race car driver.
Hey, Kev, you started to talk about weather a little earlier. Have you? I know quite often when you're just standing on pit lane there, you can feel the atmospheric change. Have you felt anything, or is it pretty status quo?
It's status quo, and in fact, right now I've moved back to the garage area because there's no one on pit lane, and it's amazing to feel the difference. So you're sort of in a wind tunnel, and you're blocked a little bit by the pagoda, but basically now I'm pretty close to turn 1. I'm at the south end of the garage area, if that makes sense, and people understand the geography of the speedway, and it is windy right here. It's more in the open area next to a parking lot, and it is, so maybe this is good. It's not gusting, it's just a steady, strong wind here at this point. But I know what you're talking about is we've got a little bit of concern about the radar showing something coming in this afternoon, but no feeling of that. In fact, in the last hour or so, it is significantly warmed up. At least it feels a lot warmer. And I see it's 79 degrees, so it's pretty warm right now, and it feels a lot warmer. So that's good. You want to experience, the teams do, every type of weather condition. Maybe not this windy, but they want to experience every different type of temperature that they can to learn the car in all different conditions.
I mean, ultimately, it could be windy on race day. So
yeah, exactly.
There is still some benefit to driving, as long as, again, it's not gusting to the point where you're genuinely worried about riding off your race car. But there's nothing to say it's not going to be a 20-mile-an-hour sustained wind on race day.
That's Ryan Hunter-Reay there in that all-black dry Ryan Bolt Chevrolet, just making an inside move on Catherine Legg. We mentioned that RHR, along with Hinch, were inducted into the Long Beach Walk of Fame last week as Long Beach winners. Guess who else is now a Long Beach Grand Prix winner? That is Andretti Autosports young star Kyle Kirkwood. It was an amazing performance, and he's one of a very select few. It is quite the list of drivers as far as the star-studded list of drivers who have won from pole position at the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. Well, Kyle Kirkwood is amongst that list now, and he's with our Marty Snyder.
Well, not much time to celebrate. Had to come to Indy to do the open test. So did you get any time at all to kind of relax and enjoy the win, Kyle?
Not really, to be honest. It was a lot of media and whatnot right after the race, and then an immediate fly back to Jupiter, Florida, where I live, and then pretty much about a day home, and had to do some business, I should say, and then flew right up here and getting right back inside the car.
Have you taken a moment, though, to kind of soak it in that you are now not only a winner in IndyCar, but a winner at Long Beach? Like Diff said,
Yeah.
that's a huge one to win.
It's a big deal. And it's so cool that I'm among a few drivers that got their first win at Long Beach, and it was so enjoyable there. I mean, that was an awesome race. The car was phenomenal. It was, and not to sound cocky or anything, but it seemed easy from the front. You know, when
you said in Victory Lane, the easiest weekend you've had in 2 years.
It was low pressure, very calm. The car was just awesome. We didn't really do much the entire weekend. Right after qualifying, I'm like, the car is good enough. We can leave it where it's at right now. As long as conditions don't change, we're going to be extremely, extremely fast in the race. And we were. And we had, we felt like we had pace on everyone. We were able to save a lot of fuel and a lot of tires. And there's a reason why we won.
When you look back at the weekend, and especially on race day, what are the snapshot moments you remember about the day? I know it was only just a couple of days ago, but I'm sure the memory recall kind of brings up a few things.
Yeah, qualifying's one of them, right? Getting my first pole was so cool in itself, and I knew with that we could win, but I also was still in a position where I was like, we just need to get a good finish here. You know what I mean? I really needed that win, but ultimately we needed a top 5 finish. That was important. So that was one, and then also at the end of the race, there's a couple things in the race with racing Newgard and a couple of the little incidents there that we got maybe a little bit lucky with, maybe a little unlucky with. But at the end of the race, Brian came over the radio and he was like, "Soak this one in, but this is a good one." And I really did, and I was able to see the fans at the end of the race, and nearly brought tears to my eyes. It was just so cool seeing there. Got a little emotional, and you saw me after in Victory Circle. It definitely got to me. That was a really cool one to win.
So let's focus to today. Minimal running for you guys this morning. Was that by design, or was there just some things you were waiting on, or what?
Not completely by design.
Okay, what was the issue?
We had some telemetry problems, and the telemetry, you need to run the car, and Honda couldn't see what our temperatures were, what our pressures were to make sure everything's safe, and the team couldn't see the numbers that they need to see when I go out there on track. So we could have still ran. We would have been all right. But you just don't do it on a day like today. You just make sure you do everything properly, and then you move forward from here. And we got the issue sorted out, so we'll be fine in practice too, given that it's not too windy or conditions aren't too harsh.
When you were racing with Foyt, certainly Indianapolis important to the Foyt family, but when you show up at Andretti Autosport, it's maybe a different level. Do you feel that extra sense of pressure knowing I'm going to have a car that can compete, A, for the pole, but B, also for the win?
You know, it doesn't add any more pressure. I feel like last year there's a lot of pressure on me being a rookie, having to learn everything very, very quickly in a fast pace. And also race a lot of people in the middle of the pack. You know, that was definitely tough being a rookie. And I feel like I've gotten all that out of the way, and now coming into a season where you know the car's going to be good, they always perform very well here, and we feel like we've actually made some progression over the off season with simulator stuff, and I've done a ton of time on the simulator, which is something I didn't have the ability to do last year. I did a half day on a simulator before season, that was it, and this year I've already done I think 5 or 6 days. So it's been really good. You know, I feel like I've learned a lot. And I know what the team is trying to execute here. We know we have a good baseline car, that's for sure, and then we're trying to get some more out of it. And it's a pretty simple schedule that we have going on.
A lot of veteran drivers will say they don't like the sim, like it doesn't feel right to them. They don't get much out of it. As a young driver, I mean, you kind of grew up in that age, right? Is the simulator important to you? Do you learn things in the sim?
It is. I learn things. The team learns things. It's more so to gather data and go through the things that you do in your virtual stuff where you have virtual 7 post rig, if anyone knows what that is.
Yeah.
Where you're going through a lot of numbers, right? And then you try and run it on the DIL and hope to get the same feedback that you got in your simulator on the driver in loop, which is the simulator that we're driving. So a few different simulators I'm throwing at you. It's a little confusing, but but yeah. So you want to make sure you get all that stuff done, and also I think it is important for us drivers.
So coolest text message or any message you got after the win? Who was it from? Maybe one that surprised you.
Man, that's a great question. That's a really good one. I wasn't ready for that one.
You gotta think back through.
Yeah, I got my phone out.
How many text messages did you get?
Yeah, I had someone ask me because it just got to my phone. It was like around 5 o'clock. It was the first time I looked at my phone after media, and he's like, "How many messages do you have on your phone?" And it's like 421.
Oh, cool.
And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Which is awesome, right? It's so cool, and it was so cool to have all those. But I'm like, man, I got to respond to everyone. And I had
you
like
done
no
that,
time.
or you got?
I did respond to like everyone.
Really? How
I
long
spent
did that take you
it
to
took me like
respond?
2 hours to get through a lot of the people.
Do you cut and paste answers, or do you?
No, it
unique
was
answer
specific
each one?
to everyone. Yeah, I thought about doing the copy and paste stuff, but I was like, people will recognize that I'm doing this, so I didn't do that.
So how do you proceed forward as an IndyCar winner now? Do you find that people in the paddock treat you differently, or are you just the same Kyle you were before?
I think everyone had those expectations for me. I don't think it was really it wasn't a surprise to myself that we were able to get a win, and I don't think it was a surprise to many others. I think everyone knew that the pace was there. We just needed to execute it, and it's weird because my next best finish is 10th, which is like, even though we won, it's still like a little bit disappointing to me. I'm like, man, we should have a lot of the finishes in that group before we get a win, which a lot of guys usually have that. So it is weird. It is weird in that sense, but I don't think anyone's really treating me differently now.
But once you get a win, even though the first couple of races weren't great, Andretti Autosport really needed that weekend at Long Beach for the entire company, right? Once you get a win, don't you think, okay, we're now in the championship battle. No matter where you are, that we can make up that ground eventually and get up there and battle for the title.
Yeah, I mean, it was a surprise to me when I was in the media center after the race win. I was in 20th to start the weekend.
Correct.
I was in 20th place in the championship, and I'm like, man, we've already dropped the ball on 2 races.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is not looking good for our championship. And then someone was like, oh, well, now you're 5th in the championship. How does that feel? And I'm like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Are we actually jumped from 20th to 5th in the championship? And, I mean, it put us right back in the hunt. It put us right back in the hunt, which is amazing. And it was a very pleasant surprise.
Well, I know certainly a good thing for you to celebrate, and I feel bad for you that you got to come test right away, but it's also kind of cool. You're around the paddock, right? You get all the congratulations and the pats on the back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my family's here at the track. I'm meeting my team and everyone that I've grown up around, right? And it is cool to have such a good camaraderie between the drivers and whatnot. They're all congratulating me. I got Will and Graham standing over here, and they were one of the first ones to congratulate me. Will texted me actually after the race. So it was really cool, and it's enjoyable to come back to the track and get back into the car after a really good situation like that.
We do have Will Power and Graham Rahal coming up in a minute, but before I let you go, you went surfing with Townsend Bell. Rumor has it you taught him some things.
Is he here? He
is not here.
Can he have a rebuttal?
He's probably listening to Peacock, but this is how he entered the Long Beach Grand Prix. By the way, did you see this piece of video?
I did, and he told me he was going to do this before.
Right.
And he was nervous. He was like, I got to make sure I don't hit something in the water here and then eat it on live TV. So I thought that was pretty funny. We went surfing at last year before the Long Beach Grand Prix, and he's better surfer than I expected him to be honest.
He admitted you're better than he thought you would be.
Well, I'm actually a good surfer. I grew up doing it in Florida, right? And I'm like, can this guy really know how to surf? And he actually knows what he's doing. So kudos to him.
That's awesome. I'm going to have to make sure you got your earpiece in because Diff is going to ask you a question here real quick. Go ahead, Diff.
Kyle, as we said midweek, mate, congratulations. It was an awesome experience for you. I've got some good friends in Jupiter. The response from the Jupiter community was fantastic. How about your mate, American Formula One driver Logan Sargent for Williams F1? He must have been thrilled.
Oh, he was super thrilled. He called me, or we talked actually yesterday, but he was texting me the entire weekend. He was posting about me on his social accounts. He's obviously a really good friend of mine. We grew up together in karting, and I spend as much time as I can with him once we're both in Florida, which is usually only during the winter times. But he was ecstatic for me. A lot of people back home in Jupiter were ecstatic for me. There's a lot of posts on the local news channels and whatnot.
Just by the way, for video proof, we have video of you surfing last year with Townsend, and proof that
here
you
it
are
is.
better than Townsend. Look at that. How'd you? That's a nice little.
Did a little turn
what would
there.
That be called? A little turn.
Yeah, turn. Just
simple turn.
Front side turn. Yeah.
There you go. There's everybody hanging out. Afterwards.
Those weren't the best waves, but they were okay. We could do something with them.
Hey, it looks impressive to someone like me who has never surfed. So there you go.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, man. Hey, congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy it and have some fun. We'll hopefully see you on the track a little bit later.
We will.
All right. Callum Ilott is hanging out right now with Kevin Lee. Kev.
Yeah, pretty cool to watch Callum watch his teammate. I would say young teammate. He's actually older than you are, but less experience. Year number 2 for you at the Indianapolis 500. What's the different feeling?
It was more relaxed going into it, and then we seemed to struggle a bit with the car, so that wasn't easy. That's why I'm watching a bit here to see how he's feeling with it. But yeah, it's a lot more of a relaxed feeling. You know how this works. You know you can take it slow and not ask for too much. But yeah, we're struggling a bit at the moment, but it's the first day. So
compared to last year, maybe if the car was struggling, you might not even know it. Now you know what's good and what's bad.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, you know what affects you and what doesn't affect you. So it's tough, but your life's made easier by coming back here a second time.
So what was it like to do this race last year? I know this wasn't the original plan, but this is a nice side benefit that you get to do the biggest race in the world.
Well, physically it was quite painful to end with, but...
You mean the end part of it. I was going to talk about before that, before you hit the wall.
No, it's a great experience. I mean, this race is incredible. Everyone knows it, and to experience that myself for the first time as a driver was amazing. So, yeah, the build-up, the atmosphere, the environment, and then obviously the race itself is just incredible.
I guess we have to ask you, going back to Long Beach a little bit. By the way, I think a lot of people thank you for calling some attention and trying to bring a little bit of decorum back into social media. What's that like? I know you're not the first one that's dealt with hate on the internet and different circumstances. How are you all dealing with it internally? How are you dealing with all this?
It's not really something I want to go back on. It sucked. It's the way it goes. I'm not used to it. But obviously it happens to everyone. I mean, you see the footballers nowadays. I mean, you have a different type of football to me. But
we understand what that means, though.
Yeah, soccer players. You know, it's a general thing, right? And I'm not used to it. Obviously, the difficulty is it's quite close to home on that side. But yeah, it's not. You know, at the end of the day, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm here to move forward. If people have still got a problem, that's their problem. I'm here to drive and do a good job.
I think everyone understands it's not your issue, and I know Augustine is all good with things, so let's speak about him. I wonder if it's just as beneficial for him to have a young veteran teammate, so you know exactly what he's going through because you went through it a year ago. How can you help him?
I don't know. I mean, I had to go through it last year without help. You know, he obviously has me as a reference on that side to go into it. So far, I think he just completed phase 2. It's, you know, it's relatively easy if you take it slow, so there's not much help needed on that side.
All right, go good. Good start to the season. He's already got a 5th place finish and a 9th place finish this year. That's Callum Ilott with Hukos Hollinger Racing. Marty, who you got there in the green room with you?
I've got the Team Penske guys. I've got Will Power and Joseph Newgarden. We're kind of hanging out and just chatting about things. And how was that? So I look at the no-toe speeds. It's day 1, session 1 for 2023. But you guys were up there. I mean, is it a sign of encouraging things, Will? I mean, are you feeling good about it? This is this current session.
I see it. Number 55 is P1.
That's this session,
P2.
Will. The session before.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha. I was like,
you guys were the
about?
3 fastest. Yeah.
Who was P1?
I believe he was.
Of course.
P2.
Yeah. Was I?
Yeah.
You
were.
It was really good.
Right. Scotty Mack was 3rd.
He's got a bad car.
Is that a sign of things to come for Team Penske fans who have watched qualifying not be what everyone thought it would be the last few years?
It's hard to say.
It's early.
It's so early. I mean, who knows what anyone's running? I mean, some people out there running race downforce, some are in between. But we have, again, done a lot of work in the off season, but I'm not gonna jinx. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't want to. I thought the last 2 years we were turning up and we were going to be strong, but we had, obviously I got in the Fast 12 last year.
Yeah, right.
Goal this year is to get all three of us in there.
How do you feel about it, Joseph? I know it's early days.
Yeah, I think we're in the mix, no doubt. I think last year we were more in the mix than what we showed, but having said that, we still need to make another step this year, and there's been a tremendous amount of effort from everybody at Team Penske, and look, I feel confident. I felt confident last year coming into this event, and I'm very happy about the progress that we made. We didn't get to fully realize and show that, in my opinion, but we also know we need to go a little bit further, and I think I'm encouraged that we can do that this year and fully get there.
So you obviously learned a lot about some of the new downforce settings at Texas. You won that race. But if we're at a knowledge base of, let's say, 10 now, and the 500 is going to be 100 or so, where do you feel like the knowledge is right now with all these pieces that you can try? Because it seems like there's so many variables with all the new downforce that can be stacked on for the 500.
Yeah, there is, and everything's more critical here. Just the nature of Indianapolis, the way this place drives versus Texas, you can't miss any detail, and they all add up much more significantly than what they do at Texas. So that's why you see the variation too. You see the spread of the field. Really, it works its way out different than what Texas does. It's also condensed at Texas. We show up, we're in and out. You come here to Indianapolis, everybody has so much time, and so if you just miss one little turn here or there, you can really be off the pace. So everything's critical here. It's very team critical for the car, the personnel, and we've got a lot to get through. We tried to just start our list this morning, and it's a long list. I'm sure we won't get through everything, even through the month of May, but we're going to be working as best we can as a team.
But he said at Texas, the most raw speed he's ever had at an oval in a race car. Did you kind of feel in the same ballpark? Did you kind of feel like your car was where you wanted it to be at Texas? Maybe not as good as his, but
Not even close for me. Unfortunately, I got a vibration in the first stint. And
okay.
Then I kind of lost confidence in the rear. We kind of got it back by the end, but it was we had a mistake in the pits, and then we had a drive-through, so a lap down. But yeah, he certainly. I think at Texas it was really key to be up front because you would save your tires.
Sure.
The further back you go off, the worse your tires would go off, and then obviously then you have the leaders come around and lap you. But yeah, just today I feel more comfortable at this track than I did this time last year. I would say that the car feels more comfortable. I mean, it is more downforce, so you're more stuck. But just as far as edginess and forgiveness, I feel like it's better.
Will, once you win this race and you win the Indianapolis 500, does it always give you confidence when you drive back through the gates here?
I would just say it's a big weight off your shoulders. You're not getting asked that question. And in your own mind, you know that winning the 500 is a big part of a successful career in IndyCar.
Sure.
Yeah, winning championships and winning the 500 really is the thing. I think you got to have both. You got to win both. But here, it's tough. Once a year, it's a very specific sort of racing.
Yep.
Everyone builds a special car for it. There's a lot of pressure, so it's hard to win. It's hard to be that one that year.
That's interesting. So you guys are using your 500 cars this year, Joseph, which normally in the past was not something Team Penske has done. Do you find that helpful? Like you kind of know, hey, I felt that in this car, and that it translates a little bit better when you know this is my 500 car?
Yeah, I think to some degree, it's good for us to get things checked off earlier. We've been working on these cars all winter, like most teams, and we've got an opportunity today, just like everybody else, to get a jump start for next month. So I think it's beneficial to take advantage of that, see what our cars look like, know that this is the product that we're going to bring to the track. We're going to be working with it all month long, so to get that little jump, I think is beneficial.
All right, going to let the booth in here. Diff, go ahead. I think you have a question for Will.
Yeah, hello to both the guys. Will, for you, when we rewind the clock a year ago, you finished the Indianapolis 500 in 15th place. Double points last year, no double points this year. But when you did leave here with a 15th, did you still think you could be champion as it ultimately turned out?
Yes, I did. In fact, in the race, after the first stint, I went all the way to last. And I did, in my mind, keep saying, keep digging, keep working on the car because every position is 2 points. Every point is double. So the further up you get there, the more it matters. So yes, I was still focused on the best result I could have that day, which was 15th. So I never just gave up and thought, well, you know, the championship ends here. But it's certainly better that it's not double points. I can say that because it really just spreads everyone out in the championship. You know, it was unnecessary.
Joseph, I don't know if you've heard, but he's very upset it's not double points anymore.
Yeah.
I'm joking. You've been the one standing up the entire time. Are you glad it's finally not double points? Like, you've been on that podium.
Exactly. That's why I said
the only guy yelling that for years.
Yeah, it was great when you won the 500. I was like, it should be double points. I mean, the amount of effort we put in, and when I didn't, I was just like, there's no way that we should have double points. It's just unfair. No, I just think it is ridiculous that one race should just be
right.
It should be, you know, the reason why we had double points is when Randy Bernard was running the show, he's like, well, we'll get double the prize money. And he went to whoever gives the money. He's like, you're not getting double the prize money. He's like, all right, we'll double the points. It's just as good. It's like, no, not even close. It's just worse. So.
Do you agree? More fair? Just every race is the same now?
Well, I've always liked the old point system, so I'm certainly a fan of what we've gone back to. I think, you know, what that enables now at this event is that, you know, not that anyone necessarily treated it like a points race, but there's an element to that when it's double points. You know, if you're in a fight and maybe, you know, there's something risky and you're not necessarily going to win it, you might have the points in the back of your mind. When it's not double points, I think everybody can treat it as just the Indy 500, and everybody should be doing everything possible to win this race. And I think you'll get that even more so now with the points change.
About 40 minutes, we'll see these guys back out on the track, Diff, although I think everybody right now might be racing the weather. A lot of talk here on pit road. Some rain might be in the area, so who knows? We'll see.
Well, for sure, Marty, that's a great point, and thanks to Joseph Newgarden and Will Power. It's definitely got a little bit darker in general here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Can tell you that the 23 of Ryan Hunter-Reay and the 55 of Benjamin Peterson have completed all 3 phases of the rookie orientation and refresher program. And with this lap being completed, so too has the cooler Honda driver for Andretti Autosport. That's Marco Andretti. So 3 of the 8, Kevin Lee, have finished.
I came down to check in on Marco Andretti, who, when I walked by, was just getting started today. So, as is often the case, remember this car has not been on track this year. Some wiring issues, electrical issues. But then I looked up on like lap 5, 221. Hinch, I don't think that's prescribed, is it? Even if you've done 17 Indy 500s, you're still supposed to do that 210 to 215 range or so. But I also think Marco's probably got a pretty good handle on this, and I think we can trust him to go as fast as he wants to go.
I mean, yeah, you can trust him to do it. It's just...
but do they yell at you?
They don't love it. They don't love
it.
Rocket, who's one of the chief technical guys, he'll often walk up and down pit lane and wag a finger at the timing stands at drivers who aren't paying attention. But look, Marco's been doing this a long time. He had to do the refresher course last season as well, I believe, because he wasn't running full time. And even maybe the year that he won pole, I think he had to do it. So he loves going out and just doing, you know, one quick one to kind of show everybody that he still knows what he's doing first run out of the box. But yeah, I mean, you know, we've talked weather a lot, and Marty and I, we love having debates on when we think rain's going to hit.
Yes, we do, Hinch.
And so
you need better weather apps. I've been telling you that for 3 years.
I don't know. I feel like, well, you've abandoned the one you used to rely on.
Yeah, you gave up yours. That
no,
you kept on.
I didn't abandon it. It abandoned me.
Well, it's because it wasn't good enough that not enough people were using it. So here's my.
It's just on the Apple weather now.
I'm calling 140.
What dark sky is.
140, I think, is going to be the rain time. Do you want to put a bet on that, Marty?
No, I didn't hear what you said because I'm talking to Graham Rahal and Ed Carpenter here. But yeah,
sorry, Hinch.
I think, we'll talk to these guys in a minute. Kevin's got someone who just got out of a race car, actually.
Yeah, let's just walk back here. I just saw Benjamin Peterson coming by in a scooter, and I always like to talk to young drivers who are realizing a dream. You've done IndyCar races now, but you've gone around speed at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What was it like?
It's just, like, I've been here so much and, like, just haven't done a lap around the oval yet in anything. So it was fun. Like, finally, that was the big feeling. But super cool. The whole rookie orientation program is super helpful for a new driver like myself in IndyCar. But yeah, I feel pretty comfortable right away. The wind makes it a little funny, you know, how the car behaves. But yeah, I can see how getting a lot of experience around here will help in the future. But so far, so good. Good start to the day.
Where are you at in the rookie program?
I'm done. I just
Nice.
signed off, so I'm good to go play. But yeah, I'm very comfortable. We had a very good Texas race as well a couple weekends ago, and yeah, just can't wait to keep going.
Okay, I know you're hustling back to debrief because there's not a lot of time today, so we'll let you get back to it, but wanted to say hello. Congrats on getting through the first program. Marty, back to you.
All right, Kev, hanging out with, as we mentioned, Graham Rahal and Ed Carpenter. And so Ed tells me, Hinch, by the way, 20 minutes-ish for the weather. So that's what I'm putting my money on.
Is that what I said?
No, I put that actually words in your mouth, didn't I?
You did.
No,
It's
yeah.
okay.
There's rain in the area.
I
we
said,
think.
I don't know.
You said you don't know exactly what you said. So I would assume, like, you're racing all year, but for you, this has got to be, you ran Texas, but this has got to be a cool day, the first day at the Speedway, because this is your place you love.
Yeah, I mean, it's always awesome to be here. You know, I was talking to Elio on pit lane before, and he's like, how you doing? I'm like, we're at Indy, man. It's like, how could it be a bad day? So, yeah, good start. Happy to be here. You know, it's an open test, but to me, it's really important to show up here prepared and kind of hit the ground running to make sure you're going to have a good start to the month.
All right, session one, day one, Graham. How you feel about your race car? I know Texas was not what you wanted. Feel a little bit better today?
Yeah, and I think that Texas is why we're on the plan we are today, which is, I think the first half of the day was just qualifying stuff. Not even necessarily trimmed out, just purely running one downforce level, changing the attitude of the car a little bit, seeing what goes quicker or not. And it seems like we've been pretty confused when it comes to, I don't know, nose up, nose down, flat, how do you want to run the car, all of these sorts of things. So we're trying to just get some answers, frankly. This afternoon, the idea is to go play in traffic a little bit more, see how we are, try to tune the car a little bit. But I'm hoping it's not going to rain.
Yeah,
because
tomorrow
tomorrow is not happening, or does not look like it's happening. So if we lost this afternoon, it'd be a bummer. But man, like Ed said, it's good to be here. It's good to be running around, and hopefully be faster than we were in Texas for sure.
Well, so you talked about all the options that are there. Does that make it better or worse when you're trying to feel your way really in what your setup should be in the first place?
Well, the worst part is when you do all of that and you go within like a tenth of a mile an hour.
And you don't really get
That's the worst. You're like, okay, now what happened?
Yeah, dissecting. Is that
obviously.
What's happening?
It's like, oh man. So now what do we do? But anyway, no, it's look, you know, we're trying to learn, and we have four bullets here. Obviously, you've got Catherine out there right now. You know, Jack and Christian. Jack's had a lot of experience here. Christian's on year 2, so we can all help move the needle forward, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Over your years, Ed, you've seen a lot of different configurations of cars, downforce levels, and all that. When there's more to play with and work with, do you think that will help the racing?
I think so. Okay. You know, I think for a number of reasons. One, I think obviously it's giving us more to be able to battle more conditions in a hotter day, especially. You know, and I think you will see people come to different conclusions, you know, whether it's between manufacturers, teams, you know, so I think when you have people running more variety, you know, I think it's going to spice things up and make for a good race. So, you know, that's what we're doing now, is working through, you know, the different combinations of the new bits that we have and trying to get a good understanding of what they all do and, you know, how we think we could use them on any given day.
Even with all this practice time, Graham, I mean, are you thinking, boy, if rain comes into the picture, like all of a sudden we're almost limited in what we are going to learn here?
Yeah, I think that's the way it is. Actually, I was talking to Mark Miles about it this morning. I mean, from when we both first started here, you had 3 weeks, you know, 2 weekends of qualifying, but 2 basically full weeks of practice. You know, now when we do get to May here, you get 1 day of rain, and that's a big penalty for us. So a day like this, or these next 2 days, really day and a half, are critical. You know, because it's just an added bonus for us to get a little more track. So yeah, we certainly don't, you know, want to see rain, as Ed just said, with all the new combinations. I think we're already seeing it. I was talking to Will Power before he went on. They were doing qualifying sim stuff earlier. They had the under tray strakes on. They're really trim on the rear wing. You know, we had no strakes on, a little more rear wing. So already you're seeing different items, and clearly we're stepping through them too to learn as best we can. But I do think there's going to be a lot of options as we go, and so we'd like to get that learning in on a day like today.
Is there a way to describe how frustrating the start of the season's been for you guys at Rahal, Letterman, Landing, and Racing? I know at Long Beach you kind of started back with where you were at 2022. Seemed to be a little bit better, but describe the start of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's we're on a knife edge, I think, for our cars, and our cars are very hit and miss. Some sessions they feel generally competitive, and then you go to another session and we're not even in the ballpark. And I think you saw that obviously in qualifying in Long Beach. I made a mistake in turn 9. But we know from data, in the data share and stuff like that, that other guys are able to break deeper even than what I did in 9, and I locked 3 of the 4 tires. So there's a lot of we're not there, man. And I think you saw that with Jack too, because we thought Jack was going to be just on pace to get into the top 12, and he was 0.3 out of advancing, or a 1/10 out of advancing on his group, but his group was a very big spread compared to ours. So when the temperature rises or cools, it just seems like we are all over the board. And, on race day, we obviously were able to go forward in a hurry. But once we got to Santino, and I told him after the race, that kid did a great job, because normally I can pressure guys into mistakes pretty quickly. I pressured that guy for 60 laps, and he didn't put a wheel wrong, which I was super impressed. But once we got to him, I felt completely stuck. I hope this isn't rain.
Yellow for conditions. I believe my 20 minutes was a little short. Yeah,
it's been like 5.
I should have gone way over and bet Hinch that it would come sooner.
Hinch said 140
rather than later. He said
133 right now.
133. Yeah. So does that mean you win, Hinch? I can't tell.
Yes, we're going to go with yes. That does mean that I win.
It's like the Price is Right. You got to be under.
Yeah, exactly right. Price is Right rules.
Exactly. So, hey, real quick, Ed, can you describe to the folks at home the amount of work, because you see it as an owner from the ownership side, that goes into getting a 3-car team like yours prepared to run the Indianapolis 500?
I don't think it matters if you have a 1-car team or a 5-car team, and Graham would say the same thing, I believe, from the moment we leave here one May to the next, at some level there's preparation going on for this event. It's the Indy 500. There's nothing bigger in the world or definitely on our schedule. So it's a continual progression. Some parts of the year and things we're doing is more focused, but there's always an emphasis on Indy, and I think that's the same for everyone here, just because it's that important.
All right, Diff, I believe you have a question for the boys. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. Ed, my birthday brother, and
yes,
Graham. Graham, thank goodness your daughter Harlan made you shave that mustache off.
Look, that was my best one ever. That took like a month and a half of growing.
Ed,
not very pleased.
Ed, this will be your 20th 500. Graham, this will be your 16th. Combined, the two of you have logged more than 5,800 race laps, which is incredible. So with that wealth of experience, Ed, you first up. For our viewers all around the world who are watching live right now, what's the one thing they need to know about the Indianapolis 500?
Oh, I mean, just how special it is to all of us. For me and I think the majority, this race is the single biggest motivator. We all, we'll talk about Long Beach and Texas and the struggles we've had and the championship, but getting this race right and winning this race, really makes up for everything else. So this is what it's all about for us. We put a lot of energy and emotion, blood, sweat, and tears into it, and that's why it's so much fun being here.
I would say, I think one thing Ed said is right, which is the race this
just one.
Huh?
He said just one?
Just one.
Just one. This place owes you nothing. This race owes you nothing. You can race here as many times as we have, done as many laps as we have, and haven't won. Close for both of us, but close doesn't count. I would say the other thing is, of those 5,800 race laps, those are 5,800 of the most intense laps you will ever do. It doesn't matter what time of the month or where we're at, or if it's qualifying race. This place it always has your hair standing up. I mean, it's an intense
made mine
place.
Go gray.
Mine is getting really, it's getting there fast. It's falling out actually, but
I know who to blame.
In fact, so bad that I got pitched by a hair growth company yesterday to sponsor.
You should do it. Like
I think I'm going to do it.
I didn't
frankly.
even recognize Logano when I saw him on TV at Daytona.
Yeah.
Like, who is that in the show uniform?
Frankly, I think I should just to. But anyway, I mean, this place is so it's special.
It is.
There's nowhere better, particularly when all these grandstands are full. There's nothing in the world like it. But God, it would feel so good to win one.
That's the other thing I think for anyone watching that hasn't been here. Like, we get asked that all the time. Like, why is it so special? What is it? What's your favorite thing? Like, you really just got to come. Like, it's indescribable in a lot of ways what race day is like here, and you just got to come.
And if you're here, you get it. If you're here, you feel it. I don't care, if I'm standing up there as a fan before I ever raced here, if I'm competing here, or when my time is up and I'm back here, whether it be as a team owner or in some capacity, or like I said, as a fan, you feel it, like the air. There's so much tension. You know that whatever happens at the end of the day, it's going to change that person's life forever. And you can only imagine being an Elio or Rick or somebody like that that's done it that many times. It's and even for them, it's even for Elio, it's still as special on the 4th as it was the first, I'm sure, if not more. So it's for both of us, we've been through the ringer here. We've seen the goods, we've seen the bads, and hopefully we can be up front this year.
Yeah, I mean, guys, you talk about that. You talk about having been through the ringer. You've had the goods, you've had the bads, and Graham, you said it. This track, this race owes nobody anything, right? So going back, looking at the races you've run here through the combined 150, 160, whatever it was Lee just picked out that you two old geezers have done here. Pick me one that was sort of the biggest heartbreak. I mean, I think I've got my ideas for each of you, but if you could go back and do one over, knowing what you know now, what's the race that you would go back and think you could maybe pull it off today?
What's your guess on mine, James?
Well, I mean, I'm being easy. Well,
yeah.
I mean, maybe 14? I don't know.
14. I really felt like we had the car that year. And, I know Graham's felt that way before too, which it doesn't mean anything when you don't finish. And, anything I could have done to still been in that fight, I would love to know the outcome. But, that's one thing that I've probably come to peace with more as I've gotten older is, whatever happens. I'm going to appreciate every opportunity that I get to be here. If I would have been able to ask myself back in 2004 if I would see 20 of these things, I probably would have said no way. So I'm thankful and hopeful, and I'll keep working my butt off to make it happen. But, if it doesn't, I'm still going to appreciate all the times I've had here.
Yeah, I think mine's an obvious one of 21. Just coming up short like that, having the left rear come off. When we had just played the strategy, we had played the day so well, but it was also just, you guys know how it is when everything's coming together. Like the guys up front were we were going slow. They were punching a good hole. The fuel mileage we were getting was unbelievable. We were not able to get anywhere near to replicating that in 2022. So everything was just coming together in this perfect storm. And bam, it's gone like that. Obviously 2020 for me as well, finishing third was good. But it'll always wonder, if that race goes green for 2 more laps. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think Takuma makes. I'm not sure Dixie makes it. Shoulda, coulda, wouldas, right? We can bench race all day long. There's a lot of things that go through your mind. But 2021 will probably haunt me. If I never get one, 2021 will be the one that'll probably haunt me forever.
Yeah, people are the ones who forget. They forget you were ahead of Elio on that strategy on that
day.
Well,
we only needed one more stop, and I knew that. They needed 2. They were all short. And even if you go into like the Rossi limp mode, they still got to make up, 40-something seconds, time loss for pitting. I mean, they've got to make up a lap, basically.
Hey,
let's not get going on it. Let's move on. I've thought about this enough.
It's still dry out here.
Yeah,
it's still dry.
Hey, Marty and Graham, let's use live TV as the messenger. I've just got a text from Kathy, Graham's PR representative. She's been trying to get your attention.
Yeah, she wants you to get out of here.
Graham's got to go.
She's
Kathy's pacing over here behind the camera. Yeah. So time for you guys to go. Hey, thanks for the trip down memory lane. Good seeing you guys.
Thanks.
Excellent to hear from Ed Carpenter and Graham Rahal. Thanks, Marty. Awesome stuff. And we're under yellow for conditions. And unfortunately, Hinch, that man there we saw climbing from his car, Agustin Canapino, the rookie, 1 lap shy of completing. Everybody else completed the rookie or refresher program, including Catherine Legg on screen. Kevin told us earlier about what happened to her when we saw her just cruising back to the pits. They ran shy on fuel. But Canapino is the only one yet to complete it, and we come to a pause at the moment for weather conditions.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar. There's a big cell that's been moving west to east, but it's been it's just breaking up more and more as it gets closer and closer to the track. So, from the booth, we don't see any rain falling. There's no rain on the track. I don't know if maybe down in pit lane, Kev, you got a better sense of what these conditions are.
So I was confused as to why we were yellow for conditions, because there was no rain at all on the pit lane. It didn't feel any different. And then I heard, well, it's raining somewhere else, and it reminds of how massive this facility is. So I believe that. And then just 30 seconds ago, I felt my first raindrop here on the pit lane. So it's just a drop. When looking at the radar, we are right on the edge. So there's still a chance that this dissipates, and certainly the track is not lost at all, because again, we've had 3 raindrops on the front stretch, maybe more elsewhere. So we'll hope for the best, and this moves through really quickly. It's live Peacock television, so I'm going to ambush Catherine Legg here, and I know we've already talked to her once, but we'll just do a quick comment since I'm walking by and I'm on live, and you won't have to wait. How was it back? No, she's declined the interview. Sorry, guys, back to you. No, how was it?
Yeah, it was good. It was great to shake off the cobwebs and be back here and get that monkey off my back. And now we're going to go and change the gear so I can go a bit quicker and make some changes to the car, and hopefully we will come back as long as the weather holds. And yeah.
It'll be fine later. We're just going to go with that.
Just as I said that, I saw more rain spots. So that's not what you want to see when it's your first day back at IMS. It's like rain and wind.
Well, it may be timed perfectly for you, because it does look like even if it does rain, it's only going to be for a little while, and we'll still have some more running today. So go have a think, and then we'll see you in a little bit.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Good stuff, Catherine. Well done. Just a quick housekeeping message. That at the top of the hour, as we're fast approaching 2 o'clock local time and Eastern time, you do need to close this session of Peacock and then click on and open the next one that starts at 2 o'clock. For those of you familiar with Peacock, you'll understand what I'm talking about. For those of you watching all around the world, we've had messages from you. Thanks so much. We've had a hinge of messages from people in the UK, in Ireland, in Italy. Had a message before from a gentleman who was on a Delta flight. People are watching everywhere, so thanks for that. We're at a little bit of a pause at the moment due to atmospheric conditions. Nothing major at the moment, but it's brought this final piece of the rookie and refresher program to a halt.
And it just sort of highlights how important it is that conditions are perfect for driving the race cars here. Just a few drops of precipitation are enough to have to red flag the session, because any loss of grip at these speeds, these cars are on the edge, Lee. They're so on a knife edge of adhesion of grip that even a couple drops of rain are nothing you want to toy with, nothing you want to mess with for car safety, driver safety, everything. It's unfortunate, but it is funny, as Kevin says. You could be standing on one end of the track and it's perfectly fine. On the other end of the track, you could be in a downpour. Such is the scope and scale of this facility.
There's Stingray Rob. He's completed his rookie orientation program. Well done to Stingray. During this session, this pause, we're going to take a pause. Don't go anywhere. Keep Peacock up. We're just going to take a brief break, and we will be back with you shortly.
Well, they'll take a break and we'll start talking as well here as well on JB Motorsports. I'm so happy that so many people are enjoying what we are bringing to you today as well. Usually I would be on the commentary call as well with several of the other team members, but with it being such a long test and not everybody being available, the most sensible decision, of course, is to throw it over as well to that of NBC. And of course, and also just a quick reminder, at 7 p.m. GMT time, so coming up, I believe that's at 2 p.m. Eastern, we are going to have also commentary from IndyCar Radio as well to bring us through. We are in a weather hold if you're just joining us as well. The session with 18 minutes and 45 seconds remaining has sort of been cancelled in many respects as well. So we're all just having to wait through this weather storm together. So do keep your questions coming in as well. I want to just read out a couple because there's been a fantastic run out here as well with people, because going through as well, if Kenneth, if you're still watching, thank you for doing this for us today. I'm at work on my break right now, and I do not have Peacock. I just have been following this on the IndyCar app. Greatly appreciated. Pleasure as always. We'll also be live throughout the entirety of the Indy 500 practice sessions, qualifyings, and the race itself. And we'll have our own commentary team planted on that as well. Then also, just going down as well, W123 Kart Sport says, where are you getting this timing? Well, we're using the Timing 71 plugin, but if you go to IndyCar.com and go to timing and scoring, you can find the race control system, or just Google IndyCar race control. That will give you all of the access you need. Going further down as well, the Drumming Fitz says, gnarly stream. I work with IndyCar, but I'm not present for the test. Really cool to be able to follow along. And that's a pleasure. Glad you can. And shame you're not at the test, but hopefully you'll be at the 500. Going down as well, talking a few things. Vanessa says, nice stream. Well, hopefully, Vanessa Williams says, nice stream. Hopefully you enjoy it, Vanessa. Eddie says, so this is what they are doing at the track now. It's testing. Yeah, I just live right down the street from the track. Oh, Eddie, that's absolutely fantastic as well. And the noise coming from there must be extraordinary from the Brickyard as well. This is what they are doing. Yep, it's the open test. So basically, before we get into the practice sessions, this segment is to come to Indianapolis, make sure everything's ready, get everything set up as well with all the cars, and then just get ready to go again as well. And further down as well, the Jumping Fit says, yeah, open test today and tomorrow as well. Also, just want to pick something up as well. If you're watching along with us on Sky Sports F1 or on Peacock or wherever you are watching the stream, if you're watching the coverage, it does say at 2 p.m. Eastern. You have to continue watching as well. Close the current stream. You don't have to do that here on YouTube. You do not have to do it. All you have to do here on YouTube is stay where you are. We'll be live throughout the day as well. There will be a changeover though. Half an hour into the main test, where we'll lose the driver tracker, but we'll have the full timing page open once again. That's because we're having to change streaming computers for that session as well, but that'll only be for 90 minutes, and then we'll be back as well with NBC's team for the remainder of the day if we get any more running because of this weather delay here. Although I'm looking at the track right now and it looks relatively okay, which is a small relief, I know, because there's a few bits of damp water and streams running across, but it's not like flood out raining. It's just literally a little bit of water vapor at the sides of the track, and the cars are being actually pushed back into position. I can see Pato O'Ward at the moment, his car just having a little bit of work done. I think they're going to tow that back behind the Pagoda segment out here on the track as well. So I've opened up and just put my headset on. I thought it'd be interesting to just talk to you like this for a little bit as well. Hello, everybody. If you're new here, I'm Joshua Birch as well. This is the show we usually do the watch-along commentaries. It usually looks a bit like this, where we can stand around and talk, and there's usually other people in the commentary box. But with the weather delay and NBC going off for a little bit, obviously that can't happen. So I'm sort of glad I can step in ever so quickly and just have a quick conversation with everybody as well. Top times then at the moment, Marco Andretti, he's the fastest one as well. Then we get Ryan Hunter-Ray, Stefan Wilson, Canapino as well is in 4th position, Tony Kanaan, Pedersen, Catherine Legg down in 7th. She caused the first caution in this little segment of qualifying as well after touching the wall early on in the stream as well. And then we get Stingray Rob and Marco Andretti. Hasn't set a lap time. He's down in 9th position. So this is the ROP session as well, the Rookies Oval Practice. as well. So it's sort of like for a refresher course and a rookies course as well, all thrown in together. At 2 p.m. Eastern as well, which is coming up in 10 minutes time. That's when the normal session will start for all the cars to go out there on the track and have their attempt to set fast times, set good running times on there as well. That obviously isn't going to happen directly on the hour because of this weather hold we've got here. So do keep an eye on that though. Tomorrow there is also rain expected, so we're thinking that the session might not be interrupted that much, but today has been extended an extra half an hour to get the teams guaranteed running. So we are going to be here until 11:30 Eastern as well. That's 6:30 Eastern over there in Eastern time over in America. So let's have a look then and have a quick look down at the complete times at the moment then, with all the speed traps coming through. Well, during the weather delay as well, we also remind you that there is actually the IndyCar radio stream. This is what we'll be hearing later on in the broadcast, as well as NBC are taking the break. So what we're going to do is we're going to hand over coverage now as well to Mixler, where the IndyCar radio is currently playing as well. And I'm just making sure it all works first as well. Let's pass over.
We just cruise to the win, I guess.
This is the IndyCar Radio Network.
So we're still waiting on the session to restart here. We're just waiting for someone to start talking on the IndyCar Radio Network. 8 minutes until they're supposed to take over, away as well from NBC. So hopefully we'll have something going on.
Scott McLaughlin, Nick Yeoman off at turn number 4. Car is planted to the bottom of the racetrack. Scott McLaughlin's going to see the white flag this time by across the start-finish line. Joseph Newgarden trying to hustle and catch his teammate to deny him from winning a second straight race to open the season. Scott McLaughlin, lots of lap traffic, Mark. Bring him home down the backstretch.
A whole gaggle of cars down the back straightaway, and we'll see if Scott McLaughlin has to whoa up a little bit. He does, in fact. It allows Joseph Newgarden to get a half a group higher on the racetrack. They go side by side into turn number 4. Side by side to the start finish line, and Joseph Newgarden will steal the win on the last quarter lap of the race. He wins the XPEL 375. Lap traffic came into play, Davey Hamilton. Joseph Newgarden steals the win at Texas Motor Speedway.
Wow, what amazing. Nick, you picked him. You had the right pick with Newgarden, and he pulled it off on the last quarter. McLaughlin had the space. He just lifted a little bit too much. Couldn't get the momentum back, and here came Newgarden around that outside and just barely clipped him to the line. What a race.
A wild and crazy day. Joseph Newgarden, your winner here at Texas Motor Speedway.
I've never been so fired up after a win. That's the coolest race win we've ever had on the 2-car by far. I went into 3-4 in the last lap, and I said if I'm hitting the fence, I'm hitting the fence, but I'm going high. And the team did an amazing job. I hate doing that to Scott. He led like 95% of the laps or whatever it was. But we had an unbelievable car. It's number 600. This is win 600 for Team Penske right here, which is so special.
That was last year, of course, at the Texas Motor Speedway. Great race there where they went side by side in the last lap, and a dead heat across the line as well. Truly spectacular moment as well. Looking down at the circuit at the moment, we've got the trucks out there again drying the track, and there is now wet and dry lines appearing on the circuit. So we're still in the weather hold. Teams are now just keeping some cars on pit road.
NTT IndyCar Series on the IndyCar Radio Network.
Funky radio streams coming out there today as we wait for them to take over their coverage as well, and we can hear from them because NBC have gone to an ad break.
Only 5 more minutes until airtime.
And the white flag flies as Scott Dixon sees it. He's got Scott McLaughlin in tow as they work their way off at turn number 2. Now they'll climb on the binders, make the right-hander. Question is, will Scott McLaughlin be able to set him up now as they start to head toward turn number 4, the final lap here of the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix?
Scott Dixon is trying to pull away from Scott McLaughlin, and in doing so, separate himself from Mario Andretti for second all-time in the wins list in IndyCar. Works his way, holding off McLaughlin through turn number 6. 7. Now setting up for turn number 8, that PNC Bank machine. Scott McLaughlin, the pole sitter, is a half a car length behind him. Scott Dixon now works his way up turn number 8 with McLaughlin and Chase.
Who will have the most momentum now as they work their way off of turn number 8? They'll come into the view of Nick Yeoman momentarily. Front 2 start to get some separation into turn number 9.
McLaughlin is closing, but is he close enough? The answer is no through turn number 9. Scott Dixon holds him off. He's looking for win number 53. Michael, the advantage, 1.5 car lengths over Scott McLaughlin into turn 10.
We are most certainly witnessing the greatest driver of this generation. Scott Dixon to the final time into turn number 11. McLaughlin will look to the inside. Think better of it. But McLaughlin gets a great run down the front straightaway.
What an unbelievable set of circumstances. A drag race to the start-finish line, but Scott Dixon will not be denied. He goes into history as he steps away from Mario Andretti. He takes the checkered flag and wins the big machine Music City Grand Prix.
That was a brutal race, and we were involved in a big crash. It blew the tire off. We couldn't even get the wheel off. Took the underwing out of the car. We had to take a bunch of front wing out of the car to try and get it to be at least a little bit balanced. The steering was all bent. It feels so good. It feels so good to get this one, especially in Nashville. Fantastic place to be.
Stay tuned. We're live in 3 minutes.
Well, they are live as well. We're just on a weather delay at the moment here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway as well. 2 p.m. as well as the scheduled start time for the free practice where everybody can go out. There's a few cars venturing out onto pit road, and I don't think we're going to go green just yet. I think they're going to hold them a wee bit longer to make sure the track is A-OK as well. And I'm having to do more commentary on this segment than I was hoping. I don't have to do this. I hope I don't have to do this much tomorrow as well, because the reason I'm not commentating as well today is because tomorrow is my birthday, and today it wouldn't make sense for me to do the whole day today than not tomorrow. So it just made more sense for that NBC and the IndyCar Radio Network cover it, and I can fill in the blanks as your host for the session. And plus, I'm going to have to do this soon anyway, because as I said earlier, we will be live for every single session from the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500 this coming May. We will be live for practice, qualifying, and the race itself as well, all here on JB Motorsports for IndyCar as well. Now, hopefully, if they've started working, we're going to show you some footage, a little bit of racing footage as well from PSGL, the Premier Sim Gaming League as well, where they run F1 2022 racing as well in leagues. And we're going to show you some action from Formula 2 this past season as well. They're in season 33 of the game as well. And it's absolutely fantastic racing as well. We'll start, of course, with round number 1. We're just downloading the highlights to our stream now, because this weather delay does look like it's going to go on for a little bit of time as well, and we just need something to bridge the gap between us and then commentating from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network as well. So we're just having a few moments as well, as we'll have now as well on the circuit. The clouds are starting to come in actually, but cars are forming up on the pit road here. I can see Pato O'Ward in the unique McLaren livery is standing by, as well as the number 7 of Alexander Rossi. So we've got 2 of the 3 McLarens are out there on the course at the moment. So just taking a further look at the weather forecast as well around Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as it looks to be okay. We've got at least 5 minutes until the session ends here as well at IMS Road Course. I've just been told that the footage has now been got ready, which is great news for us up here in the commentary box. Stefan Wilson was out on the circuit when the yellow got called. The yellow got called, of course, 28 minutes ago. Right, let's see if we can hear now from IMS Radio.
IndyCar Radio Network.
It is indeed an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the world's greatest race course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It is the open test in preparation for next month's Indianapolis 500. I am Mark James, happy to be joined by Ryan Marine on pit road and joined in our broadcast booth by Jake Query. And Jake, This is the 28th go-round for me here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and quite frankly, my friend, I never get tired of coming here.
It never gets old, Mark. No question about that. And even though it is not technically by calendar standards yet the month of May, it essentially is, because you get out of your car here inside of this facility, and we are indeed privileged to be able to be here to watch this open test of practice. And, you know, it's interesting, Mark, because as I was walking from my car here into where we are in the media center along the main straight at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the skies did get very overcast, a little bit dark. There was a slight sprinkle, and it was very windy. And I thought to myself, assuming that they, you know, obviously the conditions are going to be dry, which they are expected to be for the remainder of the afternoon, but are the conditions perfect for testing? Well, the answer might be no, because it's going to be windy today. But, Mark, you never know what the conditions are going to be on race day in the Indianapolis 500-mile race. And when you're talking about the biggest race in the world, you need to make sure that you have absolutely gone over with a fine-tooth comb every single scenario that you might see when it comes to the actual race itself. So there is probably some value. I mean, obviously there is value, but you never know what people might be looking for or working towards in the variables that are presented today that you may never see again. But if they come again, you're prepared for it.
Well, to that point, I mean, before we went on, we were visiting with Arnie Schrieben from the communication staff of IndyCar, and he was talking about, you know, in the early days when he was coming here, one year, Sam Hornish Jr. didn't really have any PR assigned to him, so he was helping Sam with his PR, and so it was kind of his job to go see Sam and get quotes from him and whatnot. And one of the things that Sam said was, we want to run in all kinds of weather, where it's cool, where it's hot, where it's windy, where it's cloudy, where it's sunny, because he said, quite frankly, history has shown you never know what kind of weather you're going to have on race day.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, I mean, look no further than 1992 when it was, 57 degrees at the start of the race. Then we have other years we've been out here where it's been over 90 degrees. You never know when you're going to have windy conditions. You never know when. And this track is so, and listen, this is a theme that we will talk about plenty over the course of the next couple of weeks. But in terms of temperature and sunlight sensitivity, this track is as much the case as any that we go to in terms of the grip and just the overall feel for the track changing based on where the sun is and the saturation in the asphalt of that heat, Mark. And so you never know, and you need to have as much telemetry, as much data, as much information and experience as possible on as many different conditions as you might see. Of course, earlier this morning, Mark, we already had out 8 different cars because of the fact that we have not only rookie orientation that took place, but also the refresher for some of the veterans.
Yep, Marco Andretti, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Steph Wilson, Augustine Canapino, Tony Kanaan, Benjamin Peterson, Catherine Legg, and Stingray Robb among those turning laps doing that refresher and the rookie orientation program. But even earlier, the veterans were out the first couple of hours, and Marcus Ericsson was fast, went fast very early, as a matter of fact, 224.330 miles per hour. Elio Castro Neves was second quick at 224.280. Alex Palou, Scott McLaughlin, Ed Carpenter, Simon Pagenaud, Scott Dixon, Colton Herta, David Malukas, and Connor Daly, the top 10. 33 cars. The 34th entry, we think, that belongs to R.C. Enerson, not taking part in this test, trying to still get things totally put together for the month of May. Well, as we mentioned on Pit Road, we'll have Ryan Marine with us throughout the course of the afternoon. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, Mark. Privileged to be back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A couple of guys who just had the privilege of being on track earlier today are down here pit side with me, Stingray Robb and Devlin DeFrancesco. I want to start with our rookie, Stingray. It was your first time in an IndyCar at this track. You were just talking to Devlin a moment ago about being flat around this place. How was it? What was the experience like?
Oh, man, this place is awesome. I still have chills a little bit driving around here. I don't believe that this is actually what I get to do. But it's awesome. Yeah, we were just talking a little bit ago about how soon I was able to go flat around here, and it's kind of funny for the ROP. You have to lift in order to stay under that threshold number. So, yeah, as soon as they let me have the full green light to go, I was flat around this place, and we got a good car. So it'll be fun the rest of the day.
Devlin, you were in that position last year as the rookie. You're back for the second go-around. Does it feel more normal to you, or do you still feel like you've got a lot to learn?
Definitely wiser after a year. We got some rain coming.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're in a rain hold, and it is now raining here in the pit lane.
generally, wiser after last year, and I know what to expect and what to look for in traffic. And I think all the Andretti's Autosport cars seem to look good. A lot to go through, but I think we got a very good car.
I saw you coming down the pit lane on your scooter, and you stopped to talk to Stingray. What do you want to impart on this young rookie who you're going to be sharing the track with here, hopefully later this afternoon?
He knows what to do, man. He's a good driver. I just wanted to see, what his thoughts were, and how quick he got into it, and he knows what he's doing. So,
did it come naturally, Stingray?
Yeah, I think so. I got to do the two-seater around here last year, so okay. I know how to turn left a little bit. So it was still good. I had a good time.
Does the two-seater line match up with what you do in the normal IndyCar?
Not at all.
What's the biggest difference?
Plus the extra wheelbase, and you're a few 100 pounds lighter, I think, in these cars. More downforce, more horsepower. There's not too much that's similar about them other than, you're driving around the yard of bricks. It's pretty cool.
Lastly, for both of you, what is on the run plan here today? We'll start with you, Devlin. What are you hoping to accomplish, especially since the weather doesn't look super good for tomorrow at this point?
We got our program to get through and things to try, various bits and pieces that Andretti have laid out for us, and just a lot of testing, a lot of things to learn for the month.
And for you?
Yeah, much of the same. I'm still trying to get my rookie stripes off here, so figure out how to get around this place. I saw Devlin's standing next to me, but David, my teammate, he ran pretty good this morning in traffic, so I think that we're going to do some of that later today. See what it's like behind other cars, see if we can get a good tow somewhere in here, and see how the car does.
Appreciate the time, guys. Hopefully Mother Nature cooperates so we can get everyone on track again soon.
Two up-and-comers in the NTT IndyCar Series for sure. Appreciate the opportunity to spend some time with them. Well, a former member of this radio network, now Vice President of Communications for the NTT IndyCar Series, Dave First. Each and every weekend offers up a preview as to what to expect. And earlier today, Dave offered up a preview as to what to expect from this two-day test session here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
So the calendar might say April, but the look and feel is all May. I'm Dave First, the preview of the Indy 500 Open Test over the next couple of days here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And welcome everybody to Gasoline Alley for the first time in 2023. All these teams getting used to their garages that they'll come back and use the exact same ones when we kick off the month of May here in a couple of weeks. In fact, familiarity is really the key over these next couple of days, namely for the rookies who have their rookie orientation program to work through. Remember, it's 3 phases. Phase 1, 10 laps between 205 and 210 miles an hour. Phase 2, 15 laps between 210 and 215 miles an hour. And then the final phase, Phase 3, 15 or more laps up over 215 miles an hour. You do that, rookie orientation program is complete. There's actually 5 drivers that need their refresher course completed as well. That's the final 2 phases. 2 of those drivers have already won the Indy 500, Ryan Hunter-Reay and Tony Kanaan. Another one has already won pole position for the 500, and Marco Andretti. I think all those 3 guys will be just fine. Speaking of familiarity, how about some of the engineers as they work through some of the aero options that they have this year? We're talking about flap and infield wickers, inner barge boards, strakes. Don't know what it means? Well, the engineers do. It means about 10% more downforce and another tool in their toolkit as they go after the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. And maybe a little familiarity about which teams you can expect to do well when we come back here in a couple of weeks. This is, of course, the garage area of Chip Ganassi Racing. Remember, last year they had a driver dominate, but another driver won. You've got Team Penske still trying to give the captain his 19th Indianapolis 500 win. And then how about Arrow McLaren Racing? They come back with 4 drivers who finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Look, there are so many storylines, 33 to be exact, all setting the stage for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. This should be a lot of fun. Follow us on IndyCar.com and the IndyCar app powered by NTT Data. All the timing and scoring throughout the next couple of days. And you can listen to the IndyCar Radio Network. They've got coverage of all the all-car sessions as well.
Dave offers up the best advice, doesn't he, Jake? Really? I mean, that last piece of advice is the most important of that 2 minutes. Wouldn't you agree?
If we go on to another rain delay here, we're actually going to play on loop, Dave, telling everyone to listen to the IndyCar Radio Network for about 5 straight minutes, right?
You know, it's interesting to be here for this 2-day test. We've done it a couple of years now, and then of course, last year we expanded our practice offerings during the week, covering the morning and afternoon sessions leading up to qualifying at Carb Day. And quite frankly, for some of us that have been around a while now, we got away for a while from doing, coverage daily on the network. And boy, I can remember when I first joined in 96, came back in 97 for my second year. And there would be hourly updates that you would send to our affiliates all across the way. And I remember thinking how cool it was when our good friend Bob Jenkins, who we miss every day, handed me a script and a couple of carts that we used in those days, and wanted me to do a couple of those updates when I was here for a practice session. And boy, how things have changed, and you think of all the platforms now that we're available on.
Yeah, it's amazing when you really think about the fact that, there are so many areas and ways in which people can follow what's going on. And, of course, obviously we're thrilled at the fact that we have the ability to disperse that information and be able to narrate and illustrate what it is that's taking place. But, Mark, I realize perhaps we belabor the point, and, I understand that. But I hope people do recognize and realize the fact that, you and I are just two guys that are big race fans that grew up in the area, and we certainly, every time you drive under that tunnel and you come in here, you absolutely have an appreciation for it. And I think that both of us, and I speak for everybody on the network, in saying that, we understand the responsibility, but also just an appreciation for the fact that we're representing a lot of people that have a great love and passion for this place. And so to be able to talk about what it is that takes place and represent all of those people that are listening truly is, an honor, and it's obviously a ton of fun. Even when we're sitting here talking, and we have done many, 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 many hours perhaps of this, Mark, and that is talking through weather delays or times where this place is silent. And it's when it's silent sometimes that it does its most talking, because when you walk through or you drive through this facility and everything is calm, is when you immediately think about everything that's taken place over the years here, the history and the heritage of it. And you wonder when you're going to see the next thing that we'll be talking about in 10 or 20 years.
Well, I've often said, I've told people this when they've asked me, what's it like to work there? What's it like to be there? I said, this is one of those places, and albeit very, very different, that is as impressive in many, many ways empty as it is full.
Absolutely. One of my favorite things is at the end of the day leaving and just looking out, between turns 3 and 4 as you drive out the north end, and thinking about everything, all the number of laps that were turned and what took place on that particular day, and, the different things that have taken place historically over the day and the month and the year, of course.
Well, as we mentioned, we're in a bit of a holding pattern because of a little bit of rain. Doesn't seem to be a lot. As a matter of fact, we could look down below and we can see that cars are continuing to slowly trickle their way out of Gasoline Alley. Let's get more specifics on the current conditions by checking in with Ryan Marine.
Well, it's a nice day. We're seeing ambient temperatures right around 79 degrees, so very comfortable. There is a breeze to contend with, that's for sure. But there is also that precipitation, albeit very slight at this stage, but it's enough to put the running on hold, at least here temporarily today. It cut the end of the rookie orientation and veteran refresher session about 20 minutes short, and now it's starting to eat into the beginning of the all-skate session that was scheduled to complete the day here today. And as we referenced when I was talking to Devlin DeFrancesco and Stingray Robb, we were getting a few raindrops here in the pit lane, but those have since subsided. And to your point, Mark, we have seen teams start to roll cars down the pit lane. In fact, I'm now hearing engines fired. It looks like Roman Grosjean and his crew, they've got their car, the DHL Honda, about ready to head out. So that would be a really good sign. But just a few moments ago, I saw the Dreyer and Reinbold Chevrolet of Ryan Hunter-Ray back in the 500, or at least attempting to be for the first time in a couple of years. And then also we saw both of the A.J. Foyt racing cars, Benjamin Peterson and Santino Ferrucci, wheeled down the pit lane to their pit stall. So it should be a case of business picking up here very shortly at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, I just saw Santino Ferrucci head to his pit box on a golf cart. Now, over the last weekend when we were covering the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach, we were thrilled to have Casey Kohler with us to help promote the Hoosier 100 70th anniversary. It was coming back to Raceway Park this weekend, but because of weather conditions that don't appear to be conducive to racing, do want to let you know, those that have bought tickets that were planning to go in Central Indiana, that event has been postponed to Friday, May 26th. The good news is that joins the Carb Night Classic presented by Protective Insurance. USAC Silver Crown Series previously set to run on Carb Night. The Hoosier 100 will now become a points-paying Silver Crown race and remain at the 100-mile distance on May the 26th. I mean, if you've got tickets already, they'll be good for that night. At this time, we should make mention that the Indianapolis Cars and Coffee scheduled for Saturday is planning to be held rain or shine. That's from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., and any further details on that will be available via Lucas Oil Raceway Park's social media as necessary. But an iconic event, Jake, returning, and I think they made the right call in postponing that until a little bit later on in the year and making it a big event even bigger.
Yeah, and I think the great thing about this time of year, Mark, is just the fact that, you know, seemingly every time you turn around, there's something going on like that, right? And, of course, so many opportunities, so many great venues in terms of racing within the immediate Indianapolis area for people to be able to enjoy. And, of course, there are those that are on the south end of this facility today to watch this open test for the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Again, it is day one of the open test. It is scheduled as well for tomorrow. Part of the urgency, perhaps, for the test today is the fact that the weather is not necessarily promising for tomorrow. But there have already been eight cars out on the track this morning. Marco Andretti, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Stephen Wilson, Tony Kanaan, and Catherine Legg all undergoing the Veterans Refresher course. And then in addition to that, you had Augustin Canapino, Benjamin Peterson, and Stingray Robb undergoing the rookie orientation, getting familiar. And as you heard Stingray Robb mention with Ryan Marine, the fact, Mark, that he's been through here on a two-seater, but a little bit different when you take some of that downforce out of there and all of a sudden you're running a different line. And so it was a chance for him to get familiar with that.
Green flag is out. We expect track activity very, very soon. All cars, again, set to go until 6:30 this afternoon. Wing side up, checking in today. Count me as one that enjoys the fact the IndyCar radio crew is live for the open test. Thanks all. It's appreciated as I mow the grass and get ready to come down tomorrow. Needs to do what I did, move into a condo. That way somebody else cuts the grass every week.
He's got to make sure he's keeping the proper line while he's cutting the grass, though, right? You
That's
listen
right.
to everybody. Lots of left-hand turns probably while he's out there mowing the lawn.
And check in at James Martin, that's M-A-R, and then Jake Query, check in, and Ryan Marine as well. Let us know where and how you were joining us today. We would love to hear from you. If you have a question, we'll do our best to answer it. If we don't know the answer, we'll make it up.
Again, my Twitter, at Jake, Jakequery, and I will be making up stuff with Mark as well and keeping him in check.
Yeah, Ryan,
letting you know.
Ryan Marine has access to the experts, so we can get Ryan to get the definitive answers.
I will tweet out when Mark is lying to everybody, which will not be often because Mark is a truthful individual, especially when it comes to talking about what's taking place at the world's greatest race course. And what's taking place right now is cars on track, Mark.
Marco Andretti, one of the early takers, along with Romain Grosjean. And boy, what a sense of relief it had to be for Grosjean. I know that he wanted so badly to get to victory lane. I mean, let's face it, he was in contention the first two races of the year. For those that don't keep up with the series and are just interested in the Indy 500, we get that. But we'd like to get you on board for the whole year. But, boy, Jake, a couple of wins, at the very least a couple of podium finishes, both went away late for him, and he was finally able to pull off the feed. And what impressed me about Romain Grosjean, he was among the first, if not the first, to Kyle Kirkwood congratulate him on his first series.
Yeah, Kyle Kirkwood denied him that win, of course, as Kyle Kirkwood broke through and finally got that first career win at Long Beach. And then Romain Grosjean involved with the late incident with Scott McLaughlin as they went into a turn in St. Petersburg, Florida, running 1-2, McLaughlin first and Romain Grosjean second. And in that situation, it was Romain Grosjean afterwards that sought out, of course, Scott McLaughlin, and went up to him, and they had a very pleasant and sportsmanlike discussion between the two of, hey, listen, we probably should have, I think Grosjean basically was saying, I probably should have waited a little bit later to make that move. I apologize. And, they talked it out right there, and I think McLaughlin was very appreciative of it. So Romain Grosjean, who last year a lot of people were talking about his aggression within the car, but there's no question about the fact that he is absolutely talented. Marco Andretti, who is his teammate for this month of May, is out on the track right now along with Romain Grosjean. Those are the two, as you had mentioned, turning laps right now.
Underrated, I think, a bit in terms of his history here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I mean, his average finish around 10th over his career, average starting position in that same area. Well documented when he won pole here, even better documented when he had second place by the slimmest of margins, his loss to to Sam Hornish Jr. And I'll never forget his demeanor after that race, Jake. I think everyone wanted him to be happy because he was a rookie, and they wanted him to realize what an impressive feat that he had accomplished. But I think, simply put, given his family's history here and just the one win, how many times victory appeared to be right in the palm of their hand, it was snatched away. I think Marco at that time, even at the age of 18 or 19, understood he may never get that close again.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That was certainly, I'll never forget him getting out of the car after Sam Hornish Jr. had made that late pass over Marco Andretti, the rookie. Chris Denari's famous call, can a teenager win at Indianapolis? And he came off of turn number 4, and that's when Hornish managed to get him and pass him before they crossed the start-finish line. I remember Marco Andretti getting out of his car, and I was right there along with a couple of others to interview him, and he came out, and the first thing he said is, where did the speed come from? And I would gather that probably, Mark, there are times where he still wonders that exact question. But I think Marco Andretti knew just how close he was, and I think Marco Andretti also knew, Mark, that you can't take it for granted because you never know when you're going to get that chance to be that close again.
I was in 3, and when Marco shoved Sam Hornish Jr. down into the grass going into 3, I thought, that's it. There's no way Sam will ever catch it. And I've watched it, and I've listened to it over and over again, and he catches him every time.
That's right. I don't think you were alone in thinking in that moment, though, that it was over, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. Hey, by the way, a tip of the cap to, I think, a pretty impressive number of people. They opened up the viewing mounds of the South End, Jake, and there were a lot of people taking full advantage of that today, just to be here and watch the cars.
Yeah, and it's a gorgeous day. Obviously we had that cloud cover that kind of went through, and that was expected. It was expected there would be the chance of a very light precipitation, and that it would then clear the way for a breeze. I think we knew that it was also going to be a breezy and at times windy day out today. But the important thing is the temperature is not too hot, because that can make things pretty darn slick, and also not too cold. That can also make things slick. It might be a little warmer than what you would ideally like, but the important thing is that, again, the wind is there, but the precipitation has gone away. And so in this, the all skate, as we call it, meaning that the track is open for all of the teams, the drivers that have decided to do what they need to do for this open test. There are 2 that have decided to go out so far. Romain Grosjean and Marco Andretti, the only 2 that have gone out. Both of them have turned 5 laps since we went green, and now both of them have the car on pit road taking a look at what they might be able to figure out, or taking a look at the wear on the tires and everything else that takes place, and trying to find out and constantly learn about this facility.
Well, the old adage of, the reports of my demise have been greatly exaggerated, I think, might have never been more applicable than they were for Andretti Autosport the weekend of the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach, Jake. There were some that had suggested that maybe the big 3 now was Errol McLaren, Ganassi, and Penske, and Andretti Autosport was no longer a part of that because, quite frankly, over the past couple of years, it's more or less been Colton Herta carrying that torch. And that team showed up at Long Beach, unloaded fast and stayed fast, and we're clearly the dominant team of the weekend in getting Kyle Kirkwood his first career win.
I would think that, number 1, correct. They certainly showed that they still had some muscle. Number 2, you probably could have won a fair amount of money.
We are going to transfer computers now as well, ready for the second half of this session. So don't go anywhere, and your commentators will return to you in a very few seconds. When I literally say don't go anywhere, I do mean it. You are literally not going to miss a single thing. We just need to transfer over coverage. Stay tuned. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Entirety of that race, and at times where things cycled in front of him, and then he had to maintain his way back up to the front and keep it there.
First driver to win the championship at all 3 levels in successive seasons, and I think Davey and I discussed this. I think of significance now is, I believe that's Pato O'Ward that's starting to go out and turn some laps as well, joining Grosjean and Andretti. But I think some credit simply must be given to Michael Andretti at AJ Foyt Racing for the fact that Michael simply did not have a place for Kyle Kirkwood last year. And so he and AJ came to an agreement at Larry that he was essentially farmed out to AJ Foyt. And had to be huge for him to get a full year experience under his belt with AJ Foyt Racing and be able to literally hit the ground running with Andretti Autosport.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing like just experience, Mark, and going out and getting familiar with the tracks. Even if you're not running at the speed that you'd like, just familiarizing yourself with how the car feels, with the different nuances and lines of each and every track. And Kyle Kirkwood was able to do that last year. Was it frustrating for him at times? Perhaps. But at the same time, he was a complete professional about it from the very get-go. And now, as we get to know him more, we are seeing that obviously he indeed does possess all of that talent that is starting to show itself. We knew was probably going to be the case.
Pato O'Ward, I think, as you saw, is certainly rapidly becoming an international superstar for the NTT IndyCar Series. A huge fan following. Pato raised the eyebrows of a few folks with a couple of moves that he made during that race, and he kind of, hey, it is what it is, was kind of his post-race comments. And I'll tell you, this kid has can't miss written all over him, Jake. And we talk about the young guns, and he may be the young gun, I think.
There's no doubt about that. And if you look at a year ago, one of the things about Pato O'Ward I think that is so impressive, Mark, we'll debate for a long time at the end of last year's race whether or not Pato O'Ward got out of the throttle going into turn one and battling with Marcus Ericsson. I think it's, whether he knowingly did or not are probably two different things, because clearly, did he lift a little bit? I think he did. But you know what? I think that was a mature move, because I think he knew there was not enough room for both of them to go in.
Right.
And so, he knew that he was going to have to take another shot at Marcus Ericsson. But this guy is excitable. He can put the car seemingly places that other people only think about putting it. He has been darn fast, Pato O'Ward, over the course of his career. And he's another one. Mark, when you talk about guys that had setbacks early on, think about what happened to Pato O'Ward in his early career. He comes here to Indianapolis. He went over to Europe. Of course, he was starting out as a rookie in the IndyCar Series. He goes over to Europe. He's part of the Red Bull driver situation in Europe. Then he comes back here, misses the show in the Indianapolis 500, and yet gets finally the opportunity and has absolutely made the most of it. And not only is he an Indianapolis 500 contender, the reality is he's going to be a contender for a points championship for a long time that he's in this series.
Well, I became a fan of his, and yeah, folks, we're all as neutral as we can be on the air, and we should be. But I think what impressed me as much as anything was his very, very vocal, very public support with all the uncertainty facing what the driver lineup would look like for that race team going into 2023. When all the silly season stuff started with Alexander Rossi, almost it seemed like from the moment we left St. Pete last year, his very vocal support of Felix Rosenqvist, the way that he publicly had Felix's back and made no bones about the fact that he wanted him back as a teammate, I think that showed a lot of maturity and showed a tremendous amount of loyalty.
Yeah, and I think that, Felix Rosenqvist is another one. At times, Felix Rosenqvist was denied results almost entirely because of bad luck that was following Felix Rosenqvist. And I think that team, those two just worked so well together. I saw it last year during an event here in the month of May that I was doing for Arrow McLaren, and watching Felix Rosenqvist and Pato O'Ward and their interaction. Mark, you and I are proof of the fact that you can put two guys together to work together. It doesn't mean they have to like each other.
That's
right?
Exactly right.
But those two genuinely do, and I think in a little bit different driving styles also, which I think is advantageous. Now you add Alexander Rossi, who, by the way, just went out on the track as well. Alexander Rossi turning a lap at 2:18.010. He only did 2 laps here so far, but Rossi just went out as well in that Arrow McLaren. So you have a third guy for those guys to bounce off of, and then, of course, Tony Kanaan. So awful lot of experience now all of a sudden for Felix Rosenqvist and Pato O'Ward to soak in and learn from.
You've got Romain Grosjean, who's turned 5 laps, his top speed at 218.716. Santino Ferrucci has turned 3 laps now at 218.419.
Alexander Rossi at 218.293. Pato Award at 218.236. He's turned 5 laps. Rossi's turned 4. And then Marco Andretti has turned 5 laps at 217.803. Obviously, the goal is to get as comfortable as you can here. This is a test before practice to be ready to practice for the Indy 500. Let's find out how that process is going for Marco Andretti, Ryan Marine.
Well, and Marco, at this stage in your career, you jump into one of these Indy cars just once a year here in the month of May. So how quickly can you knock the rust off and get comfortable going 220 plus?
Quicker than they let me. I mean, I had to go slow for 15 laps there, but we didn't have telemetry, so I was really guessing on what my lap speeds were, so that's why it took a little longer to, get it within 210 and 215 because I was doing it totally blind.
How do you do that without anything on your dash to tell you how fast you're going?
Just trying to, time the throttle exactly what I did the lap before and with them telling me what I did on the previous lap.
Without your years of experience, could you have done that?
It helped for sure, but they help in the timing stand, let me know.
Yeah. How has the car been to this point? Are you comfortable with the package you've got?
We're pretty good, yeah, but I'm for the third year in a row pretty underwhelmed with the car speed, so hopefully we find something.
Knowing that, what can you work through? Is that something that's inherent in the car, or can you tweak on it enough to get you the kind of performance you're looking for?
I mean, it's still early, but in my experience, the first couple runs tells you the speed story, so hopefully we find something.
All right, well, let's go get some food.
Thank you.
Hey, that's Marco Andretti.
Appreciate it. Look forward to Marco all throughout the course of the month of May. A fan favorite, most assuredly. James Dotson checking in. Says it's not nearly as fun as being at the Speedway, but my 2-year-old perked up at the sound of race cars as we drive back from the doctors. A diehard fan and a young fan listing in Western Pennsylvania, hoping for his first 500 in a month. Those great photos you shared with that post, and we appreciate you sharing that. And earlier today, there was a media opportunity. Ryan Marine was on hand for that. Ryan, we'll bring you back in. And I got to admit, you do these media bullpens, Ryan, throughout the course of the season, but I would imagine that the demeanor is just a little different when you're talking to drivers and they're preparing to take their turn around the storied 2.5-mile oval.
It's a different experience, that's for sure. Everyone's just thrilled to be here. I think in so many ways the series revolves around the Indianapolis 500, and for many of these drivers, their lives revolve around that one Sunday in May, and this is very much in preparation for that. And, I think you guys said it earlier, the calendar still says April, but it very much feels like May. And actually, that's one thing I got from talking to a number of these drivers that's difficult about having this open test scheduled where it is here in late April, with 2 more races in between this test and then the true preparations for the Indianapolis 500 getting underway. You want to dive all in. You want to be totally invested because you know that your life can change on Memorial Day weekend Sunday. But you can't, because there's still the race at Barber and the Indy Road Course race in between now and then. But that said, all you have to do is say we're back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and without fail, a smile will break out on the drivers' faces. And that's what makes it fun, coming here and talking to these guys, especially this early on when hope springs eternal, as it does each and every year. So much optimism, so much hope, because again, there is that ultimate prize waiting at the end of the month of May, coming up just over a month from now, and the process of preparing for that race, it's truly underway here with this open test.
Jake, when you go back to the 100th running of the Indianapolis 500 and all of the events that were scheduled, and the outstanding job of marketing and promotion, they just didn't take the opinion that it was the 100th that all they had to do was throw the gates open and people were going to show up. I mean, it was almost 2 years in the making, and one of the things that came out of that was the 100 days party here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the chalets in the Pagoda Plaza. And I just every year that thing, the tickets are free, but it sells out. The allotment of tickets sells out in about 15 minutes or so. And I know in talking to Doug Bowles and everyone associated with IMS and IndyCar media, they don't have to do a lot of arm twisting for the drivers to come and be a part of that event. And I mean, it's Elio, it's Alexander Rossi, it's Will Power, it's Tony Kanaan, and the list goes, Connor Daly, and the list goes on and on and on. Because, just like the fans, these guys look for any excuse they can to be here, and they cherish every moment that they're here.
Yeah, and I think that's also just kind of the sign to everybody that, in fact, the winter time is starting to wind down, and we are about to turn the clock, turn the page, turn the calendar towards the month of May and get everybody ready for the Indianapolis 500, which is what it's all about. I know that for so many people in the Midwest, Indianapolis in particular, but just the Midwest or the northern regions, the month of May and the Indianapolis 500 kind of kicks off and gets people, that transition from spring into summer, and the awakening, if you will, after the cold of the winter, and knowing that racing season and the warmer weather is here for us is something that so many people look forward to. And that's part of what that 100-day celebration is about, of, hey, it's within sight now, which is what is so much fun. Takuma Sato, by the way, out on the track, just turned the fastest lap of the day, 222.352 for the two-time winner. So deuce is wild for Takuma Sato. 2 wins at the Indianapolis 500, 222 miles an hour.
I talked to him in Texas, and I said, I don't want to put any pressure on you, and I can't put as much on you as you probably put on yourself. I said, but boy, as soon as that pairing was announced, Taku, many were immediately calling you a favorite to win, which would be your third. Your thoughts on that? He said, well, he said, we expect to win whenever we come there. But he said, let's face it, with the team that I'm driving for, the success that they've had, he said, I understood that when this deal came together. And, he suggested to me that this was not the only opportunity he had for this season. This was the one that made the most sense to him, and he felt like that was the most attractive and most beneficial. And I go back again to Will Power a number of years ago. His part-time effort with Penske and what it led to. And while the circumstances are somewhat different, I think the mindset is the same. While you want to win a championship, there's no question this is the goal, to get your face on the Borg-Warner Trophy. And I think he made a calculated decision at this point in his career that the best chance to do that for the third time is with Ganassi.
And so Takuma Sato finds himself in car number 11. It is a combined effort, if you will, for the entire season. For those that are unfamiliar, Takuma Sato will be driving on the ovals. That, of course, includes the Indianapolis 500, a race that he has won twice and has been in contention to win on numerous occasions beyond that. And then on the road and street courses, it is the young Kiwi, the New Zealand rookie, Marcus Armstrong, that is driving that machine for Chip Ganassi Racing. But as you talked about, Mark, when you're driving for Chip Ganassi, you have yourself a legitimate chance anytime that you are going out, and then you combine that with Takuma Sato's acumen of this track. Pretty darn good combination. Scott Dixon, speaking of the power of Chip Ganassi, just bested Takuma Sato's best lap. These are probably with a tow. I think that's safe to say. A tow, the aerodynamic assistance that comes from getting right on the rear wing of a car in front of you and allowing them to kind of clear that wind for you. But nonetheless, Scott Dixon, 223.493 miles an hour. So that is now the fastest of this test session. Scott Dixon, 223.493.
Our good friend, IndyCar weatherman. If you follow him throughout the course of the season, his accuracy is pretty spot on. He says radar looked good the rest of the afternoon. Of note, winds are currently from the southwest, sustained at 18 knots with gusts at 24 knots. At the airport, reported a peak gust of 31 knots. Any idea how many miles per hour that is, Jake?
12. I don't know.
36 miles per hour, Jake. 36 miles.
Okay.
Getting ready to be a college graduate. You should know that sort of thing. Anyway, but I'm looking at the radar. And,
I have a tutor for math, Mark.
You can tell. You can tell that, what a difference about, 30 minutes makes? I mean, it is a picture-perfect afternoon here at the World's Greatest Race Course, and there is nothing more we like than looking up the straightaway toward the north end out of turn number 4, and see one right after another come out of 4 and head toward the yard of bricks. Scott Dixon at 223.493, Takuma Sato 222.352, Rinus VeeKay at 220.971, Alex Palou 220.761, Felix Rosenquist at 220.482, Colton Herta 220.258, Benjamin Peterson 220.109, Graham Rahal 220.003, Christian Lundgaard at 219.854. Pato O'Ward is 10th quick at 219.755, David Malukas at 219.739, Roman Grosjean at 219.326, Emilio Castro-Neves 219.012, Connor Daly at 218.823, Rossi at 218.783, then Ferrucci, Stingray Robb has slipped to 18th, and Marco Andretti is now 19th. So, Jake, I would suggest that with the struggles that they've had to start the season, the timing of arriving at a place where they've had a tremendous amount of success, especially in qualifying, came none too soon for Ed Carpenter Racing.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, this is a team that certainly in the form of Rinus VeeKay has qualified very, very well. So too has Ed Carpenter when it comes to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and having fast cars on these ovals. And we know what this track means, obviously, to Ed Carpenter. And, Mark, to be honest with you, Rinus VeeKay as well, I think, you know, this is a driver that came here as a guy that ran in lights. Now Indy Next, of course, as that series is known, and gets his way into the NTT IndyCar series, and he has qualified, Rinus VeeKay has, very well. And I think that in that first year when he was the fastest rookie qualifier and going through everything that goes in with that, the responsibility, the fastest rookie luncheon, and all of the other things that go with being the fastest rookie qualifier, like so many before him, I think that's when it kind of kicked in. And it doesn't take long for somebody to run this race and to suddenly find out exactly what it means. And Rinus VeeKay, one of those with that team that understands what it means here. Right now, he is the third fastest, 220.971.
Connor Daly finished 23rd at Long Beach. He said the first stint was going well. The second stop, they had an issue getting the car up in the air. That really hurt him. As far as Rinus VeeKay, there was something wrong with the car. He said first stint went okay. They thought they'd found something overnight, in fact, after not qualifying particularly well. And should have been in the top 12, but at one point he was 6 to 7 miles per hour slower than other cars on the straightaway. So they parked it and lived to fight another day, and are looking forward now to this test and Barber Motorsports Park. Let's go back to pit road and Ryan Marine.
Just a few moments ago, Scott Dixon went to the top of the scoring pylon. The man on his pit box, as has been the case for many years now, is Mike Hull. Mike, first of all, I'm curious what Scott had to say about his car on that run. The time and speed would indicate he was happy, but that doesn't always tell the story.
Well, I guess if the stopwatch is correct, the car's pretty good. But today's a test day for us, like everyone else. You know, every car here is testing to try to get ready for the first part of probably practice week at Indianapolis on the Indianapolis 500. Yeah, car's decent. We're making big changes here today to try to minimize big changes when we come back to practice.
If you could, for folks listening at home, take us into how a team goes about approaching an open test like this. You look at the schedule and think, well, you got hours and hours of run time, but there's, I assume, a pretty big checklist you have to get through. So how do you prioritize that and split up the duties between the team's 4 cars?
Well, we have 4 cars. That helps a lot. So we can get through an enormous amount of items to try, and then, but from there, you know, the priorities are recreated. We got together at the lunch break and worked on a revision to those lists, and 2 of the cars came out with one form of geometry and 2 came out with another form, and then each of them will work with that package around the aero side. Yeah.
A few extra pieces to the aerodynamic puzzle this year with the changes in the regulations from IndyCar, giving you a few more bits and bobs to put on the car and try and identify where you could find a little bit more speed and more grip. What have you found out so far? And maybe we'll just back up and say, what have you been given for folks at home who might not know?
Well, without going into great detail there, we found one that we don't like,
okay,
frankly. But, you know, that testing is an interesting thing because let's just say you test 10 items. 9 don't work and 1 does, but it's the 9 that don't sets the direction for where you go next. If all 10 worked, it would be a great day, but that never does happen. So we're working on having a great day with one that works and 9 that pushes it in the right direction.
It sounds like the theory behind these new aerodynamic pieces is to make the cars easier to work in traffic. We saw many of them in place in Texas. Do you feel like that could help come race day, especially if you have a car that's a little bit mired back in traffic further than you'd like to be?
Well, I think preferably we'd like to have a really good car on race day, and the traffic is the traffic. And if you have a car that's very drivable on race day at a you have five or six segments in this race, and you want to be sure that what you have is tunable for all 5 of those segments, because the track does change. And so what we have today is a glimpse of the racetrack, certainly not the larger picture. So we'll work on that today, and the items that IndyCar has given us the liberty to work with today are helpful. And I know that everybody wants to see a good race. The Indianapolis 500 is not only a good race to watch, but it's a good race to be a participant. And the fans and the teams will participate together on Memorial Day weekend.
Last thing for you, Scott's out of the car. The car just went back down Gasoline Alley. So what happens next? What does the team do to prepare for later this afternoon?
Well, nourishment's over, so we'll work on the car, and we'll get ready to be out. For us, we'll probably be down about an hour before we come back out.
We'll let you get to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I go back to a few years ago when Scott Dixon had an issue in qualifying that necessitated an engine change. And Jake, you've been around here a few years too, and it is your experience as a pit reporter. A lot of times when teams are faced with adversity, it's such a pressure-packed situation as qualifying for the Indianapolis 500. They'll wheel the car back to the garage area. They shut the garage door, and there is little to no access as to what's going on. As I recall, that garage door stayed open, and Mike Hull stood right by the edge of it, and I think we went and had conversations with him no fewer than 3 times during that entire process, and kept our listeners and his fans totally up to date, total transparency as to what the issue was and how that process was going along to fix it.
And it was greatly appreciated, first off, Mark, and secondly, I'll be honest with you, if I was ever a part of something that was as efficient and as calculated down to the T of perfection as that team was getting that engine change, I want everybody to know about it as well, because that was as impressive as anything we'd seen. The amount of time it took them, or lack of amount of time it took them to get that done, was unbelievable. And that's not a slight at other teams, but that team that day showed with Ganassi Racing, I mean, the amount of absolute precision which we expected to get.
Well, and I think he hit on the benefits of a multi-car team and having a 4th here, especially with the experience of a guy like Takuma Sato. I mean, I remember years ago, there was a handful of years ago, there was a new race team that came to the NTT IndyCar Series, and the owner of that team at that time had some pretty high ambitions and high expectations, and he was standing with his team manager at the time and said, so as the Team Penske cars were being wheeled back to the paddock, he said to his team manager, he said, so what is the difference between them and us? He said, well, first and foremost, we're a single car team. And he said, and let me show you what the advantages the advantages are to having a multi-car team. And he said, as the cars went by, one right after another, he said, I could point out the different setups that each one of those cars had on them. And so that's essentially what Mike said. I mean, they used the geometry on 2 cars and another, set of numbers on another car, and they're going to go back and see which one they think works best. But as our driver analyst, Davey Hamilton, could tell you, that's where chemistry comes into play, Jake, because, you can't always that data may not be something that you can translate to another driver.
The other thing that comes into play, Mark, and I think I fall victim to this as much as anybody, but a lot of times when you are watching cars out on the track during practice, and you may say to yourself, well, this driver or that driver was so much faster or so much slower or so-and-so seems to really be struggling. Mark, with these multi-car teams, a lot of times they'll send 4 out and they'll say, okay, we're going to run the absolute most downforce possible. And for those that are unfamiliar, downforce are the things you do to the car to cause it to kind of stick to the ground, to make sure that in windy conditions or turbulent conditions or in traffic that the car gives you the least amount of wiggling. But in doing that, you sacrifice some speed. Somebody may be running with the most absolute downforce to get that telemetry, then another guy is going out with a half a tank of fuel to find out exactly how that weight impacts the car. Somebody else is going out with less fuel to see how much faster. So you never know exactly, and that's the benefit of those multi-car teams, is they can run all kinds of different things. The other thing that they can do is simply go out and say, we need to see how we run in traffic. So let's go out 3 to a pack, 4 to a pack, run together and just find out how each car responds to the different wind that's coming off of it. There are so many advantages that take place other than the obvious, which is simply that many more minds and that many more eyes being able to observe what's taking place out on the racetrack. What's taking place out on the racetrack right now? David Malukas, the second-year driver, is out on track. So too Marcus Ericsson, and Ryan Hunter-Ray has taken in some laps today as well. Benjamin Peterson, the rookie, and as well Scott McLaughlin just brought his car back onto pit road. So things starting to pick up a little bit here, Mark.
20th place finish for David Malukas, looking to rebound, obviously, by the time we get to Barber Motorsports Park. Again, a lot of people feel like, including his former teammate Takuma Sato, he was quick to tell me earlier this year that, boy, he's awfully impressed with David. He said he did everything the right way last year. Certainly made the world sit up and take notice with his performance at Worldwide Technology Raceway. And I think, again, another one of those guys that's a star on the rise. Scott Dixon is P1, 223.493 miles per hour. Christian Lundgaard at 222.700. Sato, Hunter-Ray, Malukas, and Ericsson the top 5. BK, Daly, Pillow, and Rosenquist the top 10. Berto's 11th. Peterson is 12th. Rahal is 13th. Pato Award is 14th. Jack Harvey is 15th. Roman Grosjean, Scott McLaughlin, Elio Castroneves, Alexander Rossi, and Santino Ferrucci through 20th. Stingray Robb is 21st. Andretti 22nd. Ilott 23rd. DeFrancesco 29th. Catherine Legg is out turning laps along with Steph Wilson, Will Power, Joseph Newgarden, and Ed Carpenter. Now, Jake, it wasn't, a podium finish, but I think all in all, Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing felt a bit better leaving Long Beach than they had felt the first 2 weeks of the season. I mean, they get a 12th, a 13th, and a 14th, and showed pretty good race pace, and all in all feel like maybe they've turned a bit of a corner. After they get done with this test, I think they feel like that they could get back to being competitive at Barber Motorsports Park.
The really intriguing thing and enigmatic thing about Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing is the fact that running race setups and working their way through the field has not been necessarily the challenge for them. As a matter of fact, they put out a pretty cool video of Graham Rahal from Long Beach where he's going out and the team is telling him, okay, let's go off strategy here and let's go with the softer compound tires when everybody else is running blacks. And you just start picking through the field. And he did exactly that. And before you knew it, halfway through the race, he'd made up nearly half the field from starting, I think, at the 24th position and was running there, flirting with the top 10 was Graham Rahal. Mark, the reality is for that team, race conditions and race setup has not been a challenge. Qualifying has been.
For a while now.
Correct. And this is a race, obviously a 500-mile race, where you do have time to make up for any issues you might have in qualifying. But you'd rather not have to do it that way. You'd rather be able to start up front. So, that's one of the things that certainly they want to work on. And to your point, felt better at the end of Long Beach than they did entering the weekend. But nonetheless, something that they certainly want to try to get taken care of here before the Indianapolis 500 qualifying.
Mark your calendars. 100 Days to Indy premieres next Thursday. That's April the 27th on the CW from the balmy turns of St. Petersburg, Florida to the sun-swept streets of Long Beach, California. Every mile is an epic moment. 100 Days to Indy takes viewers into the driver's seat for access to the top NTT IndyCar Series stars as they compete for racing's greatest prize, the Indianapolis 500. Watch the first episode of the 6-part series on Thursday, April 27th on the CW.
Mark, if you could, I'd like for just a brief moment. Thank you. I just wanted a moment of silence for the fact that my blue check mark has gone away on Twitter. don't know what to do with myself here.
I never had one.
They're doing away with them all now, unless, for like $8 a month, you can get one, Mark.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Well, no, you won't be surprised at the number of people that pay that $8.
Well, I'm not going to be one of them.
Well,
so mine went away.
In my opinion, that's kind of like a cry for help.
Somebody must have told them that I wasn't going to pay for it, so they said, okay, fine. We'll just take away what we've been offering for free. So, it is what it is.
Elio Castroneves is on the verge of some rarefied air. Of course, a member of the 4-time Winners Club. He can stand alone as a 5-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. It is always a favorite to do so. And I'll tell you, whenever he decides to hang it up, I think that history has proven that not only with the 4 wins, but I think year in and year out, his average finish here is just as impressive as anyone who's ever driven here, and that's saying something. Earlier today, our Ryan Marine caught up with Elio Castroneves.
Joined by 4-time Indianapolis 500 winner Elio Castroneves back at the world's greatest race course. And, yeah, the smile on your face says it all. It's radio, so folks can't see it, but this is a special place, yes?
Very much so. We're super happy to be back again and start running some laps, This is a preparation. I know it's not the month of May yet, but it's obviously leading to that month. And we can learn a lot today and tomorrow.
What is the focus today and tomorrow? What are you guys trying to learn in particular?
A lot of the things from the preseason that you work on it, trying to put it together and see if it really, what the numbers saying on the simulator or wind tunnel, it works for real. Plus, they did have some changes on the rules, so you're trying to make sure that those rules that they change, we're okay with it.
You had a couple hours on track this morning, so what have you seen? Does the simulator data back up with what you're seeing in real life?
Unfortunately, we only did a few laps, about, I think, 20, because we have some electronics issue. Since it's a new car, not a new car, but it's a car from last year, we haven't run yet, so I'm glad that we found out right away. But looks good, looks fast, and I can't wait for the afternoon to continue work.
Is it the same chassis you raced here last year?
It's probably the same chassis that we won in 2021, so it's a very special one.
I would imagine so. Does it have a name?
The 4.
It's a good name for it. So you talked about the changes. There are some new aerodynamic options provided by the series this year. I guess you haven't done that much running, as you said, but from talking to other folks, do you have a sense yet, or you still have a lot of experimentation to do?
Yeah, I'm hearing from my teammates, from Simon, for example, it seemed to be some of the things that might be good, some of the things did make a difference. So, yeah, I'm anxious for me to try myself, because sometimes what they're feeling, I prefer to feel my own.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Elio Castroneves and boy Jake go back to when that car ended up crumpled against the wall, and he was just as despondent as anyone as I had ever seen. Obviously, he was okay, but that car means so very, very much to him, and understandably so. I just, we were talking before we went on today, wondering, if him joining the 4-time Winners Club, if he would be as revered as Al Sr. or AJ or Rick. And I think the answer to that was yes for a couple of reasons. He was already a tremendous fan favorite. But the reverence that he has for this place and his passion and his enthusiasm and the respect he had for those 3 that accomplished that feat before him. And I saw evidence of that later that summer when Tony Stewart's SRX event was held at Raceway Park. And I'm telling you, the cheers for Elio were as loud, if not louder, than they were for Tony Stewart at Raceway Park.
I would say one of the top things that I'm asked in doing this for a living is Elio really like that? And Mark, it took me a couple of years to figure out that, yes, in fact, the smile, the gregarious nature, the positivity, that is the real Castroneves. He's not flipping a switch. I mean, that's the way the guy really is. I remember one time him telling me, this is him talking, not me. He said, I just realized that, it took a lot less energy to just be positive than it would be to constantly be negative every day. And sure, he said, yeah, I have bad days, of course.
That's a page we've yet to get on.
Well, especially now that I don't have a blue check mark. But he said, hey, look, that's something that I've just tried to work through and live by, and I think he does more often than not. Sure, he has bad days like anybody else, but for the most part, he absolutely brightens those that he is around because he's positive 99.9% of the time. Right now, feeling pretty good, probably positive. Kyle Kirkwood, now the fastest in this session, 223.907 miles an hour for Kyle Kirkwood. One of the interesting things also, Mark, not really a huge surprise, is those speeds that are the fastest without a tow. And we were talking about the fact that, although this is, I guess, somewhat of a surprise based on what we were talking about with in terms of qualifying and being out by your lonesome and struggling a little bit to find speed. Right now, the fastest non-qualifying, or non-tow speed, I should say. So that means without any aerodynamic assistance, the fastest, Graham Rahal, 220.003. He is the only by himself, by his lonesome, to turn a lap over 220 miles an hour.
Graham Rahal off the pace a little bit, but boy, there's a whole gaggle of cars that are taking turns working in traffic. I believe Alexander Rossi is one of them. Kyle Kirkwood, Will Power among those. David Malukas trying to pull up and catch that pack. There could be about 7 or 8 cars out there right as we speak, Jake, who are doing their darn well best to find out just how that car is going to work in traffic. Actually, that's the 6 of Felix Rosenquist, who's out there with Kirkwood and now Will Power, and you can tell there's communication among the spotters. A couple of them start to peel off, but there are spotters out in turn 1 and turn 3, and they're in constant communication as these cars work together in traffic. We see Takuma Sato out there. He is working in that pack that included Kyle Kirkwood and Felix Rosenquist, and he's now tucked up right underneath the wing of Will Power. Looks like Arenas VK is also trying to run to that pack as well.
Every once in a while, there is a car, Mark, that for whatever reason, your eye just doesn't associate instantly with who it is. And I'm starting to get the hang of it now. But the new paint scheme, which is a cool-looking race car, a white with kind of a softer orange to it, of Jack Harvey, is one that has yet to really just immediately resonate in my mind's eye when I see it go past. But I did see him go past just a minute ago, and he turned in a lap at 219.665 miles an hour. For those that are curious, the top 5 in terms of speed so far here in this session: Kyle Kirkwood at 223.907, the only other over 223 miles an hour. Scott Dixon, 223.493. Then David Malukas, Christian Lundgaard, and the 2-time winner Takuma Sato, all rounding out the top 5. Marcus Ericsson, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Rinus VK, Connor Daly, and Alex Palou rounding out the top 10.
Can you go back to that day where you were on the call in turn number 2, I believe, when it was the difference between Sato, which he could have his 3rd by now if things had gone different, with Dario Franchitti, who has 1.
No attack, no chance has always been Takuma Sato's motto, and he did it with Dario Franchitti on that particular day when they went into turn number 1, and we really didn't know exactly. I remember, Mark, with just a couple of laps to go in that race, and you are correct. I was in turn 2. You were in turn 3, of course. And they came by, and all of a sudden Takuma Sato, kind of like out of a cannon, just put himself right there into the top 3. He had been running 4th or 5th, suddenly made a move and got up there towards the front of the field, and now all of a sudden Takuma Sato is making a push to try to win the race. And as they came down into turn number 1, he just went a little bit too low. He still has always said that he thought that there was just enough room and that perhaps Franchitti should have given him more. Dario Franchitti kept his line, and Sato, I think, just misjudged it by a matter of inches, which is all it took. That, of course, spun Takuma Sato into the wall, and Dario Franchitti went on to get the win. And still, Dario Franchitti, of course, with 3 wins. Mark, one of the strange trivial facts about those 3 wins for Dario Franchitti: he has never won an Indianapolis 500 finishing under green. All 3 of his wins finished under caution, and of course that one because of the accident involving Takuma Sato. But at the same time, Dario Franchitti, I'm sure, is just A-OK fine with that. This is a 3-time winner.
You know, I wish that fate had not intervened, and Dario, I think, had a more than a few good years left in terms of competitive racing. Could have very easily put himself in a position, be it under caution or under green, to have been one of those to join the 4-time Winners Club, because there was a period when he came back with Target that, I mean, he was a perennial favorite no matter where the NTT IndyCar Series raced.
Unquestionably. You know, that accident that took place in Houston for Dario Franchitti that ended his career, understandably so for Franchitti. You know, he went through a pretty serious rehab coming back from that accident, and I think he just knew at that point that it was time. At the time, I think doctors told him it was time, and then, you know, for Dario Franchitti, one of the things that you got to give him credit for, he has stayed around it. He's worked with the team. He's been a driver coach. He's worked with Max Chilton. He's worked with some of the different drivers that have driven for Chip Ganassi, getting in the headsets and being able to coach guys through, and just being able to be a part of it, I think, means everything. And in addition to that, for Dario Franchitti, Mark, it kind of turned the page to the next chapter of his life in terms of, you know, becoming a father and being able to do the things that he enjoyed, and more of a family man in Scotland, and walking away from the career and spending more family time. Super nice guy, always one of the true gentlemen of the sport. And interesting, though, that battle with Sato, as you talked about, that matter of inches is the difference between Takuma Sato being a 3-time winner and Dario a 2-time winner, and vice versa.
Yep, Dario, a driver coach for Ganassi Racing, and has become a tremendous ambassador for motorsports as a whole. I hope Nick Yeoman was stopped at a light when he took this picture, promoting me, you, and Ryan here on Sirius XM channel 160. There's actually a video associated with it.
He had to have been stopped then.
Well,
right?
I don't know if he was out, if he's doing DoorDash deliveries or what, but we appreciate. I've got the boys tuned up. I-65 in Lafayette. So Nick Yeoman checking in today. Thank you, Nick. We look forward to having Nick with us throughout the course of the afternoon.
One of the things that's important about this session, which again will run until 6:30, that means just under 3.5 hours left of this open test session here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, in which Kyle Kirkwood has laid down the fastest lap at 2:20.395. There have been 28 cars to take to the track. One of the things that is important about it, Mark, is the reality of Mother Nature, and that is that I think these teams know that they're not necessarily certain how much track time they're going to get tomorrow, so you got to take advantage of the opportunity while it exists and trying to get some laps turned in here at IMS.
And, you know, fingers crossed, because this is like last year's test. This is simply the ability to make your job easier when you arrive here in preparation for the Indianapolis 500. And Ryan Marine, as somebody like Dale Coyne knows, the best laid plans can often go awry. So you don't worry about that. But what's the focus for the Dale Coyne team today?
Well, let's find out. And, Dale, you're no stranger to bring in young drivers to the Speedway, to bring in rookies here. And you've got two drivers that have a combined one Indy 500 start coming into this month. But you don't seem fazed by that.
No, we like that. We're not teaching an old dog new tricks. You're teaching a young puppy how to do it. So it's fun. And they're both doing a good job. David obviously progressed so well last year on ovals, and then Stingray is taken to him well this year.
I chatted with Stingray just after his ROP session, and he was grinning from ear to ear. He said he was still pitching himself a little bit to be here and to get to run this place. What do you tell a young guy like that, though, going into this first session that's full of other cars? He's never dealt with this at this place quite before.
Every session is different. This one's about drafts. Rookie orientation, there's only 3 or 5 cars out there at a time. Now you're going to learn about draft. You're going to go faster than you've ever gone. You're not going to understand why, but it's just the draft. So, but he's doing a great job with it.
Do lessons from your own driving days, do they still carry over to today?
Not only, it's just that, but it's just going through with all these drivers and getting in their heads and understanding what needs to be done here and the mistakes that so many drivers have made as rookies, and showing those guys the mistakes and the right way to do it, and having good people, Pancho up above is good, and just having good people around us all makes it all work pretty good.
And flipping from Stingray over to David Malukas, that's your second-year driver. He's the veteran on the team, amazing, as young as he is. But he's been a quick study. How impressed are you with his progression in the series, and specifically on the ovals? Because he was tremendous at Texas and Gateway last year, too.
Yeah, no, for sure. We started a little shaky on the ovals with him last year, but he figured it out. About halfway through the Iowa weekend, he figured it out and never looked back.
So how does that happen? Does something just click? Something fall into place? Or what was the revelation for him?
I think just managing everything around him, managing his tires, that's a huge thing. People don't realize how important that is. And I think that was a big thing for all of his races that he's really done well at, is managing his tires so he's got tires at the end of a stint, which is the most important part of a stint.
And Dan, we'll leave you with this. What is on the run plan today? What do you hope to get accomplished in the remaining 3+ hours?
Just going through, with David, we're going through some A-B stuff on the car that we wanted to try. For Stingray, it's just getting them used to running in traffic and get a feel for that.
Thank you for the time. It's Dale Coyne.
Dale Coyne Racing with HMD, Dale Coyne Racing with Rick Ware Racing, and Jake Query. We have come a long way from the days that really don't seem too long ago, but in reality they were, when Dale Coyne would show up at St. Petersburg, Florida, and the entry list would come out, and it would still say under the driver's name TBD. I mean, I think, honestly, if memory serves me correctly, I think securing the services of Sebastien Bourdais brought a lot of stability to that race team for sure. And then, Sato the last couple of years, Grosjean, and the list goes on and on and on. And this is a rather new approach, with their veteran being essentially a second-year driver. But I don't think there's anything average about the talent of David Malukas, even though he is a second-year driver.
And I don't think that we can, obviously overlook the contribution as well of the late, great Justin Wilson, who got Dale Coyne his first win. And, boy, that win at Watkins Glen when Justin Wilson won for Dale Coyne. And, I think Dale Coyne was passing out cigars for 3.5 weeks after that, celebrating that. And you're right. That's a team now that has become a destination for a young driver. That's a real opportunity to not only get some great, opportunity to win, but just be fast. I mean, they have had fast race cars over the last handful of years here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. One of them that looks fast on the track right now because it is a cool-looking paint scheme, and I'm talking about the red and yellow shell paint scheme. It essentially is a yellow tub with then red nose on it and a red streak over the top, and it belongs to one that I think we will talk an awful lot about as somebody that many might pick to win this year's Indianapolis 500. All things go as planned in terms of his qualifications. Joseph Newgarden is out on the racetrack right now for, of course, Team Penske, and Newgarden turning laps essentially by his lonesome, but doing so, I'm looking on the speed charts right now to see where he's turning them in, because Newgarden right now finds himself 25th fastest, right around the 218-mile-an-hour range. That is a cool-looking car.
Well, Jake, nobody wants it more than he does. He's been with Team Penske for a while now. Has won multiple championships with that race team. This is the one that has eluded him. And he has watched, he gets to walk in Team Penske headquarters, sees Will Power's name on one. Sees Simon Pagenaud's name on one, and the list goes on and on and on, and Will Power's name on one. And while certainly they're happy with the championships, I think the stated goal for that company sits right here at 16th at Georgetown. And, I know that no one puts any more pressure on Joseph Newgarden than he puts on himself. But the fact of the matter is, I guess the person he would need to talk to maybe would be Tony Kanaan in terms of the expectation level and how long it takes to achieve that goal. 10+ years for TK before he finally won it.
If I'm not mistaken, last year Joseph Newgarden tied a record for the most starts under Roger Penske without having won an Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, that's one for Roger Penske nobody wants.
And Ryan Briscoe, I believe Newgarden either tied him or surpassed him last year. I think he tied him. But nonetheless, Newgarden is one of them that I think most people expected at some point. And he's been obviously an unbelievable talent from the time that he strapped in to an IndyCar and a great ambassador for the sport. So I think it'd be a popular win if he were to be able to break through and get one. And, of course, the next race on the IndyCar schedule coming up next weekend is Barber Motorsports Park, which is essentially the home away from home for Joseph Newgarden because it's only a few hours away from his hometown of Hendersonville, Tennessee. And I know that that's one race that he really enjoys going to that racetrack.
And speaking of that, last weekend, while we were covering the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach, we visited with our good friend Gene Holman and got a preview of all the festivities that'll come up next weekend at Barber Motorsports Park. Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, powered by M-First. April 28th through the 30th at beautiful Barber Motorsports Park, and it's time for our annual preview with Gene Holman. Gene, welcome. Hard to believe it's year number 13, and let's go ahead and get right into it. There's plenty of track activity led by the NTT IndyCar Series.
There is, and we're so excited, Mark. This year, the 13th year, as you said, it's going to be a lucky year. We are so excited about the series itself. We feel like it's got a tremendous amount of momentum. I was just sharing with you off air that I feel like finally everyone's back out among people. The pandemic hangover is gone, and the park is beautiful. We've had a warm spring here in the South, and we're eagerly awaiting the IndyCar Series here in a couple of weeks.
Gene Holman is helping us preview the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix coming up at Barber Motorsports Park. As far as tickets, you can enjoy the event in a variety of ways, and the price points are extremely reasonable, Gene.
They really are. We want to make this a very fan-friendly pricing structure. The Sunday tickets are only $49, and kids 15 and under get in free. Saturday is $45 and Friday is $25. Now, we sold out Saturday and Sunday the past 2 years, so I would encourage IndyCar fans that have this on their bucket list to come to the Barber Motorsports Park to buy now, because we're on the same ticket trajectory we've been the last couple of years, to where we just get to the point where we don't think it's comfortable enough to sell any more tickets, and we'll probably reach that point again this year, so please buy now.
And, Gene, we're going to let people know that on that ticket page that they can make a donation to the Children's of Alabama. I know you were excited about that.
We are. It's a new era for us. Honda's still our partners, our official automobile, but we have a new title. Medical Properties Trust is an international company headquartered here in Birmingham. They gifted this title sponsorship to Children's of Alabama, which is a world-class children's hospital, one of the top 3 or 4 in this country. And to give them the platform to talk about what they do, help them raise money through the race and other sources, it's just a real honor. It's in many ways like the FedEx event on the PGA Tour in Memphis, where the focus of the entitlement is such a great cause in this children's hospital. And a lot of the patients who are out of the hospital are going to take part in this environment, especially the opening ceremonies for the drivers. So look for a lot of great moments during this 3-day weekend.
Visit IndyAlabama.com for all the ticket and event information, plenty of information about the venue. Gene, please come by and see us at the broadcast booth when we're at Barber Motorsports Park.
I will, Mark. You guys do a great job, and have a great weekend this weekend.
And I think, as a matter of fact, he's going to stop by on Friday of next week and visit with us. And, you know, Jake, we've been going there a long time now. It's hard to believe that we've exceeded 10 years at Barber Motorsports Park, a place that was kind of built for people to go, you know, ride their vintage motorcycles once upon a time. And as Gene so accurately put it, between Barber Motorsports Park and the NTT IndyCar Series, I think they've massaged that track over the years and made a lot of great decisions in terms of how that venue is constructed, and it is as fan-friendly and as enjoyable as any place we visit on the circuit.
You know, I remember, Mark, and we've talked plenty about this, but when we first went down to Barber Motorsports Park, the question, not just for us, but I think for sports in general, was how is this market going to embrace open-wheel racing, because it is such an entrenched NASCAR market, understandably and respectfully. You know, that's their heritage and their history in autosports. And not only were the crowds massive, but they got bigger every year. Mr. Barber does a fantastic job with that particular. I mean, it is an absolutely gorgeous facility. And then in addition to that, when you watch the local news in Birmingham when we're down there, Mark, their entire coverage and their newscasts are all about race weekend. It's race weekend. They know exactly what it means, and they continue to come out and embrace it, and they enjoy it, and it's been great. They're hospitable, they're great fans, and it's just such a cool area as well. There's so many different things to do aside from the racetrack at the end of the day. It's a beautiful camping facility, obviously. That goes without saying when you're talking about something that is such a gorgeous facility. I love going down there, look forward to it next weekend, and good racing as well. Let's not forget about that. That museum's fantastic. Everything about going down there I enjoy.
Nick Yeoman out and about listening to us. As we said earlier, Michael Young is at work and listening to us today. We appreciate the shout out from Track Dude.
Is he at work?
That's what it says, and I have every reason to believe that he's making it up.
He's in a place of employment.
Open test online here at work is what it says. That's our Track Dude joining us today. We appreciate that. Speaking of folks joining us, we have about 3 hours left in the session. Sato, Herta, McLaughlin, Kirkwood, and Dixon. Malukas, Lundgaard, Power, Erickson, and Hunter Ray, the top 10. We are thrilled to have with us the president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's been passing out presidential pins and donuts here at the Speedway today. Doug Bowles, welcome.
Well, thanks for having me. It's a good day when you get to start the day with Long's Donuts and passing them out to fans who are showing up and sitting in turn 2. It's been great. Other than our little bit of rain that we had there for a while, it's been fun. It's always good to hear NTT IndyCar Series cars on the oval at Indianapolis.
If things continue to grow with the popularity of this test, I don't know that those mounds down there in the south end, I don't know if there's going to be enough room for all the people that appear to be.
It's amazing how many people showed up, and I think when they look at the weather and the weather forecast is good is when we really get an opportunity to get folks here. So I'm sure people looked in and said, Friday looks like it might be iffy, and we got a lot of them that came just for today. But when I was talking to folks this morning, a lot of them are planning on coming back tomorrow if the weather's okay.
So now, in preparation for next month, I think the thing that continues to impress me, especially since we've been under the stewardship of Roger Penske and Penske Entertainment each and every year, I come in here and I see, my goodness, that's changed, that's different. So what in particular I think impresses you about what you've been able to accomplish in the offseason, and what do you think folks will notice when they come here?
Well, I think the thing that just continues to impress me is how focused Roger is on customer experience and continuing to invest in things that don't necessarily generate revenue for him, but make the customer experience better. And the thing you and Jake probably noticed when you walked in today is the TV compound's gone.
Sure.
Right over the behind us, and that's going to be parking in the infield. Move the TV compound out to outside of turn 4, and then if you're inside turn 4, we've actually connected 2 of our spectator mounds that were there. So the spectator mound is a lot bigger now, which is going to make that great for our road course racing. Mm-hmm. Also, I've been out there in fact, I came from there. You can actually see a lot of the oval stuff there. So for those folks that buy a GA ticket, bring those kids 15 and under for free, that's the place to go. You'll have a great opportunity to see what's going on there. And then for our INSA race in the fall, we've actually got roads in there now so we can camp inside, so RV camping and some tent camping. We're excited about that. There's a new video board on the back of the big video board inside turn 4, so that as fans sit on the spectator mound, drivers left as they go through the chicane, they now can keep up with the video on track. Before, they could watch it what was in front of them, but we didn't have a video board there for them to see what was happening. A ton of just little maintenance work, a lot of brand new asphalt behind turn 1, so as customers are going into the Southwest Vista seats and the South Vista seats, that's taken care of. But it's amazing. Roger comes in once a week. He was here 2 days last week, and we walk, and he just picks things out and wants to paint this, fix that, and fingers crossed, if weather's good, he'll be back tomorrow, which will be fun.
One of the things that is always of interest to me, Doug, is the fact that, this particular venue, you have the disadvantage that perhaps southern venues don't have, or the coastal venues, and the fact that you've undergone a long, hard winter, right? Yep. In terms of this track. How much of this open test is not just for these teams, but also for you guys in general? What is the overall maintenance that takes place just to make sure that the winter itself did not compromise anything about the track and the grid?
So it's a great point, and people don't realize, but as soon as the Indy 500 is over, we will start winterizing. And by that, I mean we've got 5,000 fixtures that have water that go through them. And some of those fixtures are really only used during May, and some of them only one day a year. So as soon as those days are over, we start shutting water off and cleaning pipes out and getting them ready to shut down, because that's how long the winterization process takes here. So we start coming back out and getting things ready late winter, early March. We try and get going. So this particular test just forces us to hustle, right? We can't wait till May. You got to be ready to go. So painting all the walls, painting all this, everything around the facility, getting everything ready is really what happens. The biggest unknown for us is what's the track surface going to be like after an Indiana winter. So far, we're good. We always worry about weepers. I talked to Jason Penix a little bit. We had a little bit of water issue yesterday morning in turn 2, but it settled itself pretty quickly.
You kind of never know where those might come just because of the fact that things can shift underground, so to speak.
So well, you think, but 3.2 million bricks, most of them still there. So they hold water and let water go. And if it's a really hard winter in particular, stuff will freeze really solid. And depending on how far down it is, you got to have a lot of warm days before you start getting that water or the ice to turn to water, and then the water to eventually get to the surface. So we've done some hand sealing on the racetrack again, where we've seen some cracks where the guys just get with like ketchup bottles and are really sealing that to keep the water from going down in there. But the good thing about this is, for me, my biggest worry was, if you remember this day last year, we had the warm-up lane issues where we had Rossi spin, we had Will Power spin, we had Elio spin, and ultimately at first we thought it was just cold tires, then we realized there was something going on. So we've been watching the friction levels of the racetrack in the warm-up lane really from that point on, and we bought a machine that's exactly like Firestone's machine, or our partners at Milestone who do all our paving did. So we've been really maintaining that. Firestone did friction test yesterday, and it's basically at the same level it was at the end of the race last year. And we're excited about that because our machines basically said the same thing, so we know our machines synced with where Firestone's is. So that was my biggest concern, really, was let's eliminate that one problem we caused last year.
Tacoma Sato's at P1, 226.265. McLaughlin, Herta, Power, and Kirkwood, the top 5. Dixon, Pagenaud, Malukas, Lundgaard, Erickson, the top 10. Hunter-Ray, Carpenter, Rosenquist, DeFrancesco, and VK through 15th. Then Daly, Palou, Wilson, Peterson, and Rahal through 20th. Rossi, Award, Harvey, Andretti, and Eilot through 30th. And then Catherine Legg, Tony Kanaan, and Augustine Canapino. Jake and I were talking about the impressive effort that was undertaken a number of years ago now in preparation for the 100th 500. And I really love the theme and the point. And you stressed it to me and others that you talked to, that it wasn't just about bringing people to the 100th. It was about making sure that people come back for the 101st, the 102nd. As you know, in that process, a pandemic came along.
Yep.
But I think in terms of the marketing and promotion, I think once we got through those issues with COVID, I think you all are as aggressive as you ever have been.
Yeah, and it's the great thing is Rogers really allowed us to do that. And so obviously the 104th, you don't have any people here. And the 105th, we were limited to 135,000 people in the grandstands. By the time you tally it all up, we were probably in the 150 range. And then last year was the best year we've had really since the turn of the century, with the exception of the 100th running of the Indy 500. So I was a little worried. All of us were a little worried. What is this year going to be like? And our ticket sales from the 500-hour renewal period really all the way through to today have been up. So that right now, unless something crazy happens in the next 38 days, the Indy 500 attendance for this year will be even better than last year. And last year was fantastic. So there is some momentum around the NTT IndyCar Series and certainly the Indianapolis 500. And, man, there's nothing better than hanging out with Indy 500 fans. I spent so much time this morning at Turn 2 talking to them, hearing their stories. I mean, Jake loves this, too. I mean, we just love the history and the stories and the generational piece of it, and how, granddads brought their kids they're just generation after generation. And it felt like that last year, for sure.
We got 3 of them right here, right?
Right.
I mean, that's
for
the
sure.
bottom
That's how
line.
we found it. That's how we found it. You're exactly right.
So now, to that end, I mean, you have those generational stories, but just I think as significant as the efforts over the past several years, you worked very, very hard in introducing to this place to a whole new generation, and maybe people that don't have that generational history with this place.
And that's the challenge, right? It is the best sales tool we have is that person that comes and then brings somebody along.
Sure.
I mean, because you're helping somebody understand what you're seeing, you understand where you're going, you get a connection on the history. The biggest challenge is finding that person for the first time. If you can get them here, you usually can keep them. So the Snake Pit is a marketing tool to get young kids to come to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway who are there for the music. Then how do we convert them? And then we've been trying to go out to places that aren't necessarily your traditional place to find race fans. We're in a community right here that when Carl Fisher built the Speedway, there's nothing here but farmland. Well, over those 113 and 114 years since the track was founded, we've had a city grow around us. We've had a neighborhood on the north side of us, a predominantly black neighborhood or Hispanic neighborhoods who don't feel like they're even invited here, which is so we have to make an effort to go out and introduce ourselves and make sure people are feeling welcome. So the last 2 years, we've made a huge effort to try and really bring people to the Speedway who are Hoosiers, who live in the city, who've just never felt like they were really invited. And then if they're invited, give them somebody to help them understand what they're coming to see. And once you get people engaged, they love this. And I love the fact that our fan base is beginning to look more and more like our community really looks. I think those are important things for us, and especially for the long-term health of our sport.
You know, it's interesting, Doug. Pato O'Ward, I think. I went out last year during the month of May to a local grocery store, and Pato O'Ward was there as part of a promotion with Mission Foods. Felix Rosenquist was with him.
Yep.
But the turnout of, and it was great to see, of the Hispanic community of Indianapolis that I think felt represented, right? And not only that, but Pato O'Ward's ability to connect with them because of his pride of his heritage. And then, of course, the fact that this is a guy that's running up front.
Correct.
I mean, it seemed to introduce an entirely new fan base.
It really did. And you think about our sport has been diverse in terms of not just U.S. drivers. You know, half the field tends to be from somewhere else. But our Hispanic speaking, or our Hispanic community has been a lot of Portuguese speaking, not necessarily. And we haven't really had, maybe since Adrian Fernandez, right? We haven't had a Mexican driver who can run up front. And the fact that Pato is doing that, and Pato is so committed to building the fan base. He's buying tickets at Texas Motor Speedway. He's buying tickets here. He and I just did a Q&A thing at the museum last night. He's just so passionate about it, and he cares about the fans. So he's the perfect one. And then when you take somebody like Mission Foods, who then's investing not just in the race car, but in the way that they promote. It doesn't matter where you're, not just Indianapolis. You go to other racetracks, in grocery stores, in those tracks, or in those markets, you see Mission Foods, and it's been really fun, and Pato's a great spokesman for our sport and super fast.
Doug Bowles, president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, is our guest, and among the many things, how active you are on social media. I think it's awesome, but, the behind-the-scenes look, you're taking people to places here at the Speedway that they would not get to go, or maybe no one has been in a number of years. So what has been the most interesting find? What's the most interesting thing you've uncovered in that process?
Oh, there are just so many great stories about the Speedway. I think the most fun thing has been kind of trying to traverse our way through what was once a creek that was visible that's now a buried creek inside of Oval Turn 1. We started one of our early Behind the Bricks episodes was trying to go in from the north side, and as I turned the corner to go under there, I ran into a bunch of bats and decided maybe I'd stay out of there. And then we did another one earlier this year where we actually came through the other direction. We still haven't been able to make it all the way through. There's something when you get way down underneath there that gets a little creepy. But there's so many great stories about the Speedway and so many things that people don't get to see on a regular basis. So Zach Horrell, Butler University grad who actually interned for us, has been a full-time guy here. It's really the brains behind it. He and I brainstorm on places to go and things to see. And then Matt Perks and the team over at IMS Productions helps us put that together. It's an awful lot of fun. Today we were doing one on the history of the pylon. So the pylon you see up there right now is really the third pylon, but it's the fourth. We just put a brand new face on it, so it's the fourth face of the pylon. So talking through why that makes a difference, what are the changes from last year to this year with the pylon, and then just the history since the first one was built in 1959.
So now, a few months ago, I was contacted by Tanner Watkins at Lucas Oil, Indianapolis Raceway Park, and he goes, hey, 70th anniversary of the Hoosier 100. He said, we're going to go back to some of the history and traditions of days gone by. And once upon a time, IMS Radio Network guys would be a part of the public address crew. Would you have any interest in that? That was a quick yes. Well, actually, it wasn't a quick yes, and you can relate to this with your schedule. I did have to check because it happened to be originally April 23rd is my wife's birthday, so I had to make sure that I cleared that with her.
You definitely have to do that.
Yeah, and so I thought I was going to do something cool, but I think you might have trumped me a little bit. Now, you're going to have to wait till – are you still going to be able to do it, Carb Night?
I hope so. I told Casey that I really hope that I can do that. So right now I'm planning on doing it. That's such a cool thing, like you said, just the history and being able to be part of that. You know, my first job in motorsports was at Raceway Park, working for John Potts and the Daniels family when they were out there, and working in the press room and copying press releases and doing those kind of things. So that track is that facility's got a special place for me. So the idea that I could actually actually drive the pace car for a Silver Crown race at Raceway Park is pretty cool.
What year was that? What year is that Studebaker again? You're going to drive?
Was it a 48 or 50? I can't even remember.
53, maybe. I want to say that number sounds right. So that's among.
Well, it would be 53, right? Because it's the 70th anniversary.
Right,
So that's when. So I've been thinking about Jake a lot the last few days because I know how much Jake loves history. So I was proofing something for our team. Mark Miles is doing a sustainability and diversity report, like an annual report that we're going to give to our partners, and one of them was talking through the history of the Speedway and some of our milestones, and ended up and I was reading through the 29 race, and you're familiar with the name Norman Batten?
I am.
You familiar with his story?
I'm not.
You will love this story. So Norman Batten ran 3 Indianapolis 500s. His first one, he ran 4, but he qualified for 3. His first one, before he was a rookie, he actually helped our 1925 winner as a relief driver. So he actually won the Indy 500, though not credited with it, before he gets his rookie opportunity in 26. 27 and 28. In the fall of 28, he and a guy named Earl DeVore, race car driver, whose son Billy DeVore races 7 times later, they decide they want to race in South America. So they get on a ship called the SS Vestris. The ship sinks, they drown. So I've spent the last 2 nights just reading these crazy stories about these 2 Indy 500 veterans who were going to race in South America. There's some accounts say that one of the Miller race cars was actually on that ship as they were taking it with them. Donald Davidson and I had a conversation when it isn't quite sure if that's accurate. But I know you love those kind of crazy stories. It's one of those ones, as long as I've been around here, I'd never heard that.
Doug, I was amazed once, and this is going to sound probably a little dark, but in the media guide, one of the media guides that's available, a lot of times it lists how long different drivers lived and when they passed. And I was amazed at the number of drivers from, again, primarily the first 40 years or so, let's say pre-war.
Yep.
But the number of drivers who passed in ship casualties or sea casualties. Yep. I was amazed by it. But I guess at the same time,
it's how you travel if you're going
correct.
Overseas, right?
I mean, that was how they traveled back in those days. But there are so many stories that are just captivating, and I think one of the things that is truly amazing about it, and when you read about it, is for so many different drivers that came out here, just the nonstop pursuit. They came out here and for whether they were just simply a test driver for a fledgling automobile company or whatever it might be, there was something that kept drawing them back.
For sure.
Right?
And it's still like that today. I mean, but it's that foundation that is really what makes it so special today. But, with the almost 800 drivers who've driven, there's all those stories, and you start drilling into it. And the other night I was sitting in bed, and finally Beth said, "Hey, you know what? You need to go to sleep. This is fascinating." So it's just really cool when you learn those stories.
2 examples of that for me. One of 1997, I just saw somebody posted a picture of him during his qualifying run. I will never forget, with all that he had accomplished at that point in his career, Steve Kinser.
Yep.
When he qualified for the Indianapolis 500, we used to line him up, and they'd get in line, wait their turn. He wanted no one to come near him, no one to talk to him. He probably went through 3/4 of a pack of cigarettes at the time it took that car to go through tech. With all that he had accomplished, and then Jack Hewitt, when he qualified for the 500, with all that he had accomplished, he cried like a little kid when he got out of that car and took that helmet off.
Yeah.
2 of the most accomplished racers of all time.
Yep.
And this place reduced both of them to that.
It's an amazing facility, and even people like Kurt Busch, a NASCAR champion who comes here and runs, and to this day when I talk to him, he said the coolest thing I've ever done, run the Indy 500. You can't describe how special it is when you get in, and how special it is when you're part of that race morning pre-race, and it's really, I don't know, you can't describe it, right? You can't even describe it to fans when you're trying to get a friend to come who's never been before. It's like, words don't do it justice. You just have to trust us and come hang out and see what it's like.
Takuma Sato, the fastest so far today.
Speaking of somebody who loves the Speedway.
265. And you know what? A 2-time winner that Doug we were talking about could probably be even more than that. And this might be the year where he gets his 3rd win, because clearly he's going to have a fast race car with Chip Ganassi, Colton Herta, Scott McLaughlin, Will Power, and Kyle Kirkwood rounding out the top 5. Then it's Stephen Wilson, 6th fastest at 224.013, followed by Scott Dixon, Simon Pagenaud, David Malukas, and Christian Lundgaard rounding out the top 10. Doug, you got a favorite Bryan Adams song?
18 Till I Die is probably my favorite one, but I don't know that a lot of people find that, it's not like Somebody or Summer '69 or one of those songs that everybody knows. But that's probably the one that
I forgot about Somebody. That's a good one. The first one that I remember from him is still my favorite, and that's Cuts Like a Knife.
Cuts Like a Knife's a great song.
Love
right?
Cuts Like a Knife.
Well, that transitions us into the most obvious question, so let's share with folks. Just give us, an overview of what the month of May is going to look like and when fans can start coming out and enjoying the Speedway next month.
Well, the best news about the month of May, in my mind, is that we've got 34 cars entered. So that's going to make qualifying Sunday a lot of fun. We're going to have an opportunity to see 4 cars trying to vie for those last 3 spots. I think that'll help on the drama for the 100-day show that's being filmed. I think that'll help that 100-day show, add that little level of drama in there too. So I'm really excited about that. Race weekend with Carb Day, Brian Adams playing will be a lot of fun. Soul Train opening up, and everybody knows Runaway Train. They may not think they know it, but they will know it when they hear it's one of those. So they'll open, and then we're going to keep the Legends Day concert, the Firestone Legends Day concert. We're going to keep it downtown this year. We're still just going to build 1 stage. In the past, we've done 2, but we'll just have 1 here. So that'll go back downtown with Brad Paisley, Russell Dickerson. That's going to be a fun one, I think. And then, race day it's nothing like the 100s. There's nothing like the Indy 500. There's not going to be anything like the 107th running. I'm really excited. And the EDM concert for those young adults that we're trying to get used to coming here and enjoying the Speedway, and I think that should be quite a fun. Shaquille O'Neal actually playing the Snake Pit, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's awesome. 100 Days to Indy premieres next Thursday on the CW. That's awesome, and everybody that's had a sneak preview of it says it's as advertised.
Have you guys seen it?
No, I have not. I've seen trailers.
So, Jake,
Chris Pollock, our network director, have seen it.
So you have or you haven't?
I have not.
So both of you, your voices are in it, which is really cool as they're going through some of the race stuff. So you guys get your cameo.
Really?
Yeah, it's really cool. So you guys they pick up a lot of the radio network. They split between the NBC TV broadcast and the radio network in terms of calling the race, which is really cool when they show race footage. So it's nice that they use that. But both of you guys. You get a little bit of voice on there, so that's pretty
Doug,
cool.
it is, and I know I speak for Mark when I say this. It is still so surreal to me, flattering, obviously, but also surreal to hear in the few times that, like, if I'm doing something and there is a call and it incorporates our voices. And I'm sure you get the same thing. I mean, you have to kind of step back for a second. You're like, well, wait a minute. Like, I really did do that.
I hear I'm on the golf course now. I've heard that I'm you can hear me on the golf course.
Really?
If that's not a distraction, I don't know.
You want to talk about a good walk spoiled. Good Lord, right?
That's right.
You know what, though? That's what makes you guys so good, and it makes it, if it didn't humble you every time you heard it, there'd be something wrong, right? I mean, and I think that's what makes this place so special. We were shooting a Behind the Bricks thing today, and we were going to do it outside Gate 1. We parked the cars there, and we looked around and said, we got to drive around. I said, you know what? I think I have a key. And to me, it's like, oh my gosh, I have a key to the front gate of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's still, to me, is just like, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, Paul Page basically chastised me out of my reluctance to ever refer to myself as the voice of the 500. He said, listen, you've earned it. He said, it's your turn. You take that and you own it. And I'm like, well, that's Sid, or that's you, or that's Bob, and that's Mike. And he goes, no, that's and so I think that's kind of been a hallmark of this network over the years, is the fact that we were all fans, and fans first, and remain fans, and we've all maintained that level of humility and certainly reverence for this place. Like
it's now tattooed on his back, by the way, voice of the 500, right, Mark?
But you think about the iconic voices that were before.
Oh my goodness!
It's hard to, when you start thinking about Sid Collins and Paul Page and Bob Jacobs, those are huge. It's like, for me, it's Carl Fisher and Eddie Rickenbacker, Wilbur Shaw, and Tony Holman. It's like that. I'm not in that category. So every day you walk in, it's
I've
like
had those same thoughts, Doug.
This is the coolest thing in the world that could ever happen to a kid from Danville, Indiana.
Yeah, for sure. Well, listen, we know you're busy. It's one of those rare occasions where we will see you sitting still for an extended period of time.
Well, I appreciate the time to sit here and watch. I sit here and watch this. You know what's really cool in that top 10 right now? Stephen Wilson, getting ready to run his 5th Indianapolis 500, who's Justin Wilson's brother. I talked to him last night, and he wants to win the race for his family and for Justin. He almost did it in 2018. He led laps 193, 94, 95, and then on 196 he had to pit, and Will Power wins that race. But for him to be his one-off a year with Don Cusick and the Dry Ryan Bowl guys to be 7th right now is a pretty cool story.
Before we let you go, tickets for both the GP and, well, we should say for qualifying, Carb Day, all
everything at IMS.com. You just go to IMS.com, or if you're in the area and you want to walk in the office, the ticket office is always open. But IMS.com anymore is the best way to get it, and you can call 317-492-8500 as well if you want. But IMS.com is easy.
And those renewals might get a phone call every now and then from the president.
I do. I call customers every night and thank them for being customers, because without them, we don't get to have an Indy 500 in 38 days.
We're here every day for practice and qualifying. We want to have you back as our guest.
Yeah, anytime you guys want me.
Yeah,
Thanks for all you guys do to make our sport so special.
I appreciate it. President of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Doug Bowles, joining us here. Jake Kumasato continues to show the fast way.
Yeah, Sato right now at 226.265. That is the fastest lap. He has turned 23 laps today. Nobody has turned more laps today, by the way, than the 35 that have been turned in by Scott McLaughlin, the second-year driver out of New Zealand, or excuse me, third-year driver now. Scott McLaughlin, 225.493 miles an hour. That is the third fastest on the speed chart. And again, his 35 laps turned in the most of the day. Kyle Cookwood has turned in 33 laps. I take that back. David Malukas now has turned in 39. So busy day for David Malukas. Also for Stingray Robb, if you consider the fact that Robb had to turn laps during the rookie orientation.
Always drivers looking to climb the ladder, and this is the top rung, the NTT IndyCar Series, Ryan Marine.
That's exactly right, and this is exactly where Jacob Abel would like to be. Had a great debut race in Indy Next. Not debut, I guess, in your career, but debut of the season down in St. Petersburg. But that feels like a long time ago, Jacob. You were on the podium there, led a bunch of laps, but then you had to sit and wait for your next crack at being in the race car until Barber next week.
Yeah, that's just kind of how the season goes here. It's always a bummer, especially once you have a good weekend there, like we did. A little bit bummed we didn't get the win after leading so many laps, but you know, it is what it is, and apparently that's how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to get a podium before you get your first win. So,
well, don't tell Kyle Kirkwood that. He won in his first IndyCar race last weekend in Long Beach. He'd never been better than 10th in a race before.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to mention him. So, yeah, but, you know, really excited to get back going here in Barber. You know, we've had a lot of time to wait in between and prepare, and we'll see how it goes.
It's a second year for you, Indy Next, formerly the Indy Lights Series, and a big jump, it would seem, for you and for the team in competitiveness from year one to year two. Where have you seen the biggest growth?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, the last, 4 races of the year last year, we finished 4th place. So we only really went up one spot there in St. Pete, unfortunately. But yeah, I think we've had a really strong off season. Our engineers, our whole entire team has done a really good job adapting to the new Firestone tire. It's really fit my driving style personally really well. Yeah, I've enjoyed it a lot, and hopefully there's more of that to come.
What do you feel in that change in tire from what we ran last year to the Firestones this year, and how helpful is it to be on the same tire that hopefully you'll be on when you make the jump up to the NTT IndyCar Series?
Yeah, from everything I've heard, it's a very similar driving style to the IndyCar. My driver coach Spencer Piggott has obviously had a lot of experience with that, so to kind of lean on him a little bit, and we're kind of learning all the nuances of the tire, and it's turning out to be pretty similar to what he had in IndyCar and what currently is in IndyCar. So I think that's huge. The car at the end of the day is only a few seconds slower per lap, and I think it's been a really good training ground. As you see, Kyle and the rest of the young guys who've come up from Indy Next are winning races and doing really well.
Indy Next driver Jacob Abel joining us here on IndyCar Radio at the open test at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And IndyCar is where you would like to be, and you came out here today just to watch cars zip around at 220 plus. How cool does it look, and how anxious are you to get a crack at this one day?
Yeah, it's really cool. I've been out here doing this ever since I've been in the USF 2000 series. I've lived in Indianapolis for the last 3 years, and whenever you hear IndyCars over on Butler's campus, it's hard not to come out here. So yeah, it's always really cool. It's amazing every single time you come out here. The sheer speed of these things is unbelievable. So yeah, to be able to hopefully tame one of these beasts around here one day would be really cool.
And you do love just coming out and watching the car cars go around. You were telling me off air you came here a couple of years ago and did the full fan experience sitting up in turn 3.
Yeah, I've had a bunch of friends who wanted to go to the Indy 500, and usually, I'm trying to, kiss babies and sign hands, or however that saying goes. But, one year we really just wanted to take in the full fan experience. My first Indy 500 was 2014 when Ryan Hunter-Reay won. And, I've been to, I think, every single one since. So it's been really cool, and I think it'll make that day, hopefully, if it comes, that I'm racing here, that much more special.
We've seen the family team, Able Motorsports, grow, certainly in Indy Next, 2 full-time cars this year. The shop continues to modernize, but as Doug Bowles alluded to in our interview a few moments ago, 34 cars, it looks like, on the entry list for the Indianapolis 500. I know you can't talk too much about it because, while it's kind of an open secret, nothing is officially official just yet, but Able Motorsports, it appears set to field a car for R.C. Anderson in this year's Indianapolis 500. What does it mean for this team to make that jump and dabble in IndyCar in the biggest race in the world?
Yeah, for sure. I can't fully talk about the details, but it's a really exciting opportunity for us. RC and his dad Neil have been really trying to make this race for a few years now. Their efforts with Top Gun, fell up just short, and I think, hopefully, if that were to happen, it'd be something that could be really interesting and a cool experience for myself to kind of be surrounded by it, on a really deeper level and kind of see, what most drivers don't see is, a whole team getting assembled, engineers, mechanics, all of that, from the ground up, building a car. It gives you a lot more of a respect for everything that's happening. If you see how much work is truly going into it, to see it come from the ground up is something really special.
And what is your plan to be around and soak up as much of that experience as you can?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've always, come out here to the track as a fan, and I'd love to see as much as I can see. I'm usually trying to, peek behind the scenes of all the teams and trying to tiptoe my way closer and closer to the cars. So, hopefully something a little more than that.
And last thing, we were talking off air, people might look and see, okay, Able Motorsports, it looks like expanding into IndyCar here. Is that the path for Jacob to get to IndyCar? But you were telling me that's not necessarily the way that you see this going. In fact, it wasn't a done deal that you were going to be in Indy Next with the family team.
Yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised by, Able Motorsports' success every single step of the way. I didn't think we were going to be racing in USF Pro 2000 together. I didn't think we were going to be racing in Indy Next together. So, but, I've been surprised, and we've had, race-winning cars at each of those levels, and, I've been surprised every single step we go. So, I definitely wouldn't count it out. I have a lot of faith in that team, and I'm very invested in it, emotionally. So that'd be something that would be really cool, but not something that, I'm totally tied down to. Obviously, it'd be a dream to race for a team like a Team Penske or a Ganassi or an Andretti, or McLaren. I think those are obviously the top teams in IndyCar, and it'd be hard to pass an opportunity like that up.
Hey, Jacob, really appreciate the time. Best of luck when we see you on track next at Barber coming up next weekend. And, excited to see what the future holds for you and the team.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
That's Jacob Able.
Good stuff, Ryan Marine, and certainly a guy that with a handful of years or less than that we could see here at an open test like this, because a lot of those names that we see on timing and scoring are drivers that we've had the privilege to cover along the road to Indy over the past couple of years. Jeremy Bullard checking in. Jake, he too mowing grass, listening to us cover a practice today.
Keep turning left.
Wing side up, enjoyed the discussion about the voices of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway radio network. Said that it was the voices of the 1970s that inspired him to dip his toe into announcing the super modifieds. And so we appreciate everyone listening. And that's a discussion that, quite frankly, that I've enjoyed having with Donald over the years. I had that discussion. I've had that discussion numerous times with Paul Page. I've had that discussion with our friend who we miss every day, the late Bob Jenkins. And I can tell you, Jake, in 1996, when I walked in for my first race day with the network, I had started the second weekend of qualifying. That year was when there were 2 weekends. That's how long ago it was. They weren't quite starting the cars by cranking the front, but it was a while ago anyway. But I'm walking in, and there's Bob Jenkins, there's Gary Lee, there's Ken Double, there's Bob Lamey, there's Howdy Bell, and the list goes on and on and on. Bake, of course, was there, and I'm thinking, I'm clearly in the wrong room. But I don't know that I should be in here with with these guys, but because those were the voices of my childhood, being a kid that grew up interested in broadcasting and in this race, and to count myself a member of that fraternity is a responsibility that I don't take lightly, and it's something that humbles me every day.
I remember the first time that I put on the headsets here, Mark, and got a microphone to go out and work a practice session. And likewise, I had grown up listening to this radio network, and this guy comes up to me and says, "Hey, kid, you got any questions, you let me know." And I remember thinking to myself, well, I certainly don't belong here, and I don't think that guy does either. Now, that was you, right, on that first session. And it's hard to believe, Mark, that it's been, 17 years that we've worked together. And
still don't like each other.
Certainly, that's right. You can tell, right?
Well, you should mention the backstory on that, and I don't have a problem telling it. At the time, Vince Welch had left WIBC.
That's right.
And you and I were both we're both in the running for that job. And for some reason, unbeknownst to me, Ken Sterling decided to go with you. And it's something I've never forgiven Ken for. No, I can't, honestly. But I remember you told me the story lately, that later, a few years later, and maybe it was later that year, I don't know. I remember you saying to me that as I was walking toward you, you had a little apprehension because you didn't know exactly, how welcoming I would be in terms of having you on the network, and you were quite frankly a little surprised that I was indeed welcoming.
Yeah, you were,
but you knew that I would get even with you later.
That's right. Well, you probably
turned 3 at Milwaukee, as a matter of fact.
You probably knew then. Well, you're going to be a short timer in that gig anyway, kid, so don't get very comfortable, right? But look, we've had a lot of fun, and certainly look forward to it. And absolutely, Mark, you belonged in that room, and you have long since proven you belonged in that room.
Thank you.
Since then, and it's always a pleasure. By the way, Charlie Kimball, speaking of belonging, he just sent me a nice message that said, listening to your interview with Doug Bowles only further cements that Doug Bowles is absolutely the right guy to be in charge of such a treasured place. No question about that. Absolutely no question about it. Takuma Sato, the fastest in this session, 226.265 miles an hour, just in front of Colton Herta at 225.9. So Sato, the only to eclipse the 226 mark so far today. Scott McLaughlin, third fastest, followed by Will Power and Joseph Newgarden. For those of you listening on Sirius XM Radio, we'll go ahead and give you a rundown of the list today of the 28 that have run so far today, the way that they work on the speed charts. I just gave you the top 5. The next 5 would be Kyle Kirkwood, Stephen Wilson, Scott Dixon, Simon Pagino, and Ed Carpenter rounding out the top 10. Then David Malukas, Christian Lundgaard. 13th is Marcus Ericsson. 14th, Ryan Hunter-Reay. 15th, Rinus VeeKay. 16th, Felix Rosenqvist. 17th, Devlin DeFrancesco. And 18th, Graham Rahal. All of those cars over 221 miles an hour. The rest of them would be Alex Palou at 20th fastest, 220.761. Catherine Legg at 220.113. Benjamin Peterson, Augustin Canapino, Alexander Rossi, Pato O'Ward, Jack Harvey, Romain Grosjean, and Elio Castroneves to round things out. Now, one thing that we should point out here, Mark, is that all of the rookies that had to undergo the rookie orientation have passed that rookie orientation. So that is the news of the day as well. I mentioned Castroneves 28th. There have been 33 out there, and just as I say that, there it refreshes Santino Ferrucci, Stingray Robb, Marco Andretti, Tony Kanaan, and Callum Ilott rounding out the speed charts today.
Those rookie orientation and refresher program participants today: Marco Andretti, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Stephen Wilson, Augustine Canapino, Tony Kanaan, Benjamin Peterson, Catherine Legg, and Stingray Robb. The IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, available for free to fans worldwide. Climb on board with in-car cameras, follow along with live timing and scoring, and listen to the radio broadcast. You can download the app today in the App Store or via Google Play. I want to remind you once again, mark your calendars. 100 Days to Indy premieres Thursday, April 27th on the CW for the balmy turns of St. Petersburg, Florida to the sun-swept streets of Long Beach, California. Every mile is an epic moment. 100 Days to Indy takes viewers into the driver's seat for access to the top NTT IndyCar Series stars as they compete for racing's greatest prize, the Indianapolis 500. You can watch the first episode of this 6-part series on Thursday again, April the 27th on the CW. And Jake, that is something that I know a lot of people are awfully excited about. Everybody that's had a sneak peek at it says that you won't be sorry, and it will give you a tremendous inside look. And I think it's one of those things, I did an interview recently on one of the podcasts, and I think the thing that is most beneficial of it, and we have done this over the past couple of years. You with the various features that you have done with drivers, hot laps and 90 seconds and things of that nature, and the road trips that Michael Young and I went on with drivers during the off season. I think what this series will do is not only portray them as IndyCar drivers, but it'll give you a chance to get to know them outside of the cockpit and away from the racetrack.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that they are really aiming to do, because when you really look at, I mean, these are fun personalities, and many of them have fun backstories, family stories, the things that led to them coming to Indianapolis to run, or to the United States in some cases to run if they're from out of the country. Those are the things they want to highlight. We should also point out, Mark, that in addition to that airing on the CW, it will later be streamed, and you can watch it on the Vice Network, and that is important too, because I think there are a lot of people that's how they now ingest their entertainment, is through the streaming apps and things like that. And you know, if for some reason you miss the airing of it in terms of the over-the-air television, still an opportunity for you to watch the programming later after the fact, which I know is something that a lot of people enjoy doing. Right now, Christian Lundgaard out on the track. Really cool-looking race car for Christian Lundgaard. That is the Hy-Vee sponsorship. It's a black car with kind of a cherry red paint to it, and Christian Lundgaard works his way into turn number one. That kind of fun part of the day also, where the shadows start to cast out over the Indianapolis Motor Speedway from the upper decks of turn number one and also in to turn number two. So a little bit of shadow here, is now suddenly it is a sunny sky above us. We had a little bit of precipitation that delayed things just slightly at the outset of this, what we call the all-skate, from 2 until 6:30 today Eastern time. And right now the session 1 hour and 43 minutes in. That leaves 2 hours and 29 minutes left for these cars to go out on the track and chase that speed of Takuma Sato, 226.265.
Augustine Canapino is out there turning laps. We also see Alex Palou turning laps here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He just cleared the yard of bricks. We see that iconic yellow submarine make its way down the straightaway to the yard of bricks as well, with Pennzoil sponsorship. We referenced it earlier too. Really cool looking paint scheme that Joseph Newgarden has on that car, and I can tell you from the video that they posted on Penske Racing, that is a paint scheme. I mean, that's not a wrap like a lot of cars are now. You know, the technology exists for them to be able to basically turn one of those cars over. I think, where was it? Detroit, where Graham Rahal in a doubleheader weekend.
2 up in 2 days,
yeah,
right?
Two in 2 days, because that process is so much easier. But that car that Joseph Newgarden's out there into, that shell scheme is actually painted, and it is a cool-looking race car.
It is very cool indeed. Very, very cool. One of the more familiar paint schemes that we have seen over the years, that of the PNC bank machine of Scott Dixon, who is starting to weave his way through traffic on the backstretch. Dixon, as a matter of fact, working around into turn number 3. I believe that might have been Renus VK that he was working around, that is out on the racetrack. He now is closing in on Christian Lundgaard. So Scott Dixon starting to get a feel for how that PNC bank machine is going to work in traffic itself. His fastest lap of the day is at 223.493 miles an hour. Let's go down to pit road in Ryan Marine.
And I'm joined by Karen Kristalik from Firestone. We're several hours into our first official on-track testing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 2023. And business is picking up out there on the racetrack. Certainly true for Firestone as well. How busy have you and your engineers been throughout the course of the day today?
Well, we've been busy throughout the course of the last year preparing for this event, and I can't remember a nicer opening day that we've had here. I think we've had higher temperatures than we've ever recorded here at an open test. So we're working with all of the race teams, looking at what the wear looks like, looking at the trend overall. As always, when it comes to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, for the first time of the year, the track is very, very clean. So we didn't get a lot of laps in the morning, but we had a lot of tire wear, and now as the track rubbers in, tire performance looks good.
You mentioned the conditions, and it's upper 70s, lower 80s right now. It wouldn't be the biggest surprise if this is what race day feels like at the end of the month of May. So how valuable is this running? Maybe more so than the open test would normally be this time of year.
Yeah, absolutely. Usually at this point, we're just fighting wear because of the cold temperatures and because of the very green track. But at this point, we're getting to see people do some longer runs, a lot of qualifying sims, some longer runs, lot of traffic running, so we're really getting to see what the tires are doing during the race. Sometimes we don't learn that until mid-May.
One of the big topics of conversation coming into this test has been the new aerodynamic pieces that are available to the cars and the teams here this year compared to previous years, and that's going to affect tires as well. What do you expect, and what kind of simulation do you do to prepare teams for what some of these additional odds and ends might do to the race cars and the tires?
Certainly. We try to get as much information as we can beforehand, but obviously when we make changes like this, we don't always get a chance to test. So we're learning a lot here this weekend from that. We do see it's putting a little bit more wear on the left rear tire and some other positions. So we're just really learning from this here this weekend. We do work with Honda and Chevy to get information. That's a big difference, and let us know. And of course, we're working with Bill Pappas, the team at IndyCar, to understand what those aerodynamic changes. Tino is great as well.
Kara Kristalik from Firestone joining us. We're just a few days removed from the last race on the streets of Long Beach, and those were run with totally different tires. The green sidewall Guaiuli alternate tires, as well as the more traditional primaries. But quick turnaround from street course mode to oval mode. How different are the tires we're seeing on the cars here at Indy compared to what we saw just a few days ago?
Certainly, they're the same family of race tires, so there's a lot of similar materials between the two. But you certainly wouldn't want to put a street course tire on the oval here at Indianapolis. And if you took those Indy tires and tried to put them in street course, drivers would be complaining about lack of grip. So the tires are specifically engineered for each course that we're at. And of course, here at Indianapolis, we never have oval or allotment tire, alternate tires or anything like that. So we have a nice smooth one tire for our all race month, and drivers will be excited for that.
What has the reception to those green Guaiuli-based tires been through the two street courses we've seen this year? We saw them for the first time at Nashville last year, but they're going to be commonplace now for all the street courses this season.
Yeah, certainly. We'll see that on all street courses this season, and our goal is for them to be exactly the same. So same compound as the normal tires, for those valves that have that different sidewall compound. So we expect identical performance to what the Reds would have been, but now they just have more sustainable content in them.
And then finally, a totally different challenge the next time we see Indy cars on track at Barber, the first natural terrain road course of the year. Is this what makes IndyCar the ultimate proving ground for Firestone? All the different types of environments that you encounter over the course of a season?
Yeah, we love the IndyCar series because it is so versatile. Our drivers are so versatile, the cars are versatile, and so are the tires. So to be able to challenge us with a really long sweeping turns that you'll see at Barber, along with all the bumps that you see at a place like St. Pete, Long Beach, and then here at this high 231 or so miles per hour going into Sprint 1 today in IndyCar.
And no bigger event in sports than the Indy 500, which has been a proving ground for Firestone since the very beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. Since 1901, we've been here. We've been really proud about what we've done here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we at Firestone love our partnership with IMS and IndyCar.
Kara, thanks as always for the time.
Thank you, Ryan.
Tremendous access, tremendous insight, always. Kara Kristalik, we appreciate our partnership with the good folks at Firestone. Happy to have with us our Michael Young, who checked in earlier today when he said he was at, in quotations, work. But we're happy that he's been able to break away from the office and relax a little bit. Michael, I'm sure you'll echo the sentiments that Jake and I shared right off the top of our show at 2 o'clock. I've been doing this for a number of years now, and there's just simply no place like it in the world. We never tire of coming here.
It's amazing as you start to get close to this huge facility. You hear the sounds of the cars, and it gets goosebumps on your arms, and driving underneath that tunnel and pulling in, it never gets old. And it's amazing. You know, we always talk about being on radio, the theater of the mind, and Jake Query had described Joseph Newgarden's car, which on our monitors we're currently looking at, and I thought he did a fantastic job. As soon as I saw that car, that's a new paint scheme I've never seen before. I knew exactly who that was. So painting the picture with the words always great, and that's what's wonderful about radio, trying to get a feeling about what's going on out here. And it's indeed, as you guys described, and truly a joy just to be able to be out here today.
Michael, I'm not sure from what we're seeing that the focus is necessarily, and understandably so, on probably not even looking or even maybe I'm wrong about this, but qualifying center's got to be the furthest thing from their mind. I mean, it's pretty clear to me that an overabundance of these drivers are just simply seeing how these changes they've made to the aero configuration are affecting these cars in traffic. I mean, we've seen as many as 12 cars running in a line regularly on the racetrack.
And we're looking at 8 or 9 of them right now, and I think you're exactly correct. These guys are just trying to get a feel for this new aero package. It was so warmly received at the Texas Motor Speedway, and to see it being worked out here, and these drivers to be able to get the kinks out and kind of get a feeling on what they can and can't do, how close they can get, if they can get a run on a car. And it will be interesting to hear what they have to say after everything is said and done today and tomorrow, if a run is possible, if they'll be able to get around somebody. But it looks like race day. You see the cars, and when you're listening on the radio, it's doo-doo-doo. I mean, they're going by. It is something else.
Well, Mike Cole said, but Ryan Marine talked to him earlier and asked him about the changes, and he said, well, some of them seem to be working out okay. We can tell you there's one in particular we don't like. Wouldn't tell us specifically which one that is. Of course, they're going to keep their cars close to the vest in that regard. But I think for these for the engineers especially, I'm sure they enjoy the challenge of taking those changes and trying to implement them to see how they're most effective. And quite frankly, it might take some of the pressure off qualifying, especially now if your car is going to race better and be less susceptible to dirty air.
And that's the thing. If they can get these cars into race mode, as we see Alex Palou take a move to the outside coming down this front straightaway over Felix Rosenquist, if they can get all these kinks worked out in race mode, that'll make Fast Friday even more fun. And I think once they get this qualifying mode, they'll add that boost, and we'll see what these cars can do. But so far, so good with this package. I don't think anybody's had any issues. At least what we're seeing right now on the video screens is very racy. Joseph Newgarden now making a pass. So hopefully these are all things that will make for a great race day.
Guys, let me tell you something. One practice session in an open test does not a month make, but Stephen Wilson so far is no joke. Stephen Wilson now fourth fastest at 2:25.960, and he's out there mixing it up with Joseph Newgarden and Scott Dixon, who both, by the way, and again, these are all with toes, but Dixon now the fastest of the day, 2:26.788. Newgarden at 2:26.707. Then Sato, and then Wilson right there knocking on the door of that 2:26. But Michael, that's great to see Steph Wilson and that team in a one-off situation come out here and show that they've got some speed.
And I know he so loves this place, and obviously this is the only race that he normally does within a season, so to see him quick in this test session, that's certainly positive. When the Sato announcement was made, I thought Takuma Sato, I was ready to pick him right out of the gate.
Yeah,
I said, this could be the thing. And then Texas result, obviously not what we expected or hoped for Takuma Sato, but to see him running third quick, boy, and that was very close. Alex Palou just got around Scott McLaughlin out of the track, and it looks like this car is racy. But to your point, Jake, yes, it's a little early to say who's going to be quick or not, but to see Steph Wilson at P4 right now is great.
Shout out to David Turner, a good friend. He's been with us in the booth before, listening to us over breakfast this morning in New Zealand. That explains why he's having breakfast. But appreciate David Turner joining us. Appreciate the email for checking in. Yeah, no question. Sato, as you mentioned, we talked to him about it earlier this year, Michael, about the favorite label. One of the favorites, that label being placed upon him. And, of course, as a two-time winner, he has no problem with that kind of pressure. And speaking of pressure, we addressed this, too. There is a glaring hole on the resume of one Joseph Newgarden. And it crosses his mind each and every day. But as much as any driver, I simply must believe that the way Scott Dixon had this place covered last year, and to throw it all away with a pit speed violation, probably nobody has the jaw more locked than Scott Dixon, and has had the month of May penciled on his calendar more so than he had in the past.
And he's had so many opportunities, and with just that one victory, we would have thought he'd be a three-time champion by now, at least a two-time winner. And as you said, he had that race all but locked up last year, but that's what makes this race so amazing, and you can never count anybody getting the checkered flag and getting that face on the Borg Warner until that checkered flag falls, because anything and everything usually does happen here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But Scott Dixon currently quick at a 2:26.7. As you said, Mark, chomping at the bit to get back here and to defend what should have been a victory for him last year.
Well, no guarantees in this place. Elio has theorized that for whatever the reason, this place literally picks who wins. And I think to that point, if you go back and look over the history of this place and the drivers that have accomplished so much in other forms of motorsports who tried in vain so many times here to win it, I think Elio might be onto something, because some of the greatest racers of all time never got to victory lane here.
And you always wonder why Michael Andretti never made it here. The times you thought definitely he's going to get a victory this year in the Indianapolis 500, led all those laps and was never able to come home with the checkered flag and to drink that milk. It's dumbfounding to think Michael Andretti never won, but to your point, this place somewhat picks who the winner will be. And last year for Marcus Ericsson, I think he was just kind of lurking in the shadows. In the last 20 laps of that race, he showed what he had, and with the situation with Dixon and Marcus Ericsson coming home and our reigning champion coming into this 2023 campaign.
Michael's made up for it from an ownership standpoint, though, right, Michael? I know he'd love to have
no question.
Driver, but,
no question.
You know,
I remember when Sato won the race, and it was, you could see the joy in his face that he was down there. I mean, he's won this race so many times as an owner now. It's fantastic for Michael. Obviously, I'm sure he wanted to do it as a driver, but he's done such a fantastic job as a team owner that it's just great to see him and his team and all the different racing series that he runs in and have the success that he has. And, you know, currently trying to get into the Formula One series with, you know, his father Mario trying to help with that cause as well. He has his hands in all forms of racing, and I think he's a great ambassador for the sport and loves to carry that Andretti tradition with him as an owner.
I was looking through some numbers and of drivers among those that have never won here. I mean, Rex Mays is one that, quite frankly, has an incredible record here. Ted Horn is another one. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Gary Bettenhouse and Lloyd Ruby. I mean, at 1972, I mean, Gary Bettenhouse and Platt had the field covered here when he broke late, and his teammate Mark Donahue went on to win it. So those are the kind of discussions that often come up this time of the year. For some people, they come up year-round, but these are the kind of discussions that come up this time of year, certainly. You know, it's interesting about that and how this kind of helps build the momentum into the month of May. You know, I lived here in Speedway for 6 years until I decided I didn't want to cut my own grass anymore, and that I moved away.
You didn't cut your grass when you were living here,
Speedway.
When you got tired of the neighbor kid cutting your grass, let's be real.
But the one thing about this area around this racetrack, and you guys come around here enough, and I still do too, boy, if you come here when the calendar turns over to May 1st and you're driving around with the windows down, I mean, you can literally feel it in the air. You can feel that the energy is starting to build, and then by the time we get to the end of the month, the lid just blows right off the kettle. It's amazing.
Well, my son just rented a home, and here at the Speedway, he's over on Auburn Street, and he's literally can't wait for the 500. He was commenting on how he could hear the cars today, and he was texting all the people, all my friends and family that come down for the race. Just thrilled to be this close. I mean, if you live, breathe, eat, sleep this place, no better place to be in the month of May than Speedway, Indiana.
Dixon continues to be P1, 226.788. Newgarden, Sato, Wilson, and Hurt in the top 5. McLaughlin, Andretti, Power, Kirkwood, and Pagano the top 10. Speeds, 226.788, 226.707 for Newgarden. Sato at 226.265. Wilson at 225.960. Hurt at 225.934. Also in the 225s, McLaughlin, Andretti, and Power. Kirkwood at 224.806. Pagano at 223.038. Carpenter is 11th quick. These drivers in the 222s. Carpenter, Malukas, Lundgaard, Ericsson, and Hunter Ray, the top 50.
I would like to throw this in. You talked about cutting grass or your lack of. I bought a new mower yesterday, boys, and I couldn't be more thrilled. The joys of growing old. I bought a Honda lawnmower, and it literally drugged me through my yard. It goes so fast, so I had to throttle it back a little bit. But, the joys of getting old, Jake.
They've got a turtle and a rabbit on that thing.
See, that's old school, 70s, 80s.
Switch that over to the turtle, and it'll be A-okay, right?
They just thumb it down and go. I mean, I heard the turbo kick in.
If you put it on since you already plugged the fact it's Honda, which is, of course, one of the official engine manufacturers here, you put it on the turtle side, and then, of course, you also could incorporate Shell, which is the official fuel here. So, we can get all the
them all
covered.
In. Yeah. Get them all in.
Why not?
And I drive a Chevrolet, so I cover all the bases here.
That's good.
I'm an equal opportunity I guess, buyer.
Watching the main straightaway here, and it does feel like a practice day in the month of May. Almost feels like a fast Friday. Joseph Newgarden in his machine working right now in between turns number 1 and 2, and then he's got just behind him Alex Palou, I believe that is just behind Joseph Newgarden. Those are two that we would expect to be players when it comes to the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500, but a lot of work to do between now and then. But so far for Newgarden, so good. 2:26.707, his best lap of the day. He has turned 40 laps today. Scott Dixon has turned just 26, but one of those 26, the fastest of the day. 2:26.788 miles an hour. Takuma Sato, Steph Wilson, Colton Herta rounding out the top 5. In terms of those that have been really carrying the workload today, nobody has turned in more laps than the 60 that was just crossed by Rinus VeeKay. Rinus VeeKay now with 60 total laps in this particular event today. There are a handful of them that are over 50. David Malukas has 57. Down to pit road and Ryan Marine.
And I'm with Ricardo Juncos, co-owner of Juncos Hollinger Racing, Callum Eilert and Augustine Canapino, the two drivers. Augustine turning his first laps at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway here today. He went through the rookie orientation, now out there running, well, not at the moment, now he's in the pits, but he's been out running in some traffic. What have his impressions of this experience been?
He really liked it. Obviously, it was a big moment for him today to finally drive in the track. You know, for him it would be amazing. So far, he's doing a really good job. He's happy with the car, and he's obviously very happy with the place. So now we're working through this today, and obviously the first lap for him. So we are making already some car changes. He can fix the feeling that he has on the car, which is actually good. So we're working through.
How much pride do you take in bringing a fellow Argentinian to the greatest race course on the planet?
It's great for me, for the country. It's something that we always dream about it, and now it's a reality. So we just try to keep the focus, but clearly it's very special for us.
For sure. Now Callum Eilert, he's the veteran of the two. He's made one Indy 500 start. How much do you have to rely on him to help Augustine, who's only done one oval in his entire career before showing up here at Indy?
Yeah, it's obviously nice to have someone like Callum as a teammate for him, with such a good driver, super talented, and improved a lot through last year. So I think all that is a plus for Agustin to have, so we're looking forward how we move forward.
How is Callum adapting to ovals? That's something that's also fairly new to him.
I think he did a good job in Texas, you know, so I think he's improving as we go. And last year he did a great job at Iowa and Gateway as well, so I think this year he's going to continue to get better and better.
Finally, the two cars that you're using. I'm told that Callum's car is brand new, but the car that Augustine is in is not the car that you have planned for him for the 500. Is that right?
Yeah, this is the car for Texas, so we are finishing the other car, so we are a little behind on that, but we're going to get it ready.
Plenty of time. Hey, thank you for the time, and good luck to you here today and looking ahead to the month of May as well.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ryan Marine. Good stuff down there on pit lane. Scott Dixon still quick. Our open test day number 1, 2:26.788. Newgarden, Sato, Wilson, Herta, McLaughlin, Andretti, Power, Kirkwood, and Pagano round out the top 10. Jake, I think it interesting, and maybe I'm overthinking this or don't remember it correctly, but it's been a while since we've seen all three Penske's right there in the top 10 strong in the month of May.
Yeah, for sure, because, you know, and one of the things we talked about earlier, Michael, I think it's a conversation worth kind of rehashing, is the fact that if you have some of the bigger teams that have, you know, more than, say, 2 cars, a lot of times you'll watch a practice session and you'll say, well, what's going on with insert name of, you know, what, Will Power? You know, McLaughlin was so fast and Newgarden was so fast and Power just seemed off pace. Well, what you don't know is whether or not the team is not saying, okay, guys, today we're going to go out with multiple cars and one of you is going to run maximum downforce to see what the best speed we can get in massive traffic is. One of you is going to run a full fuel tank load so we can see how fast we can get when the car is weighed down with total fuel. So you don't know exactly, Michael, what teams are doing and whether or not those speeds are indicative of what they are actually trying to get out of the car itself, because they might be actually trying to limit the amount of speed on the car to see what they have to do to break through on those speeds in different conditions. One of the interesting things I think also, Michael, today is the non-tow speeds. Non-tow, for those that are new to the sport or unfamiliar when we use that term, A tow is an aerodynamic assistance that happens when you get up close to a car in front of you. Think about when you're driving on the interstate and you get alongside a semi, and all of a sudden you notice your car rattles a little bit because of the wind that's coming off of that semi, and it makes you a little bit uncomfortable. You get behind that semi, all of a sudden things feel smoother. It's because the wind is going over that semi, over your car. You now have what's called an aerodynamic tow, which makes things a little bit easier for you. And so we can really get an indication for the non-tow speeds exactly how fast some of these cars are by themselves. And the fastest in that scenario is Devlin DeFrancesco, one of the Andretti Autosport machines at 221.119. Ed Carpenter and Christian Lundgaard also right there in terms of the non-tow speeds towards the top, over 220 miles an hour. The best trap speeds, and by that it means coming through the corners in the areas where they take speed there. Joseph Newgarden, 230.994 miles an hour. So there are a lot of different scenarios that are undergoing today. That includes some of the veterans that have to go through the refresher course earlier this morning. They got a little extra track time to reacclimate. That includes one of them who is down on pit road with Ryan Marine.
And I'm joined by Catherine Legg, who is back in an IndyCar here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's been, 7 years away? Is that right?
Yeah, it's been a few more than that. It's been a decade. But yeah, it's it doesn't feel like that right now, which is great. You know, it was good to have today, good to have the refresher. It's good to have the sim time and Texas test as well. You know, the team have really looked after me and getting me back up to speed. So it's just good to be back out there shaking the cobwebs off.
It has been a while, but you've been close to some Indy 500 deals in the intervening years. How close have some of them been to you getting in the field?
Yeah, pretty close. I always said that I don't want to do Indy unless it's with a good team, so I don't think that I've ever been close to driving with a bad team. So it's been good. But this really is a great opportunity. It's the opportunity of a lifetime, so I fully intend to make the most of it.
How did they come together to team up with Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan?
I twisted Bobby's arm up his back and said, "He put me in a car or else." No, he obviously knows what I'm capable of because I won races with him in the Jaguar I-Pace when I drove for him a few years ago. And obviously a very proud Honda Acura driver. So it was kind of a natural thing that came together on all fronts, really.
For those that don't follow racing outside of IndyCar, you've certainly been busy, as you alluded to, driving for a number of different Acura teams in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Going from a GT car to an IndyCar, not necessarily the easiest or smoothest transition, but you have that connection with Acura, with Honda, which I have to imagine helped grease a lot of wheels to make this possible.
Yeah, they've been wonderful in the whole process, and I can't thank them enough. And it hasn't been easy, but when I first went out at Texas and I put my foot on the gas pedal, these things are so fast. I was like, yeah, no, I don't want to do this. But after a few laps, it kind of comes back and you have muscle memory. And so, yes, it's fast, it's ridiculous, and I wonder why I agreed to do this, but it's also so awesome, you know.
The car has gone through quite a bit of evolution since you last drove it. It's still a DW12, I guess, technically, but the car has changed a lot in the intervening years. What do you notice is the biggest difference?
I don't really have a solid comparison because it was so long ago that I drove one of these cars. So it's not like anything comes to the forefront of being a big difference. Just everything's different. The technology has moved on so far. Obviously you've got things like the aero screen and the aero that have just developed technologically in leaps and bounds, as have Honda and HPD in their development of the engine and the powertrain side. So it's just, and the tires, just everything really. It just, that's why we go racing, right? So we can put that technology into the road cars that we drive at home, and it's just testament to how smart these guys are behind the scenes.
Last thing for you, I'm curious about how the day has gone, especially as the conditions have evolved. We had cloud cover this morning. That's mostly burned off, and it's certainly getting windier down here. How do you expect that to affect you?
Yeah, it's not great for your level of confidence going in, honestly, the first day back, having it being so windy. And then, obviously, we were hoping for 2 days testing, and tomorrow looks super sketchy, like it's going to rain, so I'm not sure we'll get much done tomorrow. Just trying to make the most of what we have. It's gone really well so far. We knocked out the refresher, and now we're working, and we'll continue to work it and chip away at it. And be smart with our
Devlin, do you get out next?
Yeah, as soon as the car's back, we're going out.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for it. Catherine, thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Legg, a lot of folks applauded that move when it was announced, and very interesting conversation in terms of her opinion of how this car has evolved in the period of time that she has been away from it. And again, a lot of folks happy that she is back and look forward to her attempt to qualify for the Indianapolis 500. Chris Baxter checking in, really enjoying listening to your coverage of today's open test. Top notch as always. Wing side up, enjoyed the discussion with Doug Bowles. A couple of others. John Day says this will be my 50th straight year of hearing the 500 on radio. My first was 1974. Your coverage of practice quals of the race every year is second to none. Thank you for having Jay Douglas 4. That's Doug Bowles on the air. He said he could listen to him tell stories all day long, and says your addition of Michael Young to the broadcast had me reach for the scan button. No, he didn't say that. I added that. I'm sorry.
That would not surprise me. That would not surprise me.
I'd like to ask this question. The phrase knock on wood, is that an American colloquialism off of touch wood? Because I believe Catherine Legg said that she said something along touch wood, the car will be back out. So do they just touch it in Britain and they knock on it here? Is that how that works?
That might be the case, yes.
Is it
yes.
Yes. Okay.
And the less time we spend talking about that, the better as far as I'm concerned.
I'm just curious. I tried to broaden my horizons in terms.
Well, for those American viewers, I thought I might just clarify to those of you who aren't. This is Joshua Birch, by the way. Hello. I'm, if you're just new here, commentator at this channel, not a commentator today, letting IndyCar Radio do it, but in the UK, if we want something to say, for instance, oh, I hope I win money, touch wood, it's literally just tapping a little bit of something made of wood. But I understand that over there in America, touch wood is a sexual term, so I just want to apologise right there. That's why everyone was giggling. Anyway, I'll return you now to your broadcasters as well over on IndyCar Radio Network. But just like to thank everyone for watching, and we're back up now on the main PC with your driver tracker. So enjoy. I'll hand back over to the radio team with 2 hours to go.
I said, Mark, what's the morning radio show in, I can't remember the city, at Milwaukee or whatever. And he reads it off and he says, oh, it's, Wolfie and the Man, and it gets from 6 to 10 a.m. And I said, listen, do not ever publicly again, where our bosses might hear it, mention that other shows go on at 6 a.m.
I mean, I remember doing morning radio, getting up at 3:45 to drive in, be in the station, and one of our, happy to have back with us this year, Scott Sander, who anchors for Wish TV here in town. He's up at like 2:30 in the morning to be at the station, to be on the air at 6, and that's not the morning, that's the middle of the night.
It is. No, you are right about that.
Yeah, so.
I noticed, by the way, Romain Grosjean I think it's Grosjean, out on the racetrack, they have these cars do kind of the red blinker, Michael, on the back of them, like when the caution flag comes out, the red light will come on. He was doing laps at speed, and that red light was on. I don't know if that's an issue that he had with the car itself. I've never noticed that before, though, where that was coming on. Or could it be that because this is an open test, and I'm not saying this to be flippant, but being serious, are they testing perhaps some of those different devices on the car itself? But I noticed on the number of...
Yeah, I'd say that's a technical glitch, but yeah, I've seen that rarely, but on occasion that will happen. But I would say more that's a technical glitch, much like going on the air at 7 a.m. with Wolfie and the Man.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
I'm just, I mean, this looks like the shot of the turn 3 camera looking back toward turn number 2 just now looked like we were in the middle of the Indianapolis 500.
Oh,
and there must have been 12 cars on that straightaway, and it's fun. Alex Palou is the one, and I even saw Augustine Canapino do it earlier. I mean, literally tucked right up underneath the rear wing of the car in front of it, and then jump out of line and either lift a little bit or stay in it and jump to the outside and make the pass. It's been awesome to watch.
Romain Grosjean is out there with Christian Lundgaard right now. They were kind of going side by side. Last lap by Grosjean, by the way, his best lap of the day is at 2:21.356. His last lap was at 2:16.8, and Grosjean had a really busy first part of this session. He has only turned 28 laps. The majority of those were at the beginning of this session, which is now 2 hours and 15 minutes past. As a matter of fact, we have 1 hour and 57 minutes left. So a little over halfway here in the session. Scott Dixon, the fastest, followed by Newgarden, Sato, Wilson, and Herta. And again, one of the things that always fascinates me is which car is turning the most laps. Who is the busiest? Who gets the Dario Franchitti Award for the day? Who used to be known for turning so many laps for the teams in which he was running. Rinus VeeKay so far today, the most, 71 laps for Rinus VeeKay. There have been 63 turned in by David Malukas, so he has been quite busy as well. 60 for Christian Lundgaard, who has been out for about 20 minutes now or so, turning laps in different intervals, and of course coming in to look things over, his last one at just over 211 miles an hour. Michael, the conditions have changed a little bit too, because the beginning of this session it was cooler, it was cloudy. Matter of fact, a little bit of precipitation earlier. Now, this looks like your typical May afternoon. I mean, it is a sun-drenched day out.
It certainly is, and that track heating up. I find it interesting. We've been watching Agustin Canapino. You always wonder what a rookie's going to be like, especially from his sports car backgrounds and touring cars that he has driven in his career in Argentina. He's out there passing cars like he's been doing this for decades. I've been quite impressed with what he's been doing. But to your point, Mark, we have a bunch of cars diving on a pit lane. Lots of passing, lots of drivers ducking right underneath that rear wing before they step out to make the pass. It is very racy and very optimistic on what the month of May will hold once we get back here in a couple of weeks.
Derek Vance and Josh Roberts host the Push to Pass podcast. Been a guest on that a couple of times. They're checking in today and enjoying the coverage. We appreciate that. So anybody out there listening want to check in, we'll make sure you share with us what you're doing, how you're spending the afternoon, and where you're joining us from. We appreciate everyone doing so. If you want to own a piece of IndyCar radio history, you can purchase a copy of one of our classic Indy 500 broadcasts. Go to IMS.com and click on the History tab. Look for historical race broadcasts to find nearly 70 years of racing from the IMS radio network. And Michael, we had Doug Bowles on, president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a few minutes before you arrived, and one of the things that he said he's very optimistic about is that right now ticket sales are pacing to the point to where they're very, very close to the interest that was achieved during the year of the 100th Indianapolis 500, which, boy, I'll tell you, it'd be nice to see the sold-out sign go up on the door again, wouldn't it?
I have a lot of friends and family that come in for this race, and I have tons of tickets, and we have exceeded my allotment thus far, and they are trying to buy tickets, and they are few and far between. You're not going to get a prime seat for the Indianapolis 500 this year. If you're going to get a ticket, you will probably want to do it in the next couple of weeks, because I don't know what it is, Mark, but you kind of feel a buzz has returned for this race this month of May. It's just thrilling, and it's great to see that a lot of people that have never been interested or just tertiary interest in auto racing want to come to this event and see what it's about. It's certainly a bucket event, and I think bucket list event. Once you come to this race one time, it's hard not to imagine somebody not wanting to come back and do it again.
You have an allotment?
Well, I buy them, but
the level of disruption.
Wow.
Yeah.
The level of disruption, like this place was not immune to it. You go back to the pandemic. You had 1 year where we had no fans. I never, ever, under any circumstances, want to do anything like that again. And then, limited attendance that very next year. You look at Penske Entertainment as a whole, and with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and the marketing and promotional job that they have done, and Doug has talked about it, a conscious, concerted effort to, continue the traditional fan experience, generational fan experience, but also they're working very hard to introduce this to a whole new different crop of fans.
And it's tough to try to sell a sport to teenagers, younger people who aren't really interested in cars. So they really have a lot of uphill climbs to battle to try to get themselves back into the forefront of this younger generation of fan. But it's starting to happen. And I think between the snake pit, the various things that look, that snake pit out in turn number 3 on race day, some of those kids don't even know that there's a race going on. But at some point, you graduate from the snake pit, and you're just like, that's part of my Memorial Day tradition, so I'm going to buy it. If 10, 20% of those kids buy a grandstand seat, that's you're achieving the success I think that you want to achieve and accomplish with something like a snake pit and garnering the interest.
Mark, I want to go back to something you said, in talking about the race when we were here in 2020 and there were no fans. the old saying has always been, and I think it's a good one, that the Indianapolis Motor Speedway picks its winner. One of the things that I think and I hope that historically we will look back on and be able to truly appreciate is that on that particular day for that particular race, she picked the right one. Because Takuma Sato was, it would have been so disappointing for a first-time winner to not be able to soak in everything that comes with the true experience of pulling into victory lane and hearing that roar of the crowd. But in addition to that, Takuma Sato, I think, is somebody that truly has such a respect, not only for this racetrack, Mark, but also, I think, just an understanding and appreciating that particular race and the fact that fans were not able to be there. He just is such a gentleman of being respectful for it. He was the perfect guy to be able to come and get his second win as somebody who had been able to kind of soak in everything that comes with that victory.
Yeah, I think we all, I think we're in full agreement on that, if someone had to win it, we felt like that, to make the best of an unfortunate situation, the fact that, it was not a first-time winner, so they weren't denied all the spoils that go along with that. Let's go back to Gasoline Alley. One of the guys that's hoping to taste the spoils of victory here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is Alex Below.
That's right, and he actually made his debut in that 2020 race with no fans that you were talking about. That feels like a long time and another world ago, doesn't it, Alex? We were talking about just how surreal that 2020 year was, but that was your rookie year. I guess you didn't know any different, right?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't ideal. Obviously, missed the fans that I was used to see on TV, but still, it was special. My first Indy 500. I got to almost get the full experience. And honestly, I think it was better for just the pressure. There was no pressure. The track felt the same since the start of the testing. But yeah, last year, for example, that it was the first time that we had like full crowd. I noticed how the track changes when everybody's there. It feels a bit tighter. But yeah, just awesome to have like normal life again, to have all the fans, and hopefully to get to see all of them on Sunday during the race.
That's an interesting point. It's something the veterans all talk about. They tell the young guys, hey, you'll never believe how much different the track feels from early in the month to carb day and then to race day. But you've had 3 different experiences in your 3 starts. No fans, half crowd, and then finally the full thing last year.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope that it doesn't repeat, that we don't have any fans, or have, so yeah, it was awesome to get the full experience last year. All the energy from the crowd, starting at like 6 a.m. It was awesome, so yeah, can't wait for that to happen again.
Enough about the past, let's talk about the present. How has your day gone in the Ridgeline Honda?
It's been good so far. Just like, the engineers have like this amazing list of setup things that they want to try. Just going through that list and changing some stuff right now. So yeah, pretty happy with the car so far. Hopefully we can get to run with some traffic before the wind gets a bit worse. And yeah, super excited to be back here at IMS.
Understand we've just gone yellow debris at the exit of turn 4. Just one last thing for you. I know that run list from the engineers, it's long because we had some different aerodynamic pieces that the team is using here at Indy for the first time. Have you had a chance to experiment with those, and any sense on what that might result in?
Yeah, we're trying some of it now. We just tried some. Yeah, it was good. So I think IndyCar is doing a good job on like trying to get us some new stuff, new regulations to try and make the race a bit even more interesting, which I think it was a great show already last year. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting this year.
Car's getting wheeled out of the garage, which means it's about time for Alex Below to get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good insight, as always, courtesy of Alex Below. Also checking in, K. Bowen 1070. Glad our pain is felt mutually. Awesome afternoon listening to you guys. Kevin Bowen, one of those guys, like many of us, that are thankful that he's thankful he's not paid by the word.
Kevin is actually saying to himself, do not again ever mention that we go on at 7 instead of 6. That's exactly what he's saying.
That's your sidekick on the fan here in Indianapolis. We are yellow for a track inspection. Scott Dixon, Joseph Newgarden, Sato, Wilson, Hearn of the top 5. McLaughlin, Andretti, Power, Kirkwood, and Pagenaud. Well, this season, throughout the course of the season, Michael Young and I took drivers on a road trip. We asked him a little bit about racing, but wanted you to get an insight about some of the things that they're interested in, what their life's like, some of their life experiences and whatnot. We had a lot of fun doing it, and we think the drivers did too. And while we have this track inspection underway, let's take a road trip with Elio Castroneves.
Race fans, strap in and hold on tight. It's time to hop in the car with an NTT IndyCar Series driver. This is the IndyCar Radio Road Trip.
And it's time for another road trip. Looking forward to this one because we are with the gentleman who just got himself another 24 hours of Daytona win. He's on a streak of all magnitudes. Elio Castroneves, what's left on the bucket list for you? What do you have as goals now? You've accomplished nearly everything that there is to be accomplished. What gets your blood boiling?
Oh, we gotta do number 5. So that's next.
All right, perfect. Okay, I like that.
That's a good one. I mean, we still have other races to go. I mean, the 24 Hour of Le Mans would be great. Daytona 500 would be great, and yeah, so I'm still young, my friend, just like your last name.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're going to be doing this till you get way older than what I am, I'll tell you that. If you could take a road trip, because that's the name of this segment, if you could take a road trip with anyone in the paddock, who would you want to take a road trip with?
Well, my wife, I would have sent in the plane because she's not going to ride that long ride with me because
that's fair.
You will not be pretty.
That's fair.
You will not be pretty. I don't know. I think my dad maybe. He's cool. We would talk like some BS things. So my trainer, Carlos, is actually a pretty funny guy. We would crack along the world. I don't know. I have some few people probably would be a good entourage in that car.
You talk about your dad. Is it true that you used to sneak into racetracks when you were a kid in the trunk of the car?
And yes, it is true. And having him there for that win, for the 24-hour Daytona, it was so cool. He was excited. We keep in the end, Dad, make the count. It's 10 minutes. How many laps 10 minutes is? He's like with the phone. Look, this is a family sport. I'm sure a lot of people related what I'm saying because it is so cool to have the ones that were there. My daughter was there. My wife, unfortunately, is not there, but I tell you what, it was awesome.
So you talk about your daughter. What is the toughest part about her growing up? Because I remember when she was just a little thing, and now she's almost all grown up now. What's the toughest part about being a dad with a young lady?
Well, you don't have the control. That's just like me in a roller coaster. I don't have the control. So, but Adriana, she's done a perfect job. Still doing an amazing job, educating. I'm just show up and being the fun dad, and but as of right now, we're proud of her. We feel that we're raising a fine young girl, and yeah. Whatever destiny have to her, we'll always support her.
How old is she now?
13.
So she's nearing the age of driving. Have you let her drive anything yet? I mean, obviously there are cars everywhere. Has she ever driven anything yet?
Yeah, she loves to drive, especially at Indy. She loves to drive the golf car. Please don't let anybody know that.
The yellow shirts may have to. They'll card her. They'll make sure she's of age.
Exactly. I have to pull some. I know some people. Let's put it this way. But it is so cool. She loves it. We have one also at home that she drives it. And honestly, I force because I want them to understand. I know the future. Who knows what's going to be the future? The car driving by yourself. But I want to make sure that she has some independence, understanding. To control, if she needs to, and the best way is go-karts or golf car or something like that, so they have a little bit of knowledge in what you're doing when you get in a car.
Have you been a passenger in a car recently, or do you drive everywhere you go?
If I'm with my family, I drive. If I'm with someone else, I let them do their job, and I always, when I don't know somebody, I just tell them, look, I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to try to see if you're a good driver. Just take me from point A to B, and we'll be just fine.
Are they always looking over at you for praise? Please tell me, Elio, that I'm doing a good job driving you to wherever you're going.
Some people get nervous. I'm like, relax. We're gonna be together, having a great conversation. Do your thing, and we'll be fine.
Oh, that's great. It's interesting. I look back on your career, and I remember when you first came to the IndyCar Series, and you were with Roger Penske and Penske Racing for 2 decades. And I was just thinking about this when I was watching the 24 Hours. I don't really think of you as a Penske driver anymore. I think of you as a Meyer Shank Racing driver. It's just weird how long you were with Team Penske, but now I just see you in the Meyer Shank colors, and it just seems natural to me.
I'm glad, because that means we're doing the right thing. We're able to show the results. Mike, Jim Meyer, Liberty Group, obviously those that are believing in not only their own selves but also in ourselves, made us, giving us the tools to make things happen. And if you guys seen us now being part of that, that's because we're doing the right thing.
Back to the road trip portion of our drive with you. Is there been a place that you've driven through and said to yourself, I'd like to go back and visit that place?
I will tell you there was one that we raced there a long time ago, and you might remember that, and I'd love to visit. We don't do it anymore. It's Pikes Peak. Such a cool place. I'm not talking about the mountain because I've never been to the mountain, but the area was good. Now, I would love to visit the mountain where the cars go up to the Pikes Peak. That was a great place.
If you had the ability to get one track back onto the IndyCar schedule, what track would you pick?
You know what? I tell you right now which one it is. Milwaukee.
Yeah.
That is a great place that we could go back. It would be fantastic. It's another part of a DNA of the IndyCar. Would be fantastic.
We'll finish our road trip with this question. The documentary of your life, who plays Elio Castroneves in the feature film?
You know, I always said Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is still doing an amazing job. Even with the last Top Gun, I was like, look at this guy. You know, looking amazing guy. What is it? Over 55, 60 almost years old. Incredible. Yeah, he would be fantastic right now. It would be just spot on.
Done and done. Tom Cruise it is. We thank you for your time. It has been a wonderful road trip. Elio Castroneves, race fans.
This has been the IndyCar Radio Road Trip. Stay tuned for more live coverage from the track all weekend long.
Couple things from that. I covered races at Pikes Peak and enjoyed it immensely. I mean, just a picturesque setting. And it's just fabulous. And in terms of the hill climb, I think they've paved it all the way up, so it's not. I don't think it's big of a challenge as it used to be. I still would do it, mind you. But to your point, the question you asked him, Michael, about what is it like to be either a passenger in a car or do you have to be the driver? I will say, and Jake was a part of this, we landed, as we get ready to go back to green here in about 30 seconds or so, we landed in Edmonton one time, and I think it was me and Jake, and it might have been Nick, and we were headed to the airport. It was late at night, and Ari Lyondike flew in on the same flight, and so we were waiting for a rental car, and he goes, hey, what hotel are you guys staying? And we told him it's there by the racetrack, and he goes, I really don't need a rental car. Could I just cancel mine and jump in with you guys? And I said, yeah. And a rental car was in my name. And I can tell you, being intimidated, driving in a car with a 2-time 500 champion is a real thing. It's legit.
Yeah, I would imagine that would be the case. I've driven in a car with Jake Query driving after a race from Kentucky, and I feared for my life several times.
Well, the thing about that trip with Ari, too, is he's told some really cool stories about his dad and his experiences with World War II and things of that nature. They're really good stories. And so it was a memorable, and I was glad that we were having that conversation because it cleared my head of the anxiety of thinking Ari Lyondike is sitting in the back seat saying, who is this idiot driving this car? So, he may have thought that, but he didn't say it. This was very gracious.
That's interesting.
A bunch of cars now headed out as the green flag flies once again, courtesy of Aaron Latkins in the flag stand. Dixon, Newgarden, Sato, Wilson, and Hurt of the top 5. McLaughlin, Andretti, Power, Kirkwood, and Pagano the top 10. Carpenter, VK, Malukas, Erickson, and Lundgaard through 15. Hunter Ray, Rosenquist, Canapino, Daly, Grosjean through 20. DeFrancesco, Rahal, Palou. Kanan, Award, Leg, Peterson, Rossi and Harvey through 28th. Give us just a second here, and we'll wait till timing and scoring rolls over, and we'll tell you who's left. It's Kanan, Castro Evans, Stingray Robb, Santino Ferrucci, and Callum Isla.
You know, Pikes Peak in general, Mark, and this is where I had a total new appreciation for Bobby Unser and those that had raced in that particular event. I realize the racetrack of Pikes Peak just outside of it near Colorado Springs, but have you ever driven up Pikes Peak?
Oh, yeah, a couple times.
Boy, I did that once by myself, and you want to talk about white knuckle. I mean, there are a couple of turns you take there, and it is a
especially
very
when you beat
field.
the water truck coming the other way.
Yeah, that would. Well, I knew that things were different when I was coming down, and you get about halfway down, and they check the temperature of your brakes.
Yeah.
And they said, you're going to have to pull over and let your brakes cool off for a minute here. And I thought, okay, I might be riding this a little hot.
Well, I couldn't believe he fell for it. But I rode the first time I rode up. It was me, Mike King, and Gary Lee. God rest his soul. I miss Gary so much. But we got to the top, and it's the first time Gary had ever been up there, and was as competitive as anyone that you'd ever met, along with Mike, and I am to a certain extent too. And so Mike said, Gary. He said, "I got $10 that says that I could beat you to the restaurant, the souvenir stand." And Gary said, "How much?" He goes, $10. And we were, probably 30, 35 yards away from it. And so Mike said, "Go." And Gary took off running and got probably about 10 or 15 yards and almost fell over.
Oh, that altitude is real.
It never dawned on him the difference in the altitude because he was just worried about winning $10, I think. So yeah. But,
wow.
But it is a sight to see. It is a sight to behold. It really is.
Another sight to see right now is the fact that you got three cars going across the yard of bricks. Scott McLaughlin, David Malukas, Scott Dixon. Scott McLaughlin going to get the best of that. He's going to move in front of that second-year driver in David Malukas as action starting to heat up just a little bit here in the last 95 minutes of this session here, this open test at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That Pennzoil, oh-so-familiar paint scheme of Scott McLaughlin works its way into turn number 3, leading a gaggle of 8 cars that are working their way in to the backstretch. Ryan Marine, the bottom line is things are getting busy here, and I would anticipate that your next guest might be a little bit busy on the headsets over the next hour and a half.
Yeah, I would anticipate that too, as busy as anyone. 5 cars under the Andretti Autosport banner, and Rob Edwards oversees the IndyCar operation for Michael Andretti's team. What have you been doing today? What's been the plan, and what have you accomplished?
We've been playing with sailboats today, I think.
Oh, no. Our weather's not been that bad. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we need Wellington boots tomorrow, right? Trying to get a baseline with the cars. It's a good opportunity just to, first of all, systems check, make sure that all the systems are working, all the things that we worked on over the winter, and then, across the 5 cars, just working with a few different ideas we've got to try and make sure we're up the front.
If you could, take folks through the amount of preparation that goes into running 5 cars in a test like this here today. It's not like you just turn up and run some laps and come into the pits every once in a while. You've got a very detailed plan.
Yeah, fortunately, right, because we run 4 cars normally, we're really just adding the 5th car for Marco. And, it's, as you say, it's an integrated plan across all 5 cars. Each car has its own list of things that it's working through with a view that then we can put all those things together at the end of the day, and hopefully we move forward.
How has it been reintegrating Marco into the team? This is now the one race we see him a year, but it seems like he's right back on the pace.
Yeah, it's seamless. I think last year with his program and the people on his car, we ended up in a really good place, and so we try to keep that consistent this year. And I think we've got a good group and works well alongside the other 4 cars.
Rob Edwards from Andretti Autosport joining us on IndyCar Radio. You mentioned the team being in a good place here at Indy. They've been in a good place all year long with good pace in all 3 events. And, of course, Kyle Kirkwood earning that big win just a few days ago in Long Beach. How much of a shot in the arm is it for the team to get back to victory lane and to bring a first-time winner to victory lane as well?
I think, obviously, there was a lot of frustration the first 2 races of the year. We obviously were happy with the speed of the cars, the performance of the cars, but we weren't getting the results, and so super happy to come out of Long Beach, with the results across all 3 cars, all 4 cars, Enjoyed it Sunday night and then focused on getting ready for here. But I think between any of the drivers in the team, I think they're all working very well together. Super happy for Carl to get his first win, but it just happened to be Carl's day on Long Beach, and we're going to be trying to make sure everyone has a great opportunity again at Barber.
Well, you mentioned everyone working well together, and I thought what was neat to see at Long Beach, when Kyle got his first pole, the teammates were the first ones there to congratulate him. Same thing in Victory Lane. It's been publicized that in previous years, maybe not everybody's been pulling in the same direction, but it seems like you got a group that's all on the same page now.
Yeah, I think between the engineering team, the crews, and that all starts with the leadership from the drivers, and I think the drivers doing a great job of pulling the team together. As I said to someone, it's like they went off to Vegas over the off season and got everyone on the same page, but they've been doing a great job of rallying the team and getting everyone pointed the same way. And like you say, when Carl got pole, it was great to see Romain and Colton, the first guys there, to congratulate him.
Last thing for you, 91 minutes left in this session today. The weather forecast is a bit ominous for tomorrow, so how much more do you still have to accomplish here today, especially if you don't get a chance to get on track if Mother Nature doesn't cooperate tomorrow?
I think we're always we prefer to have a limited amount of quality running than a lot of running just for the sake of running. So we feel good about what we've achieved so far today. If we can get some more time, that's great. But if we don't get back out, then we'll be happy with what we've done. We've got the data that we need to go away and look at things before we come back again in May.
Appreciate the insight. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's Rob Edwards.
Yeah, Jake, and I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that now this is not maybe in the prevailing opinion throughout the paddock, but it sounds to me like that. You look at essentially 2 hours earlier today for everyone in various forms with the refresher rookie orientation program, and then the veterans got a couple of hours, and then you come back, you start at 2, and you've got 4.5 hours of running time. I think if Mother Nature does intervene, I think thoughts quickly will turn to Barber, and it might be a tough sell. And maybe it's not in the plans at all. It might be a tough sell to get these teams to want to stick around here for another day and go to Saturday because we're seeing a lot of laps turned today.
Yeah, I think that everyone knew that this was a possibility, right? So, you can plan ahead of time if you've got an idea what's going on, and that's the beauty, I guess, of the forecast, even though the forecast is not good, is that they've had times to kind of start making alternate plans and making up for it. I would agree with that as well, Mark, and the fact that, look, I'm sitting here right now looking at the schedule for Alabama, already, starting to kind of set the mind just a little bit, and I'm sure these teams, look, these are teams that the season's off and running here. We're going to be 4 races in, and they want to make sure they're coming into the IndyCar Grand Prix here at IMS and the month of May in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They want to make sure, or the GMR Grand Prix, I should say, they want to make sure that everything is buttoned down and coming to Indianapolis for the GMR Grand Prix and the Indianapolis 500 on a good note of Alabama. So at some point, you got to start getting ready for that as well. Again, knowing that tomorrow is an open test here, then after that, I would assume that you kind of start progressing, right, in terms of moving forward for what takes place next weekend in Alabama.
Not to take anything away from the significance of running well at Texas, but it is, from a configuration standpoint, it's a vastly different animal than this. I think this, Jake, this goes back, and Davey will get his thoughts on this, certainly when we get to Barber. Davey Hamilton, our driver analyst, I think this test is getting to the point to where it almost serves as the replacement for that traditional spring date that they used to have in Phoenix for so many years. I mean, the conventional wisdom told you that if you did well in Phoenix, you were going to do it. You're going to do well in Indianapolis, and I think this test, in many respects, might, from a mindset standpoint, take the place of that.
It's going to be interesting as well to see just how much what happened in Texas, because Texas is obviously an oval, but it is a different oval because the banking is so much different. And as you and I know, Mark, the way they run at Texas, not everything's applicable, but it gives you some idea of the oval setup on the race car, how much of that translates, how much of that gets teams used to what they need to see. Right now, again, busy activity on the main straightaway, and it is so fun to watch as cars go roaring past, just to see all of those that are out on the racetrack right now, all shooting for Scott Dixon's fastest lap of the day at 2:26.788.
Yeah, Ericsson seems to be pretty happy with his race car, Jake. He has been working in traffic about as much as anybody has, and we just saw him make a couple of moves down the straightaway and into turn number 1, and that car appears to be plenty stuck to the racetrack.
I'll tell you another car that has been fast today and impressive. Keep talking about it, Steph Wilson, who went out and has turned to 2:25.960. He has been very impressive today, running right up there with everybody else. For a team that's a one-off team, good to see that for certain.
Scott Dixon, P1, 226.788. Newgarden, Sato, Wilson, and Hurt of the top 5. McLaughlin, Andretti, Power, Kirkwood, and Rahal the top 10. Pagano, Award, Carpenter, VK, and Malukas through 15th. Then Ericsson, then Lundgaard, then Hunter Ray, Daly, and Rosenquist through 20th. I visited with him a year ago. Happy to have him back. Joe Hale, president. The president of the IMS Museum. Joe, thanks for joining us here. There's no better place to be than 16th and Georgetown, huh?
Pretty exciting day today. Absolutely.
What a beautiful day it is, too. We're talking a little bit about tomorrow, but we'll worry about that when the time comes. We want to talk about so many things going on at the museum. When you were with us a year ago, all of the exciting changes and the focus, the personnel changes and everything, you guys were awfully excited about what the future has to hold. And one of those things we want to talk about is a new event that you have coming up Friday, May the 26th.
Absolutely. We're really excited about this, actually. It's going to be the inaugural Indianapolis Motor Speedway Hall of Fame induction ceremony and dinner. Going to be presented by Shell and National Bank of Indianapolis. It's going to be on Friday, May 26th at the Indiana Roof Ballroom. We're going to be inducting Tim Cendric and Tony George into the Hall of Fame this year. Tony's going to be inducted by Al Unser Jr., and Tim Cendric's going to be inducted by Governor Holcomb here in Indiana. James Hinchcliffe's going to be our MC that evening. We're giving a special award to Marlene Sexton. She's a wonderful supporter of the IMS Museum and has been for years. And AJ Foyt's going to be presenting the award to her. So it's going to be an interesting, educational, and very entertaining evening. We got a lot of surprises planned, too.
Well, I mean, I see Al Unser Jr., I see Governor Holcomb. Can you not find any A-listers for this, Jake?
We tried, you know?
That is an impressive lineup. And as far as your inductees, Tim Cendric, Tony George, obviously well documented, their influence and their impact, the Hallman George family, and, of course, Tim Cendric with all of his success with Penske Racing. But, we've got the opportunity to know both of them quite well, as a matter of fact. And I would say that with all of their accomplishments, and as accomplished as they are, those are two of the most humble gentlemen you'll ever meet.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. It was so interesting when I called Tim to let him know that he had been selected. He told me a story about a guy that he had worked with when he was very young, who was a member of the Hall of Fame, and how much he admired that. That was kind of an aspiration. If someday I could also be a member of that organization too. So Tim's going to be great. Tony and I, we still have lunch every quarter or so. I keep him involved and informed of what's going on at the museum, and we've got a lot of exciting things planned there too. So no, it's going to be good. It's going to be a fundraiser for the museum. We hope to make it our first make it an annual event, certainly. And as I said, we got a lot of surprises up our sleeve for that night. We have 600 tickets to sell. We're inching up to 400 already sold. We haven't really started marketing it real aggressively, but we hope to sell out, and it's going to be a great group. We've already heard from Johnny Rutherford's attending, Ari Leindyke's attending, so it's going to be a good group of former inductees, too.
One of the things I think is a really interesting point here, Joe, that you touched on there, and I want to make it clear to people here, because I think a lot of people understandably don't grasp this. I think a lot of people come to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, they drive underneath the tunnel, they see the museum there, and they think, oh, that's great that this speedway has a museum there that displays all of the cars and the people who have been legendary in the sport of racing. But this speedway is so big and there's so much, revenue that generates through here that they must be able to stand on their own two legs. And in reality, it is, from a financial standpoint, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but it is a separate entity that has its own financial needs as a result of that, to carry on and immortalize and continue to educate people about the history of this event.
I'm so glad you brought that up. We are a separate 501c3. We have no official connection to the 500 other than the fact that our mission is to really continue to tell the stories of the 500 and what's happened here at the Speedway. We're a piece of Americana when you think about it. And the museum has changed a little bit in the last couple of years. We used to do basically one exhibition a year. It would open on the race, be based on a driver, Mario, AJ, Unser Brothers. And if you saw it at the race, really, what's your incentive to come back? Because nothing's really going to change for a year. So this year we had 6 exhibitions that we scheduled. Some of them were a little more thematic. That we've got one up right now called Second. It's about all those drivers that tried to win the 500, but they came in second. What was the story? What happened? Was it a mechanical failure? Was it a strategic error? Was it a driver failure?
Now, are these stories of drivers that never actually won it and finished second,
That is
or
correct.
just simply drivers who at some point finished second, even if they were a winner?
We talked about that earlier, that list.
Well, we had Pato last night. Pato was over talking. Doug Bowles was interviewing Pato Award as part of our speaker series. And, we were thinking, God, if he wins this year, we're going to have to change the whole exhibition.
He wants to make sure that there's that disclaimer, right?
He said
to get
that.
himself off that, right? Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah,
right?
it's a list that you may not want to be on,
But that list, though, I'll tell you, some of the drivers, there is, Joe, and that's what makes this event so great. We talked about the fact that the Indianapolis 500, the thing that truly makes this, to me, the greatest sporting event in the world is that there are no fluke winners. All of the winners that have won, it turns out they are the creme de la creme of their era in the sport itself. And a testament to how challenging it is to win this race is the incredible list of talent of those that were oh so close, right?
Absolutely.
And so it is cool to be able to tip the cap to those drivers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've also, this past year, it dawned on me that there'd never been any kind of record of the winning cars that we have in our collection. And I was actually talking to one of our board members, Marlene Sexton, who's involved in the Foyt team now. And I said, Marlene, it's kind of a shame we don't have any kind of record of our winning collection. We have 34 winning cars in our collection. And she said, well, let's do something about that. I said, well, let's create a book. So we did that. We hired a guy from Phoenix named Bill Pack, who does phenomenal photography, automotive photography. He paints with light. I mean, it's incredible. Roger Penske bought a bunch of copies for Christmas to give to his folks, and he said it was the most beautiful automotive book that's ever been created, and it really is extraordinary. So we've got that for sale at the museum and online and everything, and it's been another fundraising opportunity for the museum, because you were right. We've got to make our nut every year, and we make about half of that through admissions and track tours. IMS, the Penske organizations, they're a benevolent landlord. We don't pay rent, and we get to use the track. So, boy, nobody's complaining about that deal.
Right.
And we make about half of our revenue. The one thing a lot of people don't understand, I've had so many friends say, God, came to the museum today, I spent $400 at the gift shop to support you. The other thing people don't know is that we don't have anything to do with the gift shop. Yeah, that's run by Legends out of Dallas, Texas. Jerry Jones owns it. And so anyway, we support them, certainly. But I just don't want anybody to think that they're really supporting the museum. Buy all you want. That's great, because you're supporting IMS. But, we're not part of that.
Speaker Series ramps up a little bit in the month of May. I think you have a combined 7 Indy 500 wins scheduled to appear, and Dario Franchitti and Elio Castro-Neves. And I think all that is a benefit to folks that are members of the museum. So how can folks go about becoming members of the museum?
And memberships start at $90 a year. Unlimited use of the museum in terms of coming in to see us. We do have a lot of events. As I said, we had Pato last night. He was interviewed by Doug Bowles. Tomorrow morning we got Beth Peretta, Fuel Up Friday. It's free to members. We've got Felix Rosenquist on May 5th. We've got another edition. This was great. This sold out the last time we did it a couple of months ago. It's Over the Ropes and Under the Hood, which is really an intimate look at some of our cars, but conducted by our restoration guys. And these are some of the most talented restoration folks that you can imagine. They've worked on many of the major teams in racing, and they kind of take you under the hood and explain what's going on. We also offer member previews of exhibitions, those 5-6 exhibitions that we're doing. We offer, membership previews of that. So we try to find a lot of ways to provide benefits to our members. We've got a new exhibition that's going to be opening soon on June 30th. It's called Our Collection, Your Favorites, and we let the public vote on the cars that were their favorites. And so we took the top 10, and so we're featuring those. It's kind of a People's Choice Award.
Johnny Lightning Special.
It's in it. I'm not supposed to tell what's in it, but it's in it. It's
one of those drivers who would like to someday perhaps see his name inside of the museum in some way, shape, or form. The young rookie Benjamin Peterson, who is bringing his car back onto pit lane. He was the only one out on the racetrack as we have an hour and 17 minutes left in this session. Jake Query along with Mark Janes here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for this open test, talking with Joe Hale of the museum. And, Joe, you mentioned the membership and the fact that comes with admission. I'll tell you what, that's worth its price in gold when you think about the fact, because I know I'm not alone in this. 2 times that I always find myself coming to the museum. Anytime anybody comes in from out of town, it's one of the things that we have to do, right, is people always want to go in and see the museum. And then in addition to that, I can't be alone in this. Typically around, probably around Thanksgiving time, and then again around the New Year, I just get that itch where I want to be out here. So I come out and walk through the museum, and it just kind of it allows me to stay in the mix of things psychologically to get ready for the month of May during the winter months of Indianapolis. And that alone, to be able to come and go with those opportunities as a member here is worth its weight right there.
It is. We've got to do, I think, a better job. The museum, as you know, hadn't changed physically in a couple of decades. I mean, same cars have always kind of been where they've always been. When children come in, they hear, don't touch that, more than they hear anything else. I want them to be able to touch a lot of stuff in the museum. I was up at Chip Ganassi's shop on Zionsville Road here, and, what's he got, 185 employees there being paid really, really good salaries. We need to have an educational program for primary, middle school, and high school kids, especially high school, showing them what lucrative careers are connected to this industry. I don't think, they've got this idea that's a bunch of grease monkeys.
Right.
Well, no, they're aeronautical engineers, mechanical engineers, statisticians, who's on these teams, and they're very lucrative jobs. So we need to develop an educational program that's going to focus on that quite a bit too. And we need to have more rotating galleries where we can bring in different shows. We loaned that incredible Mercedes that we've got, we loaned it to the Peterson Museum, and it was part of an Andy Warhol show. Andy Warhol had actually done silk screens of a lot of Mercedes. So we loaned our car because he had done a silk screen of our Mercedes that we had. And, that's another exhibition that we're going to be bringing back to Indianapolis. No, it doesn't have anything to do with the 500, but I think car levels are kind of like it because those they're works of art, those designs, those cars. So we've had another exhibition that was interesting this year called Sleek, the Art of the Helmet. And it was 11 historic helmets, and it was 11 current helmets, and why the guys decorate them the way they do. But then we commissioned 11 Indiana artists to kind of come up with these fantasy helmets that we then auctioned off. What it's doing, we've had the car guys all along, but we needed to broaden our base of support. We needed to broaden our audience. And what we're finding is, our attendance is up about 30% over last year, and I think it's simply because we're giving people more reasons to come back.
And I don't want to tell tales out of school, but I guess I'm about to here, Joe. The Clark Gable car.
Mm-hmm.
When Clark Gable came to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as I understand it, as part of the agreement with Tony Holman, he was given, and I think it was either a Jaguar or a Porsche, I can't recall which, to drive. And the last time that I was downstairs, that was one of the cars that's downstairs, but I don't know that it's made it up to maybe it has been on the showroom floor. So there are there cars there that have not been put on display that need to be put on display, or are there some that are in possession and that's simply where they are?
No, we just don't have the room the way it's configured right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got, we've had cars stored in downtown Indianapolis. We've had them stored in one of our board members' big garage. We've had them all over town. We need at some point to come up with a true restoration shop that'll provide storage for us and provide, a good 6-bay restoration shop, because we got a crack team of mechanics that are working with us right now. 5 full-time guys that are just restoring our cars. But yeah, I mean, we've got some plans. We're not ready to talk about them yet.
Right.
But I think it's going to help solve some of these problems that we're talking about right now. And we do have that photograph, at least, of Clark Gable in that car.
I mean, it's pretty awesome, though. All of it, that's there. It is literally walking through history, to go through and to be able to see everything that's there. And each time you go, you kind of discover something different, which is what I love about it.
And we've got this curator, Jason Van Sickle. I mean, he's not Donald Davidson yet, but he's well on his way.
Close.
That guy, he's got a story about every single car in our collection. I mean, a compelling story that really fascinates you and wants you to learn more.
Yeah, we had him on last year. It was awesome for sure. You mentioned a year ago that one of the things that you were doing moving forward is that you and your team were going to travel around the country, visit other museums and get different ideas about things. Just curious, because we're headed there next weekend. Have you seen the museum at Barber Motorsports?
Oh, sure.
It's
sure,
impressive.
Sure. What's his name down there? He was in New York, and he went to the Guggenheim Museum that Frank Lloyd Wright had designed that has that circular staircase, and he came back and he says, I want that.
Yeah, and
that's the centerpiece.
motorbikes that are in a
centerpiece.
Yes.
It's an unusual museum, I think. It's fascinating. It's got a lot of stuff that appeals to just about anybody. I mean, everything from lawn ornaments to boats to cars to a heck of a lot of motorcycles and bicycles. So
you're sitting next to one of the luckiest guys around, because that's actually his broadcast vantage point for the race.
Is that right?
He calls that portion of the course
Beautiful.
right there.
It's a beautiful facility, and they have, like you guys have here, they've got people that are working there that are volunteers that are enthusiastic about the facility.
Yeah.
And that's 90% the challenge, right? I mean,
but we've been, since I talked to you, I mean, man, well, Jason's at the Henry Ford today. That's why he's not in town. We've been to the Barber, been to Rev. Actually, Saturday I was at the NASCAR Museum for the second time. I've taken our staff to the Derby Museum, to the Air Force Museum, to the Gilmore, to the Cord Duesenberg. I just want us all to see what's going on right now in the museum world, and then what do we need to do to surpass that in our new place.
Yeah, it's a fascinating process for sure, and it's been exciting to watch the transformation. What's the response been like from those who maybe haven't been here for a couple of years, and you're there and you see them come through now with the changes that you've made?
They like the variety of the exhibition, certainly. I think the fact that, people say that it's one of the most welcoming places they've been to, because the docents, the guides there, a lot of them have been around for a long time. They are passionate about those cars, and they love it, and they love to share their stories with them. So, we're still doing that. We're still looking ahead to the future. Not ready to talk about anything yet, but, I think just from a infrastructure standpoint, we've got to make some changes. It's a building that's about 50 years old. Still, same boilers, same chillers, so we're going to have to do something because it's coming to an end of its useful life as it is right now.
Sure.
So it's going to prompt some changes, certainly.
Oddly enough, it was the very first museum right on the corner where the roundabout is now. That's where I fell in love with this place, because I went on a field trip there as I think I was in first grade at Hall Elementary at the time.
Well, I can't say it now, but stay tuned, because there might be something that you're really going to like that we're going to do later on this summer that relates back to that.
Well, we like the phrase now, stay tuned here. It's kind of right. Our signature.
Joe, when I was in late high school, I worked 2 summers. I think it was just 2, but 2 summers in the Riviera Club beach stand with your son Britton, and I got to tell you, we only ate 690 chicken sandwiches that summer.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, Britton's
I'll tell him you said hi.
North Central, and a great dude, man. We had a lot of fun times. Great guy, and you raised a good one in him.
John Mills, all those guys,
man. We had a lot of fun. Walker Lockhart, we had a lot of fun.
Just saw him.
Yep.
So let's one more time promote the event that you have coming up that you're so very, very excited about. See if we can't get to that what that number 600 is.
Tickets are going fast for Friday, May 26th at the Indiana Roof Ballroom. It's a fundraiser for the museum. Tickets are on sale on our website. It's open to the public. You'll see all kind of racing luminaries, from Tony George to Johnny Rutherford to AJ Foyt and Al Unser Jr. we would like everybody to join us that night. It's going to be very special, a lot of surprises, fundraiser for the museum. It's going to be a night to remember.
And the website people can visit when they want more information about membership?
imsmuseum.org.
Well, I have to say thank you very much to Karen Colbert-Prey. I mean, she is your Vice President of Marketing Communications, and she is the best.
Does a tremendous job. We've got it's an incredible team we've got in place.
Now, we're back here for practice every day leading up to qualifying, and also qualifying weekends, Carb Day and race day. There's got to be a time in there where you can come back and visit.
I sure hope so.
All right.
Appreciate your time. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell Britton I said hi, Joe. Appreciate it. Scott Dixon, by the way, fastest 226.788. Joseph Newgarden, 226.707. Then Takuma Sato, Steph Wilson, and Colton Herta rounding out the top 5 in this session as we close in on, I guess, what we can officially would be calling happy hour, the last hour of this session. It has been a very busy day. It's also been a very busy day for Rinus VeeKay. He has turned in 72 laps, none of them faster than 222.755, which has him 16th on the speed charts. The only time all day he's slowed down was to talk to Ryan Marine, right?
And pleased to speak to the Flying Dutchman, who is looking forward to making, your 4th start here at the Speedway. Looks like the car's on its way here, so we won't keep you too long. But what have your experiences been today? How has the car felt? You're somewhere right in the middle, about 16th, I think, right now.
The car feels really good. On my own, it's really very stable, so that's really good. Still tuning it up in traffic, but feeling good. The wind is definitely windy, but there's everyone's troubles, so I think we're managing pretty well.
Is it important to get some laps in the high wind conditions, because you never know what it could be like on race day?
You never know, you can outrun, but if it's like this in qualifying, you at least know what's going to happen.
For sure. And finally, the changes that are available to you guys from an aerodynamic perspective. Have you been able to play around with a lot of those today?
Yeah, as a team with 3 cars, we've all tried some of them, and we all got good reads. So
team's beckoning him to the race car, so we'll let him go. That's Rinus VeeKay.
Again, Rinus VeeKay, busy day, 72 laps. Only a handful have turned. Matter of fact, only one driver has turned in more laps than Rinus VeeKay. That would be David Malukas, another youngster. 78 laps for David Malukas, and he's right behind VeeKay on the speed charts. They now find themselves 19th and 20th on the speed charts. VeeKay 19th, his best lap 222.755. David Malukas at 222.739 miles an hour. The top non-tow speeds, that essentially means the top speeds of cars when nobody else was around them to aerodynamically assist them. Devlin DeFrancesco, 221.119. Interesting thing about DeFrancesco's best lap at 221.315, it was just a tick higher than his best non-tow speed. So with the tow, he didn't get a lot of assistance. 221.119, though, his best non-tow speed. Second fastest in that category, Ed Carpenter, followed by Christian Lundgaard. Those are the 3 fastest in terms of running by themselves. In terms of the best trap speeds today, those are the speeds coming off the corners where speeds can be very, very high, or actually entering into the corners where speeds can be very high. Alex Palou is the fastest in that regard, 237.424, followed by Connor Daly and Takuma Sato. And again, the best overall time today, Scott Dixon at 226.788 miles an hour.
Got to thank Joe Hale, president of the museum, for stopping by. Appreciate Kara Colbert-Prey for setting that up. And you can just, the passion and enthusiasm that just, emanates from him when he's talking about the museum and everything that they have planned. And he and his team, essentially a brand new team over the past couple of years, Jake. I think they've had one heck of an impact, and I can only imagine as he he teased us quite a bit, told us that in the not too distant future there's going to continue to be amazing announcements.
Well, I'll tell you what really excited me about that conversation, aside from having the pleasure of meeting Joe, is the fact that the reverence and the respect he showed right there for the Barber Motorsports Museum, because in terms of just the modern variation of those museums and their cleanliness and what they have, that museum in Barber, and I want to emphasize to people as well, if you're going to be going down to the race, and it's another great, Mark, it's a great reason to go down to Barber Motorsports Park to watch the IndyCars, but when you're there, you've got to go through that museum as well. And I think that as he was talking about, he was pretty clear there that there are some areas where that museum might undergo some changes, which inevitably happens. That's part of just the natural evolution of it. So certainly in good hands, and having Joe there working that museum, and I love it. It's a great facility.
Well, I think the thing that he spoke to, Jake, as much as anything, what I gleaned from from all of the things that he covered, and he covered a variety of topics, I think the thing that I was most excited about is he said, when I first got here, one of the things was people would go to the museum, take their kids through there, and they would, constantly, don't touch this, don't touch that.
Absolutely.
He said, because, this is an interactive society now. It's a society that wants to kind of engage and wants to feel engaged. It doesn't just want to walk around and look at things. I mean, they need things to do and things to occupy their time and ways to occupy their time. And it sounds like that they're moving toward that.
We're also, Mark, living in an era where kids now are used to learning by touching things.
Right.
Touch screens and apps and, those things. I think the incorporation of those things and those ideas also are going to be very, very welcome out of that museum. And it is a beautiful facility. I mean, to walk in and you see the fountain right there, and often probably a lot of people don't realize if you go to your left, you can see, the recognition and the respect for the Chevrolet brothers, that are there next to the museum. So there's a lot to see for certain. And it's always fun to go through it. No doubt.
Listen to us live each race weekend for complete coverage of every on-track session of Indy Next by Firestone and the NTT IndyCar Series. Find us on the all-new IndyCar app powered by NTT Data, racecontrol.indycar.com, and SiriusXM IndyCar Nation Channel 160. Plus, find all IndyCar races on a radio station near you. I want to thank Doug Bowles for being our guest earlier today. Joe Hale from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum also stopped by. We appreciate that. Enjoyed Michael Young spending a little bit of time with us. So what do we have?
About ahead of ourselves.
An hour left in this session, and we've reached that point of the day, given the direction that our booth faces, that good idea to have sunglasses on hand, or at least transition lenses like I have, because the sun is shining brightly right toward us. And as you mentioned earlier, it's starting to happen about an hour ago or so. It's become almost iconic where we get to a point of the day where the front straightaway is all in shade because of where the sun is, and that's essentially where we are right now. And so that backstretch looks vastly different from what we're high atop here in the front stretch.
I'll tell you something, Mark. Back when I worked here at WRTV in Indianapolis, along with Dave First, who, of course, now working for the NTT IndyCar Series, and we used to, back then, the practice sessions would be on telex, and we had it patched into the sports office at Channel 6 so that we could keep an eye on what was going on at the track when we were not here. And just having, and Dave and I would always turn it up, and just hearing the cars go round, just doing the roundies on telex this time of day in the month of May. Back when I was in high school and working at Amalia's Food Market, the former Amalia's Food Market over on 56th Street, and all the different kids from different high schools that worked there, and talking about what happened that day at practice and who turned the fastest lap and who had the best trap speeds. And it really is a magical time. If you live in Indianapolis, it's just a magical awakening coming off of the winter months and knowing that spring and summer are here and that the world's greatest race is going to be taking place soon. A magical time. And to be able to see it today, even though we haven't ripped off the calendar yet to the month of May, it feels like May out here, Mark, and it's a darn good feeling.
Well, I know, but hanging around here as I do, as I said, I moved a few miles west a couple of years ago, but still very much spent, plenty of time here. My son teaches at the middle school that's just a few blocks away from here, and have a lot of friends still in this town, and still patronize the restaurants on Main Street. The iconic Charlie Brown's, of course, among them. And you always see drivers and crew members and team members in there. I mean, you heard earlier the the road trip that we took with drivers. And one of the drivers that I talked to was Benjamin Peterson. And one of the first things I asked him, I said, okay, have you been to Charlie Brown's yet? Driving for A.J. Foyt. He goes, oh, yeah, I started going there last year, as a matter of fact. So,
That's a requirement to drive there, isn't it?
That's right. You have to be there. And, of course, there's Mug and Bun and other, venues around town. But as I said, Jake, it's a really strange set of circumstances, and it's really hard to describe. But, shortly after this, the calendar turns over to May 1st, and I think, you see the logo go up on the JW Marriott downtown. Yeah, you see the streets renamed in honor of the drivers in downtown Indianapolis, and you can just literally roll down the window of your vehicle and drive through Speedway and the roundabout and whatnot, and you can just, the energy is in the air for sure.
Well, that part, when you drive through, today I came over during the early sessions this morning, and I had to drive over to Speedway, and hearing the cars going past as you drive past on 16th Street is pretty darn cool. No question about it. Pretty darn cool right now. Christian Lundgaard, the car that is out on track, that number 45 High V for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. It's got a Gatorade logo on the side of it. Part of that High V sponsorship comes off of turn number 4. Momentarily, you will hear it going across the yard of bricks. That's exactly what Christian Lundgaard just did. Taking a look at the speed that he just turned, 217.813 miles an hour, the speed that was just turned in by Christian Lundgaard. And again, his fastest of the day, 222.7. Fastest overall today, Scott Dixon, 226.788 miles per hour.
Less than an hour now remaining in this session. Encouraging you again to mark your calendars. 100 Days to Indy premieres Thursday, April 27th on the CW. 100 Days to Indy, a 6-part series taking fans behind the scenes to chronicle the bold and brash personalities of the NTT IndyCar Series as they continue their quest for racing's greatest prize. Of course, the Indianapolis 500. It's Thursday, April 27th, the premiere of 100 Days to Indy on the CW. Last weekend, while we were covering the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach, our Michael Young caught up with Patrick Diamond to tell us more about the 100 Days to Indy.
Here on the streets of Long Beach, getting ready to watch the premiere on the CW in a couple of weeks. Of course, 100 Days to Indy, and we have the director, Patrick Diamond, with us. You premiered it to the paddock, Patrick, just the other night here in Long Beach. I guess the first question and the best question, how did that go?
Great reception. Drivers, friends, family, everybody, I think, had a good time. Great reception. Kind of saw the style of the show, and obviously we had a really exciting first race of the year, which is featured obviously in the first episode. Couldn't ask for a better reception.
I have a question because this intrigues me. Obviously, we see cameras and microphones all up and down pit lane, but you have a limited amount of time to get this thing put together. Does it fall into place? How did the first race go? Obviously, we had a great race at Texas, St. Pete. We had all kinds of drama. Do you leave a lot on the cutting room floor, I guess, by the time everything's said and done?
Yeah, obviously, we rely a lot on the broadcast. There's thousands of cameras at the races, so we cover the documentary side, the storytelling behind the scenes off the track, and then we rely a lot on the broadcast cameras. So that footage, as soon as it's shot from race weekend all the way Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that goes immediately back to New York. That's being cut the next day, and obviously, we can't cover it all. The races are usually maybe 10%, I would say, of the show, maybe 15% of the show. So clearly a lot of the footage is left on the cutting room floor from the races. And then as far as covering the off the track lifestyle of the drivers, because it's such a quick turnaround show and because everyone's schedule is so busy and the edit schedule is such a quick turnaround, we go and we visit we visit the drivers a day or two off the track. So we use a lot of that footage because we need it, and that's what tells the stories between the races.
Director, producer, cinematographer Patrick Diamond, 100 Days to Indy will be premiering in a couple of weeks. You've done a lot of collegiate stuff. How has this played into your experience, racing a totally different ball game, or is it?
It's high-level sports. So as far as that goes, listen, it's about treating the athletes and the teams and the leagues with obviously respect. We are here to promote the sport, to promote the athletes, and our job's a little bit easier because we're documentary style. We're fly on the wall. We actually don't, when we're in their homes, we know we're there. But other than that, we want to be wallpaper. We want to just be there and not have the drivers and the athletes act as if they would normally act without knowing that cameras are on them. So we actually work better in the shadows than the broadcast, where they kind of have to be up in their face and all that. So my experience plays perfect into this. I mean, it's a high-level sport with top-level athletes, and my team and I, we've all been in this for 20 years, and so we know the game.
You've got a photographer vest on, so you're actually working today too. You're not just around overseeing things.
That's right. Yeah, I started off as an editor and a director of photography, and I still love that side of it all. And so I direct and direct photography as well.
Can't wait to see it. April 27th, 9 o'clock Eastern will be the premiere. Thank you for your time, and have a good time today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Patrick Diamond, he is the director. 100 Days to Indy, again premiering on the CW April 27th at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I thought you'd enjoy getting that insight again. That interview conducted last weekend during the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach, and a lot of folks excited about the premiere of that event, Jake.
Absolutely excited by it, and I want to remind people, too, that if you're not able to see it when it actually airs on the CW, you can also stream it on Vice streaming app, which I know a lot of young people in particular enjoy watching more on demand. You'll be able to do that and keep tabs of the 6 episodes leading up to the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Certainly those that are preparing for the Indianapolis 500, all of them that are out on the track today. And things just got really busy, as a matter of fact, along the main straightaway. As a matter of fact, watching, I believe that is Simon Pagenaud that just made a move along the main straightaway as he heads his car into turn number 1, between turns 1 and 2. Also out on the racetrack right now, Connor Daly is out on the track. So too is Alex Palou, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Felix Rosenquist, Ed Carpenter, Rinus VeeKay, Marcus Ericsson, Christian Lundgaard. So a lot of cars out on track right now, and things starting to get busy here, as I think we anticipated would happen here in the last hour of this session.
Well, I mean, what it boils down to is that with the uncertainty of the forecast for tomorrow, there's no guarantee that you're going to get any laps in. You've got 52 minutes left in this session, and as important as this thing is, I mean, this is when you want to maximize your potential and see if all of the changes that you spent all day making, now you're looking to see if those pay off. And it is abundantly clear that to AT, I would say, whether it's stated or not, the goal is clearly to get this car handling as well as you could possibly get it to handle in traffic, because that has one guy in particular that we've seen be in traffic as much as anybody. The first car in line, second car in line, third car in line, fourth car in line is Alex Palou.
Yeah, Alex Palou right now is in traffic with Rinus VeeKay just behind him. He's got Jack Harvey just in front of him. Sun's starting to dance a little bit off the top of those cars as they glean their way through the south end of the racetrack, coming off of turn number 2. Again, this is a very, very busy snaking down onto the main straight of a number of cars. 2, 5, 8, 10, 11, 12 cars now onto the main backstretch here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the remaining 51 minutes of this Indy 500 Open Test, a preview, if you will, of the practice days at the Indianapolis 500 in anticipation of the 107th running of this fantastic event. Alex Palou, again, this time going to go to the inside of Jack Harvey. He tried it to the outside last time by, so Alex Palou trying multiple lanes, Mark, to find out what's going to work for that number 10 car.
Well, I mean, if you go back a couple of years ago when Alex Palou finished runner-up to Elio Castroneves, I got to believe that with the experience that he has garnered, not only here, but being a series champion, my guess is Alex Palou would tell you that he's gone back, he's watched video. Now that he knows what he knows, which he didn't know at that time, Alex Palou would tell you he would think there's a better than average chance the outcome would have been more.
I think it's fascinating. I remember talking to Castroneves about that finish with Alex Palou when Elio won his 4th race, Mark. And, what he told me was that Castroneves had figured out, to the best of his ability, in the last few laps of that shootout between those two, Castroneves was timing to see, once you got into the second position, how long it took to then close in and make a pass in the draft.
Yep.
And he waited knowing then how many laps you would need he waited until that then would shave off that amount of time that Palou would have to be able to get him back.
And let's remember, he had been in similar situations how many times prior to that, which he finished runner-up. Elio himself.
Correct. So that's the experience you're talking about. And you can bet that Alex Palou, to your point, Mark, those are the little things you file away, right? And you go back to that and you revisit that and you think about it. And that's part of what makes this such a great event.
He has taken the most erratic path of all of the drivers coming off of turn 2 when he's to the bottom third of the racetrack. You know, when you're looking to disrupt the air,
Palou, you're talking about?
Yeah, the car behind you, you know, you almost go below the white line where essentially you exit off of pit road. And Alex Palou has stuck that car down there too many times to count. Just, again, and that's, I guess, not only to the benefit of Alex Palou, but it's clearly to the benefit of those around him, because it gives them a benefit of seeing how that the air coming off that car is going to disrupt them. Going back to Elio Castroneves and that year, Ryan Marine and I were talking before we went on today about that year with Castroneves, and I'll never forget Mike Shank talking about that he knew on Friday that their chances were pretty good, because if you recall, Jake, people were wondering if there was a problem because Elio parked it with 20 minutes left in Carb Day. There were 20 minutes left and he parked it. They took it back to the garage and they said, "What do we need to change?" He said, "Don't change a thing. It's good." And he knew. I mean, he knew on Friday, Ryan Marine, that he had a car capable of winning the 500.
It's that exact chassis that he's sitting in right now. Elio Castroneves driving the same car that took him to that record-equaling 4th victory at the Indianapolis 500 a couple of years ago. It ran the 500 last year, and other than that, it has not turned a wheel except in testing here at this track. That is a special, special car for that organization and for Elio Castroneves, and they want to make sure that they don't put it at any risk elsewhere, because they know it has the capability of taking him to a record-setting 5th win, and this very well could be the year. Elio certainly was extremely confident when I spoke to him earlier today.
One of the drivers that we've talked about that needs to fill that glaring hole on his resume is Joseph Newgarden, and with about 46 minutes remaining in the session, Jake, he's decided to go to P1 at 227.686.
And you talked about using that low line coming off of turn number 2. That's exactly what Newgarden did on the lap. It might even be the one where he turned that 227.6. It was Scott Dixon running along with him. Scott Dixon, who, of course, is the one that he just surpassed for the fastest lap of the day. So one of the cars that we anticipate that we will be watching with a very close eye throughout the month of May, Joseph Newgarden, now the fastest on track at 227.686. Just to recap for you, if you're just joining us here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, some of the speeds from today: Newgarden, Dixon, Sato, Stephen Wilson, and Colton Herta, your top 5. Scott McLaughlin, Marco Andretti, Will Power, Ryan Hunter-Ray, and Alex Palou round out the top 10. The next 10, Kyle Kirkwood, Simon Pagino, Connor Daly, Hada Award at 14. Felix Rosenquist, Graham Rahal, Santino Ferrucci, Ed Carpenter, Renus VK, and David Malukas rounding out the top 20. The rest that have taken to the track. The defending winner of this event, Marcus Ericsson, at 21st. That's at 222.732. Christian Lundgaard is 22nd. Augustin Canapino, the rookie for Juncos Racing, is at 23rd. Then after that, we wait for timing and scoring for just a second here to catch up to us, as they're showing the bottom in terms of 30 through 33. 24th is Alexander Rossi. 25th, Jack Harvey. 26th, Romain Grosjean. 27th, Devlin DiFrancesco. 28th, Catherine Legg, making her return with Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. The 30th is Tony Kanaan. 31st, Elio Castroneves. 32nd, the rookie Stingray Robb. And 33rd, Caleb Eilot, who has turned in just 7 laps today.
Talking to Joe Hale earlier, president of the IMS Museum, about my first trip to the original museum, which was on the roundabout up there, 16th and Georgetown. Seeing Tony Kanaan up there in that 66 car, of course, McLaren doing liveries all dedicated to their amazing history in motorsports. And my first favorite driver was Mark Donahue, who won in 72 in that that 66 car for Penske Racing. But yeah, my first favorite car, Jake, was certainly the Johnny Lightning Special, which I think was appropriate, given my age at the time. But yeah, I mean, I thought that Johnny Lightning Special was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. And then for whatever the reason, I locked on to Mark Donohue when he won the race in '72. And you think about how he pretty much cast the die for Penske Racing, won their first ever IndyCar race at Trenton. And those two cars in particular, I think, are totally opposite in terms of their paint scheme, but equally as impressive to look at. I remember being in the museum a few years ago, and I never really, paid that close of attention to it, but they had the Johnny Lightning Special in there, and I look down the side of it, and I see team owner Parnelli Jones, chief mechanic George McNaughty, driver Al Unser, and I'm thinking that's a motorsports murderer's row.
Right there,
I mean, no wonder they were so dominant in those years. That's an incredible lineup.
Now, Mark, I'm not saying that it says anything about any sort of a difference in our upbringing, but your favorite car when you were a kid was the Johnny Lightning Special. My favorite car, and the one that I most remember coming out and being enamored by and even making a sign for, with my parents having no issue with it, was the Coors Light Silver Bullet. That was the Al Unser Jr. car that he drove when he first came around. But man, it was a cool car with that silver paint.
I thought you were going to say like the Genesee Beer Wagon or the Sugar Ripe Prune Special or something like that. I mean, those are.
Now I was a fan. I'm not going to lie to you. I was a fan, along with Jay Bausback, of the Shinji Nakano Beard Papa's Piping Hot Cream Puffs. I was a big fan of that car as well.
Turbo King.
One year. There've been some great ones over the course of the years. Absolutely, no doubt
I don't
about
know that there's been a more obscure winner in the history, or where there'll ever be a more obscure winner in history than the Rachel's Potato Chip sponsorship on any cheap.
I don't think there's any doubt about that, right? Matter of fact, I think until about 3 years ago, he was still eating Rachel's potato chips.
Probably had a garage full of them.
That's
for
right.
Sure.
Alex Palou, by the way, is out on the racetrack right now, and that is a green car. Green used to be an unpopular, considered to be a bad luck color, but there are plenty of cars that have green colors right now. In this installment of the Indianapolis 500, Alex Palou is one of those, and he has been fast throughout the course of the day. He is the 10th fastest right now in car number 10. A lot of cars out on track, and that includes Scott McLaughlin, who's had a busy day, Marco Andretti. So a lot of cars out on the main straightaway right now. McLaughlin, as a matter of fact, heading across the yard of bricks right now into turn number 1. It is Alex Palou, Scott Dixon that are both just in front of him. And again, business starting to pick up just a little bit here, as you can hear the cars working their straightaway, the main straightaway here, heading into the last 40 minutes of this session.
87 laps turned by Steph Wilson, Jake Query. He is maximizing his practice time today in that car.
Steph Wilson's, as we talked about earlier, I mean, here's a guy that had a chance. We forget about the fact that he and Jack Harvey late in the race had a chance. They were running up front with 6 laps to go. An extra caution flag might have been what they needed, because they had to come in for a drink of fuel to finish the race that year. Shuffled them back to the middle of the pack. But Steph Wilson was so close when it comes to this race. And then he had the incident on pit road where, of course, the brakes, I remember him saying that he was furiously pumping the brakes and his foot was going all the way down to the floor, and he's thinking, well, that's not a good sign, and he wiped out onto pit road, ending one of his races here early, and a lot of people were kind of critical of that. And then later it happened to Will Power, it happened to Simona Di Silvestro as well. So some veterans that had the exact same issue with the brakes all of a sudden just not firing for them. And that, of course, ended Steph Wilson kind of tasting the other side of the Indianapolis 500, some of the frustrations that can come with it. But for him to come out in that one-off effort here, and again, just one session, but to be able to turn that many laps, 88 of them now, and a 2:25.9, which is the 4th fastest out on the racetrack, impressive for Steph Wilson. And again, turning in solid efforts today. Also, Ed Carpenter out on the racetrack. Carpenter, one of those that now has brought it back to pit road, but 2:22.992 for one of the more popular local drivers. 58 laps today turned for Ed Carpenter, as Carpenter works his way, watching now Renus VK is what he will be doing, looking over some of that telemetry, because VK's had a busy day as well. We mentioned the 88 laps turned in by Steph Wilson, 85 of them for Renus VK. 2:22.755 in his Chevrolet. Speaking of Chevrolet and Honda, the fastest today, Joseph Newgarden and his Chevrolet. Then it's Honda, Scott Dixon and Takuma Sato, respectively, followed by another bow tie of Stephen Wilson. Then Colton Herta and a Honda, Scott McLaughlin and a Chevrolet, Marco Andretti and a Honda, Will Power and a Chevrolet. So even distribution between those two in the top 8 in terms of the engine manufacturers, Mark.
Well, you want to talk about the engine manufacturers. Can you be more dominant than sweeping the top 5 spots as Honda did at the Acura Grand Prix? I mean, Kyle Kirkwood led a race high 53 of the 85 laps. And again, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, they finished 8th with Marcus Armstrong, 12th with Graham Rahal, 13th Harvey, 14th Lundgaard. But just like the drivers, Jake, they and Chevrolet have a healthy competition, and it seems like, one edges out. Maybe we'll grab the manufacturer's championship, and then in the offseason, the other one kind of picks up the pace a little bit, and then they come back and win it the next year. It's been fun to watch that battle, but make no mistake about it, just like the drivers, this season has 2 very distinct parts to it. The quest to win the championship, and then separate from that, the quest to win the Indy 500.
Yeah, the Indianapolis 500 is always fascinating as well, Mark, because a lot of times we will look at one of those 2 engines and say, and this again also rotates from year to year, but one of the 2 might show up and have all kinds of straight line speed, and you think, oh boy, there is a major difference in the power between the 2. Then the other says, well, not so fast, my friend, because I've got some pretty good fuel efficiency, which might allow for a team.
You just hit on what I think is the key no matter where we go. And I think we saw that, if you recall, at Long Beach, because it was clear that everybody was pretty much in the same pit window because it was a clear-cut 2-stop race. And after that second round of stops, there was no question Chevys were not getting the same kind of mileage that Honda was getting.
And that's when you can – Mark, how many races have we seen Scott Dixon win over the course of the years because of the fact that he figured out how to just make fuel last a little bit longer and stay out an extra stint and buy himself track time and track separation because of the fact that he was not having to come in to the pits when others were. Got to give a lot of credit, by the way, to that Dreyer and Reinbold racing team because they have brought a couple of good cars. Ryan Hunter-Reay right now, 9th fastest. Stephen Wilson that we've talked about a lot, 4th fastest. But to be able to roll out right off the truck and be able to run up there where now you have teams that are turning significant numbers of laps today and those cars running up there with those good speeds. Ryan Hunter-Reay's been awfully good at this place. He's a former winner. There are a number of years where he could have been running up front. I remember the year that he had an engine expire, and the year when Fernando Alonso was here. I thought Hunter-Reay had the best car on the track that day, and then that engine went away. He also had an incident on pit road. I believe it was Townsend Bell that made contact with him, and he might have had the best car that day as well. Yep. Ryan Hunter-Reay could be a multiple winner here.
Well, and it's been a year that he's been away, and that I won't say it was all on Ryan Hunter-Reay, but I think it had a little bit to do with the fact that you've heard other people reference it. If you're going to come here and do this, Catherine Legg said it earlier, you want to make sure it's with the right team. Well, a familiar voice we're happy to have back on IndyCar Radio, a former driver analyst of ours, and Ryan Marine has caught up with him on pit road.
That's right, my friend and yours. It's our Anders Krone, and apropos to our conversation about Dreyer and Reinbold Racing and Stephen Wilson, Stephen's the one that brings you back from fair Norway to be with us here in April at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Tell us how this deal came together and what your role might be, which could be hard to define, I learned earlier.
Yeah, it is hard to define, but we're in such a privileged position. We had this deal done back in October, and the last couple of years, we haven't had our deals done until the end of April. So, if you look at this car, you'll see a grand total of 20 different partners that we have on board. So it's enabled us not only to build a relationship with Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, which has so far been phenomenal, but also strengthen these relationships with all the partners. And, still 35 minutes to go on day one, but very, very positive day overall. And Stephen's been doing a great job. Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, just professional from day one. And, very positive positive day so far. So, yeah, good.
To your point, let's compare and contrast your experience just 1 year ago where the car was still coming together, the first on-track session in May, if memory serves. And here we are with several weeks ahead of time getting as much running in as anybody here today. And that's nothing to do with the partners you had before, but simply to get together with a team like this that they're working on these cars from the moment the race ended last year.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can just kind of see the first time we came to the Ryan Reinbold shop, back in October, and they're already finessing the car, whereas last year we took delivery of the car on the Sunday after the Indy TV. So, it shows why the results sheets are the way they are, and if you have the privilege of preparing a car and having the crew that's working on this fully dedicated all year long, that it's going to show. And yeah, so far, very good.
Mark and Jake were talking about how the speed looks good so far, matches up well with some of the big teams to this point. How difficult is it for a guy like Stefan, who's only done this a handful of times? He only gets one race a year to jump in and be competitive with those that are going for a championship week in and week out.
Well, you'll have to ask him that, but
you've got some idea.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think it is extremely difficult, but I've just seen such a drive in him, and he realized that this is probably his best shot at the race ever, and he wants to make the most of it, and he's hungry. He's worked his ASS off, and he's made the most of it. So is Mark and them up?
Yeah, Mark and Jake, they're up there.
Oh yeah, okay, okay. Yeah. I got to go up and see him.
Yes, you do. We would like that very much. You're going to be around, we understand, through the month of May.
You know it. You couldn't keep me away from this place.
Finally, just your reaction to being back. I know it's a special place. You raced here in what was then Indy Life. You had your eyes set on being in this race one day. Now you're living vicariously through your friend Stefan. How cool is it, though, to be a part of this?
It's fantastic. And, I feel like it's cliche, but every time you drive underneath the tunnel into this speedway, it gives you goosebumps. And the feeling is just the same every single time. And the only privilege is now we get to do this in April, not the first day of practice in May. So we get to do it all again in a few weeks' time. So, no, just super thankful to be back here. Partnership with Ryan Reinbold Racing and Cusick Motorsports has been phenomenal, and all the partners that have believed in us. So now it's just down to this tall, lanky Brit to make it happen for us.
All right, he's doing a great job so far. That's our former driver analyst, Anders Froh.
Thank you.
One of my all-time favorite people. I mean, this job has put me in touch with so many people whose friendship I value so very, very much, and you, Jake. I have over my time here. I mean, with the driver analysts that I've been privileged to have in the booth with me. Zach Veach and Pippa, and over the years working with Johnny Parsons Jr. and Pancho Carter and the late Larry Rice, and certainly the one we have now is as good as they come. And I'll tell you where I got lucky. Davey had responsibilities that took him out to the booth with us, and I had auditioned Anders at Baltimore several years ago. And I remember telling our network director at the time, Wally Levin, he said, who's on your short list? I said, it is a very short list. I want Anders Krohn if he's available. And we brought Anders on board. And then when his business interest at the time was going to take him away from us on a full-time basis, it was literally that same weekend we found that out, that Davey became available that next year. And we brought him right back, and it's just been seamless, rather, I should say. And I can tell you, there was one instance in particular, I'll never forget this. We were at Mid-Ohio, and it was during a practice session. And Alexander Rossi was out on the course, and he came, that short front straightaway and made the left-handed turn, and the video went to an in-car camera shot right over the top of his head where you could see the driver's hands and the tools and everything. And I said, so Anders, take us on a lap with Alexander Rossi around this racetrack. And he described everything that he was doing and everything that he was seeing. And fortunately, I had the good sense to shut up and let him do it. And it was, about a minute, 15 seconds or whatever it was, of some of the best stuff that we had done in quite some time. Just the enthusiasm and the passion and the insight. And, I've just been really blessed to work with the people that I've worked with, and fortunate to count him as a friend for sure.
Also, Anders, the only probably member of this network in history to refer to a straightaway like we have right now with multiple cars on it as constipated.
Massive constipation was the phrase. That's right. He brought that into our verbiage.
And of course, you know, one of the really cool stories too, comes over here, comes to Indianapolis, ends up ironically enough in Indianapolis, meeting and then ultimately marrying the granddaughter of Johnny Unitas,
That's
the
right.
great Baltimore Colt. And then, you know, going back to Norway and being able to live over there and then come back and a massively successful, and no surprise there at all that his marketing and essentially PR firm took off and enabled him to essentially sell that and be able to move back home and come back and still help out his really good friend Steph Wilson. So those two and their partnership, a real testament to the definition of friendship and loyalty, the way they help each other out. Right now, out on the racetrack, Scott Dixon and Will Power had just gone side by side for a couple of laps. They were working with one another. They both, I guess, saw enough and decided that maybe it was time to come back onto pit road and take a look over some telemetry. Alexander Rossi is out on the racetrack with Ryan Hunter-Reay just behind him. Kyle Kirkwood, that would like to etch his name into the same category of those two guys as Indy 500 champions, is just behind the two of them. In car number 27, the white and pink machine for Andretti Autosport. Kirkwood now third fastest, 226.727, although 218.250 the speed on his last lap. Calum Eilert is now working his way on to the racetrack. Eilert has had a very light day comparatively to others. Just for example, when you look at the fact that Connor Daly has turned in 95 laps. Marcus Ericsson has turned in 96 laps. Christian Lundgaard, 95 laps. Rinus VeeKay, 94 laps. Just 7 for Calum Eilert. So perhaps Eilert might have had some sort of an issue with that Juncos Hollinger Racing machine. We shall see on that, but he is working his way very slowly around the track right now in what probably is an install lap. That black machine with that bright green accentuation on it for Calum Eilert, and we will keep an eye on that. Rinus VeeKay has also come down with that bit dial machine. Car number 21, white car with some gold trim on it. It works its way back onto pit road. They're going to take a look at the tires on that, the wings, and just see how exactly Rinus VeeKay's car is behaving after 94 laps today as we head down now into the final 30 minutes or so of this particular session. Again, this is the open test for the Indianapolis 500. Kyle Kirkwood, a couple of times, a couple of laps ago, got very high exiting turn number 4. Interesting time of the day, too, Mark, because the sun is at a different angle than what we have seen at all at any point throughout the rest of the day. Obviously, the sun angle now in a later part of the day, a little bit tricky, I'm sure, as you're coming off of turn number 4.
VeeKay, Eilert apparently making some contact on pit road. We see the car of Rinus VeeKay. Looks like, things of that right front tire has been scrubbed up a little bit on something, and they're looking at the suspension on both cars now. The respective crews are to see if there might be any lingering effects. It doesn't appear as though that any serious damage done. We'll wait and see on that. 26 minutes remaining in this session. Newgarden continues P1, 227.686. Dixon, Kirkwood, Sato, Wilson, Herta, McLaughlin, Palou, Andretti, and Power the top 10. Back to pit road and Ryan Marine.
Went through rookie orientation earlier today. Agustin Canapino for Juncos Hollinger Racing. Welcome to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. How were your first laps around this place in an IndyCar?
Amazing. I can't believe it. Be here, living this experience. I am really grateful for Ricardo Juncos, for the world team. It's a dream come true. So now I have a problem at the end of the session. I had a problem with something in the engine or gearbox. The guys are looking for this, but anyway, I did many laps today. For my first day, I'm really happy with the job.
How did you go about preparing for this? You've been on the oval at Texas, but Indianapolis is something different.
Yeah. Texas is intense, a really intensive track, but Indy is Indy. Less banking, more speed. You feel the car more loose, a lot of draft, and the legendary track. So it's amazing, but I have to learn a lot. It's a good start for today.
I was P18 before I stopped the session. Of course, now the time is improving, but the car is okay. I have to learn a lot, but for the first day, I think it's a good day.
Did your teammate Callum have some issues? I saw he hadn't run very many laps earlier in the day. Was that according to plan, or was there something he's been working with?
Sorry?
Has Callum been dealing with any problems with his car? It didn't seem like he was running very much earlier today.
Yes, he has some problems with the feeling with the car. The car looks fine, but he hasn't confidence that I hear. I didn't really know what happened, but yes. I think this is the thing. We have problem with the both car, but it's normal. Juncos is a small team, first time with 2 cars. It's really difficult, honestly. So we have to take patience and work hard to improve day by day.
Finally, now that you've had a chance to drive here, how excited are you for your first Indianapolis 500?
It's a lot. I want to do a good race. Of course, my goal is start the race and finish. If I can do that, it's like a win for any other driver. For me, start and finish is a dream come true.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much has been the checklist for him throughout the first couple of weeks, first couple of races of the season. Almost that sounded a lot like his interview at St. Petersburg, a lot like his interview at Texas, and a lot like his interview when it comes to Long Beach. And I think the fact that, being in his early 30s and having so much success in Argentina, I jokingly said that all the other racers in Jake in Argentina are probably happy that he's moved on to the NTT IndyCar Series, so somebody else has a chance to win a race there. He's been that dominant, and I think it's because of that experience and that maturity that allows him to focus on this with the right frame of mind and temper his expectation level a little bit. And I think it's important for Ricardo Juncos to have somebody in the car that's going to bring it back in one piece too. But I think as much as anything, what I continue to be absolutely floored by, from what I understand, he's been speaking English for less than 6 months.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive. Very impressive. I'm trying to think. This is one of those times where you wish Donald Davidson was here. Argentinians in the Indianapolis 500. I mean, obviously, Juan Manuel Fangio, who is a legend in Argentina, came here and did a test, but never actually got in for a qualifying effort. Boy, things are really getting busy on the backstretch here. Scott
this
Dixon,
looks like their traditional happy hour on Friday before qualifying.
Scott Dixon just went inside of, that was fun to watch, inside of, I believe that was Ryan Hunter-Reay. Just behind him, trying to see who that is behind him. The sun glare is a little bit tough. That might be Ed Carpenter. But, Esteban Guerrieri ran in then Indy Lights, but never ascended up into the IndyCar Series. I'm sure there's someone that I'm forgetting. But it is not often that Argentina, I think, the country of Argentina is excited for Agustin Canapino's participation here, not only in the series, but obviously the Indy 500. And that sounded like a young man that certainly is aware of the opportunities that is before him and is very grateful and excited for exactly that.
A 5-minute hold for the 77. That's ILOT. A 5-minute hold for improper lane usage. And that was the result of that little dust-up he had with Rinus VeeKay. With 21 minutes remaining in this session, and they continue to run in groups. Scott McLaughlin, looks like Scott Dixon, Marcus Ericsson, Joseph Newgarden, Romain Grosjean. Steph Wilson continues to turn laps. It's fun to watch for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, seeing them spread out into the backstretch. So many times we have seen, especially late in races, when cars dive down and try to get that snaking accordion effect, if you will. Not necessarily able to do that today because they are really starting to kind of jockey around a little bit coming off of turn number 2 in particular. Scott McLaughlin right now leads a trio of cars coming off of turn number 4. You might be able to hear them in just a second as they go past. It's McLaughlin. He is followed by Connor Daly. Scott Dixon just behind him. Then another gaggle further back. I think Jack Harvey's in that mix. Romain Grosjean is out there. Things are really starting to pick up here on the main straightaway. And you're right, it is fun to watch, Mark. It feels like we should be able to go out in the Pagoda Plaza right now and walk around with the fans and have a tenderloin. But we forget this is not actually an official practice day. Just the IMS Oval Open Test. Day 1 of 2 that is scheduled. The other being tomorrow. And Mark, we don't know, of course, how that's going to be impacted by Mother Nature, but let's assume, for the sake of argument, that tomorrow everything is a go. The schedule is exactly what in terms of tomorrow's activities? I know that we go on, I believe, tomorrow, at 10:45, 10 a.m. we're on tomorrow?
10 a.m. and we're on till 4. Yep.
10 to 4 tomorrow. So I will be out here about 10:45. I'm only, of course, thinking, Mark, of my responsibilities. But after my morning radio show, we'll head over across 16th Street and get into the pits and help out. And Mark and Ryan, you guys will be up in the booth.
That taxing 3-hour gig you have that starts in the middle of the morning. That's right. You and Kevin Bowen. And
right.
By the way, you're on our flagship, 93.5 and 107.5, The Fan. And I know, as always, you guys have plenty of programming scheduled for the month of May. So give folks a little peek and a little insight as to what they can expect to hear from you throughout the month of May.
Well, we do, and I appreciate it. During the practice sessions, of course, we will have, we're going to try to do a new thing this year. We'll see if it comes to fruition. But
Something entertaining?
That's right. It's a whole new thing that we're going to try out. David Wood, our program director, came up with an idea simply called a driver a day in the month of May. We're going to try to get a different driver on each day in the month of May once practice gets underway for the Indianapolis 500. Also, in addition to that, Mike Thompson and I will be doing a show each weeknight in the month of May, Beyond the Bricks, which we will be now in our 3rd year doing so. Mike pulls audio archives from yesteryear, from everything from commercials to songs about the Indianapolis 500 to old driver interviews. We will begin that on May the 1st. In addition to that, on our website, the station website, which is 1075thefan.com, I'll be doing, again, my video series, The Gold Badge, which will take us behind the scenes of different aspects, including the history of Carl Fisher and the Founding Fathers, and how it came to be that Carl Fisher became the owner of the Speedway, the path that he took to find and buy the 320 acres of land. That's one of them that we just shot earlier today. So we'll have plenty going on to talk about and leading up to, including the hourly updates throughout the course of the day that I'll be doing of all the track activity and the top speeds of the day. So we look forward to it.
Would you like to take us, you may know this already, I'd be surprised if you don't. Would you like to take a stab at where one of the founding fathers, Arthur Newby, would you like to take a stab at where he was born?
I'm going to guess, based on the fact that you asked, that it's probably either Tampa, Florida, or Monrovia, Indiana. But
It's
I'll
Monrovia,
go with the
Indiana.
second.
Yeah, Monrovia, Indiana, for sure. Yeah, born in Monrovia, eventually moved to Mooresville. There's an elementary school in Mooresville that's named for Arthur Newby. But that fact was uncovered by the Monrovia Alumni Association just a handful of years ago. I mean, it's fairly new. And, you stop and think about that small town's connection to this place. I mean, Gary Bettenhausen moved his family there from Tinley Park, Illinois, back in the early 70s. And his widow, Waveland, continues to live there. Then there's Arthur Newby. Kyle Boyer is a Monrovia grad of Penske Racing. Yours truly, Tony Houck, who's been with Andretti Autosport for a number of years, and there have been others connected to that town. So it's pretty cool, and it's something that we're all really, really proud of.
No, that is definitely something to be proud of. That's for a town that is not necessarily a huge town, that's a pretty impressive list, undoubtedly, for that many people to come out of one town in Indiana. A lot of fun watching right now for Joseph Newgarden working alongside Kyle Kirkwood. They've kind of been working side by side, or actually I got to take a look. I thought it was Kirkwood. That is not that is Simon Pagenaud that is working along with Joseph Newgarden. Pagenaud's car, which typically is an all pink car with black trim, it is now pink with kind of a white side pod on it, so it'll take a little bit of getting used to in terms of that. But Simon Pagenaud, one of the former winners, of course, in this race, working his way around this track with Joseph Newgarden. Pagano, just to give you an idea where he slots, he has the 14th fastest time today at 2:24.557. Newgarden going to pop to the inside of him as those two are working together with one another right now, kind of swapping back and forth, if you will. Pagano's last lap at 2:18.142. Newgarden's last lap at 2:17.811. Pagano has turned in 45 laps today. That is 29 fewer than has been turned in by Joseph Newgarden, who again has the fastest lap in this particular session.
Have you called a race in one form or another from all 4 turn positions here?
I have.
What were you in? What is turn 4 for? What were you down there for?
At the Freedom 100 one year.
Okay,
I did it turn number 4.
Yeah, I've been in all of them, and I would say in terms of an incredible view, having them coming literally into your lap into turn 1 is a cool experience. My favorite was always 3. I was there for 15 years for the 500, mainly because logistically it's the easiest one to get to out of all of them, quite frankly, in terms of its access. But just the view of, you can see the pyramids to the north. You can see the skyline of downtown Indianapolis. You can see the majority of this facility. And, you know, when the rate on the pace lap, when they're at that time, they're in the rows of 3, and they come out of 2, and you see it for the first time like that. And then the next time they come by after the green flag flies, I mean, it's just, and you know, you've been out there enough now that you see the same people every year, and that's what's cool about it.
Great, yeah. And, you know, one of the things that's interesting about the first lap, Mark, you know this, oftentimes when you're in turn 3 after they've taken the green flag, the car that comes in up the backstretch in the lead is very rarely the one that actually leads the first lap.
That's right.
Usually somebody gets them on the north end between 3 and 4, between when I grab them and then I throw it to Denary, and then you call the completion of the lap. Man, it's a lot of fun. It is just a lot of fun to do, and can't wait to do it again. No question about that.
Well, the question that we get most often is, you know, how is the transition and everything so seamless? And, you know, everyone has their theories about a lighting system. Everybody's talking at once, and they just turn us off and on. And really, over the years, you know, we learn one another's cadence, and I wish it was more scientific than that, but it simply is not. Let's hear from Callum Ilott.
Seems like a bit of a start and stop day for you, Callum. What were you dealing with today?
All sorts of things. I don't know. We've got some problem that we can't solve, we can't find. It was kind of, I noticed something in the morning, and we were getting away with it, and then it seems to have just got worse and worse and worse. And I can't even go in a straight line now. I can't keep the car going in a straight line. So imagine when I go around the corners. It's horrible. It's really horrible, and it's a shame because we just can't find it. I can't do more than 1 or 2 laps. I can't even get up to speed. So I think the run before I couldn't get more than 2:05 out of it. The run before that 2:12. This one I didn't even want to go above a 200. So
I understand just 10 total laps for you today, and this is a new chassis, right, that you were just shaking down for the first time?
Yeah, something's wrong.
Okay. That said, how much of a setback is it? I guess it's better to find this out today in April than when we turn up, you know, a week before the race.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what we can do tonight with what we've got, and really strip everything, try and maybe get some new parts on there and see what it is. I reckon it's something on the front end, but we just can't. We couldn't see anything. We took it back for over 2 hours, went on both patches for both cars and couldn't get it. So if we get it running tomorrow, it'd be nice to see if we can solve it. Otherwise, we've got to put that one in the trash can, as they say, and start off with something new, maybe what we use in Texas.
Last thing for you, I know Augustine has had some issues of his own, but how much have you been there to try and coach him along in his maiden voyage around IMS?
He's not my problem. I got bigger problems. I did it all myself. He can do it himself.
Fair enough. Thank you, Callum.
No worries.
Well, there you go. Interesting approach. That's not my problem. But I mean that's that is the matter of factness and the frankness that is Callum Ilott for sure. And I remember that a few years ago, and we mentioned Will Power last year. We always kind of pick a driver out, Jake, and we wonder who's going to struggle here for whatever the reason and have an issue that they just can't seem to solve. I mean, it happened to Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan a few years ago, and it's happened to Will Power, and it happened to Fernando Alonso and others. And when everything's going well, it's going really, really well. But when you're in a situation like that, and you simply can't figure out what's wrong and why, that's got to be very frustrating. And I think that's what drove a bit of that response that we just got from Brian Marine.
Yeah, that was so he was saying. Ryan rehashed that. I've never heard that about a teammate. He was basically saying that about a teammate, right?
Yep. Yeah, essentially.
I mean, obviously, we know what happened in Long Beach when Caleb Ilott blended back onto the racetrack in front of Augustin Canapino and kind of got things bunched up a little bit. And that wasn't necessarily Callum Ilott's fault, but I think he caught some heat for it because it checked up his teammate. And then
yes, you would say he caught some heat for it. I think that's accurate.
Yeah. But I don't know that I've ever heard that from one teamate.
I don't know. That's not my problem. That's his problem to deal with, not mine, essentially. I think I'm paraphrasing that, making it sound a little kinder than perhaps it sounded. But again, I mean, Ryan Marine, you can speak to this a little bit. I mean, let's face it. Callum Ilott comes from a vastly different world than this one.
There's no doubt about that, right? He was on the fast track, it looked like, to Formula One. He was part of the Ferrari Driver Academy for a number of years, and they simply didn't have an opening to put him in a Formula One seat. They certainly thought enough of him. I think there was a really good chance that they had a sports car future in mind for Callum if you go back a couple of years, knowing that they were working on a new top-level prototype that just debuted this year. And Callum decided, you know what, I'd rather pursue open-wheel racing and come stateside. But going back to your original point, certainly his experience in junior open-wheel racing in Europe and as part of that driver academy where you constantly have to prove your worth. You have to show to Ferrari, hey, there's a reason you're investing in me and you need to keep me and not this other guy. I mean, that is a totally different, more cutthroat environment than what we see generally on the road to Indy. And I'll tell you, I don't get surprised too many times in interviews, guys, but that was not the answer I was expecting. And you're not supposed to ask questions you don't expect the answer to. Well, that one caught me off guard.
Going to be interesting to see how that shakes out over the next few days and see if they can find some way to get back literally on the same page before they get to Barber Motorsports Park, which is right around the corner. We have about 7.5 minutes remaining in this session, and Joseph Newgarden continues P1, 227.686. Dixon, Kirkwood, Sato, and Wilson, the top 5. Herta, Palou, McLaughlin, Andretti, and Power in the top 10. Hunter Ray, Kanaan, Carpenter, Pagano, and Erickson, the top 15. Daly, Award, Rosenquist, Grosjean, and Rossi, the top 20. Then it's Ray Hall, VK, Castro Neves, D. Francesco, Catherine Legg, Benjamin Peterson, Stingray Robb, and Callum Ilott. You're pretty fired up about Brian Adams coming to the Indianapolis Motor
I
Speedway.
do like that, and I'll tell you why. The thing I love about Carb Day, Mark, is just the fact that you always want a performer that, and Brian Adams perfectly fits this, where people say, and I'll be honest, I don't know that I've ever met anybody that's like, that they would say that their favorite artist is Brian Adams, but I've never met anybody that dislikes him.
Right.
And he is the classic example of a musician that's going to go out there and do 10 to 12 songs, and you're going to know every single one of them.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what it's all about for Carb Day.
And you know, that decision every year, I mean, you know, that is not an enviable position to be in terms of trying to find entertainment that is going to appeal. I mean, you're not going to make everyone happy. You're simply not. But I think the response to that choice has been overwhelmingly positive.
Mark, I've been making everyone happy for a long time. Come on now. Don't sell me short.
Is it as uncomfortable to say as it is for me to hear that?
Can you tell we're in the last 6 minutes of the session?
I'm just curious. You know, 84 degrees, the track temperature at 97 degrees. And And, boy, I'll tell you, this is for all of the uncertainty about tomorrow, which we'll worry about when we get there, Jake. I think all of these teams and all of these drivers will tell you, even though the wind has gusted at times and been, noticeable, and it obviously has an impact on these cars, at least for today, Mother Nature provided a pretty good environment for which to get a lot of laps turned.
Unquestionably. By the way, shades of a couple of years ago when I heard a huge roar from the crowd when Connor Daly took the lead at the Indianapolis 500-mile race because he just made a nice, nifty move inside of Scott McLaughlin going into turn number 3 that looked a little bit like that exact move. Connor Daly right now, in terms of the speed charts, sits at 16th in that mid-mile machine. That Chevrolet at 224.282. He's had a busy day, 110 laps turned. Nobody has turned more laps today than Connor Daly, who just completed his 111th circuit around this famed 2.5-mile oval. Graham Rahal just got out of his car, gave a fist bump to the team, happy with his Honda at 2:23.239, his best lap. That's the 21st fastest on the speed charts. 81 laps completed for Graham Rahal today. Rinus VeeKay has had a busy day, 104 laps. Actually, Marcus Ericsson now has turned more than Connor Daly. He just turned his 114th lap. So Marcus Ericsson, the defending winner, proving that no matter how many, you can win this race, you come back, you still want to take advantage of any opportunity you can to turn laps in. Watching Christian Lundgaard right now off of turn number 4, kept it very low, kind of into the middle line off of turn number 4 for that high V machine for Christian Lundgaard, the teammate of Graham Rahal, who we just talked about. So still some cars taking advantage of an absolutely gorgeous early evening here in Indianapolis, technically Speedway, Indiana, with the sun out and good conditions. The wind that we thought was going to be a huge storyline. Right now, the windsock not really moving too much, a little bit just to the southwest is the way that the wind is moving. That would be pushing the cars just a little bit in towards turn number 1. Scott McLaughlin negotiating that area of the racetrack right now. He is directly behind that Husky chocolate machine of Marcus Ericsson.
If you would like more IndyCar radio, check out our website for links to our podcast, talent bios, broadcast schedules, and more. Go to IndyCarRadio.com. And yours truly, along with Jake Query and Ryan Marine. Jake, we've got a full day schedule for tomorrow. We just hope Mother Nature cooperates.
Yeah, that's the big hope, right? And I think that some of those that we've seen with very active days today probably looking at that forecast and following it, what it's saying, and that good chance of precipitation is expected. But you never know. This is, I have always said, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is kind of its own biosphere, Mark. You just never know what the weather's going to do here, and at times it seems to kind of protect itself, so we shall see what that means for tomorrow.
Well, I think, Mike Holby talked to him at the beginning of this session, and one of the things that Mike talked about is that, they had a lot of things that they wanted to get done today, and that was the hope. And so they had the checklist for today, and they wanted to get through that just in the event that, tomorrow was not going to happen. Now, the last forecast that I saw said that hopefully what rain that we do get, and we should get some, we'll get out of here sometime mid-morning to around noon. Problem is, temperature's going to drop. It's going to be cloudy. Air's going to be very heavy, and sometimes it can take a while to dry. So, it's not out of the question we can get some time in, but the question is, if we do, and it's cloudy, and it's in the mid-50s, will teams, want to, bother with that, for lack of a better term, especially with all of the racing that they've gotten in today, Jake, in conditions that most likely will be very, very similar to what they experienced in May.
Speaking of taking some time, it's taken Catherine Legg some time to get her number 44 machine around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Looks like it might be under power. She had been towed in earlier today. Now she went out, and that car is very slowly rolling. I'm not even sure if it's under power at all, but slowing its way. She did get off at the racing groove, went onto the pit entry lane, and is working her way very, very slowly. A crawl almost back onto pit road for Catherine Legg, who probably today, again, did go through the veteran refresher course, so she did get some time out on the racetrack today, but I'm sure wanted to find a little bit more lap time or a little bit more speed out of that car than she has been able to find.
60 seconds, by the way, recapping that rookie orientation program and the refreshers that were completed today. Marco Andretti, his top speed in that, 221.569. Ryan Hunter-Ray, Steph Wilson, Augustine Catapino at 219.432. Tony Kanaan at 218.688. Benjamin Peterson at 218.680. Catherine Legg at 218.404. And Stingray Robb at 217.193. Best news involving Catherine Legg is the fact that she was able to make it onto pit road, and she pulled into the very last pit stall on pit road, so that will allow us to stay green, which we're going to be for about 7 more seconds. And Aaron Likens is reaching over, grabbing the checkered flag, and it's just about to wave on this session, and most importantly, a trouble-free session for many, including Romain Grosjean. Ryan Marine.
That's right. He ends up P20 today, but today really wasn't about the time charts, Romain. How did you enjoy your day back out at IMS?
Yes, it was a big challenge to be on the IMS oval, but happy to be here. I think we've done some good job with the team. Got a nice last run at the end of the day, so the car felt good, so that's all matters for me.
87 laps today, some different conditions from the morning with the cloud cover to the afternoon when it got warmer and the breeze started to come. Did you get a sense of a couple different types of conditions you might see later on in May?
It is windy, yeah. It is definitely windy, so that was a challenge today. But we've got a good car, and that went well.
Finally, the new aerodynamic components that are available to you and your teams. Did you experiment much with those, and did you notice much difference?
A few bits and pieces, but I think we're going to have more time in May to fine-tune those. I think today was more about finding the setup philosophy.
Well, if Mother Nature cooperates, hope to see you out here tomorrow. Otherwise, at Barber.
Yes, exactly.
So here's the results then from day number 1 here at the IndyCar Open Test. Joseph Newgarden is the fastest from Connor Daly, then Scott Dixon, Carl Kirkwood, winner at Long Beach up to 4th, then we get Takuma Sato, Stefan Wilson 6th, Colton Herta 7th, Alex Palau, then we get Pat Irwin and Scott McLaughlin rounding out the top 10. Marco Andretti, David Malukas, Will Power, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Tony Kanaan, Ed Carpenter, Simon Pagano, Marcus Ericsson, Helio Casneves, Felix Rosenquist, Romain Grosjean, then followed by Alexander Rossi, Graham Rahal. Then also further down on the board from Graham Rahal, we have, if we get down far enough, yes we can, Venus VK, Santino Ferrucci, Christian Lundgaard, Augustin Canapino. Then we get Jack Harvey, followed by Stingray Robb, Devlin DiFrancesco, Catherine Legg, Benjamin Pedersen, and Callum Ilott last overall. Well, over the last 8.5 hours, I've been delighted that I was able to show everything going through. And yep, as Josh T says, a wild Josh Birch appears. Hello, I've been hosting the coverage and stepping in. Tomorrow, it's 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. Eastern time for all cars open practice as well. We'll be live from 3 p.m. British Summer Time as well. And then, of course, Sunday, May 28th, 107th running of the Indy 500. Thank you very much for your company here today. Thank you to 4,230 of you who have watched as well. Very well done for staying with us as well. Hope you enjoyed the first day of the IndyCar test. We'll be back tomorrow as well. So don't forget you can hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so when we're live as well. Also coming up this weekend, we've got our own commentary as well of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship season opener from Donington Park and the double header for Formula E in Berlin. Thank you very much for your company. We'll see you tomorrow when IndyCar Radio take us through the second day of open testing for the 107th running of the Indy 500. Good night.